Let's dive right into absolute madness. A deafening explosion rips the sky wide open, followed by a massive pillar of blood painting the whole battlefield red behind the betrayer's back. Pure nightmare fuel. The bodies of Enlak, Xiaolam, Lu Shishan, and our guy Bai Yi lie scattered in a sea of blood. A cold system window pops up, dating 2025, confirming the entire squad is dead. The L-rank purge mission is officially complete. The guy in the black cloak leaps into the air to leave. He casually repeats the team's old wish with a sick, mocking tone. They can finally take a long vacation now. Left behind is Bai Yi's absolutely pale face. Fresh blood from a fatal piercing wound completely soaks his skin, but his eyes stay wide open, refusing to just accept death. The commander's blood-soaked hand drops down to the freezing ground, buried under dying vines. But hey, did you really think death was the end of his story? Not a chance. In a dark, silent space, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes out, "Hey, let's make a deal." Bai Yi violently wakes up looking around in total confusion, muttering, "Wait, where am I?" Welcome to the absolute void. Right now, Bai Yi's entire body is tightly bound by countless pitch-black chains, just floating right in the middle of this mystical space. Stepping out of the shadows, a guy in an incredibly sharp suit appears with a wicked smirk, throwing out a totally mocking greeting. "Hey there, handsome boy." Bai Yi freezes up, his eyes going wide with pure shock as he finally realizes who is standing right in front of him. He blurts out, "You are Belphegor, you are not dead?" 5 brilliant elemental flames instantly erupt all around the suited man. He points right at his own head and replies, "Oh please, how could an SSS-RANK Demon King be that pathetic?" Belphegor throws his arms wide open. A blinding aura of magic totally explodes outward. "This is my soul space, and this entire realm is actually my true life force. No more messing around." The Demon King stares straight at Bai Yi and gets right to the point. "Let's skip the small talk, I can feel it. You are overflowing with pure hatred, just like me. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy." An oppressive, massive, evil dragon shadow appears behind him. "So, I want to make a deal with you. My hidden skill is called time reversal." He extends a demonic hand, practically dripping with temptation. It can send you way back into the distant past, giving you the chance to fix and change absolutely everything. Belphegor's smirk grows even more wicked, his bright eyes seeing right through his soul. "Do you want it?" At this moment, Bai Yi's pupils shake in the silent dark. Instantly, an image violently flashes in his mind, his best friend Enlak, showing off that radiant and incredibly confident smile. His eyes narrow as all those beautiful, warm memories start rushing back into his head. The image of young Xiaolam hugging a magic book with a huge grin. Bai Yi's eyes slowly sharpen, flashing with a cold, terrifying rage as he remembers the deceitful back of that damn traitor. The scene of the entire God's Legion team fighting side by side, happily joking around under the sunset, appears so crystal clear, it honestly cuts right into his heart. Bai Yi's eyes are completely bloodshot now, practically burning with endless killing intent. He just has to remember that savage smile of the guy slaughtering his team in a sea of blood, and the brutal sight of his brothers being mercilessly ripped to shreds. Boom, pure rage violently explodes. Bai Yi grits his teeth and completely shatters those heavy chains, his eyes burning with ultimate revenge. "I want to kill him." He looks up high, glaring right at the traitor's shadow and those massive figures representing the higher powers. He swears a deadly oath to destroy those arrogant gods too. Hearing this, the Demon King Belphegor flashes a totally spine-chilling, dark smile, looking incredibly smug. He nods his head in pure satisfaction. "Yeah, your answer is exactly what I expected. Enough talk, let me give you a hand." A brilliant burst of magic suddenly appears and Belphegor offers up a wildly beating heart, radiating absolutely limitless power. "Just consider this a little welcoming gift from me." Bai Yi reaches out to accept that raw source of power, but he hasn't lost his mind. His wary eyes lock right onto the devil. "So why exactly do you want to make this deal with me? What is the price?" Demon King Belphegor just gives a slight smirk, his glowing eyes full of dark mystery. Suddenly, everything fades to black. Next to Bai Yi's ear, a strangely familiar voice starts echoing. Bai Yi, stop sleeping already. We both know what's coming, right?" Boom! A deafening slap hits the desk. It is 20:05. Inside a middle school for Awakeners is in the Holy River Nation. A teacher with a stunning figure but an absolutely furious face shouts out, "Hey Bai Yi, stand your butt up right now." Bai Yi jolts awake, his pupils shrinking as his heart pounds out of his chest in total shock. "I actually came back." He frantically raises his hands and stares right at them, breathing heavily, feeling real, actual life flowing straight through his veins. Still totally in shock, Bai Yi stumbles up to his feet, a completely bewildered look slapped across his face. "I really came back." Before his awakening, the angry teacher points to the back of the room and completely goes off on him. Bai Yi, messing around in class is one thing, but sleeping through a major afternoon session? Get to the back and stand up right now. Getting completely scolded, Bai Yi finally snaps back to reality, looking up at this very familiar woman, blurting out, "Miss Huang." In that exact split second, absolute hype surges through him. He grabs half his face, jaw practically hitting the floor. He really came back. He quietly walks to the back of the class for punishment, but his mind is racing. I actually regressed. Was that seriously Belphegor's hidden power? Standing there with his arms tightly crossed in the corner of the room, his eyes scan over every single face inside the classroom. It's just entirely unbelievable to him. He looks at these innocent teenagers sitting there, a wave of pure nostalgia swelling in his chest. It's genuinely hard to believe. He hasn't seen these classmates in almost 20 years. Up on the podium, Miss Huang slams her papers on the desk to regain order. "We're continuing the lesson, so everybody better wake up and focus." She starts lecturing with an incredibly serious face. In this world, there are a total of 5 elemental power types, specifically lightning, flower, cloud, core, and star. Bai Yi stands there, arms crossed, carefully listening to all this basic beginner knowledge, and every single person's body can only handle one elemental type. To properly demonstrate, beautiful streams of deep blue magic begin gathering and swirling around Miss Huang's hand. She smiles with absolute pride, lifting the magic up high. "Just like me, I currently possess the extremely rare cloud element." Right behind her, a giant illustration pops up showing off countless different combat classes and paths. Based on your unique elemental power and how it actually bonds with your individual body, you can be divided into 3 major categories: combat type, utility type, and special type. Because these 5 basic elements combine with totally different combat roles, tons of unique awakened jobs are naturally born from it. Her voice fills with total pride as she brings up those legendary team formations. Our school's absolute strongest guild formation consists of a star mage, a cloud warrior, a core bard, and a lightning assassin combined together. She finally softens her tone, looking out over her entire crowd of students. "I know you can all stand out among thousands. With the potential to awaken true power, you're already miles ahead. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around to see what our MC awakens. Let us dive into a regression story where one day changes absolutely everything." A young genius surrounded by applause. The teacher drops her voice. "Today is the most important day of your lives. Currently, there are nearly 100 known awakened classes." A pyramid chart suddenly flashes on the screen. Classes rank from lowest to highest, split into different quality tiers: green, blue, red, gold, and platinum. Miss Huang leans in close, her sharp eyes piercing right through every single student in the room. The entire class goes dead silent. The atmosphere instantly becomes thick with heavy tension. You only get one chance to awaken a class. A student tightly clenches his fists, sweating with pure nervousness as she continues. This afternoon is the moment that determines their awakening. Bai Yi just stands there, his face completely calm, carrying the intense maturity of a man who has already tasted life and death. Meanwhile, the teacher firmly declares this test will dictate their future status in this unforgiving world. During the afternoon break, Bai Yi stands under a cool, shady tree, looking up at the sunlit building. It feels incredibly nostalgic. He stuffs his hands into his pockets, strolling casually across the courtyard. This is exactly where he awakened the first time. Suddenly, a scuffle breaks out. A panicked kid wearing glasses faceplants right onto the dirt in front of him. Bai Yi stops in his tracks. He tilts his head slightly, his cold eyes sweeping over the group that just showed up. In complete contrast to the pathetic state of the fallen boy, 3 thug-like students are just standing there, arrogantly laughing at him. The blonde leader spits out an arrogant taunt, calling them all useless trash who have to rely on external power just to awaken. Then, the massive bully aggressively stomps his heavy boot right down onto the poor kid's trembling hand. He growls a harsh threat. "You dare block my path? Think you are a big deal just because you are about to awaken?" He smugly unleashes a brilliant red mana aura, showing off his identity as Hong Xiangsheng, an E-rank assassin. In front of someone with a rare red quality awakened class like him, they are always just going to be a bunch of pathetic losers. Memories flood back into Bai Yi's mind. He remembers this notorious school bully. The glasses kid kneels on the ground shaking, offering up compensation money with both hands, stuttering out a desperate apology for his mistake. The bully snatches the cash, smirking victoriously, saying that is more like it. Watching from a distance, Bai Yi just narrows his eyes, filled with deep calculation. Watch closely here. In his past life, this guy constantly tormented classmates. Bai Yi clasps his hands behind his back, calmly judging these cowards bullying the weak. This guy has some serious main character syndrome, always looking to cause trouble. Just when it seems hopeless, Miss Huang suddenly appears. Looking absolutely commanding, she raises her strict voice and shouts, "That is enough, Hong Qiangsheng." Her eyes are as sharp as knives. Boiling with anger, she fiercely questions the school bully. "This is a school, are you trying to rob him?" Kwang Thin isn't even scared. He actually lifts his chin, mockingly waving the cash. "Come on, Miss Huang. He didn't watch where he was going and bumped into us." The atmosphere instantly spikes to peak tension. The two sides stand locked in a standoff. The little gangster's sneakers point directly at the high heels of the authoritative teacher. He leans in dangerously close to Miss Huang, flashing a completely shameless, rotten smile. Paying his bros back with a cup of milk tea each is the least he could do, right? He whispers an incredibly arrogant threat right by her ear. "You want to vent your anger for your precious student? If she wasn't so pretty, he would have gotten her kicked out of this school a long time ago, believe it or not." Ignoring his trash talk, Miss Huang gently helps the glasses kid up. "Are you okay?" The thugs take advantage of the situation, bursting into obnoxious laughter. The leader waves his hand, signaling a retreat. "Let's go. We will give the teacher some face and let this slide." They swagger right past Bai Yi. But the moment the bully makes eye contact, he is hit by a bone-chilling, icy glare from someone who has survived life and death thousands of times. You saw that too, right? Under that killer gaze, the bully's fingers actually start trembling. He tries brushing off this random fear, growling, "What are you looking at?" He violently shoves Bai Yi's shoulder out of the way, barking at him to move. Before disappearing, he drops one last sarcastic comment, saying he will be back to watch these absolute rookies make fools of themselves. Behind them, the kid rubs his neck, stammering an apology for being careless. Miss Huang firmly reassures him, "You did absolutely nothing wrong." Watching this heartwarming scene, Bai Yi smiles to himself. Miss Huang is the classic tough love type, sharp tongue, but a heart of gold. Back when he first awakened, she helped him out a lot. Suddenly, the loudspeaker echoes across the courtyard. Miss Huang waves her class over. It is finally time for her students to enter the awakening room. Leading the way into the building, she looks back with genuine care. She tells them to remember the moment they awaken. They absolutely must stay rational to avoid getting hurt. As he steps forward with the crowd, past life knowledge rushes back in. Bai Yi mutters that awakenings in this world happen two ways. One is natural awakening, exactly like that guy Hong Qiangsheng earlier. To break it down a bit more, he remembers this rare type usually happens to people whose physical bodies already carry natural talent. They automatically awaken during a moment of extremely high, intense emotion. His feet confidently step across the line, entering the sacred area. The other method is through the awakening space room. The scene in front of him is incredibly magical. A classmate is standing right in the middle of brilliant, colorful energy streams. This crazy room is actually the ultimate crystallized wisdom of countless brilliant scientists. Once inside this space, a person's raw emotions and adrenaline levels get violently stimulated. The male student grabs his chest, screaming out in pure agony. The explosive energy process is absolutely intense, forcefully triggering the deep awakening of anyone who actually possesses hidden potential. The light fades, and a system panel flashes, announcing a core element mage class. Bai Yi concludes that since everyone can only awaken once, the results are completely and totally random. The exhausted teenager stumbles out of the room, panting heavily but smiling ear to ear. "Haha, he actually managed to awaken a blue-quality elite-level class." Miss Huang nods in praise. "Not bad. Now go rest in the corner. You must be exhausted." Standing in the waiting line, Bai Yi thinks to himself. This is why awakening and changing classes is considered the one and only chance to completely reboot a person's destiny. Suddenly, Miss Huang calls out Bai Yi's name. The historical moment has finally arrived. He is the next one up. Bai Yi stands there with his hands in his pockets. His eyes shine with the unshakable confidence and determination of someone ready to flip the board. Right outside the awakening room, Miss Huang crosses her arms. She strictly warns her slacker student to take this seriously. "Don't act like you do in class. You absolutely must focus your mind, understand?" But little does she know, inside that student's body is a veteran master. Bai Yi leaves half his face hidden in the shadows, replying with a rock-solid gaze, "I know." Stepping inside, the fog of his past life memories rushes back. He remembers how he previously awakened as an E-rank core fighter, a completely average green quality class. Because of that, he was bullied mercilessly. Stick with me, his glorious future is about to shine brighter than ever. Alright, let's dive into this wild awakening. He figures he needs S-rank to unlock the rarest form. Floating in zero gravity, surrounded by colorful glowing fragments, he analyzes his own body. By all logic, he should be a nuclear element type. So what kind of class is he going to awaken this time? Suddenly, streaks of green energy swirl completely around his body. His face tightens, intensely focused and waiting. But wait, the machines around him instantly start flashing like crazy. Out of nowhere, flashing red text violently pops up right on the main screen. The awakening system detects a critical error, making him sweat. Bai Yi desperately grabs his chest as it radiates a blinding light. The system alarm keeps blaring. It just detected 5 different elements. He grinds his teeth, enduring a fiery, brutal mutation tearing through him from the inside. What is going on? Heat surges as his pupils violently flash with a blinding golden light. A sharp chime rings out, followed by an ultimate system prompt. The infinite awakening system is now unlocked. A powerful status board unfolds right in front of him, displaying completely empty energy bars. The system completely explains the situation. Because his body somehow possesses all 5 elemental types, his starter class can actually be chosen from absolutely any class of any available element. Along with that comes an absolutely overpowered special privilege. Later on, by stacking enough of a specific element, he can randomly get a brand new class of that element or just upgrade his current one. Bai Yi's jaw drops. He is utterly stunned. Hold on a second. What does this mean? What is happening? Accumulate elements. He quickly pieces together this god-tier information. In other words, not only can he handpick his current element and starting class right now, but he can literally unlock totally new classes later. Glowing icons of different quality tiers suddenly appear, and he is absolutely thrilled. He can get green, blue, red, yellow, gold, literally every quality tier, maybe even that special hidden class. Yeah, this is one incredibly epic bonus package. Right then, the illusion of Demon Lord Belphegoro appears to confirm the results. That is correct, but only the initial starting class can be chosen. All future classes are totally random. Now watch this part closely. Let me give you a hand. The phantom magical hand touches Bai Yi's chest, directly transferring energy. He feels a massive surging power, so this is exactly what it brings him. An absolute sky-shattering aura aggressively explodes outward. Phantoms of countless mighty warriors from every single faction appear right behind his back, proving the true power of his infinite awakening. Amidst the flashing red and green elemental light, the system gives its final warning. Once the initial class is selected, it will completely wipe out all current elemental energy bars. This angle, this smirk, 10 out of 10. Bai Yi flashes a highly confident grin. The system prompt pops up. Please make your selection carefully. Cutting back to the outside of the awakening room, the boys are getting really impatient. Why is he taking so long? The heavy doors slowly open. Bai Yi walks out casually, one hand in his pocket. Someone immediately shouts, "Ah, he is finally out!" Teacher Hong walks over with a bright smile, full of high hopes for her unique student. What class did you end up awakening? Here comes the Oscar-level acting. Bai Yi suddenly lowers his eyes, pulling off a perfectly convincing sad face. I am sorry, I am going to disappoint you. Despite his words, his mouth twitches into a tiny smirk. A weak green magic aura flares around him, his intentional choice. I awakened a nuclear warrior, the absolute lowest green quality. The warm smile instantly fades from Teacher Hong's face, clearly showing her deep disappointment and regret. Ah, is that so? But she immediately forces a bright smile to encourage her student. It is okay. Even with a green quality class, many outstanding talents have been born. Do not give up. This world will definitely not let you down. She pats his shoulder reassuringly. Bai Yi awkwardly replies, honestly, you do not need to comfort me. But that just makes her pity him more. I know you must be feeling terrible inside. Before he can even explain, she gently pushes his shoulder. Go rest up quickly. The awakening process took a massive toll on your energy, right? Right during this comforting moment, an obnoxiously loud laugh shatters the air. Pfft, haha, I am dying of laughter. The guy walking up is none other than the arrogant school bully, Hong Cheong-sheng. Holding a drink, he mockingly repeats the teacher's exact words. As long as you work hard, the world will not let you down. Ha ha ha. I thought you were supposed to be capable, teacher. I know what you are thinking. Why is he just listening? Bai Yi just narrows his eyes coldly as the guy rants. Why spit out this useless toxic garbage? Teacher Hong glares at him, absolutely furious, but the punk just keeps loudly bragging. Teacher, you know the truth. He aggressively points his finger, openly stomping all over someone else's fragile hopes. Reality is nothing like that. Do you have a death wish? He violently shoves his way closer to Bai Yi, spitting out pure insults. A green quality class just proves you belong at the absolute bottom of society. His face completely twists into supreme arrogance. That is just how the world works. The gods choose their people. They only pick the strong. The weak are just meant to be completely trampled on. That word, God, accidentally hits a massive bloody nerve for our main character. A terrifying, murderous fire flashes deep inside Bai Yi's eyes. Teacher Hong steps right in front of him, yelling, "Why are you even here?" The bully just smirks. "You know it is true, right? A green class?" From now on, he can only sit in the back row and take notes. He tilts his chin up, asking and answering his own questions with pure arrogance. And why is that? He dramatically raises his drink like he is toasting to the absolute cruelty of this very world. Society is exactly like this. No power, no background, absolutely no future. Permanently stuck in the back row, completely thrown away by fairness. Continuing his highly toxic classist rant, the school bully wildly waves his arms around, aggressively describing a brutally hopeless reality. The strong grab all the best resources, and they just get even stronger. Glowing silhouettes aggressively crushing the weak violently flash right onto the screen. He furiously grinds out every single word. Green weaklings are totally doomed the absolute second they awaken. They can only ever become bottom-tier lackeys in the entire awakened world. Staring with a horribly piercing, mocking gaze, he insults Bai Yi. What is this trash about using hard work to change your entire life? A green quality becoming a genius? Do you honestly believe that absolute garbage? He dangerously glances at the angry, frowning teacher Hong, dropping more toxic venom. Exactly like the day you are born, your entire future was already completely decided. This awakened academy of ours is literally just a miniature version of the harsh real world. Not stopping there, he leans dangerously close to the teacher, grinning like a maniac. Is this not the brutal truth? A blue class like you should just quietly stay in school, acting like a totally useless bookworm living off sympathy. Then he sharply turns back to Bai Yi, who is casually holding his milk tea. He fiercely finishes off. As for a green trash like you, just crawl back home early. Stop wasting all the precious government resources. But running his mouth brings instant karma. Suddenly, Bai Yi's hand violently grips his milk teacup super tight. Trust me, you and I were both waiting for this. Without a single word, Bai Yi brutally splashes the entire drink right into the bully's arrogant face, leaving him completely blinded and stunned. All right, stick with me here. Milk tea pours down like heavy rain, dripping straight into the academy bully's wide-open, shocked mouth. It takes a second for his brain to process. Furious, he wipes his face, sweat mixing with tea, and roars, "What the hell are you doing?" Completely ignoring his rage, Bai Yi just casually crushes the empty cup. His face stays dead cold as he drops a razor-sharp line, "I do not like hearing you talk." Pure fury shoots straight to the top of Kwang Thin's head. His face twists into something absolutely hideous. He laughs like a maniac, veins popping all over his arms. "Ha ha. You dead meat." He channels all his dark purple magic energy right into his fists and charges madly straight at Bai Yi. The situation is hanging by a dangerous thread. Miss Huang panics, desperately reaching out to stop him. Then, the system board flashes red. It warns of an incoming assassin-class normal attack, massively boosting the enemy's pure strike power to a deadly level. Leaping from mid-air, the thug throws a fatal strike packed with destructive killer intent right at Bai Yi, roaring about him seeking death. Unfortunately for him, he picked the absolute worst target. Under the shadow of that massive fist, Bai Yi slowly opens his eyes, his pupils flashing with a terrifying golden magic pressure. Light as a feather, Bai Yi summons a blinding sword of light. In a single blink, he effortlessly swats away the enemy's brutal, overpowering attack. The system rates the defensive skill as a perfect parry block. The school boss just freezes, his eyes violently twitching. He absolutely cannot comprehend how total trash just blocked his strike. Now pay close attention here, because everything flips. That shock instantly turns into pure terror as the bully senses a horrifying, explosive power about to unleash. With one absolutely masterful, overwhelming sword swing, Bai Yi launches a devastating counterstrike, launching the massive thug flying backward into the air like a broken toy. Bathed in a fiery, glowing aura, Bai Yi's eyes reveal the cold, ruthless gaze of a king who is way too used to slaughtering demons. The insane force from the blade literally tears the air apart, blasting the boss backward at terrifying speed and tearing up a massive chunk of the courtyard. He skids across the hard dirt like a piece of absolute trash, leaving a thick trail of dust right in front of the stunned crowd. The shockwave crushes his internal organs, making Kwang Thin cough up a massive pool of fresh blood right as he lands. The guy who was just bragging now has a twisted face of agony. His eyes look glazed over, blood pouring down his chin. In the suffocating, dead silence that follows, Bai Yi slowly lowers his sword, standing tall and unmatched in the schoolyard. The lackeys watching from the sidelines start muttering unconsciously. What? His sharp eyes light up with power. Another student yells out in pure panic. What just happened? The whole crowd of students finally snaps out of it. Jaws dropped, eyes wide, they start freaking out completely. What just happened? How did he do that? What is going on? Bai Yi slightly raises his blade as the weapon info panel shines brightly. Core warrior class, equipped with a basic light sword, plus 20 attack, plus 20 dodge. He casually replies, I chose this specific class myself. The corner of his mouth curls up into a wicked, arrogant smirk. I am just really used to it. More like I have over 10 years of experience playing this faction, babies. Despite coughing up buckets of blood, Kwang Thin stubbornly stumbles to his feet, clutching his chest. He forces a bitter, humiliated smirk. Ha ha ha, you just got super lucky dodging one single hit. He got totally destroyed, but his main character syndrome has not dropped at all. Kwang Thin hunches over, growling. Deep purple magic power erupts wildly as his face contorts, screaming out, my class is a super rare red tier. Low-class garbage like you is not even fit to carry my shoes. Meanwhile, over at the academy coach bench, Miss Huang stands completely frozen in shock, sweating literal bullets. Her eyes intensely lock onto Bai Yi's glowing back as she mutters, no way, that counterattack absolutely could not be just dumb luck. The sharp eyes of this veteran educator narrow in deep focus. She secretly analyzes it. That was clearly peak movement technique exclusive to the warrior class. The insane highlight reel replays inside the teacher's mind. A flawless parry skill, executed right at the absolute moment of taking fatal damage. He instantly raised a shield and in 0.09 seconds broke human physical limits. He reflected 100% of the damage back to the source. You and I both know how insane this is. Even her old master with 10 years of training could not pull that off. A cold breeze blows her hair, revealing her absolute bewilderment. How the hell does a complete newbie on his very first day of awakening, with absolutely zero combat experience, pull off something so perfectly smooth? It is pure magic. Her eyes stay permanently glued to the god-tier side profile of her student while she is internally screaming. But the time for marveling is over, because the school boss is raging again. He draws his wind attribute short sword, magical energy screeching wildly as he flashes a savage manic grin. Did you wash your neck for death yet? He lunges forward, his killing intent crushing the space around them. He arrogantly curses the guy casually holding a glowing sword. You piece of trash, today I am going to make you crawl and bark like a dog in front of everyone. Ignoring the mad dog barking at him, Bai Yi keeps his face dead cold. His sharp golden eyes casually glance over, thinking to himself in silence. How could they possibly understand why I chose the class that looks like the absolute worst? Obviously, I have my hidden reasons. A confident, devilish smile blooms on his lips. The universal truth of your future and your life or death was decided at birth. Give it 10 years and you will all realize how massively you screwed up. Because your boy right here brought a total cheat tier skill tree. The bright green system panel pops up with pure pride. Weapon parry blocks 50% damage. Combined with counter impact and perfect timing, it reflects 100% of physical damage. Back in fiery reality, the space feels completely ripped apart by exploding magic. The surrounding students gulp nervously, breaking out into a massive, terrified panic. Hey, no jokes here. Are they really fighting to the death right now? The whole crowd turns pale with horror, buzzing with chaotic gossip. Secretly fighting in school with awakened powers means instant expulsion. Plus, it is in broad daylight with so many pairs of eyes watching. At this moment, the villain's insane background gets exposed. One student whispers, messing with Kwang Thin is fatal. His dad is a massive official, and his uncle runs the academy. Meanwhile, Bai Yi has absolutely nothing. Where is his backup? The glasses-wearing friend scratches his head, frantically worrying. If he falls for this trap and strikes back, he will be packing his bags and leaving school forever. Miss, please use your magic to save him right now. This absolute deadlock makes Miss Huang frown in deep annoyance, her brain rapidly calculating ways to salvage her student's future. And that is exactly where we leave it for now. She finally steps forward, raising a hand to intervene with a soothing tone. Listen, kids, you just awakened today. Do not lose your cool. Let's dive right back into the madness. But try reasoning with a raging maniac? Useless. Kwang Thin swats the teacher's hand away, roaring at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding me? This punk provoked me, he screams. You expect me to just let it go? He glares at Bai Yi, absolute killing intent radiating from his eyes. Even if he drops down and licks my shoes, it's too late, he snarls. I'm gonna permanently carve the difference between a chosen talent and complete trash into his skull. His face zooms in, completely twisted with pure madness. An uncrossable gap, he hisses. But let's cut over to the tactical commentary, shall we? Miss Huang frowns, analyzing the situation. Why are the class tiers so strictly divided? It all comes down to stats. Bai Yi's flimsy green stat board pops up. She silently evaluates it. Green tier attributes give exactly 100% output. No bonuses. What you see is literally what you get. Pure panic flashes in her eyes, sweat dripping down her forehead. Blue classes get a 150% boost, but red explodes. Kwangtin erupts in a blinding red aura. A brutal, blinding 200% stat multiplier. The school bully's massive shadow looms, looking like it wants to swallow Bai Yi whole. The moment of awakening. Red stats crush green by double. This massive gap in raw power, it's a lifelong curse that simply cannot be bridged. Cut back to our nerdy friend, desperately biting his nails. It's totally over, he groans. Stats? We lose. Combat? We lose. Bai Yi is getting completely crushed. Pushing up his glasses, he is practically in tears. Why did you have to go and poke the crazy dog? We all know these bullies are absolute garbage. Images of huge, brutal thugs flash through his mind. He bitterly recalls his cowardly survival lesson. To survive in this brutal big fish eats small fish world, the golden rule is simple. Stay far away from the trash. A harsh truth. A painful image of the weak getting stomped into the dirt flashes by. If you can't dodge the hit, you just have to cling to that pathetic survival philosophy. The four-eyed friend trembles, bowing his head with his hands up in surrender. He tells himself to swallow this anger. In his survival dictionary, cowardice is justified by pessimistic logic. Then to live longer. Fighting head-on is just the stupidest choice you can make. Now watch this. Kwang Thin charges in like a total maniac, his bloodthirsty red buffs completely lighting up the screen. Strength plus 32%, crit rate plus 20, lifesteal plus 15, he roars. The only thing waiting for you is absolute pathetic humiliation. Heart-stopping at the incoming violence, Miss Huang desperately reaches out. Bai Yi, watch out, she screams. Her brain is going into overdrive. Is he really going to block? But blocking drains a terrifying amount of stamina. Sweat pours down her face. Kwang Thin's attack is way too strong and way too fast. Thinking the victory is already in the bag, Kwang Thin's face twists into a savagely arrogant, confident smirk. You are dead, you can't block this. Let's see how you hide now. But in response to that rage, Bai Yi just smirks. A chillingly arrogant smile. Hide? Are you joking? I don't even know the word. The system suddenly flashes a brand new skill. Speed up 50%. Bai Yi casually slips past the fatal strike. Why would I hide, he whispers. Boom, the skill instantly upgrades into flash teleport. When speed hits 100%, it triggers instant teleportation that passes right through solid obstacles. Bai Yi's body turns into a beam of light, phasing right through the bully like a ghost. Kwang Thin is absolutely stunned, his pupils shrinking in pure panic. Did you catch that? Before his brain can even process the data, a terrifying pressure crushes down on the back of his neck. Kwang Thin's face drops. He's behind me, taking a massive invisible physical strike. The giant bully violently coughs up pitch-black blood, collapsing forward like a cleanly chopped down tree. A bitter end for a loudmouth. Kwang Thin face plants into the dirt with a massive thud, literally chewing mud. Bai Yi coldly steps right on his bleeding head, dropping one chilling word, trash. Dusting off his shirt, he casually adds to the coughing bully, trash like you belongs in the garbage bin. The entire courtyard is absolutely tripping right now. The lackeys look at each other in total, dumbfounded confusion. Did you just see what happened? No, it looked like Kwang Thin just slipped and fell on his own. What the heck? Did he actually just trip? The four-eyed friend covers his mouth in shock. He face-planted. Teacher Hoang is sweating bullets, awkwardly admitting she didn't catch what happened either. Amid this totally clueless crowd, only the pink-haired class rep Shix Lin squints her eyes. She clearly saw right through our mysterious guy's trick. Camera pans over to her analytical brain. The exact second Kwang Thin charged in to attack, Bai Yi once again triggered the exclusive warrior speed skill. And it wasn't just basic speed, it was the high-tier flash teleport. Seeing his blurry after-image, she gasps internally. But what on earth did he do next? In that split second, what massive attack did he actually use to critically injure his opponent? The bleeding bully makes her shiver. Just one single strike smoothly handled the opponent. Her admiration for this monster rookie absolutely explodes. Shix Lin sweats, completely in awe. Bai Yi didn't just master the absolute highest form of a basic warrior skill. He completely integrated it perfectly into real live combat. Even crazier, in that very split second, he calculated exactly how to avoid breaking the school's strict public fighting rules. The courtyard is still in total chaos. What's wrong with Kwang Thin today? The other guy didn't even attack. How embarrassing. The class rep just stares at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, what exactly happened to you? But our main character is currently a little busy. Checking his awesome system rewards. Ding, ding. Class experience increased by 50 points. Critically injured an E-rank star element opponent and gained 50 star element points. Bai Yi smirks. Just as predicted, using his combat class actually lets him stack up experience. Defeating enemies grants their element points, but 50 points? He sighs, realizing he needs to go grind some dungeons. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Let's dive right into this. On the ground, the centipede lies dead, while Kwang Thin coughs violently. He trembles, pushing himself up, veins bulging as he screams, "You're not getting away!" Furious at his humiliation, he grabs the hilt of his dropped short sword, gripping it so tight his knuckles turn entirely white. Completely losing his mind from the shame, Kwang Thin lunges forward. Purple mana erupts wildly as he attempts a cowardly sneak attack right at Bai Yi's back. "I'll kill you!" Right at that life or death moment, an authoritative voice cuts through the chaos. Enough. Bai Yi subtly glances back. The ultimate backup for the villains has arrived. It is none other than Hong Long, the Academy's Awakening Department principal. Hong Long steps up with an arrogant posture, adjusting his glasses while releasing a heavy aura. "Have you not embarrassed yourself enough already?" Kwang Tin looks up like a lost dog finding its master. "Uncle!" Meanwhile, Bai Yi's eyes turn dangerously dark as memories of his past life flood back. It is him. The principal waves his hand, shooing away the crowd of nosy students. "Everyone is tired from the awakening ceremony today. Stop watching this drama and just go home." The crowd scatters in sheer panic. "It is the principal. Run. It is the weekend. Go rest." He clasps his hands behind his back, giving orders with a superior tone. "Go home and properly report your newly awakened classes to your families." Seeing his old enemy, pure killing intent flashes wildly in Bai Yi's eyes. He glares at the old man, his brain rapidly rewinding the past. Going home. The principal shoots a sideways glare at Bai Yi, dropping a threat. "And you? Do you know the Academy's strict rules?" But he has absolutely no clue. Our main character is currently spacing out because he just reincarnated back into the past. He literally hasn't processed what's going on yet. Watch closely here. This changes everything. A devastating memory strikes the reincarnated Bai Yi, making him flinch as cold sweat pours down. If he is 20 years in the past, that means on this awakening day, they are still alive. May 22nd, 2005. Something else happened today. His face turns completely pale. Ignoring the old principal rambling behind him, he curses inwardly. "Damn it, how could I ever forget about this?" The principal yells out in absolute anger. "But this is the most crucial matter." Bai Yi spins around, stomps hard on the ground, and sprints away like a hurricane, leaving absolutely everyone completely stunned. The principal jumps in shock, pointing and shouting, "Hey, this little punk is just running away and leaving this mess." Principal Hong Long's face turns black with pure rage. He turns his furious glare to Teacher Hong, who stands there paralyzed and pale. Taking his anger out on her, he points right at her face and unleashes a harsh scolding. "Manage your own students properly from now on. I will pretend nothing happened today, and I will not pursue this annoying matter any further." Faced with the pressure of a powerful superior, Teacher Hong can only grit her teeth, bow deeply, and bitterly apologize. "I am sorry." Cutting back to the suffocating principal's office, sunlight filters through the blinds, casting shadows on Hong Long's incredibly strict and serious face. Meanwhile, Kwang Thin stands there awkwardly reporting the situation. His massive ego as a privileged rich kid feels completely and utterly violated. Clutching his chest, Kwang Thin grits his teeth and complains bitterly. "Damn it. If that punk didn't get completely lucky, there is absolutely no way I would have ever lost." But the principal uncle is not that easily fooled. He slams the desk, shaking the entire room, roaring loudly to cut off his extremely foolish nephew's total nonsense. "I know what you're thinking, but check this out." Pushing up his glasses with a dangerous glint, he questions his delusional nephew. "Do you even know what the kid standing opposite you did? Right at the exact moment you aggressively charged toward him." The mind of a veteran begins breaking it down. He abruptly stands up, his back radiating a heavy, oppressive pressure. He unleashed the high-tier movement skill, Flash Step. A cruel truth slaps the loser right across the face. He meticulously analyzes that terrifyingly profound sword path. But the most crucial point is right before he actually teleported. In the mere fraction of a second when you two clashed, he found the most fatal weakness on your entire body. He landed a painful blow that completely shattered your absolute defense. He turns his back, his tone dropping with a rare hint of actual fear. This entire sequence of movements exclusively used the most basic warrior class skills. Yet, even a veteran like me, who has bathed in battlefield blood for 15 years, might not be able to execute it with such flawless mastery. He seals it with the most humiliating comparison possible, dumping a bucket of freezing cold water right on his nephew's totally stunned face. "Your fight was hilarious. It was exactly like a grandmaster using basic attacks to completely toy with a primary school kid who just paid to max out his premium stats." While the enemy is busy dissecting his moves, that echoed warning perfectly matches the image of Bai Yi sprinting frantically down the street. This kid is absolutely not as simple as you think. Sweat pours down like rain, but his eyes remain sharp as a razor blade. He pushes his speed to the absolute limit, thinking to himself, if there is one thing I must absolutely do after reincarnating, aside from getting my bloody revenge. Sparks fly from the friction on the road as his sneakers break hard. He skids to a complete halt right in front of a rundown apartment building. Resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily like a fish out of water, he looks up. His eyes overflow with intense determination. It is exactly this matter. The gates of hellish memories burst wide open. The image of a massive pool of blood covering a shattered floor flashes by, along with the blood-red, murderous back of a cruel demon and the utterly heart-wrenching wails of his own past self. A weak little boy, completely covered in blood, collapses onto the floor. He covers his trembling face and sobs uncontrollably in a state of sheer, absolute helplessness. Cutting off that tragic flashback, Bai Yi grits his teeth hard. He channels all his remaining strength into his legs, preparing to storm straight into the building. His eyes blaze with the fiery resolve of a deathmatch. A vicious oath is deeply carved into his mind. Even if I die, I must stop what is about to happen. A faint blue status panel pops up, almost mocking him. Level 1 Core System Warrior. His basic attributes are absolute garbage with 0 buffs. He only has 2 measly skills available to him, block and sprint. Compared to his enemy's double-buffed red panel earlier, their stats are worlds apart. Just looking at it kills all hope. But the Grim Reaper's clock waits for no one, and the fateful time marker is displayed as clear as day. May 22nd, 2005, 6:07 p.m. Inside the house, a shirtless man is happily watching television. He laughs with his mouth wide open, revealing a totally despicable, sick expression. Haha, so interesting. In a peaceful corner that completely contrasts that terrifying vibe, through the kitchen window, a gentle woman with her hair pinned up is busy washing dishes. She is totally unaware of the horrific danger lurking right nearby. Bai Yi suddenly freezes right outside the glass window. His faded reflection shows on the glass as he silently gazes at his hard-working mother's back. He pushes the door and enters, shattering that eerie atmosphere. The man turns his head to glare, while the mother turns around with a warm, gentle smile as the text appears. Oh, you're finally home? Wearing her work jacket, she speaks in a caring, incredibly warm voice. You got off from school pretty early today, huh? And trust me, you're going to feel this. Time slows down like a movie scene. Bai Yi stares blankly at that smile through the tragic lens of 20 years of separation. Let's dive right into a story that hits hard from second one. His nose stings, and tears he held back for lifetimes finally spill down his cheeks. He bites his lip, choking out the word, Mom. Her gentle face lights up, and inside, his soul screams with pure, painful relief. She's alive, and that is all that matters. Quickly wiping away his tears, he steps up to take the hot plate of food from his mother's deeply calloused hands. It turns out his mother, Tan Tao, is mute. She happily moves her hands in sign language, her gentle smile glowing with absolute, unconditional love. She signs to him. I made your absolute favorite hot and sour noodles. Forcing down his messy emotions to avoid looking suspicious, Bai Yi flashes the brightest smile he can possibly muster. He playfully whines in response, Mom, today I really want fish with pickled mustard greens instead. Caught off guard by this sudden request, Bai Yi's mother just smiles warmly and replies using sign language. Let's do that tomorrow. I already made the spicy noodles for today. But our guy just puts on his most flattering, stubborn smile, his eyes flashing with a hidden, desperate determination. I specially want to eat it today. Let's go get it right now, Mom. Helpless against him, she smiles, wiping her hands on her apron with endless affection. She signs back, I really can't win with you. Seeing his mom give in, Bai Yi quickly follows behind her, his voice eager. Mom, I am coming with you. But his plan gets shattered instantly by a slurred, drunken voice. The man slouching on the sofa drops a cold line. Your mother can go by herself, that is enough. The deadbeat, alcoholic father lounges there, giving his son a nasty sideways glare with absolute arrogance. What is wrong with you, brat? You come home and do not even greet your dad? Now watch closely, because here is the question Bai Yi was dreading. Today was your awakening day, wasn't it? He pushes himself up, his face practically glowing with greedy excitement, ready to brag to the world. Hurry up and tell me your good news. Without even waiting for an answer, he gleefully yanks a few freezing cold beer bottles right out of the fridge. A blinding red status window pops up like a massive flex. Bak Lin Sin, level 26, rank C electric system warrior with 400% attribute resonance. He waves 2 beer bottles in the air, loudly bragging. I finished work early and rushed home just to celebrate with you, boy. Desperate to buy time, Bai Yi drops a blatant lie, his face entirely blank while his eyes sink into dark shadows. I missed it. I did not awaken today. He calmly spins a perfect excuse, blaming the whole thing on a string of terrible luck. We just were not lucky today. The awakening process took way too long and we ran out of time. But the father isn't buying it. His face darkens, suspiciously interrogating him. Then why the hell are you home so early? He then sneers, putting down the neighbors just to boost his own ego. Old man Loy's kid reportedly awakened a blue class. Like father, like son, absolute trash, both of them. He thumps his chest, dragging out his own past glory just to crush his son with impossible expectations. The son of Bok Lin Sin must be at least a red class. Back in my day with zero resources, I still awakened a red class, and right on cue, the classic guilt trip about all his supposed hard work begins. He slowly steps closer, his tone dripping with heavy pressure. I break my back earning money to feed and educate you. I poured all my blood and sweat into you. He lowers his head, terrifying red mana flooding the room, crushing right against Bai Yi's throat. He snarls, "What is your class?" Suddenly, the horrifying memories from his past life rush back like a waking nightmare. The father's explosive red mana and Bai Yi's pathetically weak green mana clash against each other inside the incredibly suffocating, tense room. Bai Yi grits his teeth, his voice trembling and hesitant. I still have not. Before he can finish, the father violently smashes the bottle over his head, sending everything spinning in blood and booze. The beer bottle shatters into pieces, glass flying everywhere. The father stands there, gripping a piece of green jade, drunkenly muttering about the green color. He roars in pure psychotic fury, his face twisted in disgust. What the hell were you pretending to study for all day? Just to awaken into a piece of trash green class? You want me to lose all my face, don't you? Bai Yi's current thoughts turn razor sharp, his sweat-soaked hair hiding eyes burning with absolute, unfiltered hatred. This man right here isn't awakened, and he is his father. Rewinding the tragic memory tape, we see the father brutally raining punches down on his frail son. He is a violent monster who absolutely cannot control his own explosive emotions. The present Bai Yi blames himself, standing completely frozen in the warm kitchen, flashing back to that horrific, fateful day. You and I are about to witness true nightmare fuel. It's been so long he almost forgot his awakening day, May 22nd, 2005. His past life's most cruel reality. The violent image of his father, grabbing his hair and slamming him into the dining table flashes by. After finding out his son was a green awakened, he felt so humiliated that he savagely beat him right inside their own home. And taking the brunt of that insane rage, a familiar figure opening her arms to shield him. His mother, trying to protect him just like always, threw herself right into the line of fire. Pure helplessness eats at his soul as the father swings a heavy wooden chair high in the air, ready to strike. He was way too weak back then, too terrified. And the price for that weakness? The father's massive hand grabs his mother's graying hair, showing absolutely zero mercy or hesitation. He beat his own wife for an entire hour just to vent his anger. Fresh blood dyed the floor red as his frail mother collapsed into a bloody puddle, completely unconscious. That day, his mother's leg was brutally broken. The severe head trauma left her permanently brain damaged and mentally unstable. All that remained was the agonizing, heart-tearing cry of a helpless child. His young face, completely smeared with blood and tears, screaming and crying in total, absolute, soul-crushing despair. Snapping back to the brutal present, Bai Yi is sprawled on the floor, face battered, food scattered everywhere. He looks pathetic under the boot of his alcoholic father, but inside, his willpower is burning fiercer and more unbreakable than ever before. He forces himself up as that familiar green status window pops up. Bai Yi Level 1, Core System Warrior. He reminds himself that right now, he just awakened as a trash rank core warrior. Even though he purposely picked this class for its crazy hidden trait, he still needs to wait a bit longer for it. Hearing him scramble, the father barks a cold command, "Stand up." Bai Yi grits his teeth, slowly pushing himself to his knees. The massive gap in their levels is painfully obvious once again. Bok Lin Sin's blazing red status window appears, flashing those suffocating, overwhelmingly dominant stats right in his face. Level 26, Rank C, Red Class. Looking up at him, he thinks, this is completely different from fighting school kids. This old man has real, brutal combat experience. I miscalculated. With my current strength, I absolutely cannot beat him in a straight fight. The brute's absolute rage erupts all over again. He brutally yanks his son's hair, roaring like a completely wild, deranged beast. I never should have let your mother give birth to you. He bitterly realizes the old man came home early specifically to ambush him, and will not stop until he gets the awakening results. That's why he takes the brutal beating without backing down. He absolutely cannot let his mom stay here anymore. Another merciless punch lands, blood pouring from his nose, but he considers himself lucky. That's where we leave it. Trust me, his revenge is going to be epic. Let's dive right into this absolute nightmare. He tried to get his mom out of there, but suddenly, crash! Dropped groceries ruin everything. The young guy looks up, his pupils shrink down to pinpricks. Absolute pure panic. Right in front of him, his mom's back is trembling. His dad is stomping closer, radiating this terrifying red aura, groceries scattered everywhere. He's screaming internally, why did she return? Did she really come back just for him? The agonizing truth hits. A flashback shows her running frantically through the streets, consumed by one single unspoken thought. Back in reality, she is frozen at the door. Face pale with terror, she stammers out, "You are back?" Her abusive husband just scoffs. That blood-red magic completely wraps around his body and his voice drips with sick sarcasm. "Come look at the worthless trash you birthed." Boom. The brutal stat difference pops up on screen. A flimsy green stat panel versus a glowing red one with a 400% multiplier. Fast forward to a dark, gloomy prison cell. A raspy voice cuts the heavy silence. "I heard you are the first green class awakened to ever advance. Usually, you need at least a blue class in rank A to pull off a class advancement." The future version of our boy sits there in a prison uniform. The man asks, "How did you level up so early?" The guy exhales a thick cloud of white smoke, jumping straight from green to unique platinum. Two inmates sitting face to face. The older guy leans in. "Why are you here? This block is strictly death row." Our guy keeps his head down, voice dripping resentment. "Because that bastard deserved to die." Eyes bloodshot, completely unhinged. "He beat my own mother to death." Watch closely, we are snapping back to the present. He wakes from the memory, face covered in blood, eyes burning with hatred. He glares at the dad, charging toward his mom, fists clenched, pure white. Like a rabid animal, the old man swings a devastating, earth-shattering punch right at him. Everything shatters with a deafening crack. His hand is dripping fresh blood. Even without using skills, a trained awakened is terrifyingly stronger than any normal human. Blood drips onto the floor. He collapses, body shaking uncontrollably from the impact. A regular person would have been instantly killed by that punch. Seeing her son take that hit, the mom screams in sheer terror. She rushes over, frantically shaking her head, begging him not to provoke the guy. He looks up, blood pouring down his forehead, screaming. The drunk dad clenches his fist, muttering like a psycho. So annoying. He turns to his trembling wife, his tone turning sickeningly, creepily sweet. "New Van, remember when you got pregnant with a son? I was so happy." He steps closer, red aura flaring around his fists. He actually thought his chance to change his life had arrived. Time for the disgusting family truth. He points right at his wife. "Those two losers could not have a boy, but I finally gave them one." He violently grabs her collar, his face twisted in madness. "The Bach family still has to rely on me to honor the ancestors." His rage hits absolute peak level, bloodshot eyes glaring at his terrified wife. "But why?" he roars. "Why did my son awaken the most garbage green class ever?" And just like that, he blames the poor, defenseless woman for everything. He points right in her face, screaming, "Useless trash that cannot even advance, all because of your garbage genes." His blood-red magic explodes, preparing to drop a fatal strike. Life or death moment right here. A high-tier skill flashes. Flash step. 100% speed triggers an instant teleportation effect. You and I both know what happens next. In a blink, the dad's red eyes only track a ghostly green flash. Boom. He teleports right in front of his mom, using his own body as a shield. Green aura wraps around them, blasting the drunk dad backward. He grinds out every single word. Bloodshot eyes, hoarse voice packed with pure fury. "Do not touch her." Caught totally off guard, the dad actually scoffs. A sick smile spreads as his killing intent fades. Interesting. Meanwhile, the mom is terrified, clinging to her son, completely speechless. The absolute madness returns to his twisted face, smiling savagely. "Look who finally grew up." Very good. Standing in the wrecked house, the three are deadlocked. The air feels thick with gunpowder and death. Gripping a sword of pure light, our guy calculates. Just need to hold out a bit longer. He swings, blocking his dad's relentless barrage. His retract skill perfectly blocks 100% of the damage. Counterattack triggered. His whole body flares up with brilliant green light. Snap. The light sword shatters the second it hits the dad's fist. A devastating strike punches right through. He bitterly realizes his guard is completely broken. The power gap is just way too massive. But even the dad did not expect the recoil to completely numb his arm. He winces. Ribs hurt so badly, feels like they are broken. But the punch follows through, blasts him straight into the wall, blood spraying everywhere. Zero time to breathe. The dad pops a skill. A glaring red panel appears, black lightning flash boosting his speed. Every single attack now carries a brutal shock effect. He roars, "Now you dare defy your noble father?" Black and red lightning completely corners them. He smirks with absolute cruelty. Dark magic surges into his fist. Getting a little too eager, aren't we? Staring down the finishing blow, he shields his mom, screaming internally, "I absolutely will not lose." The dad's response? Pure, unfiltered disgust. Got some backbone, but so what? Trash classes deserve to die. Dripping with blood, our boy keeps his head up, eyes burning with sweet revenge. In this life, I will not let history repeat itself. The dad completely loses it, grabs an iron chair, snarling, "Think you are tough? Trust me, this is where it gets insane." He raises the chair, ready to smash them both. Forgot who the real boss is? Right then, urgent pounding on the door echoes through the room, followed by a loud shout from outside. "Open up right now!" Stick with me here, because this is where the real mastermind plan kicks off. His mom holds him tight while the scumbag dad curses at the door. But look at our boy Bai Yi, bloody and bruised, flashing a faint, chilling smile. They're finally here. The dad kicks a chair out of his way, stomping to the door. Who the hell is knocking like a maniac? The door swings open to reveal two stern men in official uniforms. One of them speaks with absolute authority. "Took you long enough, busy with something?" Their status panels instantly pop up on screen. Here we have Vice Captain Li Ong of the inspection team, an A-rank red system awakened, alongside his investigator Chen Jin-woo, a C-rank blue system awakened. These guys are no joke. Seeing these heavy hitters, the drunk abusive dad instantly turns into a shivering puppy. All the color drains from his face as he stammers out, "Oh, Vice Captain, what brings you here?" Li Ong holds up a wanted poster, his voice ice cold. "We got a tip that the dangerous fugitive Snow was spotted near this building. We are currently searching every single unit. Have you noticed anyone suspicious hanging around here?" And this right here is exactly how his brilliant plan unfolds. The wanted poster shows a hooded, heavily bearded guy, stamped with a bright red warning that clearly reads, "Snow, extremely dangerous." Faced with this sudden intense situation, the drunk dad completely switches gears into a total clown. He waves his hands, forcing a painfully fake laugh. "Haha, this guy is on the TV every single day. If I saw him, I'd definitely report it immediately." While he's running his mouth, Bai Yi's mother anxiously rubs her bleeding son's head, her eyes full of absolute heartbreak. But the inspection team's sharp instincts aren't easily fooled by this garbage acting. Vice Captain Li Ong points straight at Bai Yi, his tone heavy with suspicion. "Hold on a second. What exactly happened to your kid?" The dad frantically waves his hands again, making up the most pathetic excuse you've ever heard. "Oh, my dumb kid was just being careless. Sent him to buy food and he tripped and fell." Such a trivial thing shouldn't bother the vice captain, but his clumsy little act is about to get completely shattered. Now watch closely, this is where the kid fights back. Bai Yi snaps his head up, golden eyes burning with pure rage as he forces out 3 words. "He beat me." A terrifying, heavy silence completely swallows the room. The dad's face completely freezes, and deep purple magic power starts leaking out of him. A special info panel pops up on screen, explaining this exact tense moment. Second awakening. A rare fraction of professionals can actually build upon their original foundation to trigger a second awakening, which massively boosts their overall combat power. Flashback to 18 minutes ago. Bai Yi is standing at a public payphone downstairs, his voice perfectly calm but highly calculating. "I just saw someone entering Building A of the ZUA complex. He looks exactly like that wanted criminal Snow." Before heading upstairs, he had made that tip-off call from the convenience store across the street. By now, the guards should be searching his floor. Back in the present, he calculates in his head. If the guards got a tip about Snow, they would definitely dispatch a full squad. He just didn't expect them to sweep the building this fast. Either way, the timing worked out perfectly. Desperately trying to save his own skin, the dad turns back to Li Ong and stammers out a pathetic defense. "Are you really believing this kid? He's just joking around with you. How could I possibly lay a hand on my own son? I love him to death." But Bai Yi isn't giving this monster any room to act. He stands straight up, pointing to every single fresh wound on his body, his voice like iron. "My arm from a chair, my head from a bottle, punched here, kicked here. Every single injury on my body right now can be medically evaluated right this second." Faced with this undeniable glaring evidence, Li Ong's face instantly darkens, and the tension in the room absolutely skyrockets. And this is the moment Bai Yi delivers the final death blow. He stares right into his father's eyes, his voice as cold as ice. "Regarding any awakened individual who cannot control their own violent behavior and intentionally causes physical harm to other people. According to the Divine Codex, Awakened Management Regulations, Chapter 8. Article 4 clearly states, if their behavior shows signs of potential public danger, they must be immediately detained and locked up for 15 days in the awakened prison. Hearing him quote the exact law, both Li Ong and Chen Jinwoo are completely stunned. Staring at this kid, the dad's face turns pitch black. He grinds his teeth together, only one thought echoing in his mind. Has this brat Bai Yi completely lost his mind? Without a single second of hesitation, Li Ong steps right forward, his voice booming with authority. Bai Lingsheng, I am Li Ong of the inspection team. You are now under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Backed into a corner, the dad screams out like a maniac, cursing loudly, but Chen Jinwoo already has him pinned down from behind. Calm down. If you resist, we will be forced to use extreme physical measures. The scumbag thrashes around in total desperation, only managing to scream one last bitter threat before being dragged away. Bai Yi, you just wait and see. The front door finally slams shut, instantly returning a much-needed, long-overdue peace to the apartment. Bai Yi turns back around, fresh blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He softly calls out, Mom. Without a single word of blame, his mother rushes over and pulls her precious son into a desperate hug, sobbing uncontrollably out of both pure relief and sheer heartbreak. He slowly wraps his arms around her too, his voice shaking slightly. Mom, it's okay now. Resting his battered head on her shoulder, he silently tells himself, this time I actually protected her. We bought 15 days. He gently pats her back, his voice now filled with absolute conviction. Don't worry, Mom. That was the last time. I have enough time now to become much stronger. We both felt that beating, but watch this. While hugging his mom, his bloody hand clenches tight. The true purpose behind his whole crazy plan is finally revealed. He thinks to himself, there was no way I was taking that beating for nothing. During the chaos, he casually swiped the safe key right off that monster's body. Resting inside his palm is an old, blood-stained golden key. He stares off into the distance, eyes burning with a deep, furious hatred. This key opens the exact thing that bastard backstabbed his own teammates to steal years ago. And that is the earth-shattering secret that helped that trash climb from a bottom-tier E rank awakened all the way up to C rank. Without a single second of hesitation, he marches straight into his father's bedroom, right to where the safe is hidden in the darkest corner. He slides the key into the lock, thinking to himself how that scumbag even hid this from his own flesh and blood. Back to Bai Yi's next move. Standing right in front of that bedroom door, painful memories flash through his mind. In his past life, he only found out this incredible item existed long after that old man died. Click. The heavy safe door swings open. Sitting right there inside is a dark, short sword, radiating a bone-chilling, massive magical aura. He pulls it out, his eyes flashing with a brilliant spark of hope. Now that I've got you, I can finally try soloing some dungeons. Already mapping out his grand plan, he mutters as he walks. Right now, running dungeons is the only single way to level up my class. But currently, every known dungeon is strictly controlled by the authorities. If you aren't in a major guild, you can't get in. He steps out of his building, heading deep into a deserted, quiet forest area. The only dungeons I can freely access right now are the low-level ones managed by the academy. So what do you and I take from this? Revenge is just getting started. Green magic wraps around his body as he stares confidently at a gloomy abandoned building. He's about to raid the hidden dungeons he remembers from his past life. Let's dive right into this wild story. A glowing system panel drops the details. Hidden dungeon, level requirements, difficulty. Taking a deep breath, he grips his sword. His eyes, dead serious. He needs to speed run this and leave everyone behind. The world's basic rules are simple. Dungeons are basically just massive monster nests. Awakened hunters go inside, slaughter beasts, farm experience, and level up their combat classes. Meanwhile, over at the local guard station's holding cell, the clock hits 10:02 at night, a guard sighs. This case is so messy that the entire squad and vice captain got dragged in. Another guard groans in annoyance. They haven't found a single clue yet. Was this whole thing just a fake police report? Vice Captain Li Ang glares at the drunk dad through the bars. His voice is ice cold. Anything involving a traitor simply cannot be ignored. He stares at the wanted poster for Snow. He looks worried. If Snow is actually hiding in their district during the guild anniversary, huge disaster. Over in the corner, another guy whispers. He heard the captain is returning early, but Liang snaps at him instantly. That is totally not something they should discuss. Back in the cell, the deadbeat dad tries his luck. Clinging to the bars, he whines. Come on, Vice Captain, cut me some slack. First offense, I will never do it again. The pathetic guy puts on a fake sad, literally using family drama to beg. He mentions the vice captain's pregnant wife, offering a fancy postnatal care center run by his buddy. But Liang, he is not buying it. He crosses his arms, voice dropping. Are you seriously trying to bribe the guard squad right now? You used to be a guild member. Turning his back, he drops one final disgusted remark. Look how pathetic you've become. Hitting a nerve, the dad freezes, his hands sliding off the bars. Then the young guard steps up with a friendly smile, but his words are sharp as a knife. Getting caught bribing means way worse than just jail time. Get some sleep. Tomorrow you are being transferred to the awakened prison. The heavy door slams shut. The guard casually tells him to behave. Inside the dark cell, the dad's face twists into pure rage. He grinds his teeth, screaming the name of the kid who ruined him. Back home, his mother is fast asleep. He calculates quietly. 15 days until that man is out of jail. Watch closely. He needs absolute power fast. Looking out his window, he is dead set. Dungeons are his only choice. His mind is racing. Dungeons can spawn literally anywhere. They are basically parallel dimensions existing right alongside our world. You enter through portals popping out of nowhere, but massive guilds instantly claim them upon discovery. Inside, tons of magic beasts and rare ores. It is the absolute best way for an awakened to skyrocket their power level. But they are insanely dangerous. Usually, official agencies inspect them before teams can enter. Back in his room, he digs through an old, dusty bookshelf. He remembers a news report from 5 years in the future. This specific dungeon was ignored and unmapped until the massive demon invasion finally exposed it. He pulls out an old book with a rough hand-drawn map. It reveals key dungeon info. F-rank dungeons usually need 3 E-rank awakened. E-rank dungeons demand a 5-man squad. He opens the hidden door and freezing air blasts his face. Based on the current timeline, he is 90% sure this is an F-rank. It is the lowest level hidden dungeon he can access right now. Right in front of him is a glowing red portal. The system panel flashes. Undiscovered dungeon entrance. The moment he steps in, dark energy swirls around. He steps back as bone-chilling air completely surrounds him. He mutters to himself. Dungeons are packed with traps. You normally need different elements and classes grouped up just to boost your survival rate. But green magic suddenly erupts, wrapping around his entire body. His eyes are completely fearless. He has 0 options left. He has to solo this and get strong fast. You and I know this is insane. The system flashes a danger warning. He steps into a blindingly white, frozen wasteland. He blows on freezing hands. A total ice zone, definitely ice beast territory. He moves carefully while the blizzard screams around him. Going deeper, he spots countless dry bones scattered everywhere. Did someone else enter before? And then, he spots a massive white bear, completely fast asleep. Its breath creates freezing air currents. It is a hibernating level 8 E-rank tundra bear. While shocked, a dark shadow lunges right at him. He spins around, mentally screaming. Total garbage luck. He hit the 10% trap. This is actually an E-rank dungeon. In the bone-chilling blizzard, he squints, trying to logically calm himself down. Why was this place never discovered? Could it be because most monsters here are hibernating? But his relief shatters. Trouble finds him immediately as a massive shadow rips through the freezing wind. The system flashes red. It is a level 2 E-rank bloodthirsty forest wolf. He smoothly steps back to dodge, internally cursing his own weak stats. Even a random wolf outlevels him right now. The wild beast bares its fangs. It snaps its foul jaws, trying to rip its tiny prey to absolute shreds. Too bad for the wolf, it picked the wrong guy today. Moving with the lightning speed of a former pro, he leaps and flips gracefully through the air, effortlessly dodging the deadly pounce, like it was absolutely nothing. Sticking the perfect landing, he tightly grips his razor-sharp sword. He looks back over his shoulder with a totally cocky smirk, getting ready to counterattack. Giving the beast 0 time to recover, he explodes off the ground. He turns into a blur slicing through the blizzard, leaving the dumbfounded wolf swiping thin air. Furious, the stubborn wolf snaps its head around. Brutal killing intent flares in its glowing green eyes as claws dig into snow. But can it match a reincarnated pro? And that is where we leave it. He dashes past the monster, dodging perfectly. Then, a blazing golden slash rips upward, delivering the ultimate critical hit. Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch a master at work. The blade tears through the snow, piercing the beast's thick skin. Opening battle, over instantly. The massive monster crashes down, dyeing the pure white snow completely red. Meanwhile, Bai Yi just stands there, holding his sword in an incredibly badass pose. Looking at his new toy, he feels pretty proud of his sneaky theft from earlier. It is an A-rank weapon, the Kunwu blade. He swiped it off that assassin, and honestly, you could not buy this masterpiece on the market even if you were filthy rich. The epic stat window pops up, a rank weapon. Forged from Kunwu stone, it is unbelievably sharp. We are talking slicing through solid iron like it is warm butter. plus 150 strength, 50 luck, 100 stamina, 20% lifesteal, and 20% armor penetration. He nods, totally satisfied. This perfectly fills the massive gap in his current combat power. But reality quickly sets back in. These wild beasts have insanely high defense. Even if he aims perfectly for their weak spots, it still takes 3 or 4 solid slashes to take one down. Suddenly remembering his golden days when a single swing could obliterate anything, Bai Yi lets out a heavy sigh. His chibi face shows pure, absolute helplessness. He is seriously missing his high-level glory days right now. But complaining won't level him up. Time to grind. The system panel starts pinging like crazy with constant notifications. 52 class experience points gained. Level 1 progress is at 102 out of 1000. He also bags 50 cloud element points for defeating an E-tier cloud attribute enemy. Watching the XP bar crawl like a turtle, he grips his sword and does the math. To level up his E-tier class, he needs to slaughter roughly 20 wolves. And going from E to D tier takes 10 whole levels. A loot screen pops up, 1 snow wolf tooth gained. But before he can even catch his breath, a savage ear-piercing howl rips through the dead silence of the snowy wasteland. His survival instincts instantly kick in. Bai Yi snaps his head toward the dark night. Through the violent blizzard, he spots pitch-black shadows growling and charging right at him. Welcome to the ultimate werewolf banquet. A massive swarming pack appears out of nowhere. Leading the charge is a giant boss with spiky, rugged fur and glowing, bloodthirsty red eyes. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, a level 4 E-tier cloud beast. Surrounded on all sides, our guy grips his blade tight, calmly analyzing this deadly situation. The fresh blood definitely lured them all here. Now watch closely. Most people would panic, but Bai Yi, his golden eyes are literally burning with pure, unadulterated excitement. He narrows his eyes, a fiercely competitive smirk curving on his lips. Going for a siege attack right off the bat? Wasting zero time, the entire wolf pack leaps high into the air, closing in from every single direction like a perfectly laid net of absolute death. Now the masterclass in combat begins. The Kunwu blade traces a blinding arc, slashing straight down onto the alpha wolf's head. The system flashes red, critical weak point hit. Like a professional figure skater, Bai Yi smoothly weaves and dodges right through the middle of the surrounding beasts. Another system flash signals a flawless perfect dodge, and the exact second he evades, he instantly strikes back. A massive lightning-fast slash sweeps straight through the enemy formation, triggering a brutal counterattack. The battle instantly transforms into a visually stunning non-stop combo arena. Wind-tearing slashes fly out endlessly, blending perfect weak point criticals with flawless dodge and counter maneuvers. He literally turns this vicious, aggressive wolf pack into his own personal target practice. With an icy deadpan stare, his cold eyes completely lock onto the struggling remaining survivors. Bai Yi channels all his power into the blade, screaming in his mind, "Time for one last, ultimate strike." He twists his body, delivering a devastating spinning kick in midair. At the same time, he unleashes a hurricane of razor-sharp sword aura, blowing the remaining weak wolves completely away. The epic area of effect farming results completely blow up his screen. A glorious golden river of experience notifications aggressively cascades down. Successfully killed bloodthirsty forest wolf. Gained 52 experience points. The numbers just keep jumping up, completely non-stop. Bai Yi lands in an incredibly arrogant, absolute badass pose. The system announces a massive loot haul, 18 snow wolf teeth acquired. Sweeping his eyes across the freshly cleared battlefield, he pins his gaze right on the final trembling, furious boss. Only the Wolf King is left standing now. Seeing its entire pack slaughtered, the Wolf King charges in a berserk frenzy. It snaps its massive fang-filled jaws, fully intending to swallow its enemy whole. But its fate is already sealed by a single space-tearing slash of the blade. Followed instantly by the system prompt, successfully killed bloodthirsty forest wolf, gained 56 experience points. Completely unharmed, Bai Yi stands amidst a storm of level-up lights, smiling smugly. At this rate, hitting D-tier will be a breeze. After looting the battlefield, the system flashes some amazing news. Level 1 experience is at 1004 out of 1000. Leveled up to E-tier level 2, you have received 12 bonus attribute points. Please proceed to allocate them. Bai Yi lets out a huge sigh of relief, wiping his sweat and muttering, "Phew, he only killed about 20 wolves, but he is already completely exhausted from the fight." Looking around at the messy pile of loot, he rubs his aching shoulders. The stamina of this E-tier body is seriously way too weak right now. His eyes are full of regret as he scans the glowing items on the ground. He desperately needs an inventory bag, otherwise he has to painfully abandon so much good dropped loot. Holding a gem in his hand, he frowns deeply at the harsh reality of awakened life. Now I know exactly what you are thinking. Why not just join a guild? Well, major guilds monopolize the dungeons, making leveling up for solo freelancers impossibly hard. Right then, the item info pops up, making his eyes totally light up. The Snow Wolf Diamond, incredibly tough and durable. It can be used as a special weapon crafting material, with a market price around 10,000 yuan. He quickly shoves the massive steel into his pocket. Bai Yi continues marching through the violently heavy snowfall, completely lost in his own deep thoughts. To ever get a real chance at accessing those high-level dungeons, joining a powerful guild is practically his only real option. He recalls how this messed-up world works. Awakened academies are actually run directly by those guilds, created solely to filter out the best talents for their own private squads. An image flashes in his mind. Obedient rookies silently lining up, just waiting around. The ultimate dream for most students is becoming an elite scholar, just desperately hoping some massive guild notices and finally picks them. But Bai Yi's expression suddenly darkens as he remembers one severely unlucky guy. Because if you ever get kicked out of a squad, that basically means your entire life is over, with absolutely no way to ever rank up again. He thinks of this blade's previous owner. That man got formally expelled from a guild, so his power was permanently hard stuck at C tier forever. Pulling himself back from these dark memories, he snaps back to the harsh reality, frowning deeply at the absolute bone-chilling cold. Grinding completely solo like this is just way too slow. He checks his physical condition. Plus, the temperature here is dropping fast. The longer he stays out here, the faster his stamina drains away to nothing. Right when he is stressing out, a brand new pack of wolves comes charging in with bared fangs. But suddenly, a highly scheming smirk creeps onto his lips. So what does he do? He completely dips. Turning into a track star, he bolts right through the trees. And trust me, you are going to want to see where this leads. Let's dive into an absolute masterclass in leveling up. With a pack of frenzied wolves right on his tail, Bai Yi suddenly spins around. He swings his blade, unleashing a blinding golden arc of energy that beautifully tears right through the night sky. But wait, he doesn't aim for the wolves. Instead, the slash smashes directly into a massive ancient tree nearby. The heavy impact completely shatters the trunk with a single devastating blow. The colossal tree snaps cleanly in half, loses its balance, and comes crashing down. Its heavy branches crush the snowy forest floor, destroying everything in its path. And his aggro tactic works instantly. Hidden in the dark, a massive purple python wakes up from its deep slumber. It opens its glowing yellow eyes as the system flashes red. Even the bloodthirsty wolf pack chasing Bai Yi stops dead in their tracks, jerking their heads toward the deafening sound of the falling tree. Aggro completely secured. Both targets are totally distracted. Having achieved his absolute goal, our mastermind instantly slams on the brakes. His boots carve a deep trench into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of snow as he stops. Bai Yi tilts his head, a single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek, but his eyes, razor-sharp and filled with absolute, overwhelming arrogance. Turns out, he just reeled in a massive catch, gathering an entire horde of monsters in one place. System warnings go absolutely crazy. Level 4, E-rank cloud pythons are now directly clashing with the bloodthirsty wolves. He smirks coldly. The fastest way to handle this is to let them fight it out. Seconds later, a wildly explosive elemental blast sweeps through the forest. A giant fireball erupts, blowing the monster pack away. Meanwhile, Bai Yi casually turns his back and walks off. Classic cool guy move. Real pros never look at explosions. His eyes gleam with dark calculation as he stares toward a gloomy, distant cave, whispering his next devious move. That commotion was loud enough to wake up every single monster here. His voice drips with arrogant provocation. Time for you to wake up too. Watch closely now. Things are about to get crazy. The thick ice shatters as a colossal dark figure roars, bursting through the ruins and blasting bone-chilling frost in absolutely every direction. The beast waking up is a very unlucky local lord whose nap got ruined. The system instantly locks onto the glowing red target, awakened Icefield Bear, a level 8 E-rank cloud beast. Even worse, it is extremely cranky right now. It enters enraged mode, attacking targets completely at random with a 20% damage boost. The bear's furious, torch-like eyes instantly lock onto the tiny creatures swarming around it. Hiding in the corner, our guy nods in total satisfaction. The Icefield Bear has entered full rage mode. The giant beast wildly swings claws the size of pillars, smashing the ground and bringing absolute disaster down upon the pack below. Bai Yi smirks as he analyzes the chaos. With a temper like that, it's guaranteed to crush everything in sight, completely ignoring friend or foe. Exactly as planned. The classic third-party strategy works perfectly while the monsters get absolutely pulverized by the angry bear. Bai Yi glides through the chaos like a total ghost, constantly swinging his sharp blade to finish off the dying monsters. System notifications explode non-stop. Successfully killed bloodthirsty wolf, gained 52 experience points. Received 2 snow wolf teeth. Successfully killed cloud python, gained 56 experience points. Received 1 cloud python poison gland. Strolling casually through the chaotic battlefield where the bear acts as a living punching bag brawling with the wolf pack, he drops a cold line. I just need to gracefully dodge their attacks while effortlessly stealing all the kills. With every single strike, massive experience points flow right into his pockets. Bai Yi moves fluidly, beautifully dancing with his blade among the beasts. Killed Cloud Python, gained 56 experience. Killed Bloodthirsty Wolf, gained 52 experience. Received 3 poison glands and 2 snow wolf teeth. His arms are literally getting exhausted from all this endless slashing. Watching the foolish bear still furiously doing all the hard work for him, he smiles mockingly. E-rank beasts might be wildly ferocious, but basically, they don't have a single wrinkle on their tiny brains. The brilliant light of leveling up completely surrounds him. Upgraded to level 4, E-rank. Received 12 bonus attribute points. Please proceed to allocate them. He rubs his chin, praising his partner. This bear didn't just draw all the enemy fire. It acted as a free mercenary, saving me more than half of my total stamina. However, kill-stealing is a true art form. He lowers his center of gravity, crouching down to prepare for a decisive explosive move right in front of a giant rising python. But if he wants all this juicy experience to fall into his own lap, he has to act fast. His legs stomp down violently, completely shattering the thick icy surface below. Bai Yi launches into the air like an arrow tearing through the wind. Brilliant golden energy gathers in his hand. It is absolutely mandatory that he delivers the final, killing blow himself. Our guy confidently lands after his flawless strike, but suddenly, right behind his back, inside the freezing and gloomy fog, countless glowing red, brutal eyes light up at the exact same time. After flying around playing the sneaky fisherman, Bai Yi kneels on the ice, panting heavily from the extreme exhaustion. I know what you're thinking, he's trapped, right? Wrong. Even with the bear tanking, he's breathless. But a wicked smile spreads across his face. He swings his blade, jumping right up. It's time for the next crazy phase. He scans the ice below, now cracking heavily under the massive weight of the monster horde. He calculates silently. After surviving a battle with such insane destructive power, the structural limit of this icy floor is finally breaking. Tilting his head down, an extremely dark, terrifying smile creeps onto Bai Yi's sweat-covered face, sending absolute chills down your spine. He is fully prepared to pull off the most epic, unprecedented prank in history. Suddenly, a series of massive, giant spiderweb cracks spread wildly right beneath the feet of the totally clueless monster pack. A terrifying collapse happens. The entire ice floor violently explodes, dragging the python swarm and the massive bear straight down into the bottomless dark abyss. Striking the most badass pose imaginable, Bai Yi leaps up and stabs his blade deep into a massive chunk of falling ice. He screams out loudly, "Then fall down to hell with me." Watching the panicked wolves desperately flailing around in mid-air, he smugly explains his absolute genius to them. During every combat, I always make sure to carefully observe my surrounding environment. Turns out he completely saw through the terrain from the very beginning. This place was absolutely never a solid frozen lake. It is actually an ice bridge spanning across 2 deep cliffs. Instantly, a massive wall of system notifications goes crazy as monsters die in droves. Successfully killed Bloodthirsty Wolf, gained 52 experience points. This massive group trap immediately turns into a glorious rain of experience points as the monsters get completely crushed. Successfully killed Cloud Python, gained 56 experience. Bai Yi lands safely with absolute artistic style, standing perfectly still with his back to the giant pile of monster corpses. System alerts ring out non-stop. Upgraded to level 7 E rank. Receive 12 bonus attribute points. Please proceed to allocate them. Loot overflows his bag. Receive 13 snow wolf teeth, 2 snow wolf pelts, and 8 full python poison glands. Staring down at the massive broken body of the unlucky giant bear that fell last, he smiles with total confidence. Just like that, the majority of the beasts have been completely wiped out. A massive tremor shakes the solid ground. As the bear hits rock bottom, Bai Yi calmly holds his blade. My remaining stamina is enough for the survivors. So, what do you and I learn from this? Standing tall with total pride, he sums up his genius plan. This right here is the ultimate way to speedrun leveling up. The system drops an instant hot reward. Title unlocked, 1 versus 100. Facing multiple enemies boosts all stats by 10%. But right in the middle of his little victory lap, his eyes suddenly narrow, scanning the dead quiet, incredibly gloomy cave. Stick with me here, because this is where the real nightmare begins. He mutters to himself, every single dungeon out there absolutely must have a final boss. Bai Yi frowns, feeling that heavy, totally unnatural silence. The final lord of a rank E dungeon is supposed to be some giant monster, like a rank E brutal Lion King. He is full of doubt. Was that massive explosion earlier not enough to wake it up? A freezing wind violently sweeps past the magic beasts as they struggle to get back up. Why has it not shown up yet? He mutters under his breath. Suddenly, the ice bear recovers from its brutal fall and unleashes an absolute rage-filled roar ready to rip its tiny enemy to shreds. Suddenly, Bai Yi's eyes go wide. His survival instincts are screaming. This is ice magic. Massive, razor-sharp pillars of ice violently rip through the ground, completely surrounding the monster pack. All the color drains from Bai Yi's face as the bitter truth hits him. He guessed completely wrong. He stumbles backward in pure panic. A freezing killing intent suddenly chokes the air, and a black mist tornado sweeps past at lightning speed, carrying an overwhelming power that crushes everything in its path. Endless rows of razor-sharp ice spikes erupt, completely freezing the entire floor. He grits his teeth. It was not asleep this whole time. It was just waiting for the perfect opening. Even the massive, raging giant bear gets swallowed by the brutal frost, frozen completely solid on the spot. Bai Yi realizes the boss's absolute sickening trap in pure horror. It deliberately waited until everyone's stamina was practically drained to zero, before dragging them all into this freezing slaughterhouse. He instantly leaps back, desperately dodging the massive ice pillars that are violently chasing right at his heels. There is nowhere left to run, zero escape routes. Massive sheets of ice erupt from the ground like crazy, crisscrossing together to form a literal death cage. Bai Yi grits his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. For the first time in this entire battle, he finally feels like the prey. Balancing on top of a rising ice block, he suddenly realizes just how insanely cunning this enemy actually is. Even that ice bridge from earlier was a disguised trap made by the boss. The freezing air totally surrounds him. Watch closely because this is terrifying. Bai Yi furiously grips his blade. The boss just had to wait for the very end to swoop in and steal the victory. His eyes flash with absolute fiery rage, growling in pure disbelief at what is hiding in this trashy, low-level dungeon. To think it was hiding before he can even finish, a towering, gigantic black shadow manifests right behind him, bringing a suffocating pressure of crackling dark purple lightning. The ultimate puppet master finally steps out of the shadows. Bai Yi is stunned. It is an intelligent leader. The system flashes a deadly red warning. Level 11, rank D, Cloud System Magic Beast. It is the Dungeon Lord, Lord of the Frozen Forest. And standing right beside it are two massive gorillas gripping wooden clubs. Level 10, rank E, Cloud System Magic Beasts. The face of the old ape, the Lord of the Frozen Forest, is absolutely horrifying. Creepy blood-red eyes and a sickeningly sly smirk. Before he can even twitch to fight back, Bai Yi's entire body is instantly sealed tight inside a solid block of freezing ice. He can only glare and grit his teeth, completely trapped. The system ruthlessly drops a desperately hopeless analysis right in front of him. Recorded at 2:10 a.m. on Saturday, Hidden Dungeon of the Frozen Bone Fields, rank E. A special dungeon containing an intelligent type leader. The boss is the level 11 rank D Cloud System, Lord of the Frozen Forest. Extreme danger level. Recommended party size is 5 rank E plus 3 rank D Awakeners. The freezing ice continues to spread, completely encasing him in pure frost. Bai Yi thinks in absolute despair. He is totally frozen. At this rate, his body will lose all its heat in seconds. Suddenly, a furry, monstrous arm dripping with killing intent reaches out through the bitterly cold air. The old ape raises its magic staff, looking down from high above at the tiny bug trapped in its cage, and lets out a disgustingly arrogant laugh. Following its master's absolute command, the giant gorilla swings its massive foot, violently stomping down to crush the ice block holding Bai Yi into absolute dust. Facing the literal shadow of death crashing down on his face, right inside that suffocating ice, one of Bai Yi's eyes still burns with an unbreakable fire. He clenches his jaw, knowing he has only one single choice left. The giant ape stares down with its blood-red eyes at Bai Yi's solidly frozen body. It is literally admiring him like some twisted piece of art right before smashing him to absolute pieces. But right at the very last possible second, a pitch-black energy violently explodes. The thick ice instantly cracks, shatters, and blasts out in every single direction. You and I both know the boss was not expecting that. The Lord of the Frozen Forest's glowing red eyes go wide, its wrinkled face showing pure shock at this utterly insane, logic-defying counterattack. Instantly, the system panel flashes a brilliant alert, perfect block timing. By catching the exact moment of impact, he neutralizes 100% of the damage, and triggering it within 0.09 seconds has a chance to reflect all physical damage straight back. At the exact same moment, Bai Yi fiercely swings his blade, slashing out a blazing arc of fiery sword energy that blasts away every single attack. He wipes the blood dripping from his mouth, clutching his chest and panting hard. He channeled every ounce of his energy to shatter the ice, but the stamina drain was absolutely brutal. The system practically confirms the heavy price he just paid. When an awakened unleashes all their energy, there is a chance to instantly break free from crowd control, but it burns a massive amount of stamina. Despite his face being completely covered in blood, Bai Yi's eyes flash with a razor-sharp, terrifying killing intent. His brain is calculating at lightning speed. If that boss wants to launch another insanely powerful magic attack like that, it absolutely needs some time to recharge. Glaring at the old ape as it growls and waves its staff to cast another spell, he grits his teeth. He has to take it out right now. Giving the enemy zero time to blink, a blazing burst of raw power violently erupts right on the beast's arm. Immediately, it triggers a dispel state. The giant ice bear instantly recovers from being frozen solid. It violently tears up the ground, charging like a freight train straight at Bai Yi's tiny body to act as a meat shield for its master. Taking the full force of that horrifying crushing pressure, Bai Yi's pupils shrink. He bites down hard on his jaw, but fresh blood still fiercely erupts from his mouth. The thing blocking his path is that familiar giant tank from the glowing red system alert. The ice-field bear has totally regained its senses. Level 8, Rank E, Cloud System Beast. It looks absolutely ferocious, ready to chew its prey alive. Bai Yi stumbles back, staring up at the massive monster, sweating bullets as he curses this incredibly unfair elemental matchup. The core system is naturally hard countered by the cloud system. His eyes show pure exhaustion as a mix of sweat and blood drips heavily down his chin. He bites his lip, bitterly accepting the harsh reality. With his current totally drained stamina, just beating those two monkeys alone would practically cost him his life. So what are we looking at here? He scans the literal death squad surrounding him. The level 11 Cloud Boss, the level 8 Ice Bear, and two armed level 10 gorillas. He sweats uncontrollably, silently cursing his absolute nightmare of a situation. If any more of them show up. But before his complaint even finishes, a massive dark shadow violently tears through the wind, completely shattering the ice into a million explosive pieces. Let's jump right into the madness. A massive gorilla swings its giant wooden club down, and Bai Yi has to grip his blade with both hands, sliding backward to block the crushing blow. His brain instantly calculates the grim reality. His chances of winning are absolutely 0%. But before he can even process that, he gasps in pure shock. The towering shadow of an ice bear looms right behind his back, raising its massive claws to deliver a deadly follow-up strike. In front of him, the white-furred gorilla with crazy red eyes swings its club again, unleashing a violent sweeping attack that cuts off his only escape route. Taking the full shockwave of that double attack from above, Bai Yi's body is brutally slammed right into the frozen ground. He is forced to stab his blade deep into the thick ice, carving a long trench just to stop himself. Shoulders slumping, one eye squeezed shut in pure agony, he exhales heavily, tasting the bitter reality of absolute helplessness. It is no use. He cannot use any more strength. Just when the battle seems over, the giant ice bear roars savagely. It opens its fang-filled mouth, blasting a freezing tornado straight at him. But there is no way he is closing his eyes to die today. Bai Yi glares straight into the eyes of death. Using every last ounce of his remaining strength, he grips his sword for a final desperate clash. The beast swings its razor-sharp claws, tearing through the freezing air with terrifying power as it lunges right at him. He instantly dodges backward, triggering a blinding explosion of light that blasts everything away. Cold sweat pours down his face. Bai Yi's pupils shrink down to their absolute limits. Before he can even figure out what just saved his life, another wave of intense pressure hits him. He groans, glancing over at the boss ape in the distance, who is radiating an incredibly toxic aura. It is way too cold, and his stamina is reaching its absolute limit. Standing on a high cliff, a cunning and wrinkled smile stretches across the face of the Frost Lord. The monster grips its staff and growls, gathering a massive surge of crackling green lightning energy. From high above, a terrifying wave of magic comes crashing down just like a deadly meteor shower. The system coldly flashes a blood-red warning text for Ice Burst Assault, leaving Bai Yi completely speechless. He looks up, his eyes wide open in sheer panic mixed with a hint of extreme frustration. How in the world did its skill cool down so incredibly fast? Bai Yi's face hardens as he prepares to endure the most brutal punishment from the super hard mode of the dungeon system. His expression grows heavy, but his determined gaze pierces right through the falling snow. He silently recalls his past life experiences, remembering how he constantly had to face all sorts of hopeless and deadly situations. Standing before the memories of countless dark monsters with terrifying red eyes, he calmly analyzes his current reality. After being pushed to the brink of death time and time again, he has developed a legendary instinct for sensing the perfect opportunity. Now pay close attention, because this is where the survival instincts kick in. Thrown back by the magic shockwave, he grits his teeth. Option 1, stay here and fight, but his stamina is already completely gone. Even if he forced himself to tank all the incoming damage just to keep clashing with these high-tier magical beasts, his eyes flash with absolute unbreakable resolve in the deadly blizzard. His brain coldly delivers the harsh truth. Survival rate is 0%. Lightning fast, Bai Yi swings his blade and spins sharply on the cracked ice. Option 2. Without a single second of hesitation, he leaps right off the cliff's edge, throwing himself straight down into the terrifying pitch-black abyss below. Plunging through the dark mid-air, a massive block of ice rapidly forms around him, completely sealing his body inside a freezing protective shell. Trapped inside, Bai Yi's figure free falls at insane speeds right alongside the sheer vertical cliff face. Standing at the edge, the old ape lord is genuinely startled. Its wrinkled face twists in pure confusion at its prey's crazy self-destruct move. The massive ice bear and the snow wolf pack stretch their necks to stare into the abyss. The ice block holding Bai Yi vanishes completely into the dark, bottomless canyon. Between the two gigantic narrow cliffs, a faint light flashes from the ice block as it plummets straight into the endless depths. Sudden scene change. A series of loud knocks echoes down a sunny hallway. A middle-aged woman pushes open a bedroom door, grumbling to herself with a very frustrated look. Seriously, he always sleeps in this incredibly late every single weekend. Her eyes suddenly freeze. Her pupils shrink down, revealing absolute shock the moment she looks inside the empty room. You and I both know something is very wrong here. The system displays the real time. 10 in the morning, Saturday, the year 2005. Inside the house, the bedroom is completely empty, and the bed is perfectly made without anyone around. In her trembling hands is a note scribbled in her son's handwriting. Mom, I went to hang out at a friend's house. I will not be late, so please do not worry about me. The mother's eyes sink with heavy anxiety. She mutters to herself, this is wrong. If he was going to a friend's place, he would have just told me directly. There is no reason to leave a note like this. Little Dai, what is going on with you? Memories of her son flashing a cold gaze and quietly touching the wound on his face suddenly rush through her troubled mind. Ever since he came home yesterday, he has acted like a completely different person. Why does my heart feel so incredibly restless and terrified right now? Flashing back to the terrifying and gloomy dungeon, a blood-soaked bandage floats slowly along the freezing underground river. Bai Yi's broken and exhausted thoughts echo in the dark, remembering the absolute horror from the exact moment that massive ice bridge shattered. There were clearly almost 100 magical beasts that fell down with him. A scraped, bloody hand tightly grips the edge of a sharp ice crystal, pulling himself up. A heavy, exhausting cough echoes out. Coughing weakly, he props his arms up to balance in the bone-chilling water, while a massive wave of transparent experience gain notification scrolls right past his face. He frowns in deep thought. But back then, I only leveled up 3 times. Coughing up blood, Bai Yi drags his incredibly heavy feet out of the water and onto the frozen sandy shore. Cough, cough. That proves only about 60 of them died, meaning 40 monstrous beasts survived the fall down here. His blurry eyes sweep across the freezing, foggy landscape at the very bottom of the abyss. He whispers into the darkness, recalling the moment his ice shell shattered upon impact. A sharp, calculating gleam flashes in his eyes despite his brutal injuries. There had to be a river. His memories rewind to his body plummeting from the sky, slamming violently into the freezing water and sending a massive splash high into the air. The brutal impact echoes in his mind. He silently praises his own big brain gamble, realizing that jumping off the cliff was absolutely the only way he was making it out alive. Collapsing onto the freezing ice floor, 3 blood-red warning panels flash constantly. Low temperature, continuous blood loss, and extreme weakness blink furiously in his shattered vision. He gasps brokenly. Breaking out of that ice block completely drained whatever stamina I had left. On top of that, taking a plunge into a river from that insane height, it caused way too much massive damage to my body. With his face pressed against the rough, cold ground and fresh blood staining the snow, Bai Yi's heavy eyes slowly close in total helplessness. Is this really my absolute limit? He mutters in pure exhaustion. Trust me, you are going to want to stick around for the aftermath. His broken body collapses onto the freezing ice, completely ignoring the 3 blaring red system warnings for low temperature, extreme bleeding, and weakness flashing mercilessly. But right then, let's dive right into this. Just as a massive white beast with razor-sharp fangs opens its jaws, roaring so loud it shakes the entire abyss, this new enemy raises its giant claws high, fully ready to deliver a fatal strike. Right then, the system coldly flashes its stats on screen. A level 9 Ice Overlord, an E-rank cloud attribute magic beast. Just when death comes knocking, Bai Yi's consciousness begins drifting back into the deep, distant memories of his past. He floats down into pitch-black darkness, and a warm, teasing voice of an old friend echoes out. "Hey, you brat. You came all the way back here and didn't even invite me for a drink?" The scene shifts to a beautiful girl with brown hair opening her arms wide, smiling as bright as the sun. "Bai Yi, come over here and give me a hug." His memories keep dancing forward, revealing a young teammate whispering to him with a sneaky, playful grin. "Boss, hey boss, how about the two of us sneak out and grab some foie gras tonight?" A familiar back waves at him, holding a messy stack of documents. "Bai Yi, what is up with all this data? Hurry up and come over here to help me look at it." Then his mother's worried voice returns, gentle as a spring breeze. "Is the wound on your head hurting a lot?" But suddenly, all those warm memories are completely swallowed up by the darkness. The image of the old ape, the Lord of Kanglin, appears. Its eyes glow a demonic blood-red color as it thrusts its razor-sharp claws straight at him. The face of the eye-patch-wearing villain emerges with a sinister smile against a blood-red background, dropping a vicious curse. "Go to hell." Another mysterious shadow points a finger right at his face, repeating those same bloodthirsty words. "Go to hell." Finally, a massive, towering silhouette unleashes a fatal strike, completely ripping through the crimson air. Judgment, your luck ends right here. Amidst the hellfire of his tragic past, Bai Yi's limp hand resting on the ice suddenly clenches into a tight fist. A blazing golden aura instantly erupts and spreads. He grits his teeth and roars, "I have no limits. I am not allowed to have any limits." Now pay close attention here. Snapped back to reality, staring straight into the monster's massive jaws, his eyes flash with pure golden light. He refuses to repeat any of the trauma and regrets from his past life. Unleashing unimaginable strength, he grips his blade susways with both hands, perfectly and firmly blocking the giant beast's devastating bite. Golden sparks fly absolutely everywhere on impact. The Ice Overlord's pupils shrink. It opens its eyes wide in pure shock as an invisible, overwhelming force actually pushes its massive body backward. Bai Yi lifts his blood-stained face, one eye blazing with furious golden light. "I absolutely will not let history repeat itself." Pouring every ounce of his strength, he violently shoves the beast's sharp jaws away, readying his blade. Roaring in absolute frenzy, "I already lost everything once." A blinding golden light engulfs his blade, while terrifying killing intent spills from his eyes. "I've already died once too." Bai Yi springs up, unleashing a devastating kick. He spins mid-air and lands a lightning-fast strike, sending the beast's fresh blood and broken teeth flying everywhere. He roars an ironclad vow into the frozen air. "I absolutely will never die a second time." An earth-shattering clash echoes as he charges forward, swinging his blade down for a fatal slash packed with completely overwhelming godlike power. After the heavy strike, he drops to one knee, driving his blade deep into the solid ice just to keep his balance. His chest heaves heavily. The corner of his mouth curls into a crazy, totally satisfied smile. His rapid breathing puffs out clouds of white smoke into the freezing, bone-chilling air. Suddenly, a blazing pillar of golden light erupts from the ground, fully swallowing his body. Then the system chimes in, revealing the secret behind this insane comeback. It says only a true desperate situation can actually trigger a class upgrade. He stands up straight, totally bathing in the surging power, completely ignoring the Ice Overlord staggering and growling wildly behind him. "You and I both thought soloing the dungeon, baiting the monsters, and jumping off that cliff was pure suicide. It was all part of this genius mastermind's plan." The snow wolves bare their fangs, charging in all at once to tear their motionless prey to absolute shreds. Surrounded by the bloodthirsty forest wolves and the Ice Overlord, Bai Yi just stands there like a mountain. His entire body radiates a blinding, brilliant golden aura. The massive giant beast roars in pure fury. But Bai Yi's crazy actions make perfect sense now. He constantly threw himself into deadly peril. Space around him suddenly glitches out like a broken screen. Memories of his near-death experiences fiercely flash by, all designed just to perfectly recreate that exact desperate survival feeling. The system panel blinks like crazy, because he experienced maximum despair, triggering a massive adrenaline rush. His adrenaline stats are skyrocketing. A blinding golden light completely covers the area, and he looks down, fully enjoying the raw power surging right through his veins. This feeling, it's finally back. The words for class advancement light up faintly, but right after that, a massive wave of error messages suddenly floods his screen. Requirements not met, so the class advancement totally failed. Classic reliable system logic at work here. It tries to awkwardly comfort the player by just tossing out a glowing green skill panel instead. He learns an advanced core skill of the Holy Swordsman. With half his face hidden in shadow, his golden eye gleams with icy, sharp intensity. He figures, even without the stats to rank up, unlocking an ultimate skill like this makes it totally worth it. The metal blade flashes a blinding gold, slicing right through the freezing night as he coldly passes judgment. And now, standing tall and majestic amidst the glitching system alerts, a highly confident smile blooms on his face. Time to clean all of you up. His eyes narrow into a fierce, ruthless glare, raising his blade to channel the ultimate magic power. The Ice Overlord lets out a terrified roar, instantly sensing the absolutely overwhelming aura radiating from Bai Yi. Bai Yi's entire body glows with a brilliant golden aura. He raises his heavy blade right to shoulder level. His icy gaze firmly locks onto the monsters as his cold, deep voice echoes out. One direction. Hearing the ultimate skill name, the massive bear and the entire wolf pack charge forward at insane, reckless speed. They desperately want to rip him into 100 pieces before he can even launch his final attack. But it's way too late. Bai Yi spins gracefully through the air. A massive golden ring of light explodes from his body, creating a brutal shockwave that wipes out everything in its path. He loudly shouts the rest of his ultimate skill, Pure Land! The whole abyss is swallowed in blinding light. Bai Yi's face is eerily calm, his silver hair blowing wildly in the middle of this intense energy storm. The light finally fades, revealing a battlefield completely littered with monster corpses. The bloodthirsty forest wolves and the giant bear are all wiped out. The system spams victory alerts. Successfully killed the bloodthirsty forest wolf, earned 52 experience. Successfully killed the icefield bear, earned 64 experience. The massive Ice Overlord's corpse lies there, completely covered in blood. Successfully killed the Ice Overlord, earned 66 experience points. Bai Yi opens his hand, and a gentle golden light softly condenses right in his palm. The pain magically vanishes, and that's where we leave it. Wild ride, right? Let's jump right in. A flood of level up and item alerts wraps around him. He gets 1 blood tooth, 1 ice beast pelt, and 2 arrogant bear bones. He hits E tier level 8 and gets 12 stat points to use. But the best part? The Pure Land skill activates. Fatigue wiped out, stamina fully restored. He clenches his fist, feeling that raw power surging through his veins, his mind sharp and focused. So what is his next move? Right on cue, the system rewards him for risking his life. He unlocks the Ice Plane Vagabond title, plus 100 cloud resistance, total immunity to frost damage, and he learns the ultimate One King Pure Land skill. He looks up at the cliff where the boss is still waiting. A cold, challenging spark flashes in his eyes. Time for some serious payback. Bai Yi pulls up his status screen, and his stats have absolutely skyrocketed. The guy is a walking, breathing combat machine right now. After that epic revival, the grind never stops. He easily slaughters every single remaining bloodthirsty forest wolf in his path. Experience pop-ups keep flashing until he finally hits level 9 of the E tier, gaining 12 more stat points. He swings his blade, feeling the massive upgrade. Reaching this level makes a huge difference. Slicing through these E-tier monsters feels like an absolute breeze now. His new Vagabond title is working wonders too. That plus 100 resistance completely nullifies the freezing damage. He realizes he cannot even feel the biting cold anymore. He thinks back to how broken that new skill is. Pure Land basically absorbs all the damage he took earlier and blasts it out in one massive area attack. But he can only trigger it after maxing out his fatigue and damage taken. Looking at his fully healed hands, a confident smile appears. Thanks to that trick, his stamina is perfectly restored. The system confirms it again. Fatigue cleared, energy restored. He starts scaling the icy cliff wall, wondering how long he has been trapped in this dungeon. He needs to get home fast before his mom panics. Freezing winds howl, whipping his silver hair around. A heavy gust blows past, carrying a blinding wave of snow. Right at the exit sits a small, snow-covered shrine. Inside, the Lord of Kanglin, that old ape boss, is meditating next to a huge bag of loot. The boss lifts its head. Its blood-red eyes flash with a bizarre light, and a faint tremor violently shakes the ground. Now watch this. The ice wall cracks open. Bai Yi is back. Standing on a pillar, cold blade drawn, he coldly mocks the beast. We meet again. The system updates his stats to level 10, the absolute peak of E tier. Meanwhile, back home, his mom stands by the window, totally stressed out. The clock hits 11 p.m. on Saturday. Where is he? She stares out the window, her voice shaking with worry. Why is he so late? A feast sits cold on the dinner table. She folds her hands, praying her boy is safe. Back in the dungeon, the ape boss loudly cracks its knuckles. One of the boss's elite gorillas gets its head absolutely crushed by a giant wooden club, dead before it hits the ground. The ice bear takes its last breath and drops dead. Bai Yi calmly walks forward, facing down the rest of the ape minions right next to the bear he slaughtered. Perched on the ice spikes, he sarcastically greets the boss. Long time no see. The system immediately flashes his newest combat achievements. Level 10, E-tier peak. It also confirms his kill on the calmed down ice plane bear, adding 64 experience points to his pool. After wiping out the trash mobs, he stands right on the dead bear, staring down the ruined shrine where the big boss is hiding. Inside, the Lord of Kanglin lounges on a stone throne, flanked by two massive gorillas gripping their weapons, totally ready for war. The old ape smirks, letting out a mocking snort as its red eyes flash with pure malice. Instantly, one minion stomps hard, dropping from above like a literal bullet aimed straight at him. The other gorilla refuses to be outdone. It leaps high into the air, raising its giant wooden club for a brutal strike. Bai Yi's golden eyes glow. He does not flinch at all. He swings his blade, carving a blinding green arc of light as he dives straight into the enemy mob. One clean, brutal slash rips through the air. A gorilla's head goes flying, dark blood spraying everywhere across the icy floor. The system pops up. Kanglin Magic Ape killed. 70 experience gained. Seeing its elite guard wiped out instantly, the boss freezes mid-air, eyes wide in absolute shock. Pure rage takes over. The ape violently swings its magic staff, summoning a massive blizzard and roaring out its signature attack, Ice Burst Strike. You know exactly how this plays out, right? Bai Yi just raises his hand. An invisible shield blocks the storm, flashing the word immune. He glides right through the deadly blizzard, completely unharmed. The system explains his cloud resistance kicked in, perfectly nullifying all that frost damage. Panicking, the boss stumbles back, refusing to believe its eyes. It frantically pulls out a glowing purple ice orb, getting ready to drop its absolute ultimate trump card. The surviving apes rush him, trying to buy their master some time, but Bai Yi narrows his eyes, totally focused. He just needs to kill the boss. Suddenly, he vanishes. The flash skill pops up. Hitting max speed triggers an instant teleport, letting him blink straight through any obstacles right in front of him. He confidently declares he is ready for D-tier. In a flash, the boss's staff-wielding arm is sliced completely in half, black blood exploding everywhere. The old ape clutches its stump, face twisting in pure agony. Bai Yi is already standing right behind it, his blade still dripping with fresh blood. The boss glares back with bloodshot eyes, full of rage and bitter defeat. Bai Yi just turns around, his eyes totally cold and dead empty. He whispers a quiet goodbye. A massive flurry of glowing golden slashes crisscrosses the air, shredding the boss into pieces. Bai Yi lands, stabbing his blade into the ice. Game over. The victory alert finally rings out. He successfully defeated the level 11 D-tier Cloud Mage boss, the Lord of Kanglin. He receives 1,000 experience points as a massive golden pillar of light completely engulfs his body. System upgrade. He is now a D-tier core warrior. All stats are boosted by 100%. Level 11 D-tier, granting 12 stat points. But stick with me, the next system alerts get weird. Let's jump straight in. You and I are about to see a brand new Cloud Element class awaken. He is totally clueless, sweating bullets from the fight, completely forgetting he even had these elemental points stacked up. Gathered enough already? Standing right inside that blazing red aura, Bai Yi casually gives his blade a slick spin, a cocky smirk flashing across his face. The system knows exactly how to hype things up, blasting a bright notification across his screen. Successfully acquired! Level 1 E-Rank Cloud Mage. And the best part? He can switch classes whenever he wants. His eyes go wide with absolute shock. A red tier class. His brain immediately goes into overdrive. He frantically calculates the stats. Even though he is only an E-rank right now, that red tier status grants a massive 200% attribute bonus. With multipliers like that, his base stats are instantly on par with his current D-rank warrior form. Insane. And the rewards keep coming. From the giant ape boss's remains, a glowing purple stone drops to the ground, right alongside a small mysterious pouch. The system immediately tallies the loot. D-rank mage weapon, the magic stone, plus 40 to elemental strength and another plus 40 to his spiritual power. It also boosts his magic range by 50%, plus a B-rank magic bag that holds up to 20 different items. Scooping up the epic loot, Bai Yi suddenly drops his head, stumbling around like he is completely exhausted. The surviving monkeys just scratch their heads, totally confused by this. But the second they lower their guard, he snaps straight up, tightly gripping that new magic stone. The monkeys jump back in terror as Bai Yi's entire body is instantly engulfed in a blood-red wave of pure magic. A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes, matching that classic villain smirk. He stretches his hand forward, that swirling red magic concentrating right at his fingertips. He calmly delivers his verdict. Still a few small fry left to clean up. His eyes glow a menacing red. Pure killing intent locks onto the trembling monsters. Now pay attention here. This is where it gets crazy. The system chimes in, confirming the Cloud Mage switch. Standing tall with his new weapon, Bai Yi tilts his head. Let's see exactly what this brand new class can do. The bloody slaughter finally comes to a close. Snap back to reality. 5 a.m. Sunday, May 24th, 2005. At Ziyue Mansion, his mother is still curled up on the sofa. She hasn't slept a wink all night, her fragile back heavy with endless worry. Hands tightly clasped, praying for her missing son. Suddenly, the squeak of a door hinge shatters the dead silence. The door creaks open. Bai Yi peeks inside, looking guilty, trying his best to be quiet. Hearing this, his mother's bloodshot eyes quickly dart up. All the tears she held back all night finally burst out. She jumps up, her wrinkled apron swaying, her eyes glued completely to the figure standing right in the doorway. Seeing his mom looking so exhausted, Bai Yi lifts a small plastic bag and gives an awkward, apologetic smile. "Mom, I'm so sorry for making you wait." She doesn't even want an explanation. She just rushes over and hugs her son, holding on so tight, absolutely terrified he might disappear on her again. Crying on his shoulder, Bai Yi pats her back, completely crushed. She waited up all night? She hasn't even eaten yet. Gently pushing her back just a bit, his eyes soften but stay firm, breaking the emotional mood. "Mom, I actually have a proposal. Do you want to hear me out? You and I both know he's smart. During that deadly run, he actually used his new space bag to hustle up some serious cash. Keeping his essential weapons, he packed a dozen highly valuable items. The very next morning, Bai Yi heads out to pawn them off. In a shady alley, a broker in shades inspects the red stone. Smirking like a total scammer, he holds it up to lowball our guy. 800 for one. But before the guy finishes, Bai Yi coldly cuts him off with a razor-sharp counteroffer. 8,000. The broker's eyes bulge out as he screams. "Are you freaking kidding me? For this tiny little stone, you are absolutely dreaming." Seeing the guy play games, Bai Yi snatches the stone right back. "If you aren't buying, I am leaving." The broker panics, chasing him down. "Hey, wait! You can't just shout sky-high prices like that. 2,000 for everything." Bai Yi blandly replies, 5,000. The broker sweats, 3,000 apiece, my absolute limit. Bai Yi calmly counters, 6,000. The broker tears up. "Why did the price go up?" Bai Yi doesn't blink, 7,000. The guy finally gives up. Fine, 7,000. Just stop raising the price." Leaving the broker clutching his chest, Bai Yi tosses the heavy money bag, chuckling. He dealt with these magic ore scammers in his past life, so he knows exactly how to squeeze them for max profit. Flipping through the thick stack of cash, his eyes shine with determination. This is more than enough to rent a proper place for Mom. Soon after, an agent shows them a luxury apartment. Watching his mom timidly look around, Bai Yi feels genuine sorrow. In his past life, she never enjoyed a single good day. Staring at his amazed mother in this gorgeous living room, he makes a silent promise. This life, she will only enjoy pure comfort. The deal is closed fast. The grinning agent happily shakes his hand, calling him boss. 1 month deposit, 3 months upfront, 15,000 a month. Utilities and fees fully included. That night, 8 p.m., Sunday, May 24th, 2005, the new apartment glows warmly. Seeing Mom cook and hum with a big smile, Bai Yi feels totally at peace. It has been incredibly long since he saw her look this relaxed. Walking into his luxury bedroom, he flops onto the soft bed, throwing an arm over his forehead to process everything. The housing situation is finally sorted out. He hit D rank and even scored a completely new class. But of course, this peaceful downtime isn't going to last forever. Bai Yi carves the magic stone with a knife, eyes going dark. That bastard is still in prison. I absolutely cannot lower my guard just yet. His gaze turns icy. Until this is fully resolved, I cannot rest easy and focus on my true revenge. The D-rank stone is now a clean bracelet on his wrist. He clenches his fist. Tomorrow it's back to school. And trust me, you won't want to miss that. D-rank weapon, magic stone, a magical rock that can be carved and worn. Element plus 40, spirit plus 40, magic range up 50%. Alright, let's dive right back into the madness. His hands clench into fists, a calculating smirk forming on his face. Time to go hunt that thing down. Meanwhile, it is 8 p.m. on Sunday, cut to a completely different location. In the lobby of an insanely luxurious mansion, a blue dungeon portal pulses with eerie light. Stepping right out of that gate, an arrogant blonde young master, looking completely full of himself, followed by a squad of sharp-dressed bodyguards. From behind, his butler immediately starts kissing up. "Young master, your skills have improved drastically." A beautiful girl rushes over, offering a drink. "Brother, you should rest a bit." But this arrogant kid just swats her hand away, refusing the drink and storming forward with absolute confidence. He wants to hit another dungeon while there is still time. His system chimes in, successfully leveled up to an E-rank, Tier 3 assassin. He smirks like an absolute villain. He clearly sees our main character as a roadblock, thinking nobody can outlevel him. In the upcoming mock combat test, he is planning to show everyone who the real genius actually is. Scene shift to a massive skyscraper. A woman with a braided ponytail touching her heels stands quietly, staring out at the city night. In her hands, a glowing roster for the new class at Awakening High School. Shaking her head, she mutters in pure disappointment. Not a single gold-tier class in this year's awakened generation. Still staring out the floor-to-soiling window, she flips through the glowing files, passing her harsh judgment. But trust me, she has no idea what you and I are about to witness. The scene jumps to Monday, May 25th, 2025 at 7:30 a.m. Sunlight floods a newly rented apartment, where a hot, delicious breakfast of buns and fried dough is waiting. Resting her chin on the table, Bai Yi's mom closes her eyes. A bright smile lights up her face, finally enjoying a peaceful morning after the storm. But that quiet, wholesome vibe is instantly shattered by her precious son screaming his head off. Dropping his cool guy act completely, Bai Yi stuffs a bun into his mouth and complains like a normal teenager. "Mom, why didn't you wake me up early?" Unlike her panicked son rushing for school, his mom just gently reaches out. She gives him a teasing little smile. "You were sleeping so soundly. I really could not bear to wake you." She gently rubs his messy white hair, speaking softly. "Eat slowly, being late once in a while is perfectly fine." Feeling the gentle warmth from his mother's hand, Bai Yi stops chewing. His eyes soften and a genuine smile naturally forms on his lips. She is right. It has been forever since I slept this peacefully. He thinks to himself, getting quietly emotional. He had never sat down for a calm, simple breakfast with her like this. Lost in his deep thoughts, his mom suddenly reaches out and grabs his arm, holding the bun. Startled, he jumps a bit. Mom, what is wrong?" She blinks her bright eyes, smiling mysteriously. "Is there anything special you want to buy? Like toys, books, or electronics?" The kid laughs out loud, scratching his head nervously to change the subject. "Why do you suddenly want to buy me a gift?" "Haha, what is wrong with you?" She laughs softly, pointing right at the calendar on the fridge with pure love. "Next Friday is your birthday." His pupils instantly shrink. He stares wide-eyed at June 5th, circled in bright red on the calendar. For a second, his brain completely stops working. "Oh right, June 5th is my birthday?" He looks down slightly, a sudden heavy wave of sadness washing over him out of nowhere. Taking a slow bite of the plain bun, painful memories from his past life suddenly rush back in. In his past life, after his mom passed away, nobody ever celebrated his birthday. He eventually forgot the date himself. Swallowing his food, his expression turns dead serious. "Is there anything I actually want?" Looking up at his mother's warm, loving smile, his heart completely melts. He smiles softly to himself, finding the answer. "The thing I want more than anything else? I already have it right here." But those soft thoughts vanish instantly. His face hardens as he bites the last piece of bun. That dangerous predator aura is officially back online. Now pay attention here. The good student act drops. Those golden eyes flash with pure, cold-killing intent. It is finally time for his next goal. The phantom of that skull-masked assassin flashes through his mind like a blood curse. His ultimate goal is simple: kill that guy. Putting family matters aside, we cut to the massive campus of Awakening High School. The head coach's voice booms over the loudspeakers. "You little brats rest enough this weekend?" Standing tall on the training field with his hands behind his back, the coach glares. "Listen up. It is time to start hell training for the mock combat test. I assume everyone here knows exactly how important this is, right?" Scanning the chaotic crowd of students, he loudly reveals the massive powers pulling the strings. Our Awakening High School belongs directly to the God Guild faction, and trust this, they will be watching our every single move very closely. While all the other kids are losing their minds with excitement, Bai Yi just stands there, looking completely bored. The coach keeps hyping them up. "This mock test is your very first stage after awakening. Think of it as your graduation exam. And yes, the whole thing is broadcast live." The coach raises a single finger, emphasizing the absolute most important detail. But here is the real prize. The absolute top performer gets a rare chance to join the high schoolers on the official cultivation journey. The entire crowd gasps in shock, their eyes burning with ambition. This journey only happens once a year. It is a direct ticket to the God Guild elites. Standing under the bright sunlight pouring from the windows, the coach reveals the ultimate reward. The best students are heading to the Holy River Nation, the God Guild headquarters. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this. Alright, stick with me. We're diving into an epic story. Half of Bai Yi's face fades into shadow. Those sharp golden eyes narrow as his brain auto-extracts memories from his past life. The Holy River Kingdom, headquarters of the Divine Guild. The image of a stubbly, smoking man with a rugged grin flashes right across his mind. Bai Yi quietly reminisces. That was the exact place he and his master first met. Suddenly, a bone-masked assassin glows blood red in his memory. He clenches his fist, killer intent surging. That place also birthed that bastard. His master and the killer never actually crossed paths until they joined the Divine Legion as teammates. Bai Yi's golden eyes burn with pure determination. He silently calculates his next move to track down the present-day version of that guy. Dominating this exam and sneaking into the official cultivation journey, that is absolutely the fastest way to get it done. Cut back to the classroom. A freckled kid yells, terrified but hyped. Mock combat starts this Friday. He is scared out of his mind, but his blood is absolutely boiling. The glasses kid replies nervously. He heard mock combat means entering the demon cave. Can they really survive this? Before anyone can even process that, the massive coach puts his hands on his hips. He loudly announces that their hellish training officially starts right now. Stage 1 of physical training, the gravity room. He orders everyone to run 10 shuttle sprint laps to kick things off. Hearing that, the freckled kid gets completely fired up, fists clenched, youth burning bright. A passionate guy has to step up. He volunteers for 2 whole sets. Unlike his hyped-up classmates, Bai Yi just gives a careless glance. His face is totally calm, looking bored like someone who has already lived a lifetime. Following the coach's orders, groups of students obediently line up. They drag their feet into the gravity room, ready to taste pure suffering. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Bai Yi breaks formation, steps up to the giant coach, and bluntly says, "Teacher, I pass on this room." That arrogant claim instantly turns the whole class to stone. The glasses kid and the pink-haired girl whip around, their eyes practically bulging out in shock. The coach frowns hard, a dark shadow falling over his tough face. He menacingly growls the name of the kid daring to disobey, Bai Yi. He leans down, hands planted firmly on his hips, totally mocking him. I heard you beat Hong Qiangsheng last weekend, but don't think taking down a red class user makes you some big shot. Using that to dodge training? You aren't even scared of a teacher's pressure. Bai Yi calmly cuts him off, stating his demand. I want a much more targeted training routine. The coach stammers, completely stunned. Targeted? You? What is that supposed to mean? His professional pride stung, the coach lifts his chin, glaring daggers at this rebellious student. Are you saying my training method is flawed? With a true veteran's vibe, Bai Yi begins to break it down. Vivid images of different job classes flash behind him. Stamina is something every awakened needs, so using the gravity room is not entirely wrong. But shuttle sprints? Those only work for agility-based classes, like warriors or assassins. Not every single person in here needs to be doing that. He drops more tight logic using visuals of high-tier mages to prove his point. Classes like mages or chanters belong in the elemental room. That is where they should be practicing their raw elemental control. Because everyone has totally different stat points and combat habits, their training focus absolutely needs to be specialized. Listening to this arrogant kid yap, the coach steps closer. His massive frame blocks the light as he grinds out a threat. Are you trying to teach a professional how to do his job? I know what you're thinking, right? The pink-haired girl realizes it too. She stares in awe, noticing his method matches Mr. Dongyang, the famous Divine Legion coach. Her mind is totally racing right now. Mr. Dongyang only released this theory recently. If her dad hadn't brought home that secret tape, she never would have known about it. How does Bai Yi share the exact same mindset as that legend? Sensing the massive tension, the glasses kid covers his mouth, frantically whispering to his buddy. Hey Bai Yi, even if you have a point, you have to give the teacher some face right now. He is literally the top authority in our school. You can't just expose him in front of everyone. While his buddy is sweating bullets, the coach slams his rough hand onto Bai Yi's shoulder. He says his name so deeply the glasses kid jumps. Instead of throwing a rage fit, the giant actually laughs out loud. He pats his student's shoulder. That training method you mentioned makes perfect sense. He even owns up to his mistake, making the glasses kid sigh in pure relief. I really didn't think this through enough. The kid mutters, "Thank God, that was a close one." The smile fades as the coach gets serious. But the school is completely packed. Trying to tailor routines for every single student in record time is almost impossible. This mock combat is basically their middle school graduation showcase. If they mess this up, it could easily ruin a student's entire future. He gazes out across the massive training field, watching the exhausted kids. As a teacher, he lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Deciding their future for them versus letting them take control, that is genuinely one of the hardest puzzles to solve. Hearing that honest confession, Bai Yi's eyes soften. He looks toward the door, feeling real gratitude. His past life started terribly, but he luckily met amazing mentors who kept him from turning evil. He spins back around to face his teacher. Flashing a super confident smile, Bai Yi's eyes lock in with pure determination. Teacher, trust me on this. For this graduation test, I absolutely won't let you down. The coach nods, sold on his confidence. So what's his actual training plan? Stick around to find out. Let's dive right in. I awakened as a warrior, right? Bai Yi suddenly drops an absolutely insane request on them. Can you max out the elemental suppression mode in the elemental room for me? He says it with total confidence, raising his hand and pointing straight at the heavy door marked with the elemental sign at the very end of the hallway. Hearing this, the teacher, his glasses-wearing buddy, and the freckled kid just freeze in pure shock. They completely lose it, looking utterly baffled and totally helpless. Huh? The elemental room? Stared at like he is an alien, Bai Yi quickly scratches his head and forces out an awkward little laugh to play it off. Yeah, I mean, I am technically a warrior, but I want to balance out my stats a bit more. I figure I should challenge my own weaknesses and see what happens. But inside he is sweating bullets, calculating his next move. He obviously can't just blurt out to everyone that he is secretly grinding a second class as a mage right now. Hearing this completely ridiculous excuse, the instructor just rubs his temples and lets out a massive, exhausted sigh. Right at that exact moment, the pink-haired girl in the back eagerly shoots her hand up to ask, "Sir, I also want to train my elemental control abilities right now." Coincidentally, her awakened class actually is a mage. Totally defeated by these tricky students, the teacher just waves his hand in surrender. Whatever, it is entirely up to you, kids. Just do not go embarrassing me during the final graduation exams. Getting that highly reluctant wave of approval from the totally exhausted instructor, the pink-haired girl excitedly turns around to invite him. Bai Yi, let's go train together. But with both hands stuffed deep into his pockets, he brutally and instantly rejects her. No. I want a private room. But wouldn't sparring together help us improve way faster? Seeing Bai Yi just walking away in silence, she blinks and fires back. Wait, did you really just reject me right now? Not a single emotion on his face, he coldly drops one word. Yeah, but instead of getting mad, the pink-haired girl actually bursts into delighted laughter. Haha, that arrogant attitude of yours really just fires up my absolute fighting spirit. Saying that, she quickly slips right past Bai Yi and calmly struts through the left elemental door, leaving him standing there. Outside, the glasses-wearing kid scratches his head, looking at the instructor as he timidly asks for a favor. I am always dead last anyway, so could you maybe let me find a spot to just slack off a bit? The instructor just crosses his arms, flashing a gentle smile that instantly crushes the kid's hopes. Absolutely not. The heavy private training room door locks shut. Bai Yi starts tweaking the system console, muttering his calculations. I am already way too familiar with the warrior class, but as a mage, I am still a complete amateur right now. The system chimes in loudly. Elemental suppression now at -10%. He makes a firm choice right then. He absolutely has to master this fast during his time here. The exact second he finishes speaking, freezing frost magic begins erupting from his body. Bai Yi's eyes flash with extreme caution. He has to hide this trump card perfectly. Absolutely no one can ever find out he holds multiple awakened classes at the exact same time. The gauge drops even lower. Elemental suppression at -30%. Now pay close attention here, because he knows the hidden dangers. This entire school is strictly controlled by the gods, and every single student's move is constantly being watched by their spies. A thin, freezing layer of ice starts covering his body. The room's temperature plummets rapidly, making him frown through the pain. Showing off his insane talent too early will undoubtedly make him a massive target for those dangerous guys. Remembering the dumbfounded faces of that pink-haired girl and his two childhood buddies, he silently thinks to himself while chanting his spell. As for these ordinary classmates of his, the warning panel suddenly hits absolute danger levels, suppression at -1%. Suddenly, the next door flies wide open. The pink-haired girl stands with hands on her hips in a green glow, lifting her chin to declare war. Bai Yi, I absolutely refuse to let you surpass me. Bai Yi smirks, finalizing his new social strategy. It is definitely best not to form any kind of deep connections with them at all. The dismissal bell finally rings, and the sunset casts long shadows over the quiet, empty schoolyard. Bai Yi quietly walks his rusty old bike through the school gates, his lonely silhouette stretching across the ground. Just as he is strolling along, loud voices suddenly shout from behind him. "Hey, Bai Yi, wait up for us!" He turns his head and clicks his tongue. Shh, these two guys are chasing him again. Freckles and Glasses run over, arms around each other's necks, panting heavily as they loudly start complaining. "Why are you walking so fast? Couldn't you just wait for us for a second?" I know what you are thinking. A secret past? Yep, Bai Yi sighs, remembering his past life where these two were his middle school best friends. They were all bottom-tier rejects, constantly bullied, always hanging out after school to whine about life. Freckles throws his hands in the air, proudly showing off his awful track record. "I ranked second to last in this exam, man." Glasses joins the sad celebration, "And I climbed up to 5th place from the bottom." The two crack up laughing and turn to Bai Yi. "What about you?" Bai Yi answers with a straight face. "I am dead last." All three burst into genuine laughter. "Ha ha ha, so none of us have a shot at high school." Those childhood memories rushing back actually make his cold eyes soften for a moment. Those were the rarest, happiest days of his entire middle school life. But his smile instantly vanishes, replaced by the icy gaze of someone who has tasted way too much bitterness. Bai Yi slams his foot on the pedal and speeds off, leaving his two bewildered friends standing behind. He thinks to himself, in this new life, his ultimate goal is entirely different. These pointless social ties will only act as stumbling blocks dragging him down. But the one thing that truly weighs heavily on his mind is his glasses-wearing friend over there. Watching their best buddy's figure fading away, Glasses and Freckles just stand there, resting hands on their knees, panting and grumbling in pure frustration. What the hell is actually wrong with Bai Yi today? Just like last Friday, he is just quietly bailing on us again. Freckles complains bitterly to his friend. "We literally made a sacred pact to be the bottom-tier squad together forever." Glasses squints after him, muttering with total suspicion. "Hey, do you get the feeling that he has somehow gotten a lot stronger lately?" Deep in thought, Glasses carefully analyzes it. Ever since that specific class awakening, he has suddenly become way more confident than before. He adds, "Why would a guy riding a bike ever willingly wait around for losers who can only walk?" Suddenly, a voice calling out totally shatters his train of thought. Bai Yi quietly mutters his old friend's name. "Glasses, you have been looking off lately. You really need to make time to get your lungs checked at the hospital." Bai Yi stands in silence, his eyes completely complex as he looks at his buddy. The heavy tension shatters when Freckles runs up from behind, laughing out loud. "Huh? I totally knew it. You stood here waiting for us so we could all go home together, right? And trust me, that is where we leave it." Bai Yi instantly denies it. No. He stomps the pedal and speeds straight off, leaving Freckles screaming in total frustration. Let's jump into a wild story about second chances. "Hey, how are we supposed to catch up? Are you just standing there to mock us?" Left eating dust, the freckled kid stomps his foot in pure frustration, complaining to his friend with glasses. "If I hadn't burned all my energy on those suicide sprints earlier, I definitely would have caught up to that guy," he grumbles. The kid with glasses just pushes up his frames, instantly exposing the lie. "You only managed 6 rounds back there. Don't act like you worked harder than me." Watching the figures of his two friends bickering as they fade into the distance, Bai Yi's eyes drop, filled with a heavy, bitter sadness. In his past life, right before high school, Glasses Kid suddenly discovered he had terminal lung cancer. He dropped out for treatment, but he just didn't make it. Gripping his bike handlebars tight, he makes a silent vow. Even if they can't stay friends in this timeline, he hopes, at the absolute least, he can stay safe and healthy. Meanwhile, the freckled kid is still fuming. Why did that guy suddenly turn so ice cold to us? It's seriously too much. The friend with glasses walks beside him, his eyes completely locked on the direction Bai Yi just left in. Even though it's true he has changed a whole lot lately, I still get this distinct feeling. The corners of his mouth slowly curl up into a warm, deeply trusting smile. He's still the exact same Bai Yi we always knew. Scene shift. We are now at the Holy River Nation, inside the main headquarters of the God Guild's rookie training grounds. A magnificent view opens up. A crystal blue coastline stretches out under the blazing morning sunrise, entirely surrounded by massive, towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds. Down at the seaside rest area, a massive guy with rock-hard six-pack abs is lazily sprawling on a lounge chair. He's got a straw hat covering his face, just napping. Word on the street is a fresh rookie, just joined the God Guild and is showing some seriously unbelievable results. Wait, is that the exact same kid who totally shattered the records in every single exam category? Standing directly in front of him is a young guy rocking braided platinum hair and an incredibly arrogant smirk. He gives a polite little bow to say hello, but makes zero effort to hide his absolute smugness. You praise me too much, Lord Dongduang. I've come to report in. Cut back to the present. It's Monday night, May 25th. Inside their cozy apartment, Bai Yi and his mom are sharing a late dinner. Eating his rice, Bai Yi gently warns her, "Oh, right, Mom. From now on, please try to avoid going out alone." His mother simply nods in agreement. He continues, "I'll be home early tonight. I'll grab us some takeout." As he eats, his eyes lock into deep thought. A hidden, lethal killing intent starts quietly burning up inside him. Pay close attention here, because his mindset is shifting. Right now, his power just isn't enough. Watching his mom peacefully smiling and eating, he bites his spoon hard. He makes a razor-sharp vow to build her a truly safe, rock-solid life as fast as possible. The scene suddenly shifts to an awakened prison. The words "rehabilitate" and "rebuild your life" are glaring brightly across a massive electronic signboard. A long line of miserable inmates in bright orange jumpsuits wait for their food, all under the incredibly strict watch of the prison guards. It's finally the turn of a middle-aged inmate with a scruffy beard and a seriously sinister look in his eyes. He shoves his food tray forward for the guard to fill. Using the exact moment the food drops, the prisoner smoothly slips a crumpled bill right into the guard's hand under the metal tray. The guard keeps a totally stone-cold face, muttering just loud enough for the two of them. "That little favor you asked for is pretty tricky." The prisoner flashes a sly, crooked smirk. Then the guard quietly adds to his sentence, "But don't you worry about it. Everything is fully sorted out. You're walking out of here tomorrow morning." Cut straight to the school campus, early Tuesday morning. Bai Yi is standing up on a breezy balcony, staring down at the massive athletic field below. He mutters quietly to himself, evaluating his recent training progress. "During this short period of time, I've basically managed to master all the fundamental combat mechanics of the mage class." Rolling his wrists to warm up, a sharp flash of pure enlightenment sparks inside his eyes. The core of this class is perfectly calculating skill cooldowns and absolutely dominating elemental control. Down on the field, the freckled kid is gasping for air after a brutal running session. He's completely drenched in sweat but rocking a massive, proud grin on his face. "I actually managed to run 10 full laps today." The image cuts to a completely empty track and field stadium on a Wednesday afternoon. The guy with glasses is dangling from a pull-up bar. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself up, sweat pouring off him like rain, his face totally twisted in pure exhaustion. While his friends are brutally struggling to build their physical stats, Bai Yi is just chilling, hands casually in his pockets by the elevator, face totally cold, zero emotion. He looks up at the floor numbers dancing across the digital display. His two best friends call out with hopeful voices. "Hey, you want to grab dinner together tonight?" Bai Yi turns his head away, rejecting them instantly without a second of hesitation. "Can't do it. I have to head home early tonight. Seriously cold." You and I know he cares more than he lets on. His friends stare blankly at his back, but suddenly Bai Yi stops, raising one hand to demonstrate a move without even looking back. "Your marksman skill, the cast time is way too slow right now. You need to focus harder on your strike execution." Whoa! The freckled kid's energy absolutely explodes. His eyes light up like he just reached enlightenment, clenching his fists with burning determination. Then comes Thursday afternoon. Right after classes end, over at the campus hospital, the glasses kid sits nervously across from the doctor, staring at his x-rays. The doctor speaks gently. "It is incredibly lucky you came in for a checkup early." Pointing at the scan, the doctor's face gets dead serious. "This kind of parasitic lung tumor grows insanely fast once it takes root. You need to book surgery at a major hospital immediately. Cut it out now, and you'll be completely fine." The kid mumbles back, his mind still totally reeling from the massive shock. "Thank you, doctor. Next week. I'll book the schedule next week." Walking down the dead quiet hallway, the image of Bai Yi flashes into his mind. He remembers that recent warning, "If you have time, you really need to get your lungs checked." If the school physicals hadn't been delayed, I never would have gotten a CT scan on my own. He stops dead in his tracks, completely full of doubt. How on earth did Bai Yi know there was something wrong with his lungs? What in the world is actually going on with Bai Yi? He slowly wanders down the stairs, completely lost in a heavy sea of thoughts. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the corner of the corridor, completely snapping his train of thought. "Hey, did you hear? Kwang Thin is cheating the system again." He already hit E4 in this round of exams. He's definitely taking first place again. The glasses kid freezes, hiding behind the wall to eavesdrop. Another voice replies, full of pure disgust. Huh? How is he even doing that? Don't you have to enter the demon caves to level up? Didn't you know his family literally owns a private demon cave? They use it exclusively to train their family's private army. Oh right, remember the guy who provoked him last weekend? And trust me, that's where we leave it today, because our guy's heart just skipped a massive beat. Alright, stick with me. We are diving into some insane revenge. The glasses kid holds his breath, listening. After school, the bully plans a brutal lesson. With his temper, taking a loss like that, he is not staying quiet. This time, he brought deadly weapons, blocking the road right outside the school. No doubt about it, he is aiming for a lethal strike. Hearing this, cold sweat drips down the glasses kid's forehead. No way, I told him not to mess with that garbage. Panicking, he spins around and sprints down the hall as fast as he can. I have to go help Bai Yi right now. He sprints down the hallway like lightning, his mind racing with pure panic. Outside the school, that punk will definitely use dirty tricks to ambush Bai Yi. He might even bring a whole gang just to jump him alone. Panting hard, fear and anxiety crush his chest, but then he suddenly stops. The harsh reality hits him. But what can I even do if I go? He looks down, arms hanging helplessly. I am just a low-tier support class. I do not even have a single attack skill. Maybe Bai Yi can just handle this all by himself? He stands before a tightly locked door, desperately searching for an excuse to back out. I really do not need to confront that Hong guy anyway. That guy Hong Qiang-sheng is pure trouble. He tightly closes his eyes, trying to convince himself to walk away with a painfully forced, bitter smile. My rule is to always avoid absolute trash like him. The equipment room door is heavily secured with thick metal chains and a massive padlock. Smash! The padlock and chains shatter into pieces from a sudden explosive force. The glasses kid uses every ounce of his strength to kick the double doors wide open. The sunset hits his sweaty face, revealing eyes burning with absolute resolve. Bai Yi saved my life. I owe everything to him right now. Gritting his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Even if I die, I have to save my brother. Inside, he grabs a massive battle axe, literally bigger than his own body. Hauling the axe onto his shoulder like a god of war, he roars out, Bai Yi, wait for me! Hey, why are you destroying the weapon room? A sharp voice suddenly rings out from behind him. The glasses kid jumps, his epic warlord pose instantly deflating. He stiffly turns around, only to see the pink-haired girl standing there, arms crossed, looking absolutely furious. He can only stutter in panic. The pink-haired girl frowns in confusion, scanning his incredibly awkward posture from head to toe. What is wrong? You look like you are in a massive, frantic rush. Caught red-handed destroying public property, he clumsily hugs the giant axe, shouting at the top of his lungs to hide his pure embarrassment. I have to go save Bai Yi. Hearing that familiar name, her ruby-red eyes widen slightly, blinking in total confusion mixed with endless curiosity. Meanwhile, leaving the noisy school behind, down a completely empty alleyway soaked in the deep orange glow of sunset, Bai Yi is casually walking his bike, his slender shadow stretching across the silent ground. Suddenly, he hits the brakes, not even bothering to turn around as his calm voice breaks the heavy silence. Come out already. You have been trailing me since I left the school gates. What exactly do you want from me? Now watch this. From the dark corner, a boot slams onto the asphalt. Stepping out of the shadows with pure killer intent is none other than his rival, Hong Xiangsheng. He radiates a blood-red magic aura, gripping a sharp longsword. Smirking wickedly, he sneers. Obviously I am here to settle our little debt from last weekend. Contrasting his enemy's fierce rage, Bai Yi just glances back, his expression as calm as an autumn lake. Are you really that confident you can defeat me right now? Of course! You think I have just been slacking off? Hong Qiangsheng roars in fury, activating a speed skill. His entire body launches into the air like a flaming red arrow piercing the wind. My training was not for nothing. He dives down with a twisted, insane smile, overflowing with pure arrogance from his newly leveled up power. In a flash, his figure completely blurs. Using a backstab ultimate skill, he instantly vanishes and reappears right in Bai Yi's absolute blind spot. He swings down for a fatal strike, but Bai Yi reacts like he has eyes behind his head. Activating a skill, glowing magic data blocks resembling computer code instantly wrap entirely around his arm. A deafening, harsh clash of metal rings out loudly. Bai Yi blocks the razor-sharp sword barehanded, making it look as light as a feather. Hong Xiangsheng's eyes bulge in pure terror, cold sweat instantly soaking the arrogant kid's forehead. You and I felt that twist coming, right? How is this possible? He screams internally. His attack power is higher than mine. While paralyzed in shock, Bai Yi's eyes flare golden, his deep voice dropping with absolute, suffocating pressure. What is wrong? Are you genuinely naive enough to think you are the only one in this world who knows how to level up? Before Hong Qiang-sheng can even process anything, Bai Yi delivers one decisive swing, launching the arrogant bully's weapon spinning high into the sky. Watching his precious sword fly completely out of sight, Hong Qiang-sheng's pupils shrink. Pure fear starts devouring every last shred of his fragile pride. In his very first fight after endless agonizing training, Hong Xiangsheng gets grabbed by the throat and lifted effortlessly. Choking, he painfully realizes a brutal, crushing truth. Even though they are the exact same age, the towering figure standing before him right now is an absolute, immovable mountain that he will never, ever be able to conquer. Bai Yi just stands there, his silhouette radiating blinding light under the setting sun. Looking down like a god judging a mere mortal, pinned fiercely against the filthy dirt, Hong Qiangsheng thrashes helplessly, screaming in pure denial. You leveled up too? How many levels? Why? How did you do this? Tears and sweat mix as his voice cracks. Impossible, there is no way. I trained at school, then went home and grinded like a maniac. I barely scraped my way to level 4. On what basis are you leveling up faster than me? But facing that insane outburst, Bai Yi merely tilts his head and smiles. It is a hollow, chilling smile of someone who has crawled out from the depths of hell. His lips curve up, carrying a truly terrifying, battle-hardened experience. Risking your life? As he speaks this, Bai Yi violently stabs the enemy's snatched, broken sword right into the concrete. The blade tears through the wind, missing Hong Xiangsheng's ear by literally a single hair. He leans in extremely close, his eyes flashing with the chaotic light of a grim reaper, grinding out every single bone-chilling word. Tell me, have you ever tasted real death before? Pinned under the freezing blade and overwhelming killer intent, Hong Xiangsheng violently trembles but still stubbornly argues back to save face. So what do we take from this? Never mess with quiet guys. Cut the nonsense, I lost today, kill me if you want. Alright, let's jump right back into the madness. Surprisingly, Bai Yi retracts his killing intent. He calmly analyzes the situation, pointing out that his stalker didn't try any dirty sneak attacks or call for backup. Coming all the way out here completely solo? You really just wanted to find me and test your own true strength, didn't you? Standing up, Bai Yi puts his sword away and tosses out a sarcastic joke. I take it back, you aren't totally unbearable. Down on the ground, Hong Qiangsheng's pride is completely shattered. Furious, he screams out, "Don't you dare talk to me with that all-knowing attitude. Take back those insulting words right now. Either you kill me today, or I kill you." Suddenly, the glasses guy carrying a massive battle axe rushes over, panting heavily. The pink-haired girl standing beside him quickly points inside. "Look over there, that's them." But instead of the bloody bloodbath the glasses guy imagined, they see something wild. Bai Yi is just casually sitting right on top of Hong Qiangsheng, pinning him flat. The glasses guy blinks in confusion. Guess we don't need to do anything. Dominating his enemy, Bai Yi leans in, locking sharp eyes onto the loser. Actually, I've been waiting for you. Let's make a deal. Pinned down, Hong Qiangsheng's eyes widen in absolute shock. I can tell you the secret. How to get stronger, much faster. Now pay close attention here. This is where the real manipulation begins. His eyes flash in the dark, a scheming smirk crossing his face. But in exchange, you owe me something. Time flies by and we jump straight to Friday, May 29th, the official exam day. After a crazy week of intense training, all the first-year students are gathered together in the academy's massive sports arena. Standing up high, the insanely muscular coach clasps his hands behind his back. Facing hundreds of nervous eyes, he shouts, "The mock combat is officially starting." He sweeps a dead serious glare across the fresh-faced rookies and warns them, "Before we start, I want to emphasize one crucial thing to all of you. Even though this is a mock battle, the demon cave we are entering is completely real." Behind him, the screen shows a crimson portal and terrifying demonic beasts. Even though the barrier has sealed away most of the dungeon's raw power, the danger is still lurking. The core is packed with beasts. Know your limits. To calm them down, the coach nods toward the imposing upperclassmen nearby. To guarantee your safety, we've dispatched the most elite senior students from the high school division to guide you through this. A senior guy with sharp eyes and a cool earring flashes a confident smirk. The coach continues, normally, they won't interfere in your fights. But if your life is in danger, they will step in and end the test. A cute illustration pops up in mid-air. You'll form teams of 4 or 5. One senior will lead 3 or 4 of you inside. You can freely choose between an F-class or E-class dungeon. The screen splits, showing both danger levels. Of course, E-class is extremely difficult. If you don't have the skills, absolutely do not attempt it. Fail the challenge, and your school credits will be completely wiped out. The stadium atmosphere instantly turns tense. The coach waves his hand. Now choose your dungeon tier. Once everyone has picked, we'll divide the teams based on your selected difficulty level. Raise your hand if you're choosing E-class. Right away, the pink-haired girl throws her hand high into the air, a totally confident smile blooming. Not far away, Hong Xiangsheng keeps a stone-cold expression. He proudly raises his hand for E-class too, determined to prove his own strength. Unlike these geniuses, the glasses guy is shaking like a leaf, sweating buckets. Gripping his backpack straps tightly, he mutters, "They're way too confident, actually risking a deadly E-class run. But what can I do? I'm just a green tier support class after all." After counting the numbers for a moment, the coach gives a satisfied nod. Good. 180 students total, split into teams of 8 for E-class. The glasses guy glances beside him, sweating in pure shock. Huh? Did Bai Yi really not pick E-class? The coach grabs his clipboard to finalize the roster. The rest of you will be randomly assigned to F-class. You and I both know he's not doing F-class. Wait a minute, sir. Hand casually in his pocket, Bai Yi raises his other arm and drops an absolute bomb on the room. I want to challenge the Academy's D-class Spirit Jade dungeon. Dead silence falls. The coach's jaw physically drops, sweating bullets as he grips the roster, totally unable to believe his own ears. Huh? A split second later, the whole stadium erupts. Students scream their lungs out, eyes popping wide open in pure disbelief. Huh? What? In the chaos, Hong Xiangsheng frowns, staring intensely at the monster who just defeated him. The crowd buzzes like crazy. What the hell is he doing? Who challenges D-class right off the bat? The coach violently yells out, "Absolutely not." But Bai Yi just stands there. His amber eyes are dead calm, completely ignoring the gossip. Suddenly, the sharply dressed principal steps onto the stage, frowning angrily. D-class dungeons are extremely lethal. Normally, only awakened upperclassmen ranked D or higher are even legally allowed to step foot inside. Unfazed, Bai Yi shoots back a razor-sharp counter. But the Academy rulebook never actually states that first years aren't allowed to challenge a D-class dungeon, does it? Plus, the rules explicitly say we can freely choose our tier. He stares down the principal, his steel voice echoing loudly. This Academy's core mission is to find elite talents for the Divine Guild Union. And the standard for an elite talent is bravery, pure strength, duty, and natural gifts. The tension between them could snap a blade. Bai Yi drops a cold remark. Is the principal really trying to rob me of my chance to prove myself? Backed into a corner, the principal shouts back, "You must form a team to enter." Bai Yi smirks with sky-high confidence. "I've got more than enough power to solo." The principal furiously pushes his glasses. "Going solo is forbidden." Suddenly, a small arm shoots up. "I picked D-class too. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Let's jump into a crazy trial." The pink-haired girl, ruby eyes sparkling with pure hype, she boldly makes her demand. The teacher nearly drops his jaw, calling Qi Yan in pure panic. Ignoring the weird looks from the crowd, the teacher angrily scolds, "Are you crazy? If you get hurt in there, what do I tell your father?" Qi Yan just pouts and cuts him off. "I want maximum points too." Hands confidently on her hips, she insists she just wants to try. The teacher is furious, veins popping, grinding his teeth in absolute helplessness. Thinking she won the argument, Chien turns to Bai Yi. She gives him a cheeky wink, like she is saying, "See how useful I am?" Brutally, Bai Yi immediately raises his hand to stop her. Stone-cold face, zero emotion, he totally shuts her down. "I refuse, solo." Chien turns to stone, she rolls her eyes and screams out, "Huh? Rejected again?" She bristles up, ready to fight him, when a massive hand chops down on both their heads. The muscular coach grabs the two stubborn brats, laughing menacingly. His refusal is totally void. Standing nearby, the teacher facepalms hard, completely surrendering to these reckless kids. One after another, they are just unbelievable. Awakened just a week ago and already acting incredibly tough. Hearing these arrogant freshmen, the sweaty muscular coach rubs his chin, trying to figure this out. If so, the D-rank dungeon will only have you two. Honestly, no senior is going to risk their neck to carry a couple of wild freshmen. Right when things hit a dead end, an elegant long arm raises into the air. Now pay attention. A slick-haired senior with a gem necklace and sparkly earring steps right up for them. Smug look on his face, he smooths his beige vest, flashing a savior's confident smile. Someone must protect our youth. Seeing him, the coach breathes a heavy sigh. Fine, with Tu Lang going, I am a bit relieved. Seeing this savior, pink-haired Qi Yan leans into Bai Yi's ear, eyes shining with pure admiration. That is Senior Tu Lang. Word is he almost met the crazy standards to join the school's ultimate order. Seeing Bai Yi stand there like a wooden log, she nudges him, hyping up the grand title. The ultimate order, that is Tu Lang. Ignoring her massive hype, Bai Yi stays stone-faced, dropping an icy reply. Never heard of him. Tu Lang narrows his eyes at Bai Yi, cursing inwardly with absolute contempt. Just an arrogant little peacock who does not know how high the sky goes, rushing to show off his feathers in front of the crowd, not even knowing his own pathetic weight. Ending the noisy team-up, the coach points straight at the magic portal, blazing with red spatial flames right behind them. Perfect. The teams are fully set now. The mock combat officially begins right here. From inside the dungeons, high-tech drones shoot out, silently hovering above. The coach shouts that pro drones will follow them inside for a live broadcast. Your entire exam process will be recorded in perfect high definition, so everyone better put on an amazing show. Let's see who can snatch the highest score this term. Amid the crowd's boiling fighting spirit, Bai Yi's amber eyes stay strangely calm. He is secretly calculating his next move. The drone view pans down, showing the massive school. This place was built directly over a giant dungeon humanity once conquered. High school and middle school groups march toward spatial portals radiating a threatening red light. Completely fearless, the freshman squad eagerly steps up to a magic portal sparkling with dark blue lightning. This mega dungeon spawned tons of lower-tier zones. It turns out they are absolutely perfect to use as testing grounds for the new students. A kid with glasses shuts his eyes tightly, bracing himself as he jumps into the blue light. Most of these dungeon levels are strictly capped for safety. The freckled kid also tenses up, charging into a bright purple portal. You and I know this is where it gets real. At the B-tier gate, the trio stands right before the hazy spatial fog. Bai Yi glances at the drone buzzing over his head. Since the whole combat is streamed live, every single tiny action will be permanently recorded. His eyes flash with his usual heavy caution. I absolutely must control my power. Cannot reveal my trump cards against threats I do not know yet. The scenery blinks. All three finally step foot into the D-rank Spirit Jade dungeon. A dark, damp forest filled with massive, thorny, tangled vines appears. Bai Yi's eyes burn with fierce ambition. Spirit Jade dungeon, this place holds exactly what I need. Stepping onto the rotting dead leaves, Senior Tu Lang leads the formation, hands in his pockets, acting like a total pro. Relax, you two, I will protect you. Even though this D-rank dungeon is unsealed, I have cleared it with a veteran squad before. Hearing that flex, Chi Yan asks with total curiosity. So how incredibly strong are the beasts in here? Tu Lang clears his throat, playing expert. Normally their strength is around E5 to D5, meaning levels 5 to 15, but the real heavy hitters here are sealed tight. No pure D-rank monsters will appear, and absolutely zero chance of a boss. He turns his head slightly, his sharp eyes flashing a stern warning. But you two better not underestimate the high-tier E-rank monsters. Chi Yan listens intensely, nodding non-stop. Tu Lang continues, their attacks and speed can be incredibly brutal sometimes. You just awaken. Facing them, you are just tiny shrimp. Speeding up his flex, he smiles gently at Chi Yan. I will help you find some low-level monsters to farm points. Relax, with your senior here, I will not let my juniors take a single scratch. Mid-sweet talk, Tu Lang suddenly freezes. His eyes twitch uncontrollably, seeing a shadow casually ditch the formation and walk way up ahead. Trust me, here is the best part. Feeling his authority crushed, Tu Lang points and screams, Hey brat! Why are you running ahead? You'll alert the monsters. Before the senior finishes complaining, Bai Yi suddenly turns around. Stick with me, it gets wild. Under the dark forest canopy, his amber eyes flare up with sharp, icy magic. The oppressive pressure makes it absolutely hard to breathe. He coldly drops a command. You're too loud. Just stand quietly in the back. I don't need you lifting a single finger here. Hearing this insanely arrogant order, the senior freezes completely, his voice shaking. What did you just say? At that exact moment, the camera swoops down from high above. Up in the clear blue sky, unmanned drones start scattering into every corner of the academy. The broadcast system rings out loud and clear. This year's mock combat exam is finally streaming live. Outside in the sunny courtyard, hundreds of students crowd together. They all look up at a massive LED screen suspended right in midair. It displays countless smaller screens, broadcasting intense combat scenes live from all the different dungeons. Deep inside a dark monitoring room, the core professors and examiners lean back with crossed arms. They are intensely watching every single move of the first-year students on the giant monitors. The scene shifts to a closed luxury wooden door. It bears a dazzling, authoritative gold plaque reading, Central Order. Inside, the playboy vice commander with moss green hair is glued to his phone. He smirks with amusement, excitedly calling out, Commander, you should really watch this live broadcast. It's actually getting super interesting. He flips his phone screen around. His emerald eyes gleam with extreme delight, totally looking like he just found a brand new toy. Some gutsy junior actually picked a D-rank dungeon. From the dark corner of the room, a seductive woman with bouncy black hair and stylish clothes slowly steps out into the light. She curls her lips into a charming smile, asking out of curiosity, "Oh, what's his class?" The vice commander taps the screen, smiling sarcastically. "The most useless absolute trash tier, green system warrior." Hearing that, her smile deepens. Her eyes, hidden in the shadows, flash with a dangerous, excited glint. I want to see where he gets that confidence. Now pay attention here. Back in the sealed F-rank dungeon, reality hits hard. The guy with glasses is in a total panic. He squeezes his eyes shut, shaking his tambourine wildly with both hands, screaming his lungs out until his voice cracks. "Don't come near me." Ah, the scene is pure, unfiltered chaos. A fierce flock of firebats swoops down, viciously attacking the frontline fighters. Meanwhile, the glasses guy cowers way in the back. He frantically waves his little tambourine, tossing out weak green rings of buffing magic for the team. The short-haired girl completely facepalms. Gritting her teeth, she glares at the coward. "You're just a chanter. Just stand back and buff us. You really don't need to overreact and act this pathetic." Ignoring her entirely, he trembles violently as the monster system panels pop up. F-rank Firebat and F-rank Explosive Cat. He wails in tears. Why do F-rank monsters look so absolutely terrifying? Meanwhile, much deeper in the cave, the beast horde roars aggressively. From fierce F-rank Bloodfang wolves to a massive E-rank Lightning Panther crackling with electricity, they all aggressively prowl out of the dark shadows, creating terrifying pressure on the rookies. Over in the sealed E-rank dungeon, a heavy gloom descends. A male healer is on his knees. Gritting his teeth, he pushes a green healing light onto a fallen teammate's severely bleeding arm. That tragic scene is instantly ripped apart by Hong Chang-shung's furious roar. He grinds his teeth, shouting at his team, "If you losers can't do it, I'll go alone." Remembering his humiliating defeat to Bai Yi, his fury explodes into extreme power. He swings his glowing red arm wildly, triggering the violent skill. Power plus 32%, crit plus 20%, lifesteal plus 15%, slashing the monster apart. In his mind, one insane thought screams, "I will absolutely crush you, Bai Yi." You and I expected another sweaty struggle next, right? But the sealed D-rank dungeon feels strangely relaxed. Bai Yi stands with his back turned. He holds a dagger radiating a sparkling, intense green magic aura. Beneath his feet lies the giant, bloody corpse of a freshly slain beast. The system board flashes. Successfully killed level 6 E-rank Sandfox, gained 30 experience points. The camera angle widens out, showing madness, revealing not just one, but 3 massive beast corpses stacked up. They are piled chaotically on top of each other on the cold ground, along with 3 consecutive notifications dropping down, gained 30 experience. All of them killed swiftly, brutally, with absolutely zero wasted movements. Left behind by Yi, Senior Tuleng drops his jaw. His eyes are practically bugging out as he shouts shakily, How did you do that?" Before they can recover from the forest's thick dust, 2 giant spiders crawl out. Rocking dark purple armor and countless red eyes, they raise hideous legs and hiss aggressively. Amidst that absolutely horrific scene, Bai Yi keeps his icy, expressionless face completely unchanged. He turns slightly to explain to Shichnan, his tone remaining flat and emotionless. "The monsters in this zone have already been sealed. They can only output half their usual powers, so honestly they really aren't that hard to deal with." Sishnan quickly jogs after Bai Yi. Pumping her fists in the air, she gasps out in pure admiration. "Even with just half power, you still fought them all by yourself. Looks like I'm still miles behind you." Hearing her disappointed little sigh, Bai Yi doesn't even bother looking back. His back gives off a mature, perfectly calm vibe as his deep voice replies, "There's no need to compare yourself to others." He shoots a sharp amber glance right over his shoulder. His side profile looks incredibly cold and stoic under the dim, mysterious light, dropping an absolute killer line. "Just do your own job well." That ultra-smooth line instantly melts the young girl's heart. Zichnan hugs her spellbook tight against her chest, her cheeks flushed bright red. Acting like she's surrounded by 1,000 sparkling stars, she beams brightly. "Hey, do you seriously have to talk with such an insanely cool attitude all the time?" She beams with absolute determination. "I promise I'll work hard." But right in stark contrast to that pink romantic vibe, Senior Tuleng stands pushed completely to the sidelines. His face instantly darkens, turning as black as soot from pure jealousy. Veins aggressively pop on his forehead. "Damn it, all my awesome spotlight just got completely hijacked by you." Unwilling to swallow his pride and let a cocky first-year brat strip away his glorious senior authority, he decides to act. Tulong adjusts his collar, marching past Bai Yi with fake arrogance. "So what do we learn here? Trust me, this senior's ego trip won't end well. Stick with me here, because this D-rank dungeon is about to get chaotic." The senior glares at Bai Yi. In his mind, cocky rookies need a reality check. Careful is always better. He actually reaches out and smacks the back of Bai Yi's neck to show dominance, chin tilted straight up. He starts rambling. Sure, your performance was praiseworthy, but this is still your very first time inside a monster den. This is a 3-cave monster den. Definitely not as easy as you think. As your senior, I'm going to give you some much-needed advice right now. Bai Yi just looks ahead and calls out, Qi Yan, you handle the monster coming out of the right side. Without missing a beat, he immediately turns and strides off to the left. The camera pans across the gloomy, pitch-black cave. The three of them stand before different paths, while the rocky ground is completely littered with dead monster corpses and pools of fresh blood. Completely ignored by two first-year juniors. Tulang grinds his teeth together, ego completely bruised. He furiously scratches his head. Are you seriously ignoring me again? Trying to salvage his fragile pride, Tulang turns to Bai Yi. The monsters on the right are lower level. Can you actually handle them yourself? Bai Yi's face remains as cold as a statue. He just turns his head and asks, Wait, by myself? In Tulang's head, he is absolutely screaming with rage right now. This little brat has absolutely zero respect for his seniors. Bai Yi beautifully ignores him again and continues. This simulated combat is meant to test our individual abilities. After all, you came in here to take a test too. Bai Yi doesn't even bother arguing with the show-off senior. He just quietly turns to the girl beside him, casually hyping her up. Don't you want to score high points? Hearing those two words, high score, Qi Yan's eyes completely light up like headlights. She pumps her fist excitedly and answers with total confidence. Understood, I can do this. Seeing these two act entirely on their own and treat him like invisible air, Tulang's face turns pitch black. Veins aggressively bulge on his forehead as he bitterly curses. Damn it! Humiliated into a furious rage, he immediately draws his glowing magic bow. He strikes an incredibly arrogant pose, muttering under his breath about choosing the hard way. Now pay close attention, because things are heating up. In the monitor room, an examiner suddenly shoots out of his chair, jaw dropping at the screen. Absolutely unbelievable. Bai Yi actually took out that many E-rank monsters. The other teachers quickly crowd around, buzzing with excitement. One of them curiously asks, what level is he at right now? His colleague pushes up his glasses, sweating nervously as he guesses. The report still says E1, but the exact number? Unclear. It could be E3, maybe even E4 already. Another examiner crosses his arms, deeply analyzing the live screen. It's not just that. He specifically chose the monsters on the left, leaving the right side entirely for Qi Yan. A teacher nods in strong agreement. It's because he actually observed the elemental counters perfectly, letting Qi Yan's flower element deal with the crystal-type monsters. The examiner next to him sweats and chimes in. Yeah, they continue praising him. Even though this is an individual test, he applied the most logical distribution of targets. Looks like he really sees the big picture here. The coach's memories flash back, remembering when Bai Yi confidently declared in the hall, Teacher, just trust me. During this graduation performance, I promise I absolutely won't let you down. The coach smiles proudly, thinking to himself, this kid wasn't just talking big after all. What kind of crazy performance is he going to show us next? Cut back to the brutal atmosphere of the dungeon. Bai Yi's face is terrifyingly serious, a few drops of monster blood splattered across his cheek. His sharp eyes flash with absolute intense focus. Bai Yi swiftly swings his daggers, ruthlessly slaughtering monsters while calmly calculating his next move. He previously noticed the basic crystal-type beasts all poured out of the right cave. Not only are they low level, but they are entirely countered by her flower element. Down below, Qian is passionately chanting her magic spells. A massive crystal-type bug with glowing purple eyes opens its jagged, fang-filled mouth. It lunges straight at Qian, who spreads her arms wide, completely ready to fight back. Qian's reflexes are absolutely lightning fast. She violently stomps her foot down, shouting out her ultimate skill, Vine Wall. Instantly, gigantic vines heavily covered in razor-sharp thorns explode straight up from the underground, tightly gripping the monster in place. The beast struggles violently, making Qian sweat buckets. She grinds her teeth, pouring all her magic power into controlling it. Get over here. The merciless thick vines crush the giant bug so incredibly hard that blood sprays violently into the air. The system panel quickly flashes a poison effect. Qian clenches her fist tight, heavily focusing her power and shouting out with absolute determination. Finish it. The bug totally collapses, dying completely inside the deadly plant prison. A system panel drops down, successfully eliminated level 6 E-rank crystal bug, gained 30 experience points. Qian breathes a massive sigh of relief looking at her work. She bursts into pure ecstatic joy. Her eyes sparkle as she tightly clenches her fists, cheering happily like a kid. I actually did it again. Standing quietly in a hidden corner far away, Bai Yi silently watches his teammate. Analytical data quickly runs through his mind. When mages reach E rank, they instantly unlock a basic class skill perfectly suited to their specific profession. His teammate's detailed skill information panel suddenly flashes before his eyes. Flower Element Mage skill, Vine Wall. It uses rapid growth plants to form a massive thorny barrier, and those sharp vines carry a guaranteed built-in poison effect upon contact. He nods to himself. Her skill uses plants to create a toxic wall. Seeing Qi Yan clutching her grimoire in a solid, unshakable defensive stance, Bai Yi secretly gives her high praise. For a first-timer in a monster den to stay this calm while fighting monsters way above her own level, and she even thought of using the vine wall to trap it, shrinking the combat zone for the kill. She seriously has some real natural talent. Standing in front of a massive teleportation portal swirling with multicolored magic, Bai Yi frowns in deep thought. The D-rank monsters were all supposed to be fully sealed away. While she bravely faces down another massive bug, Bai Yi finally breathes a sigh of relief. You and I both know exactly what that perfectly calm look means. She can handle her enemies, while his brilliant mind is already cooking up a sharp, flawless strategy. Close up on his completely emotionless face. In this current situation, even right in front of the live broadcasting pro drones, I can still hide my true power while scoring incredibly high. His piercing gaze stares right through the glowing red spatial portal, heavily analyzing everything to find the absolutely perfect path forward. But I need to remember, the broadcast drones followed us in here. How should I execute the next step? While our main character is busy brainstorming, Senior Tu Lang stands right behind him. His face is pale with pure rage, muttering furiously under his breath. Ha, you really think you're that talented? You're completely ignoring your senior, treating me like absolute garbage. Staring at the chaotic battlefield, perfectly wiped clean by two mere first-year students, heavy twisted jealousy completely clouds this incredibly awful guy's sense of reason. Since you two can rely entirely on yourselves. Right next to the faintly glowing seal on the ground, Tu Lang raises his magic bow. A sinister, twisted smile spreads across his lips as he aims his arrow straight up into the pitch-black ceiling. He releases the bowstring with pure malice, shouting a fake battle cry. Trust me, you're not gonna want to miss this. Try this out. Light arrow. Let's jump right into the absolute madness. A blinding arrow strikes like lightning, flying right over Qi Yan's head while she's mid-air, leaving her looking back completely and utterly confused. That glowing arrow of light violently tears through the dead of night, smashing deep inside a massive, unnervingly pitch-black cave that just looks like pure bad news. Furious, Qi Yan touches down and immediately turns to scold that absolute troll of a senior. He claims he was trying to buff her, but before his pathetic excuses can even finish echoing from the dark depths, boom, the solid ground shakes violently. A pair of savage beast eyes, glowing bright like pure hellfire, immediately signals the arrival of an absolute nightmare. A gigantic level 11, rank D two-headed lion boss erupts from the cave. Covered in blood, it charges straight at Qi Yan with sky-high killing intent. Instantly sensing the terrifying level gap between them, she flinches hard and spins around, her eyes widening in absolute, utter panic. At the exact moment Bai Yi turns his back, ready to walk away, his razor-sharp instincts suddenly scream a massive red alert in his mind. Shock flashes in his eyes. The two-headed lion suddenly erupts in blazing, demonic red flames. The crisis strikes so fast that Qi Yan doesn't even have a single second to react. Panicking, she throws her hands up to block. Her pupils shrink in pure terror as the monster unleashes a deafening roar that literally tears the air apart. Its savage strength completely snaps the vines and thorns pinned to its body. The massive creature, cloaked in crimson fire, bares its claws and fangs. Its jaws bring a wave of scorching heat, pouncing straight toward the tiny Qi Yan. Facing certain death, Qi Yan's face goes totally pale. Cold sweat drips down as she desperately mutters, "I am totally completely dead." Right in this terrifying life-or-death moment, that Senior Tu Lang, standing way in the back, just smirks proudly. He arrogantly draws his glowing light bow to show off. But instantly, Bai Yi dashes forward. The system screen pops up. Acceleration activated. Speed shoots up by over 50% for a short time, hitting the upgrade standard for reflexes and mastery. But Bai Yi is way faster than that guy's flashy arrow. He jumps, his body soaring right over the flaming lion's head exactly like a crackling bolt of lightning. Now watch closely, because everything changes right here. His expression suddenly freezes tight. In that exact second, the frenzied lion violently lunges to attack Qi Yan. Bai Yi immediately activates a top-secret skill. The system blinks with a dash ability. Hitting 100% speed unlocks an instant teleportation effect, phasing right through the obstacle ahead. His dagger rips through space, plunging right into the lion's throat. Blood splatters everywhere as the massive beast crashes, tearing up the earth. Bai Yi holds a rock-solid stance, his dagger glowing with blue magic flames, standing tall as a shield for Qi Yan. He tilts his head slightly. With a deadly serious look, he stares dead at the smoking corpse, completely and utterly confused. Why did this monster's speed suddenly spike like that? Standing far behind them, Tu Lang's face darkens with sheer jealousy over losing his spotlight. He loudly clears his throat, pretending to be some grand expert. He claims he knows this demonic cave perfectly. Even though most rank D monsters are sealed, he crosses his arms and smirks, proudly explaining things just to win back his lost authority. But this rogue two-headed master lion inside the cave constantly respawns and revives. He mocks them, asking how they could possibly act so arrogant. They are just freshly awakened rookies, so how on earth could they handle a rank D monster? He proudly raises his bow, rambling endlessly and totally exposing his own trolling behavior. He admits the beast was literally buffed by his very own skill. The system panel pops up showing the light arrow status, gravity reduced by 10 times. Damage and speed massively boosted. He proudly declares this is the fastest two-headed lion ever. Sure enough, the flaming boss roars and stands back up. Its magic power explodes, way more ferocious and brutal than before. Frenzy mode activated. Attack up 10%. Speed up 50%. Facing the terrifying pressure of this beast, tragically buffed by their idiot senior's dirty tricks. Bai Yi narrows his cold, sharp eyes. His fingers grip the dagger tightly, wondering if he really has to use his full power here. Without hesitating, Bai Yi pushes Qi Yan firmly behind him. Shielding her, he tells her to fall back since she can't handle this monster right now. Stumbling back, she bites her lip hard, her heart completely filled with intense guilt and bitter regret. Damn it, why did she let herself get so scared? The colossal mass of fire, shaped like a lion, crushes the ground, frantically lunging straight at the two young rookies. I know what you're thinking. She's gonna run, right? Think again. Qi Yan stomps forward, stepping right in front of Bai Yi. Her hands glow with explosive green magic as she fiercely shouts her spell. Massive, razor-sharp roots violently pierce right through the blazing fire, slamming directly into the beast's massive body to completely halt its brutal, unstoppable charge. Bai Yi looks amazed, standing shoulder to shoulder with her in battle. Qi Yan's eyes burn with unyielding resolve. Refusing to surrender, she pours every ounce of her power into her grimoire for another layer. Endless magical vines keep bursting from the ground, wrapping tightly around the boss's fiery body, totally trapping it inside a 3-layer prison of wooden thorns. Seeing his friend erupt with power to share the burden, Bai Yi's eyes widen slightly. He turns his head in genuine surprise. Qi Yan looks back at him, her gaze incredibly determined and pure. Can I fight by your side? I promise I won't hold you back. Even if this thing is a rank B, I want us to take it down together. Standing way in the back, Tu Lang's jaw drops. Veins pop on his forehead as he curses under his breath, totally baffled, wondering if this brat has lost her mind. She was almost eaten alive just a second ago. Bai Yi's lips slowly curve into a super rare approving smile. He lightly flicks his dagger, calmly dropping a remark. He honestly thought she'd be scared silly. Her mental recovery speed is seriously impressive. Captured by the hovering drone camera, Bai Yi and Qi Yan stand shoulder to shoulder against the deadly threat. She flashes a bright, super confident smile. Of course! With all the hard work she's put in, there's absolutely no way she's failing in a place like this. Clutching her grimoire tightly, she tilts her head at Bai Yi with a huge grin, her ruby eyes curving like crescent moons. Besides, with him here, she's absolutely sure she won't die. That absolute, unwavering trust makes Bai Yi freeze for a second. He frowns slightly, calmly analyzing the current situation with the cold, calculated mind of a true tactician. She just fired off a 3-layer skill, so her remaining mana is tight. No more wasting energy from here on out. The moment he finishes warning her, she nods eagerly like a pecking chicken. Obviously, she already knows that. Seeing Qi Yan overflowing with such vibrant confidence, a subtle hint of deep thought quickly flashes across Bai Yi's cold, sharp side profile. Memories of his past life suddenly rush back. The Qi Yan from his previous life was always shining as brightly as a superstar, even back in middle school. The scene shifts to the past. A super energetic, short-haired Qi Yan stands proudly in front of the class, flashing a brilliant smile to introduce herself. Hello everyone, her name is Qi Yan. Her ultimate dream is officially joining the prestigious Gods Guild, so she can finally become a genuine, true cleric. Bai Yi's memories keep painting a beautiful picture of a wealthy heiress who was still incredibly warm and deeply kind. So what do you and I take from all this? Even with rumors of her insanely powerful family background, she treated everyone like pure gold. Always a fiercely responsible leader both then and now. Stick with me here, let's jump right into this. In his memories, Chi Yin's smile used to light up the whole schoolyard, but Bai Yi's eyes suddenly drop, filled with the quiet heartbreak of someone who already knows the tragic future. After graduation, she completely vanished without a single trace. He always figured she just went on to live a super ordinary, quiet life. But right now, the faded image of a lonely bride walking away into the darkness flashes in his mind before completely vanishing. Snapping back to the harsh reality, Bai Yi turns his head. His sharp gaze sweeps over the girl standing shoulder to shoulder with him, silently admitting to himself, she is a genuinely reliable teammate in this chaos. As long as no unexpected accidents pop up out of nowhere, passing this stage will be an absolute breeze with the true strength he's currently hiding. But just as that confident thought crosses his mind, Senior Ling is standing right behind them with his arms crossed. He lets out a malicious smirk, arrogantly judging them. Do they actually think two rookies have enough strength to pull this off? That pathetic, torn-up vine wall can barely hold the monster down for a few seconds. Ling keeps gloating, silently cursing them out of pure jealousy. Real combat isn't something you can win with just blind confidence. With the absolute trash tier strength you two have, there's zero chance you can handle this D-rank magical beast, especially now that it's been insanely buffed. He proudly puts his hands on his hips, tilting his head up at the sky. He is fully ready for these arrogant rookies to start sobbing and begging for their lives. Just wait until you hit a total dead end and start crying. Then you can finally open your mouths and beg me for help. Right on cue, the two-headed fire lion roars and violently rips through their final layer of defense. Opening jaws as huge as a dining table, the beast charges straight toward Bai Yi and his teammate. The system loudly rings out a warning. Target has completely broken free. Let me teach you brats how to properly respect your seniors. Ling smiles radiantly, laughing like a maniac in his own mind. But in this exact life-or-death moment, hanging by a literal thread, Bai Yi doesn't even flinch. He just coldly fires off a direct order to Chi Yin. Looking as sharp as a battlefield general, he speaks. I will act as the bait. It is a fire type, so you already know exactly when to strike, right? Chi Yin instantly catches his drift. Her expression hardens, giving him a firm, serious nod. Message received. Time to move. Bai Yi spins around and instantly sprints away. Completely provoked, the two-headed lion violently accelerates, chasing right on his heels. Rolling waves of crimson fire completely scorch the earth beneath its massive paws. While sprinting for his life, Bai Yi glances back at the rampaging monster that's trying to slaughter him. But strangely, a dark, calculating smile curls up right on his lips. Now pay close attention here. He dealt the highest damage to it earlier, so he knows he's the priority target. The breathless, high-speed chase plays out in a terrifying flash. The gigantic beast lets out a deafening roar. Opening its massive jaws full of jagged, razor-sharp fangs, it viciously lunges forward, aiming to rip Bai Yi apart from just inches away. But then, right at the edge of a steep cliff dropping straight down to a lake, Bai Yi slams the brakes. His heels tear through the dirt and rocks. He flips backwards, boldly throwing himself straight into the freezing, rapid currents down below to dodge the massive attack. Carried by its own huge momentum, the enraged two-headed lion plunges right into the river after its prey. Its terrifying roar violently echoes through the entire forest. The exact second the flaming beast crashes deep into the water, everything changes. Sinking into the freezing river, Bai Yi looks up, his cold amber eyes locking onto his massive target. Now is the time to strike. Breaking the surface, the fire lion thrashes and screams in pure agony as the raging flames on its body loudly sizzle out in the water. Right on cue, from the top of the steep cliff, Chi Yin's voice rings out loud and full of absolute authority. Vine wall. Suddenly, dozens of massive spike-covered tree roots shoot out from both riverbanks, violently wrapping around the helpless monster as it struggles in the freezing currents. Standing safely on the bank, Chi Yin's hands explode with brilliant green magic as she perfectly controls her devastating technique. The deafening, terrifying roars of the massive two-headed beast now just sound totally pathetic. It violently thrashes around, desperately trying to escape its thorny plant shackles, but they give it zero chance to fight back. Chi Yin prepares the final blow. Pouring all her energy into it, she screams out, commanding the magic vines to squeeze so tight that it completely drains the monster's remaining strength. System notifications aggressively spam the screen. In rage mode, failed fire element status, completely nullified. Escape attempt, failed poisoned state, successfully activated. The beast is done for. The giant monster lets out one final pathetic cry before collapsing completely. A totally flawless combo! Chi Yin stands on the bank, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bai Yi slowly swims back to the shore, casually dragging the ruined, massive corpse of the beast right onto the dirt. Bai Yi pushes himself up. His clothes are completely soaked, but he's still radiating that absolute undeniable badass energy. He calmly stares down at the dead corpse, quietly calculating his next move. Well, no more struggling for this guy. Now, they just need to finish this exam and grab the absolute highest score possible. You and I both know what's coming next, right? Standing in a hidden corner, Senior Ziling's brain is practically short-circuiting. His jaw drops. He's sweating like a pig, literally screaming in utter, silent disbelief at what he just saw. What the actual hell is going on here? How could a single pathetic layer of torn-up vines actually manage to completely trap that overpowered lion? He couldn't even defeat the base version of that terrifying monster himself, and this one was heavily buffed. The scene then violently cuts back to the river, where the massive beast is still being brutally strangled to death by the glowing green vines underwater. Those terrifying roars from earlier, now they faded into nothing but pathetic, dying whimpers. Seeing everything play out so perfectly, Ziling is absolutely fuming. The veins on his forehead furiously throb. With bloodshot eyes, he glares at the two rookies in pure jealousy, quietly spitting out a filthy curse under his breath. Meanwhile, deep inside the central monitoring room, an instructor adjusts his glasses with a satisfied smirk, fully analyzing their godly teamwork. When a massive fire element lion gets lured straight into a rushing river, its deadly skills are completely blocked and rendered utterly useless. But on the flip side, thanks to all that water, the raw power of her plant element gets massively boosted. The head coach confidently crosses his arms over his chest, a deeply satisfied smile blooming across his face. He speaks up with absolute pride in front of the entire council. Using nothing but the most basic elemental counters and some seriously flawless teamwork, this kid easily dominated a terrifying monster that totally exceeded his own level. His lightning-fast reaction speed and natural talent for leadership under extreme pressure are absolutely top-tier and totally outstanding. Back in the monitoring room, the other judges cross their arms and lean back in their chairs. They nod in total agreement, smugly discussing the results. It looks like this combat exam doesn't have any more major surprises left. The #1 spot on the leaderboard is absolutely locked in. Another judge chimes in. Now they're just waiting for the final finishing blow. The massive screen displays a tight close-up of the two-headed lion's corpse floating dead in the water. One of the senior professors smiles, completely filled with pure anticipation. The moment he finishes collecting the sweet loot from that beast and they submit this insane footage to the guild for evaluation, he's totally guaranteed to shatter the all-time highest score. But right at the absolute climax of the exam, the main surveillance monitor suddenly goes pitch black. A massive digital crack flashes across the screen before completely dying out. The judges violently flinch, instantly jumping up and screaming. Did the live feed just get cut off? Why would we lose the signal right at this exact moment? Meanwhile, back inside the dangerous dungeon, their insanely expensive surveillance drone has been totally destroyed. It's now nothing more than a pile of smoking, shattered scrap metal, lying completely useless on the freezing dirt. So what do you and I make of this? Standing right behind them, Senior Ziling tightly grips a glowing bow. His lips twitch into a sickeningly dirty smile, completely thrilled with his own sabotage. Alright, stick with me here. Without video footage, getting full marks is a total pipe dream. Plus, they just ignore that jerk entirely. Standing by the stream, Zichnan breathes a sigh of relief and smiles at her teammate. Thanks for your skills. Behind Bai Yi, a glowing system panel drops. D rank level 11 boss defeated. 100 EXP gain. She quickly waves her hands, staying totally humble. No way, I only pulled it off by following your commands. Bai Yi turns around, calmly explaining everything. No, it is actually because your elemental resistance has been trained to a perfect level of mastery. Looking straight at her, he breaks down her ability. That is how you used one skill so creatively to lock it down. Hearing this advanced nerd talk, she just blinks cluelessly. Elemental resistance? The academic vibe instantly shatters as Tulang walks over with a furious, dark expression. The bitter senior completely interrupts their little victory chat. Alright, enough. You guys finished the boss. If you want to flirt, take it outside the dungeon. Veins pop on his forehead. He is absolutely livid about being treated like a ghost. This is way too much, but Bai Yi does not flinch. He turns, shooting a razor-sharp glare at the dirty senior. You clearly knew how incredibly dangerous it is to randomly buff a D-rank monster against first-timers in a dungeon, right? Exposed, Tulang turns away. He avoids Bai Yi's eyes and shamelessly tries to deny the whole thing. I told you I meant to buff her. Why did she suddenly dodge? Bai Yi smirks in disgust, shutting him down. So your skill level is just complete garbage. Now watch this clapback. Tu Lang's eyes shrink as murderous rage flares in his bloodshot pupils. But Bai Yi stays ice cold, delivering another sharp insult. You call yourself a marksman, yet your aiming is actually that pathetic? With backup on her side, Sich Ngan joins in to mock the furious senior. She pouts dismissively, twisting the knife. No wonder you never made the elite corps. His massive ego is completely crushed. Tu Lang absolutely snaps. He rips out his light sword and roars in blind fury. What did you say? Instantly, Bai Yi steps up to shield Sich Ngan. Gripping his green glowing dagger, his cold eyes show he is ready for a real fight. The tension is insanely thick. Tu Lang's face twists with pure madness, veins popping as he grits his teeth to hold back his extreme rage. But ultimately, he is too scared to attack. Tu Lang angrily sheathes his weapon, turning away with a cheap threat. This is far from over. The senior's shadow fades into the dark, completely bitter. Just you wait. From above, we see him slinking toward the red glowing exit, leaving the two rookies behind in the ruined battlefield. Waiting until that annoying creep is totally gone, Bai Yi breathes out. Pale blue magic radiates from him, clearing the gloomy air. Sich Ngan watches curiously, crossing her arms to angrily complain about that trash senior. That guy's personality is seriously the worst. Then she notices Bai Yi messing with something. Wait, what are you doing? Bai Yi picks up the broken camera pieces, speaking calmly. He did this, right? Just to stop us from getting high scores. Right now, nobody outside can see what is happening here. And once he leaves, he needs a new permit just to get back inside. He looks up, a dangerously sly smile forming on his lips. Everyone else is pretty far from this dungeon. I have enough time. Honestly, he did us a massive favor. You're wondering his plan too, right? Hearing this cryptic talk, Sich Ngan's brain explodes with massive question marks. What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Suddenly, a massive magic gate sealed by glowing red cross swords appears, radiating a deeply terrifying, oppressive aura. Bai Yi casually walks toward the sealed gate, his lone figure looking incredibly determined. He casually asks her a favor. Class rep, whatever happens next, can you keep it a secret? Though honestly, nobody would believe you anyway. Her intuition screams danger. Sich Nan is completely panicked, clutching her chest. Keep a secret? Nobody will believe me? What exactly are you doing? A flashback hits Bai Yi. That shady green-haired guy in the alleyway smiled wickedly. But you must give me something in return. His bloody hand reached out, speaking clearly. The unsealing magic stone is with your uncle. Back to reality. Bai Yi reaches into his pocket, pulling out a rainbow-glowing magic stone. I want this spirit jade dungeon. He decisively slams the stone into the central rock's crack. Instantly, the magic stone glows brilliantly. Blood-red veins start spreading everywhere, completely unlocking the ancient seal. A massive wave of dark red and black magic erupts, wrapping around Bai Yi like an awakening demon king. His eyes turn terrifyingly cold and absolutely ruthless. Realizing the immense danger, Sich Ngan screams in pure panic. No, you cannot. Breaking a D-rank dungeon seal means all those high-level beasts will swarm out. The unsealing power violently shatters the barrier. Glowing red cracks spread across the entire space, signaling the release of thousands of brutal, bloodthirsty monsters. Standing inside the magic storm, Bai Yi calmly turns to comfort his trembling friend. Relax, their strength is still suppressed by the remaining seal. Sich Nan is basically crying. Even so, how can we fight so many monsters alone? Cutting off her panic, Bai Yi's arm suddenly ignites with a blazing orange magic flame. As his power violently surges, he replies, "We don't need two people." He turns around, his platinum hair whipping in the red storm of killing intent. The air grows suffocating, like a war god ready to destroy absolutely everything. Sich Nan's eyes shrink to dots, her jaw dropping open. Shocked, entirely pale, she bursts into a completely horrified scream. How can you possibly do that? Standing tall amidst the endless blazing red flames, Bai Yi holds something new. His familiar dagger is gone, replaced by a brilliant blue glowing magic staff. Eyes wide, Sich Ngan screams in pure disbelief. How did you suddenly become a mage? And here's where we leave it. Bai Yi ignores her shock, looking back calmly. Go wait at the exit. The dungeon violently shakes as the giant seal chains completely shatter into pieces. Let's dive right in. A massive pack of giant, hideous lions roars wildly and charges out. A whole horde of blazing hell beasts erupts from the deep cave. They form a terrifying red flood, moving at breakneck speed, ready to swallow absolutely everything in their path. Seeing this total nightmare, Chi-Yin turns pale with pure terror. She frantically reaches out her hand, screaming at the top of her lungs to warn her friend. Watch out! The beasts open their glowing red jaws, lunging straight at Bai Yi. But this brave first-year rookie, he stands his ground like an absolutely unbreakable fortress, not even blinking a single time. Bai Yi's eyes flash with absolute confidence. The system announces a switch to a level 5 E rank Cloud Mage. He raises his staff, loudly chanting his ice spell. A bone-chilling, flesh-piercing blast of frost erupts from the tip of his staff like a furious hurricane. It shoots straight into the middle of the fiercely charging monster formation. Standing safely behind him, Chi-Yin gasps, covering her mouth, absolutely unable to believe her own eyes. A red class. I barely managed to control just one single lion. Staring at the massive ice block that perfectly froze 3 spiked lions in a split second, she breaks into a heavy cold sweat, stammering in pure fear. He actually locked down 3 of them at once. Meanwhile, the surrounding atmosphere grows increasingly dangerous by the second. Chi-Yin frantically analyzes the situation. These monsters have been sealed away way too long. They're definitely completely insane and will rush out together. Standing right in the eye of the storm, rolling blue magic aura completely wraps around Bai Yi's body. His eyes turn razor-sharp and freezing cold. I need a bigger battlefield. Right after speaking, he orders his teammate to fall back. Chi-Yin gets the hint instantly, tumbling backward to keep her distance. Got it. Now pay attention here. Massive beast paws crush the ice, signaling a brand new, even more brutal wave of attacks. Packs of aggressive fire panthers burst from the dark fog, tearing through the forest's dead silence. A giant panther roars fiercely as the system flashes a red warning. Level 12D rank Flaming Panther. Bai Yi is already in stance, ready to welcome it. While smoothly dodging fatal lunges, he calmly calculates his strategy. These monsters might be D rank, but being sealed away has slashed their power in half. A freezing blue magic sphere intensely condenses right in the palm of his hand. Lightning hisses wildly. He swings his staff, executing the skill flawlessly. My mage skill is Ice Transformation. The system's subtitles quickly explain, Ice Transformation freezes water vapor in the air instantly to control opponents. Bai Yi decides to sweep the board. First, lock them all down. The moment the magic drops, the charging giant beasts are instantly frozen stiff by the bone-chilling air. In a split second of combat, Bai Yi's pupils shrink sharply. The familiar system notification rings out. Switching to Core Warrior class! In just the blink of an eye, the ranged mage Bai Yi transforms into a fierce warrior, slashing his dagger across a massive charging level 13 monster. While deep in the killing frenzy, his ears twitch, picking up a sound. He glances back, his eyes full of absolute disgust and heavy guard. Trying to sneak attack me? Exactly as predicted, a flame-covered beast rushes wildly from his blind spot, snapping its jagged jaws to bite his neck. But Bai Yi is way faster than this monster's top speed. He raises his mage staff high once again. System switch Cloud Mage class. A freezing layer of ice instantly spreads, turning the mid-air monster's entire head into a razor-sharp frozen sculpture. I know what you're thinking. Switching classes mid-air? Insane. Watching safely, Chi-Yin is sweating bullets, eyes wide. Her entire worldview just completely collapsed right then and there. Witnessing Bai Yi's seamless blend of martial arts and magic with zero wasted movement, Chi-Yin suddenly has an epiphany. Plus, watching his execution, I finally understand why he wanted to enter the elemental room. She stares intensely at Bai Yi, secretly admiring his flawless preparation. That's exactly why he trained elemental resistance. The core of a mage is actually converting energy directly into elements, projecting or controlling them within a certain range. She recalls her own struggles, barely growing tree roots, then panicking and screaming when they wouldn't close. She sighs, summing up the lesson. Before, I always thought more magic power and casting frequency meant you were stronger. But seeing his moves, control is actually the most important thing. Surrounded by danger, Bai Yi casually dodges a beast's attack, preaching like a veteran master. Elemental power comes from nature. It's an incredibly wild, primitive force that's almost impossible to tame. He points at the giant ice blocks trapping the beasts, smirking as he explains. So only by totally dominating your own elemental power can you unleash endless variations. He smashes the ice block, showing overwhelming force. Look, even a basic skill has infinite playstyles. Standing perfectly safe, Chi-Yin's pupils dilate to the max. She's completely frozen by a scene totally beyond her understanding. Looking at Bai Yi's steady back among the solidly sealed monsters, she gulps in pure awe. Has he seriously mastered it to this insane level? A wave of inferiority hits her. Chi-Yin lowers her eyes, biting her lip. He's left us all in the dust. But just a few seconds later, looking back up at that breathtaking sight, her eyes regain focus. Her cheeks flush bright red. Chi-Yin clutches her chest, smiling shyly like a girl falling in love. But he looks so incredibly cool. Before she can daydream any longer, the ground violently shakes as a massive, freezing beast paw slams onto the stone. A mountain-sized red mammoth appears. The system flashes the ultimate boss details, level 15D rank lord, Hell Mammoth, plus a mocking status line, sealed state, stats cut in half. Contrary to normal panic, Bai Yi's lips actually curve up. forming a completely thrilled smile. His golden eyes flare up brilliantly. You finally came out. Feeling totally provoked, the hell mammoth growls, launching its gigantic body from above to crush this tiny human and the frozen beasts. Instantly, the system switches to core warrior. That's where we leave it. Bai Yi points his razor-sharp dagger right at the boss. What I need is on you. All right, stick with me. He violently kicks off the ground, launching straight at the massive furry head of the boss. His blade sinks deep into the monster's forehead. A blue flash tears the air as the system flashes bright red. Critical hit. Weak point exposed. Riding his freefall momentum, the razor-sharp blade slices cleanly through the thick armored flesh, carving out a massive, devastating gash all the way down. Bright red blood erupts like a fountain. The boss staggers, folding over in absolute agony. Meanwhile, Bai Yi lands with perfect style. He looks up, completely ignoring the streak of blood on his cheek, his eyes filled with nothing but pure, absolute disgust. A level 15 hell mammoth? After being sealed, its actual strength is honestly worse than a level 10 monkey. Furious at the mockery, the mammoth loses its mind. It frantically swings its massive trunk and razor-sharp tusks, whipping around for a desperate counterattack. Pouring every ounce of its broken strength, it crazily rams its bloody head toward the calm kid standing right in front of it. The collision violently plows the ground, creating a massive shockwave that blasts dirt, rocks, and bone-chilling snow blindly into the air. But hidden inside that thick smoke, Bai Yi flickers in and out of sight, ruthlessly chaining slashes directly into its fatal blind spots. The system goes completely crazy with flashing lights. Critical weak point hits trigger 4 separate times in a blur. Unable to handle the vicious combo, the hell mammoth's heavy head finally slams into the dirt, taking one last, absolutely fatal critical strike. Time for the grand finale. Bai Yi's eyes burn with a brilliant golden flame, killing intent exploding into the sky. He takes a rock-solid stance. He swings his flaming greatsword with enough raw power to ratter mountains. Gathering his energy, he shouts his ultimate technique, Pure Land of One Direction, delivering the final blow. A gigantic wave of fire slashes straight across the battlefield. The system instantly honors this overpowered move. Title activated, 1 against 100. Now watch closely, because the payoff here is insane. Under the terrifying heat of the AoE attack, the mammoth's face twists in absolute despair before the ruthless flames swallow it whole. The smoke hasn't even cleared before the loot screen sim starts dancing over the monster's corpse. Successfully killed a level 12 B-rank flame leopard, gained 110 experience points. A literal rain of XP floods in, blindingly fast. Successfully killed a level 11 D-rank leopard, gained 100 XP. Following right behind it, a whole pack of flame leopards lines up, donating 110 XP each. And finally, the Hall of Fame screen locks in the perfect results of this hardcore carry. Successfully killed a level 13 D-rank fire swordsman, gaining 120 XP. Successfully killed a level 15 D-rank hell mammoth, gaining 1,000 experience points. The explosion's dust fades and the loot screen glows brightly. Received bone fragments times 10, value 10,000. Bai Yi stands looking insanely cool bathed in that golden light. The system hits the jackpot again. Received high-tier material jade tusk. It's the mandatory material to forge the level 5 core system weapon, Flame Flawless. He smoothly collects the items, looking completely relaxed, like he just took a casual stroll downtown. He walks closer to the elephant's corpse. Revealed on the snow is a pale pink stone shaped right like a yin and yang symbol, just sitting there exposed. The system quickly appraises the rare drop. Resonance Jade, a pair of jades with a very special function. Bai Yi's lips curl up into a smug smile. Finally, I got you. At the exact same time, a crazy chain of level up notifications pops off. Core System Warrior upgraded to level 13 D rank. Cloud System Mage up to level 11 D rank, packed with tons of Tyrant stat buffs. Bai Yi rubs his chin, looking pretty surprised by the results of his hard carry. The mage class actually made it to D rank already. In the distance, Qian slowly walks over, completely speechless as she stares at the mountain of beast corpses. Seeing her approach, Bai Yi drops his smug look, turns around, and calls out her name. Qian! He looks at her with absolute seriousness, asking her like a teacher checking on a student. Do you still remember what I just told you? Completely clueless about what's going on, Qian blinks foolishly. Huh? Meanwhile, right at her feet, the system generously hands her a notification too. Flower System Mage upgraded to level 7 E rank. Now, you and I need to pause here. Cutting over to the school's monitoring room, the tension is absolutely suffocating. A bulky guy panics and screams out. If the seal is actually broken, they are in massive trouble. Everyone else goes completely pale. They have never ever recorded an energy spike this huge before. The bulky guy keeps yelling, "I told you we needed to find someone to guard it." Cut to a senior student running for his life down the hallway, suddenly freezing when a patrolling teacher spots him. The teacher frowns and scolds him. "Why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be inside protecting the juniors?" But the teacher doesn't even wait for an answer, immediately sprinting away. No time to manage this right now. They have to get over there immediately. The seal is broken. Realizing how absolutely catastrophic this is, the entire staff hauls ass, violently stomping down the stairs to run rescue. Watching that, the senior student crosses his arms, laughing at their misery. His face is full of pure, nasty delight as he bursts out laughing. Look at you all, karma hits fast, doesn't it? Back in the forest, the massive rescue team, including the bulky guy and the panicked teachers, charge in like a storm, screaming until their voices crack. Bai Yi, Chi Yin! But the second they arrive, the whole group slams the brakes, their eyes bulging in total confusion. Bai Yi stands there with his arms crossed, staring back at the rescue squad with massive question marks on his face. "You guys don't look like you just crossed the boundary of life and death." Bai Yi sighs, genuinely confused. "Sir, why did everyone run all the way out here?" The teachers completely ignore Bai Yi, staring blankly at the silent demon cave door. The glowing red seal is completely intact, not a single scratch. The bulky guy scratches his head, mumbling, "Huh? The seal isn't broken at all. Did the machines glitch out again? Well, at least everyone is perfectly safe." Time quickly flies by. The system screen transitions to Friday afternoon, May 29th, right before school lets out. A flashy, stylish guy is tightly tailing a blue-haired student down the hallway, aggressively chatting him up. He shoves his hands into his pockets, smiling with arrogant confidence as he demands answers. "Vice Captain, the documents submitted this time should be enough, right? What about that final team member spot?" Completely crushing his excitement, the blue-haired vice captain closes his folder. He smiles politely but brutally throws a bucket of cold water on him. "Sorry about that, our captain has already chosen someone." The flashy guy's smile instantly vanishes. His face completely changes as he snaps angrily. "What? Who the hell is it?" Completely losing his cool, he aggressively grabs the vice captain's sleeve, screaming his frustration. "Didn't we agree that this spot would be kept open for the most valuable person? Are my strength and background still not good enough for you guys?" Right at that moment, a gorgeous girl appears. She lazily leans against the doorframe, cutting him off with an icy voice. "The most valuable person, we have already found him." The girl with the wavy brown hair, system identifying her as He Yue, a metal system assassin, gently rubs her chin. Flashing an intrigued smile, she drops the bombshell. "That guy named Bai Yi is very interesting." Night finally falls, and time jumps forward. Friday night, May 29th. Inside a rundown diner by the train tracks, two shady figures sit facing each other in a dark, hidden corner. Chen Jinwoo, police investigator and C-rank cleric, glares threateningly over his cigarette. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump right into the tension. "Don't cause any more trouble," a voice warns. "It took everything I had to bail you out early." The guy sitting across from him hides his face in the shadows, showing only a messy beard as he loudly slurps a bowl of noodles in the corner. "Yeah, obviously I know," he brushes him off casually. Hating this entirely mocking attitude, Tran Kim Vo's expression instantly darkens, his narrow eyes locking onto the man with a cold, calculating, and highly threatening glare. Lowering his voice to a whisper, he drops a massive piece of critical intel. "I just got the word. Captain Hong is arriving next Friday. You better know your limits." The shadowy man just keeps chewing his noodles, mumbling, "Relax." But their secret little conversation gets instantly cut short by a blaring ringtone. On the table, the phone screen flashes with an incoming call from Captain Lai. Annoyed, Tran Kim Vo clicks his tongue, grabs the device, and abruptly stands up. "Task, that old man is calling again. I'm heading back to the squad. You should go home early, too." Tran Kim Vo immediately turns his back and walks straight toward the exit. The noodle eater doesn't even bother to look back. He simply drops a casual line, "Of course I'll go home." Suddenly, an eerie red light illuminates the man's face, revealing completely horrific, crisscrossing scars and an absolutely psychopathic smile. The way he slurps his noodles now looks bone-chillingly evil, while those exact words echo like a curse. "Go home early." The scene suddenly goes pitch black, and a massive lore text box appears out of nowhere. This fateful meeting and a deadly life-or-death battle are coming way sooner than expected. It tells the tragic legend of the Resonance Jade from the absolute dawn of creation. The ancient master of the Mammoth Dungeon actually fell madly in love at first sight. To confess his feelings, he personally used a teleportation magic crystal to forge this exact pair of jades. But unluckily, before the jade was even finished, he locked eyes with a completely different girl, so he just tossed the jade in the dungeon entirely aside. Let's skip this trash lore. The scene loops right back to Tran Kim Vo holding his phone, looking annoyed. Task, that old man is calling again. I'm heading back. You should go home early too. He decisively turns and walks away. The heavily scarred man stays seated at the table, quietly replying, "Of course I'll go home." Under that eerie red light, his face twitches with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. He keeps slurping down his bowl of noodles like a predator violently devouring its prey, darkly muttering those final instructions. Go home early. Swallowing the very last bite, he slowly looks up. Blue veins violently throb across his forehead. His eyes bulge with absolute psychotic fury, grinding his teeth so hard he can't even speak. Carrying a stomach full of murderous rage, he violently bursts into a messy apartment. Tossing his jacket aside, he roars out a curse that shakes the walls. Where the hell did those two bitches disappear to? With nowhere to vent his insane anger, he unleashes a devastating kick, sending the table flying. Styrofoam boxes and random junk violently crash and scatter into 100 pieces across the floor. Now watch closely, because this is where the tension spikes. Standing in the middle of his trashed kitchen, veins popping, he curses out loud. Go ahead and hide. His face completely twists up in psychotic fury, bloodshot eyes screaming pure murder as he hisses through his teeth. If I ever catch you, his absolute madness reaches its boiling point. He swings a brutal fist, smashing the tempered glass door into 100 pieces, letting out a ruthless roar. I'll kill you both. Just as this suffocating tension peaks, the entire scene suddenly shifts to a much calmer, peaceful place far away. A young man's hand gently places a pale pink yin-yang-shaped jade stone right against a woman's chest. His warm, deep voice softly breaks the silence. This stone is called the Resonance Jade. The exhausted-looking woman with graying hair wears the necklace around her neck. Her eyes flicker with deep emotion as she listens to his incredibly caring and protective instructions. From now on, please keep this with you at all times. Standing right beside her, Bai Yi raises an identical jade piece of his own, offering her a truly warm, reassuring smile. I have one exactly like yours right here. The system instantly pops up to illustrate the magical connection between them. If one stone gets completely crushed, the other will immediately radiate a powerful sensory magic. Bai Yi gently explains the mechanics. Whenever you find yourself in danger, just crush this jade. Mine will instantly sense the magic, and I will immediately teleport right to your side in an absolute flash. Saying that, he tightly holds onto his mother's frail, thin hands. His eyes are completely filled with nothing but genuine, heartbreaking worry. Without this, I really wouldn't feel safe leaving you home alone while I go out. The mother looks down at the sparkling jade resting on her chest, her eyes flashing with a deep, hidden sadness. We both feel the weight of this moment, right? In all of his memories, his poor mother had never once received a single necklace or any fancy piece of jewelry. Bai Yi's eyes drop, filled with absolute bitterness over her silent sacrifices. He thinks to himself, she's never once gotten to enjoy the beautiful things that a woman actually deserves to have in this life. Gently touching the jade stone, his mother gives a sweet, kind smile and advises him, "Son, don't just hang around me all weekend. At your age, you really should be going out and having fun with your friends." Hit right in his weak spot, Bai Yi awkwardly laughs it off. He waves his hands with a completely carefree look. "Don't worry about it, Mom. I don't really need any of that stuff." His mother's eyebrows furrow, just a bit. She gently scolds him, but with complete understanding. How can a person live their life without needing any friends? You always need to have someone who is truly important to you. Hearing those exact words, the smile on Bai Yi's lips completely vanishes. His side profile sinks into a heavy silence, totally lost in deep thought. His lonely silhouette stands out against the quiet background. He secretly asks himself one incredibly painful question: a truly important person? Amidst his deep thoughts, the faces of his past life comrades who fought right by his side flash by like a slow-motion movie. Muttering with pure heartbreak and nostalgia, he wonders, will he ever get the chance to meet them again in this life? But suddenly, the loud blaring of the system cuts right through his memories, dragging him completely back into this brutal, unforgiving reality. 11:58 p.m., right in front of a D-rank wild dungeon. Standing before this blood-red magic gate oozing with killer aura, Bai Yi instantly hypes himself up. At least the jade issue is sorted to protect his mom, so no more distractions. He looks up at the massive swirling spatial vortex. The system board flashes up some blurry details: hidden dungeon, level requirements, and an unknown difficulty curve. Bai Yi mutters to himself, running the numbers. This is another secret dungeon he knows about. It only opens for a tiny window at exactly midnight, and it shuts tight right at 1 a.m. So there is absolutely zero time to waste. Gripping his weapon super tight, he takes a decisive step forward, marching straight into the creepy, death-filled fog. Right now, it's time to focus every single drop of his energy on leveling up his raw power. The second he steps through the boundary gate, his heavy boot slams down hard into the earth, instantly creating a magical shockwave that totally rips the dense fog apart. Staring right back at him are massive, grotesque plant monsters, violently thrashing around their terrifying, blood-soaked tentacles. The red system targets lock on: level 15 D-rank Wild Corpse Orchid and level 13 D-rank Blood-Sucking Flower. Looking at them, Bai Yi remembers his past life, where he had once climbed all the way up to become an absolute top-tier elite warrior, moving fast like a literal tornado. And this is where we leave it, guys. He dodges a fatal monster swipe, his heart burning with pure, unmatched rage. In his past, he helplessly watched his comrades die, but trust me, you won't want to miss how he rewrites history. Stick with me here. You're about to see raw pain turn into pure killing intent. Bai Yi stomps the air, launching himself upward like a shooting star. His blade flashes with a blinding, deadly light. One sharp swing literally tears space itself apart, cleanly slicing off the massive, blood-soaked flower right off the top of that completely disgusting, slimy plant monster. The system panel explodes, successfully killed the blood-sucking flower, gained 260 XP. He ignores the drops but bags 3 blood petals. His eyes are bloodshot with absolute rage. He grits his teeth and roars. So what if he makes friends? Dodging attacks, Bai Yi screams directly at the heavens, just to wait for those trash gods to throw another random, impulsive fit one day. Instantly, he charges back in, swinging his blade wildly to tear right through the monster's defenses. The system lights up with a massive critical weakness hit. Venting all his built-up anger, he yells out that they'd still die without even a grave anyway. A second later, Bai Yi drops to one knee, heavily panting for breath. Green core magic forcefully erupts and violently burns around his entire body, looking absolutely overpowered. Another system notification immediately pops up, honoring the successful kill of the Wild Corpse Orchid. Gained 320 XP. His eyes, sharp as daggers, stare straight ahead. He carves a bloody oath into his own mind. He absolutely must become even stronger. Riding the battle momentum, Bai Yi detonates all his core magic, turning into a streak of green light as he dashes forward. He roars, pushing himself faster, even faster. But these dungeon plant monsters are absolutely no joke. Even with those incredibly slimy tentacles wrapping tightly around his neck and sharp claws wildly scratching his skin, he stubbornly grits his teeth. His eyes burn with firm resolve. He has to be stronger than everyone. Fresh blood splatters, sticking right to the corner of his eye. But his pupils stay razor-sharp, flaring up with a terrifying, absolute crazed will to fight. Not letting the monsters gloat, Bai Yi swings his blade, chopping through all obstacles. The system screen joyfully blows up with numbers again. Successfully killed another Wild Corpse Orchid. Gained 320 XP times 2. This stamina-draining battle leaves him gasping for air. He casually bites right through a blocking tree root just to clear the way. The system reports 6 corpse poisons gained. Bai Yi spits out a mouthful of bloody poison, forcing himself to fight on. Right at that exact second, the image of his deranged stepfather flashes through his mind. It hits like a brutal psychological strike straight to our main character's pride. His current self is seriously way too weak. He couldn't even beat that pathetic man. Wiping blood off his chin, he bitterly recalls his past life enemy. Let alone defeating that so-called genius who had the metal element sniper class ever since they were kids. Now pay close attention. This is exactly where his entire mindset flips. Snapping out of it, his gaze turns completely absolute. He stomps hard, unleashing a suffocating, oppressive aura. No detours, no easy shortcuts left to take. Looking up, he faces a massive, hideous sea of starving monsters, ready to swallow him whole. Bai Yi sneers, proudly carrying his blade forward. He won't allow himself to dodge a single enemy anymore. Using stillness to counter motion, he raises his glowing greatsword high. He channels absolutely all his power to activate his ultimate mob-clearing technique. One massive, apocalyptic slash heavily sweeps across the entire battlefield, ripping through space and the monster horde blocking his path. Boom! Instantly, a blinding dome of light completely detonates, wiping out absolutely everything caught within its insane range. The system chimes crazily like hitting the jackpot. A massive wave of successful kill notifications for the blood-sucking flowers pops up. Gained 260 XP and successfully killed the Wild Corpse Orchid. 320 XP notifications dance around, totally blocking his vision. Trash mobs totally cleared. Bai Yi sheathes his blade with an incredibly badass landing, his entire body totally engulfed in blazing golden magic flames. Thanks to the intense healing energy flowing through him, all those bleeding scratches on his face rapidly close right up, returning his sharp, confident, and slightly arrogant look. Taking a quick moment to loot the messy, totally wrecked battlefield, he glances at the system time, 0:39, Saturday, May 30th. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he quickly calculates the odds. The exit to this demon cave closes in just 20 short minutes. He has to kill the Lord Boss right now. But unexpectedly, before he even finishes summoning it, a massive dark shadow is already standing right above his head. Keeping a totally safe distance, he calmly looks upward. Green magic aggressively boils around his body once again, showing absolutely zero fear toward this massive enemy. Stepping right out of the dark shadows is an armored giant made of giant tree trunks, radiating a blinding, intense yellow light from its totally bizarre eyeball. Bai Yi smirks, ready for war. It is your turn now. Burning with absolute hype, he suddenly raises an eyebrow, pausing with pure confusion. Huh? Right after that, the boss vanishes on the spot, lunging straight at him. The system instantly reveals the final boss info. Level 20 Lord, Nameless Leaf. Facing a completely devastating sweeping attack, Bai smoothly weaves and totally dodges out of the way. There is absolutely no way he's taking a one-sided beating. In the next blink, he channels energy into his left hand, turning it into a blinding glow for a counterattack. Using his jump's momentum, the blade in his right hand tears the wind. He lands a fatal slash right on the Lord's wooden arm, sending that limb flying away as red blood erupts like a geyser. You and I both thought that was a massive hit, right? Wrong. The boss, Nameless Leaf, literally just stands there like a stump, completely unbothered. Right before Bai Yi's eyes, that severed arm suddenly starts glowing. The system casually reports the boss's absolutely disgusting cheat ability, an auto-healing skill. Glowing green magic threads instantly start to coil together, patching the wound totally perfectly, acting like it was never even scratched. His mouth twitches, eyes bulging out. Bai Yi is literally left speechless at this blatantly cheating gameplay. Does it seriously have self-healing that is this insanely broken? Before our main character can even process this shock, the boss smashes its fist straight into the ground. Sharp, blinding green energy pillars instantly erupt right up from beneath the dirt. Crazy tree roots shoot up, tearing through space like a swarm of venomous snakes. Sweating bullets, Bai Yi desperately kicks off rocks, double jumping mid-air just to keep his life. Barely escaping that deadly root trap, he turns his head, and a freezing chill shoots straight down his spine. Who knows when, but that massive lord teleported silently. It's standing dead directly right behind him, like a terrifying absolute worst-case scenario ghost. And it gets worse. Down on the blood-soaked ground, those monster corpses that were supposed to be dead suddenly start violently twitching. They slowly crawl back up, completely ready to join this massive jumping party. In a single flash, Bai Yi stares absolutely wide-eyed at the battlefield. Swarms of sliced-up beasts are twisting around and forcefully reassembling their own bodies, making him instantly curse out loud in his mind. Didn't he already butcher every single one of these magic beasts? How the hell are they all crawling back up like this? He heavily frowns, taking a very careful step backward. His quick brain rapidly crunches all the numbers. Logically speaking, a low-tier lord should absolutely never ever possess this kind of completely garbage, utterly broken revival ability. Before he figures it out, a giant root wrapped in purple lightning viciously whips forward, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you need to see what's next. Alright, stick with me. We are diving straight into an absolute meat grinder. The killing intent hits so fast, Bai Yi's pupils shrink. He violently tilts his head, dodging by a terrifying hair's breadth. Despite those god-tier reflexes, a crimson spike still grazes his ribs. It violently stabs in, sending fresh blood ruthlessly spraying right into the air. Staggering back and clutching his bleeding wound, Bai Yi grits his teeth. He whips around, his face completely unable to hide his absolute, utter shock. What hits his eyes isn't just a wooden block, but a red spiked armored giant. The system coldly announces a level 20 D-rank lord, Nameless Thing, twin brother of Yi Wuming. Our main character mentally collapses. How the hell are there two lords? The situation right now is absolutely tragic to watch. On the left, the green brother Yi Wuming, freshly healed to full. On the right, the crimson brother Nameless Thing, flexing his muscles, radiating killing intent, ready to eat him alive. Bai Yi's eyes turn bloodshot. Pure killing intent surges at this completely shameless double-team setup from these two monster brothers. But ironically, right at this boiling point, the system flashes a desperate countdown, 0:59 on Saturday, and the exact moment the clock hits 1 a.m., the system drops a cold judgment. utterly crushing all hope of escape. The dungeon entrance is officially closed. Time skips, the scene shifts to evening. Next day, 6 p.m., May 30th. Outside, brutal rain is pouring down alongside massive, roaring claps of thunder. Inside the apartment, Bai Yi's mother paces around anxiously. She stares into the white rain, muttering about another day missing her boy. She clutches her phone, eyes tearing up with fear. So many texts sent, zero replies. Calls go straight to nowhere. Feeling a deeply bad premonition, she rushes to the front door, resolving herself. He definitely went somewhere incredibly dangerous again like last time, so she has to go find him. Now watch closely here, because things get worse. The door flies open as lightning flashes. Amidst the pouring rain, that scarred thug has tracked down their new place. He violently kicks aside some empty liquor bottles on the porch, sneering bitterly. "Oh, very nice, you mother and son." Gripping a sharp butcher knife in the rain, he steps forward, cursing under his breath. "Daring to hide from me and secretly rent your own place?" Looking up at the high-end apartment, roaring thunder reveals his pure madness. Not a bad spot. Damn, so broke, but you still know how to live it up. Under the lightning, his scarred face twists into a chilling, savage smile. His eyes roll with pure insanity, overflowing with a sick thirst to slaughter the weak. Enemies on a narrow road. The mother, wearing a thin coat, swipes her card to exit into the brutal rain. She pauses, instantly sensing that familiar killing intent lurking nearby. Her pupils dilate to the absolute max, reflecting the ultimate, suffocating terror that has haunted her from the past. Her lips tremble, completely speechless. Boom! A massive lightning bolt strikes across the high-rise, illuminating the suffocating aura of death standing right in front of her. No matter how chaotic the outside world gets, back inside the dungeon, Bai Yi is still frantically swinging his blade to defend himself. Completely exhausted, he staggers, leaning heavily on his sword. Sweating and panting, he grits his teeth bitterly. This is the fifth wave. Every time he kills them, they just drag their bodies back up. Regaining balance, the green aura around him fiercely flares up. He stubbornly swings his blade again, aiming straight for the hideous fangs of the blood-sucking flower. A smooth slash sends the monster to heaven, but the system drops a ruthlessly cheap notification. Successfully killed level 13 D-rank blood flower. Gained 1 EXP. Seeing his EXP gains completely plummet, he gets even more pissed. Killing these trash reviving mobs over and over, he can't get any decent items or EXP anymore. Amidst the beasts literally reattaching their own limbs, Bai Yi exhales hard. He forces himself to stay calm and formulate a real strategy. Hacking blindly like this is definitely not going to work. He has to find whatever is making them constantly revive. Glancing across the battlefield, from the small creeps to the twin lords, they all glow with that ridiculous green life force. You and I both know this overpowered self-healing is rigged. Deciding to go all out, he triggers his flash skill. Bai Yi turns into a streak of blue lightning, tearing right through the fog. Diving down from above, he locks his sights straight onto the Crimson Lord brother, nameless thing, prepping a fatal ambush. Eyes sharp as blades, he grips the hilt, pouring all his core energy into a critical strike. A crushing slash splits the boss's hard armor, the fierce impact blasting rocks everywhere. The red notification board explodes with 2 consecutive weak point critical hits. The boss's flesh completely shatters, violently blasting out broken, devastating streaks of lightning. But before Bai Yi can even celebrate that badass hit, the red boss calmly absorbs a healing light. Bai Yi is speechless. Even a lord rank can instantly heal wounds like this? Standing in the back, the brother Yi Wuming is working hard, raising his hands to heal. Seeing the massive continuous heal text, Bai sighs wearily. That other bastard is casting healing right now. Forehead drenched in sweat, he remembers his failed attempts. He already tried sneaking an attack on that healer before. Even if he chops his head clean off, the guy auto-patches himself good as new. This is a completely rigged bug, constantly reviving monsters that are already dead, and instantly healing teammates to full health in a split second. His green eyes flash with sharp suspicion. Even S-rank healers in the real world couldn't pull off something this heaven-defying. What exactly is stacking his power like this? Or is there some massive hidden treasure around here, packed with insane healing energy? Before he can finish playing detective, the wooden boss makes his hair stand on end. Its 3 orange eyes suddenly glow with a terrifying, eerie light. With a flashing notification, the boss perfectly copies his flash skill and closes in on his flank. Quick as lightning, the Lord Brother nameless thing turns into a spiked tornado, rushing at Godspeed to blindside him. Bai Yi startles, desperately swinging his blade to dodge by a hair. With extreme reflexes, he raises his weapon to block that crushing, 1,000-pound strike. A blinding aura explodes alongside the system notification. Block. Used weapon to mitigate damage. Nullified over 50% of incoming damage. Judged based on perfect timing. Hitting that exact 0.09-second death frame, he activates a hidden skill, blasting the attack away. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's jump right into this madness. Perfect physical counter. It cancels all damage and reflects it right back. A cold, arrogant smirk crosses his face. Wiping his sweat, he silently praises the move. Interesting. We just started fighting, and you already managed to steal my technique? But his pride is cut short. The older brother boss swings a massive wooden hand from behind, trying to crush him. The giant's weird orange eye glows as it rumbles praise for its enemy. You are very strong. It praises him, but its hand shamelessly fires off that annoying green light again. A total heal. Seeing this hopeless healing trick again, our MC's eyes shrink in shock. He instantly takes a defensive stance. But that panic vanishes fast. A confident smile takes over as the green magic surges. Found you. His sharp eyes lock on to the secret hiding right behind the boss. A floral system magic cave. That massive ancient tree in the back is the real energy source. Without another word, he makes a sharp turn. He turns into a blur of lightning, slashing right through the red boss's waist, leaving it totally stunned. Rushing in with his blade, he roars, exposing their little trick. The boss's endless healing power only works on such a huge scale because of that massive tree sitting right there. Realizing his plan to hit the base, the wooden boss violently stands up. It shoots out branches to block him, roaring out, "No way!" Ignoring the monster's screams, a brilliant golden slash rips forward. It violently chops down a whole line of ancient roots. So if I just cut down these giant trees, our MC smiles, cruel, wild, like an absolute demon, then I can finally kill you for good. In epic slow motion, his fiery eyes confirm this brutal truth. The boss is only this tanky because of its healing. The giant trunk twists, trying to fight back. Not happening. The golden slash explodes, completely burning away the blocking roots. Cutting these trees is the death sentence you need. Just as the attack hits the core, the system chimes, swapping over to the Cloud Mage class. Now pay attention here. The boss wildly swings its armored roots to block. Too late. He swings his mage staff. A bone-chilling blue energy sphere charges up, exploding with absolute freezing power. The cold air sweeps through instantly, freezing both massive bosses into solid, rigid ice statues. Control established. The system smoothly shifts gears again, swapping to the core warrior class. Lowering his stance, he raises his flaming blade. A crushing slash slams down, completely shattering the thick ice and the giant's body into pieces. The MC's eyes flash with pure victory. Looks like my guess was right. With you and the core tree down, the rest of this trash loses all healing. The boss crumbles, and the loot screen explodes. Level 20 boss successfully killed. 2,500 experience points gained, plus premium loot, 100 spirit grass, restoring 50% stamina instantly. It heals most physical damage. Without their endless buff, all the roots and monster corpses around him instantly lose their life force. They completely collapse on the cold ground. The red twin boss is completely exhausted now, its armored body cracking inside the giant ice block. He stands tall in the ruins, pointing his bloody dagger at the last boss. Pure arrogance, now it's just you. The scarred boss's single orange eye twitches. It seems to finally understand pure helplessness and absolute despair facing this overwhelming human strength. Back in the ruined cave, the massive shadow of the red twin boss stumbles and crashes right in front of him. Kneeling down, it hisses out broken words filled with pure despair and hatred. "Just kill me!" Flames explode, burning its remains to ash. The system coldly drops the final notice. Level 20D rank boss. Watching his dying enemy, he gives a faint smile. Pity or mockery? Hard to tell. I know what you're thinking. A boss actually begging for death? Yeah, first time I've seen it too. Lowering his eyes, he slowly sheathes his dagger, muttering a quick reason for this surrender. Is it because your twin brother is already dead, so you have zero desire to keep living all alone? He finishes speaking, and a brilliant golden magic blast slams down from above, wiping out everything. The blinding golden light completely swallows the kneeling boss. Fine then, I will gladly grant your final wish. The system numbers go wild. Level 20D rank boss successfully killed. 2,500 experience points gained. A perfect end to the battle. The reward screen pops up showing some premium loot, high-grade poison sting material obtained. This is a mandatory material for forging the level 5 floral system weapon, Poison Piercer. Holding the sparkling purple poison thorn, he lets out a heavy breath, like a massive weight just lifted. Phew! But before he can even relax, a flood of level-up notifications blasts him in the face like New Year's fireworks. Core Warrior ranks up to level 15, rank D. Cloud Mage hits level 13, rank D. Right after taking down the boss, a new text prompt appears. The dungeon exit has reopened. It glows inside a twisting, bright red vortex right behind him. He starts walking toward the gate, but a sharp, piercing ding sound makes him freeze instantly. The elemental stat board pops up. Floral system has hit the max cap of 10,000 out of 10,000. The system joyfully announces, floral elements fully accumulated. A new class is awakening. He scratches his chin, muttering in deep thought. The floral system maxed out already? Standing right in the middle of a sparkling green level-up aura, phantom petals start falling all around him. A bright, expectant smile breaks across his face. What kind of class will it be this time? The system makes a clicking sound, exactly like a lottery wheel spinning. Remembering how insanely powerful his last class was, he secretly hopes for something huge. Last time it was a red system class, if this time. Ding! The result flashes right before his eyes. Level 1, Rank E, Floral Summoner. The smile completely vanishes from his face. He freezes for 5 solid seconds, his face twisting as he holds back a massive sigh. Huh? It's just a blue system class? Scratching his head, he accepts this totally underwhelming new floral reality. Clicking his tongue, he tries to comfort himself. Well, at least a summoner class doesn't demand super high base stats. I just wonder what the main skill looks like. He waves his hand, opening the brand new skill board. The system instantly fills the screen with text. Floral Spirit Contract. Defeat a floral monster, form a soul contract, and make it serve you. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. We are about to watch him test his 2 contract limits, plus a freaky passive skill that reveals newly dead monster souls. Reading those 2 lines, he raises an eyebrow. A contract with an evil spirit? His eyes spark as an incredibly dark and totally shameless idea flashes through his mind. He whips his head back toward the messy battlefield, a viciously sly grin spreading across his face. So those 2 massive bosses I just crushed, are they fair game too? Without wasting another second, Bai Yi spins on his heel, walking straight back to the giant corpses. And sure enough, the passive works. 2 eerie blue fire souls shaped like Deep Vodon and Thu Vodon hover there. They face the 2 vengeful spirits he just beat half to death. Bai Yi flashes the fakest commercial smile ever. He thrusts his hand forward, summoning a swirling blue magic vortex, and shouts with domineering authority. Flower Spirit Contract, both of you, get over here. One short command is all it takes. The 2 massive ghosts shrink down instantly, turning into zigzagging streaks of light before obediently flying right into their wicked master's palm. Scene shift to reality. Heavy rain violently hammers the apartment eaves. A pale lightning flash illuminates a scarred guy, gripping a butcher knife tightly as he lurks by the gate. He is practically drowning in pure killing intent when his phone suddenly rings loud as hell. The murderous vibe breaks. He pauses, scowling with deep resentment as he checks it. Damn it, who the hell is calling your granddaddy right now? But one glance at the screen and he flips from a bloodthirsty demon to a pathetic, groveling bootlicker. He hastily jams the phone against his ear, bowing as he speaks. Yes, yes, Boss Tran! A burly voice booms back through the speaker. Really? Captain Hong's exclusive drinking party? I can actually join in? Yes, absolutely, I understand. I will definitely carve out some time for it. I am going to prepare a massively generous gift for him this time. You can count on me. His sleazy, flattering laughter echoes out. Hahaha, trust me, I am absolutely not wasting this golden chance to rebuild the guild. He hangs up, wiping his face as a greedy, incredibly smug smile takes over. Haha, today is a seriously lucky day. Instantly tossing his murder plans out the window, he pockets the knife, shrugs, and walks away whistling a sickly tune. Well then, I might as well go find my dear sworn sister to catch up. Now pay attention. This is where the tone completely shifts. It is Saturday, May 30th, 6 p.m. Mother Tutui stands nervously by the apartment lobby, staring into the gray rain. Suddenly, a teenager with a black umbrella strolls over. He smiles softly, his warm voice instantly shattering all her built-up anxiety. Mom, why are you down here? The rain is pouring out here. She violently flinches, spinning around and nearly dropping her umbrella. Her eyes widen in pure shock, chest heaving with emotion seeing her flesh and blood son standing right there. Hidden beneath that black umbrella against the freezing rain, Bai Yi holds groceries, smiling warmly at his mom. His tone is gentle, yet undeniably firm. Let's go home. Back inside their safe apartment, Bai Yi gently takes his mother's frail wrist, carefully tying a beautifully woven, emerald-studded root bracelet on it. She stares at the bracelet, her eyes stinging with tears as she affectionately scolds him. You absolute fool. Were you using the excuse of going out tonight just to get me this Mother's Day gift to make up for things? She slowly lifts her head, looking at Bai Yi with eyes overflowing with deep understanding and boundless love. Do you really think I notice nothing if I stay silent? Cut to the bedroom. Bai Yi sprawls onto his soft mattress, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. After grinding non-stop, he tallies his current assets. Right now, he holds 3 classes total: Green Warrior, Blue Summoner, and Red Mage. The system panel rolls out like an elite job resume. Cloud Mage at level 13, Rank D. Core Warrior at level 15, Rank D. He smirks proudly. Both his combat classes are officially Rank D now. He checks his slightly pathetic new class. Flower Summoner, level 1, Rank E. He rubs his chin. Not enough. That guy has been locked up for 21 days. Today is the 10th, leaving only 5 days until his release. But knowing that scumbag's dog-like nature, him bribing the guards for an early out is a massive possibility. Remembering that bastard's scarred face, his eyes darken with cold calculation. This is exactly why I prepared all of this in advance. The image of his mother's jade echo protection bracelet flashes, serving as her ultimate safeguard. The system timeline instantly jumps to Sunday morning the next day. You and I both know the bloody truth here. Running away never actually solves anything. Bai Yi stands brooding, staring hard at the fiery red dungeon gate. Before kicking off my real cultivation journey, I have to wipe this problem out completely. He steps boldly into the red vortex, sparking a crazy grinding marathon. System alerts spam his vision, proving his relentless grind. Hidden rank E dungeon conquered. Hidden rank D dungeon completely cleared. Time flies. Sunday evening hits. Bai Yi casually strolls out of a dense forest. He is covered in scratches, but his aura, so much sharper and deadlier now. Walking forward, he mutters his strategy. I cannot allow myself a single second of rest these past days. I need to hit rank C immediately. Suddenly, the system pings a new target. Hidden rank D dungeon detected. High danger. Without hesitation, he strides right back into the portal. Sunday night, another flawless victory. The glowing notification for clearing a hidden rank D dungeon flashes brilliantly overhead. Bai Yi exits the portal, a ruthless gleam in his eyes meant for an unseen foe. Next time we meet, I will be 100,000 times stronger than you. Another level-up shower pours down. Then a bright golden bell rings. Bai Yi freezes in place, a giant question mark right on his face. The system displays a diamond-studded gold frame. New title acquired, Lone Wolf Hero. You single-handedly conquered dungeons matching or exceeding your rank 10 times. Hero key obtained. Upon meeting required conditions, you can unlock the hero tower. He frowns at the crazy loot. What the hell is this thing? Ignoring the level up, the system officially signals a massive new event. Early Monday morning, June 1st. The Awakening Academy Middle School. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to return. All right, stick with me here. We're kicking things off with a massive announcement. The teacher's voice blasts through the school speakers, absolutely vibrating with pure hype. Inside the classroom, the stunning homeroom teacher slams her hands on the desk. Her face is totally beaming with joy as she officially announces that the final assessment results are finally out. Our guy Bai Yi and Chi Yan just casually swept the top 2 spots. They grabbed first and second place with insanely high scores that crushed the entire school. The teacher waves her hands around, totally bragging. By the way, the video recording of Bai Yi has already been sent to headquarters for a deep analysis. His final evaluation result? Literally the highest score in history. The whole class gasps in pure shock. Standing next to Bai Yi, Chi Yan blushes bright red, clasping her hands together in absolute joy. Meanwhile, our main character just keeps his signature deadpan, totally calm face. Because of this epic win, these two have officially secured their spots for the upcoming cultivation journey. But she's not done yet, dropping a massive bombshell. Thanks to Bai Yi's god-tier performance, these two are actually getting the ultimate honor. They will be granted a personal audience with the legendary God Clan. The classroom straight up erupts like a beehive. Everyone's losing their minds over this. Meeting the God Clan? Oh my god, that's a supreme honor even veteran clerics would beg for and never get. This is just absolutely peak tier. Bai Yi just lowers his head. He silently thinks about a certain mysterious group of people, a completely unreadable smile forming on his face. He never expected such an awesome bonus prize, getting to meet those guys directly. Sitting behind him, the glasses-wearing kid is literally in tears, desperately gripping Bai Yi's shoulder. Bro, when you ascend to the heavens, please don't forget your old father back in this hometown. The nerdy kid pushes up his glasses, smiling mischievously as he pats his shoulder. I knew it, you were destined to shine brightly, but entirely contrasting the joyful vibes in the classroom, over in the administrative office, the tension is running insanely high. Now watch closely. This is where the villain starts plotting. Our bad guy stands scowling at the desk. The glasses-wearing principal just strokes his beard, coldly asking, "Are you sure you're not going?" The principal sighs, trying to talk some sense into him. Your father went through a lot to return this time. You could easily just use his name to go to headquarters. You would officially join this cultivation journey without any issues at all. He just bites his lip, completely silent. His hands clench so hard into fists that his veins pop, physically shaking from pure rage. He violently jerks his head up, eyes totally glaring with aggressive pride. I'm not going. I only got third place. If I didn't earn the right, I don't deserve to go. I refuse to let anyone think I always have to rely on him. The principal just smirks, dropping a response that feels like half praise and half absolute mockery. Heh, you actually have some backbone, don't you? I, on the other hand, am really looking forward to your father seeing how much you've grown. Tumok lowers his head, grinding his teeth to swallow down the humiliation, and speaks in a begging tone. But uncle, I have a favor to ask you. Please unlock the special access for me to enter the sealed rank D hidden demon cave at the mountain behind the school. His eyes flash with some seriously toxic competitive malice. I want to become stronger using my own power. The principal just frowns, staring sternly at his rebellious nephew. Then a sudden scene cut, a piercing scream echoes through the principal's office. Please, uncle, I'm begging you. This spoiled kid slams both hands on the desk, snot and tears literally everywhere, throwing a massive tantrum and completely abandoning his fake backbone. I absolutely have to join this cultivation journey. I'm literally the one and only heir to the Tu family, you know? The principal of the Enlightenment Academy, Tu Van Thon, rubs his forehead, totally helpless against this useless nephew. He scolds him coldly. You know very well you're the only Tu bloodline. Yet you always act so impulsively without thinking. His face suddenly turns pitch black. Those sharp eyes glare right into Tumok, his voice dropping into a terrifying growl as he interrogates him. So tell me, during the practical exam, why did you dare use such a dirty, pathetic trick? Tumok physically jumps in terror. He stammers, backing up. You mean boosting the magic beast to backstab my juniors? Yeah. The principal slams a stack of documents onto the desk with a sharp crack, yelling furiously. Do you think the higher-ups are all just a bunch of brainless pigs? You and I both know his cheap, clumsy trick was never going to fly. A terrifying wave of magical pressure explodes from the principal, crushing Tumok until his legs turn to jelly, shaking uncontrollably. If I hadn't personally suppressed this incident, for your sake, do you really think you could still show your face in this school? Not a chance. Thud. Tumok completely breaks down, collapsing to his knees on the floor, bowing his head frantically to beg for his life. Uncle, I'm so sorry. I know I was wrong. He grabs his head, bowing continuously, his voice trembling and overflowing with pure panic. I realize my mistake. I swear I'll never do it again. Stand up, Principal Tu Van Thane roars, totally dominating the room. The eyes behind his glasses flash with intimidating magic light. Veins violently throb on his forehead, barely holding back his deadly aura. Tumok violently staggers, using his hands to push himself up. Cold sweat pours down him like a shower, his pale face twisting in fear. Seeing the kid scared out of his mind, the principal pulls back his magic, snorting coldly as he turns toward the window. He crosses his arms, analyzing with a deep voice. However, it's exactly because of your incredibly impulsive little stunt this time that the higher-ups up there accidentally discovered the existence of a highly unique individual, an absolutely special person named Bai Yi. The scene shifts to our main character, Bai Yi, standing so calmly beneath a blood moon. He completely gives off the aura of a mastermind holding secrets that could flip the entire world. The principal's voice echoes powerfully. Those higher-ups all feel that there's something very abnormal about this kid. The principal turns back around, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. His deep eyes are full of calculation as he states his power growth curve doesn't make any logical sense at all. Because of this, someone within the God Clan has actually requested by name to meet that kid face-to-face this time. Adjusting his collar, Tu Van Than shoves his hands into his pockets, dropping one final heavy warning for his totally foolish nephew. For this cultivation journey, you can go ahead and join, but remember to dial back your trashy temper, behave yourself, and act a little more humble. If you dare to pull another stunt and cause a massive mess, don't blame me when I can't protect you. Hearing this like striking gold, Tumok jerks his head up. His ashy face instantly turns overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear in pure delight. Ah, really? Yes, uncle, please don't worry. Leaving the office, a highly cunning smile blooms on Tumok's lips. His hand clenches tight, completely overflowing with bitter, dark vengeance. Bai Yi, for this cultivation journey, just you wait and see what I have planned. He remembers the incredibly tempting figure of Lu Heiyue, the metal element assassin. His smile turns even more twisted and totally creepy, warping with blind confidence. And he wet too. I'm going to make you mine very soon. Time flies by and it's finally Monday afternoon right before school ends. In class, the nerdy kid with marble round glasses holds a yellow letter, screaming like he struck absolute gold. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's jump right into this. The kid's hands are literally shaking as he hands Bai Yi a Supreme Student Council invitation, written by Ngao Nge himself, formally asking him to join. It says to report to their office if interested. The nerdy friend is grabbing his hair, screaming his lungs out in pure joy for his best buddy. Oh my god, this is the absolute strongest student council in our entire school. Everyone crowds around, patting shoulders, gossiping wildly. Joining them means a guaranteed golden ticket straight into the God Guild, right? Another guy rubs his chin, looking like a total arrogant know-it-all. Founded by the only awakened metal attribute assassin in recent years, before students literally fought tooth and nail just to submit a bloody application for a chance to join. Now he gets a direct invite. Another kid's eyes bulge out. But wait, this isn't even our junior high council. They actually broke all the rules just to invite a junior? The nerd is straight up bawling his eyes out, fists clenched, screaming with pride. Bai Yi, you are way too incredible. I am crying over here. But in complete contrast to the entire class freaking out, Bai Yi just keeps a deadpan, totally emotionless face. He slowly takes that glowing golden letter. Every single eye tracks his movements. Bai Yi coldly walks right over to the blue trash can in the corner, holding up the prestigious invite everyone begs for. And he just drops it. He mercilessly tosses the letter right into the garbage like it is absolute worthless trash. Jaws drop to the floor. The nerd grabs his head, screaming in absolute horror. You just rejected them? Are you actually insane? Bai Yi just dusts his hands off, turns his back, and drops a totally casual exit line without explaining. I am heading out. The guys stare blankly as our main character walks out. The nerd slumps by the trash can, scratching his head in pure agony. Damn it, that was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now pay attention here. This is key. A kid with thick glasses pushes his frames up, smirking. They don't get Bai Yi, but aren't you his best buddy? The glasses kid's eyes flash with pure worship and a little jealousy. With his arrogant personality, he would never bow down and serve under anyone else. The current Bai Yi is built to be the absolute leader. Cut to nightfall at the back mountain, heavy fog everywhere. Bai Yi's lonely silhouette strolls into the creepy dark forest. He stands before a glowing red sealed gate surging with magic. Hands in pockets, he calmly reports he got the D-rank dungeon key. This entire area is locked down tonight. Nobody is going to wander in and bother us. Beside the space vortex, a muscular orange-haired guy leans against a tree with arms crossed. He glares straight at our main character with an arrogant, competitive smirk. Let's go in. Bai Yi blinks, shooting him a razor-sharp side-eye and a simple yeah. He points straight at the guy's face, throwing shade with totally sincere disrespect. A D-rank dungeon might honestly be way too hard for your current level. Do you need me to clear the path first? He instantly jumps up like a struck nerve, cutting him off with a high-pitched yell. Shut up, I absolutely will not hold you back. Bai Yi keeps a straight face. He thinks to himself, I agreed to teach him combat skills to level up fast, but the condition was he helps me get this school's dungeon access. He has to respect the orange-haired kid's boldness. The guy swings a glowing green sword, slashing a beautiful arc that literally tears right through space. Didn't expect him to locate every D-rank dungeon. Meanwhile, the orange-haired kid is getting absolutely manhandled by a giant dragon boss, sliding across the dirt cursing. Damn it. Bai Yi just stands high up, casually resting his sword with a total smirk. You sure you don't need a hand down there? But he instantly gets a loud, grumpy yell from the ground. Get lost, I can handle this myself. You and I both know this is insane. He charges straight into the giant monster's fanged mouth, fighting completely out of his league. While his friend gets utterly wrecked, Bai Yi checks his system panel. Frowning, he mutters to himself, still haven't met the unlock conditions for this hero tower yet. There is absolutely no way to enter right now. His eyes shine with cold, hard determination. He has already calculated every single next step for his insane leveling master plan. He turns back to analyze everything. The wild dungeons I can find are practically all farmed out. These school gates are literally my only path to level up right now. Cut to after school on day 3. The classroom corner trash can is once again overflowing with highly prestigious invitation letters. Bai Yi's voice echoes out. The higher your class level, the more massive the experience required. After hitting D rank, the leveling speed hits a massive brick wall. Fast forward to after school on the 4th day. Orange Hair is still struggling for his life, blocking another hideous monster. Refusing to let the idiot play meat shield any longer, Bai Yi turns into a literal flash of light, cleanly splitting the monster right before his friend's stunned eyes. Landing safely, his friend immediately points a finger and screams, "Damn it, I told you not to attack." Bai Yi just shrugs purely on facts. "If I didn't, you would be dead meat." Luckily, the mob count was huge, so the XP haul was totally worth it. Surviving absolute hell, on day 5, the guy steps out of the portal, laughing and tossing his hair. "Hell yes, I finally hit D rank. See, diving straight into the dungeon with my own bare hands. It is way better than having stupid family bodyguards following me around." He pumps his fist celebrating, totally blind to the fact that calm Bai Yi behind him was the real hard carry. At that exact moment, the system chimes. Nuclear Warrior class successfully upgraded to C rank. Bai Yi smiles with deep satisfaction. Finally pushed the warrior class to C rank. Glowing stat panels orbit him. His eyes turn razor sharp, flashing absolute killer confidence when thinking about his enemy. These current stats are more than enough to crush him. Wrapping up the crazy grind, Thursday night. Bai Yi's mom brings out a fruit plate. She smiles, playfully teasing him. "Coming home late these past 2 days. Are you secretly dating some cute girl?" Bai Yi literally jumps. Sweating bullets, he waves his hands frantically like he was caught red-handed. "What? No way! I am just a junior high student." "So what do you and I make of this?" Mom steps closer, cornering her son with a sweet smile. "Out goofing around with your bros every night?" "Stick with me here," because Bai Yi just weakly mumbles that he really doesn't have a crush. Seeing her son completely flustered, his mom switches to full therapist mode with the gentlest voice. She tells him it is totally normal to like a girl. If there is someone he actually cares about, he needs to be brave and chase after her. That final advice hits his mind like an absolute lightning bolt. She warns him not to wait until the chance slips away, making his pupils shrink in pure shock. A distant silhouette suddenly flashes into his memories. His eyes turn incredibly quiet and deep as he barely whispers, "The girl I care about?" Right then, Hye's brilliant image appears in his mind, surrounded by glowing dust. Her bright smile and that familiar voice echo loudly in his head. Bai Yi, the fiery metal element assassin, lunges forward with her arms wide open. She squeezes her eyes shut, whining playfully and begging for a hug. He remembers that exact moment perfectly. Young Bai Yi blushed bright red, ruthlessly pushing her squished cheek away, turning his head and grumbling a cold rejection. Then, the memory violently shifts to a desolate battlefield. Monster corpses are piled high like mountains, and thick black smoke completely fills the air. Right in the middle of that pure carnage, Hye lies sprawled out on the ground, gripping a heavily bleeding wound. Yet a triumphant, radiant smile is still plastered across her face. "Captain, we won again," she says proudly. Wearing a completely shredded red cloak, his face covered in scratches, Bai Yi looks back at her with impossibly deep eyes. "Let's go," he mutters. Seeing her captain reach out, she absolutely refuses to stand up, just laying there to tease him. "Then can you carry me?" This incredibly flirty request instantly makes the tips of Bai Yi's ears burn completely red with embarrassment. Annoyed, he quickly points at the heavily hooded healer standing nearby, barking at Hoylak to treat her wounds first. In return, he simply gets a ridiculously dramatic pouting face from the assassin. "You are so mean, Captain." But then Hye just collapses completely. Her eyes slide shut, breathing fading away among the fiery ruins of that brutal battlefield. Now watch this next part closely. His face twists into absolute madness, eyes bloodshot with pure explosive rage as he witnesses this utterly devastating tragedy unfold. Drowning in memories, Bai Yi in his school uniform lowers his eyes, lost in incredibly dark thoughts. In his past life, he only met Hye after his master saved him. An image instantly flashes of them in full battle gear, standing back to back in a wasteland. He suddenly remembers first crossing paths with her straight in the royal capital of Thon Ha Kwok. Bai Yi slightly bows his head, a mix of deep sorrow and total helplessness in his eyes. He has no idea where she is right now, making a reunion highly unlikely. Hye's fading silhouette slowly vanishes behind his back into nothingness. Living a second life, he quietly tells himself that he is the absolute only one holding on to those past memories. Even if they cross paths, they will have zero connection anyway. But in complete contrast to those heavy thoughts, inside a massive, gorgeous bedroom, Hye is casually crossing her legs while playing on her phone. She lets out a light, amused chuckle. Reading a direct report from her vice captain, it says Bai Yi still hasn't replied at all, totally proving he has zero interest in their academy's combat guild. Her slender fingers gently tap on an elegant gold-rimmed invitation. Her sharp eyes literally gleam with an unbelievable amount of pure, unadulterated excitement. He is getting more interesting by the day, flashing a wicked smile perfectly fitting a high-tier lightning assassin and guild leader. Hye makes her choice. You and I both know what happens next. She decides to personally deliver that invitation to him tomorrow. At that exact same moment, Bai Yi's power system suddenly flashes. A dazzling series of progression stats pop up for mages, warriors, and summoners. Then a glaring gold notification drops. Once his class hits B rank, the hero's key can actually unlock the hero's tower right back into reality. When Friday arrives, which is exactly his birthday, Bai Yi just sits completely dazed at his desk. He tightly hugs a massive gift box tied with a giant pink bow, his mind literally blanking out in utter speechlessness. His mom stands right across from him, throwing her arms wide with the warmest, most excited smile. "Here is your birthday present." Bai Yi intensely stares at the box, his eyes flashing with a mix of curiosity and slight hesitation. Very slowly, he reaches out and carefully lifts the blue lid open. The exact second he sees what is inside, his eyes widen in pure confusion. He lifts up a super thick gray strip of fabric, finding a loving card tucked inside, wishing her precious son endless happiness and the courage to live his chosen life. While heavily moved, Bai Yi starts sweating bullets. He stares at the thick winter scarf, internally panicking because the hot summer season is literally right around the corner. But suddenly, his pupils violently shrink to pinpricks as his brain finally connects the dots. Realizing an absolutely massive truth, Bai Yi violently snaps his head up. Stuttering wildly, he asks if she somehow knew he was leaving for Tanha Kwok. Without denying a thing, his mom simply tilts her head with a gentle smile. Her eyes hold so much understanding, warning him about the massive temperature drops there. She tells him to stay safe, promising she will take good care of herself too. Hearing those words, Bai Yi lowers his head, a huge wave of warm emotion choking him up. She knew his plans all along, playfully shoving his shoulder to kill the sad vibe. His mom shoves a bright red envelope directly into his hands. Beaming with joy, she urges him to take his absolute best friends out for a huge birthday meal. Gripping the red envelope, Bai Yi awkwardly looks away. He lets out a heavy sigh, grumbling that he already told her he literally does not have any friends. But clearly, the peaceful school campus completely disagrees with his total loner status. Slapped right in front of Bai Yi's face is a ridiculously flashy, epic-scale figure of a water mage girl, complete with majestic swirling water effects shining brightly everywhere. Standing under the shadow of pure speechlessness, his entire face just violently darkens, shooting a literal death glare at the creature holding it. "What even is this?" he asks coldly. Standing beside the statue is his mushroom-haired friend, cheeks burning red with insane hype, waving his arms around to show it off. "How is this birthday gift? It is my absolute favorite version, isn't it shiny enough?" Left with zero options, Bai Yi just forces a super awkward thank you. Seeing this, his glasses-wearing friend immediately jerks his chin up. He pushes his frames up with absolute disgust, scoffing that the figure is total trash before revealing his own gift. The nerdy friend proudly slams a dusty gray VHS tape right onto the desk. He smirks, bragging that getting your hands on this artifact nowadays is nearly impossible. The instant he spots the item, Bai Yi's pupils dilate to the absolute max as cold sweat drips down his face. Panicking completely, he tackles the tape, losing his mind as he screams, "An original copy of my favorite magic movie." More chaotic memories from his past life suddenly flood back. The vivid image of two guys hiding in a dark corner secretly watching this exact movie flashes by. "In my past life, we always hid in the shed to secretly binge these banned prehistoric films." His friend leans straight into Bai Yi's ear, face totally pale, delivering a deadly serious warning. "We absolutely cannot let the teachers find this. Hide it well." Without wasting a single millisecond, Bai Yi uses light speed to shove the contraband deep into his desk, and that is where we leave it. "Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." Bai Yi turns around, flashing a rare, genuine smile at his two absolute best friends. "Thanks, guys." His glasses-wearing friend just smirks, pushing up his frames, totally satisfied. Right as the bromance peaks, a pink-haired girl suddenly appears at the desk, softly calling out to him. Chi Yin beams a bright smile, holding out a ridiculously exquisite silver box right in front of him. "Happy birthday!" The lid pops open, and a blinding light explodes. His two best friends behind him bug their eyes out, shaking as they scream. "Wait, is that an A-rank weapon?" Resting on the velvet is a stunning, multicolored glowing gem. The system text clearly displays it, a rank mage weapon. Illusion stone, unidentified. Needless to say, Bai Yi himself is frozen solid. He's sweating bullets, jaw dropped, completely clueless if this is epic luck or an absolute disaster hitting on his birthday. Seeing him hesitate, the pink-haired girl gently nudges the box forward, her face full of absolute determination. Bai Yi waves his hands, backing up nervously. "No way, this is way too precious, I can't take it." She just laughs, excitedly explaining to ease his mind. "If it weren't for you, I couldn't have even joined the cultivation trip. Plus, this isn't really anything super precious anyway." My family has tons of these. Right now, it'll definitely be super useful for you. Bai Yi touches the box, pausing as he falls deep into thought. His eyes shift, turning dead serious as he calculates the benefits. He desperately needs to level up his power. There's zero reason to decline this. Flashing back to their past battles, he glances at her. Did she notice him using a trash-tier mage weapon during his class change? And that's why she brought this? What an incredibly thoughtful girl. Sitting with his three friends, looking at the glowing treasure, a complex, warm feeling hits his chest. He never expected them to remember his birthday, let alone prepare such careful gifts. He was originally just planning to leave this place behind. Standing behind him, Glasses Guy covers his mouth, whispering to Bowl Cut Guy with massive gossip energy. Since when are they close? Wait, I thought Bai Yi wasn't even into girls. Instantly, Chi Yin gets right in their faces, terrifying the absolute life out of the boys. What are you two whispering about? Meanwhile, Bai Yi's thoughts keep racing. He doesn't want any attachments or messy ties with them. Snapping out of his thoughts, Bai Yi suddenly turns to the group. Let's all grab dinner tonight. A super rare smirk crosses his face as he generously declares, my treat, do you guys have time? Obviously, all three friends immediately jump up, cheering like crazy. Heck yes! Wait, can I be the one to pick the spot? Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. A commotion erupts from the hallway. Hey, aren't those high schoolers? Why are they down here? Bai Yi shoots a cold glare out the window, listening to the wild rumors. Looks like they're heading straight for our class. Are you living under a rock? That's the commander of the school's ultimate battle group. Students peek out the door, gossiping nonstop. Word is, the commander is personally coming to invite Bai Yi. Is that really true? Have you seen her before? No, but everyone says she is a massive beauty. Hearing that, our guy Bai Yi looks super annoyed. He pushes his chair back, stands up, and lets out a huge sigh. Guess I'll reject her face to face. Watching their squad leader walk out, the bowl cut and glasses duo light up with pure hype. They've got a great show to watch now. Out in the packed hallway, students are leaning over the rails for the drama. Bai Yi steps out, only to be blocked by a gang of tough, arrogant senior bullies. The leader grits his teeth, his face twisted in pure rage and blazing jealousy as he curses. Shh, Bai Yi. Is a cocky little punk like you really worth her time? It absolutely makes me sick to my stomach. Bai Yi just stands there in dead silence, hands shoved in his pockets. He faces these aggressive seniors without flinching even a single inch. He confidently takes a massive step forward, completely unfazed. Suddenly, brilliant magic rings flash right in midair. The seniors look up in pure shock. Huh? What is this? Bai Yi's eyes gleam with a dagger-like sharpness. Golden lightning starts arcing wildly around his body, signaling that extreme danger is right here. You and I both know they messed up. Boom! Magic lightning violently strikes the hall, blasting those bullies straight into the air. The giant bolt lights everything up. Meanwhile, Bai Yi stands tall like an absolute boss. As the lightning fades, he flicks his coat, hair blowing wildly in the wind. His cold expression hasn't changed at all. The massive bullies are pushed back by the blinding energy, desperately shielding their faces in total helplessness. Tilting his head amidst the dancing electrical sparks, Bai Yi casually drops a calm, mocking insult. Just a feint. Right after, a brilliant green wood element light erupts. A steady hand reaches out from the glow, tightly gripping the hilt of a sword. Gold and green energies twist together. Bai Yi draws the energy blade, dropping into a flawless combat stance. His razor-sharp eyes scream pure, absolute dominance. A massive golden lightning bolt crashes down right behind him. His eyes dart, instantly tracking the high-speed attack coming from his back left. Fast as lightning, he spins around. He swings his blade, slicing the roaring thunderbolt completely in half. The students watching get blown back by the wind pressure, screaming and shielding their faces. What's happening? Too fast. From the blinding light, a lightning element girl appears like a literal goddess, flashing a wild, untamed smile. Seeing this, Bai Yi's pupils shrink. A look of pure shock crosses his face as he instantly recognizes this hauntingly familiar energy signature. A gigantic pillar of lightning tears through the sky, striking the corridor ground right smack in front of Bai Yi. The impact makes the whole earth shake. From the sparking smoke, Yu steps out, resting her sword on her shoulder. She smirks, fast reflexes. I chose the right guy. Facing this insanely destructive entrance, Bai Yi's eyes are blown wide open. He is so completely stunned he literally cannot speak. Past life memories of her acting cute flood his brain. She smiles, opening her arms. Captain, hug me. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. The girl sits playfully on the cliff, reaching out with a flirtatious smile. Captain, can you carry me down? Or another time, sprawled on the ground, still dropping those heavy hints while Bai Yi just turns his head and rejects her. So, "Can you carry me then?" And that smug, teasing smirk of hers when he completely ignores it and hands her straight over to the medics for healing instead. "Captain, you are seriously way too mean." Pulling his mind right back to reality, Yi stands there with hands on her hips, sounding just a little bit pouty. "We sent you so many invites but never got a single reply back, so I figured I would come over here and ask you about it in person." Hearing that, Bai Yi's friends are completely frozen on the spot. The mushroom-haired guy covers his mouth, sweating buckets while whispering to the crew. Is he seriously planning to reject her right to her face? This situation is getting way too awkward. Completely ignoring all the loud whispers, Hiyui politely reaches out her slender hand toward him, exuding absolute confidence like a true female guild leader. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is..." But before she can even finish her sentence, a heavy footstep slams against the floor, shattering the tension. Now watch this closely. Moving at an unbelievable speed, Bai Yi dashes forward and wraps Hiye in a tight hug, making her stumble in shock. Standing further back, the pink-haired girl and the other guys are absolutely dumbfounded. Their faces scream pure shock at this sudden outburst from the usually cold guy. As for that punk blocking the way earlier, his face is completely twisted, veins popping all over his forehead as he watches her caught in that surprisingly solid embrace. Hiyue is stunned, her amber eyes wide open in total disbelief. Right by her ear, a warm voice calls her name. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth curve up into a heartbreakingly gentle smile, his eyes full of pure nostalgia as he holds her close. Long time no see. The hallway instantly turns into a romantic movie scene for this tight hug. Sparks of lightning magic still linger in the air, completely ignoring the dozens of eyes going blind from shock. The arrogant expression of the Supreme Guild leader instantly freezes up, and her cheeks actually flush bright red. The gossiping crowd behind them completely erupts. The mushroom-haired guy grabs his head, screaming out of control. Holy crap, what massive drama. Who expected a direct hug right in the middle of a crowd? Is this a real-life romance breaking through the social classes? The glasses guy is sweating bullets, hastily pushing up his frames to correct the crazy gossip spreading around. It does not count as an older sister thing. Hiyue was actually in our grade, but because she awakened her powers in 7th grade, she skipped straight to high school. While all this loud chaos surrounds them, Qi Yan stands frozen like a stone statue. His entire body is stiff, wearing an expression of complete empty despair. But this cheesy romantic vibe does not last very long. Out of absolutely nowhere, a blinding fist glowing with electric sparks violently tears through the air straight at the two of them. Life or death instincts kick in instantly, and Bai Yi immediately leans his body to desperately dodge backward. Just a second later, Hiyue's slender hand gently rests on Bai Yi's shoulder, carrying those exact same magical lightning sparks that are still crackling and dancing all around them. She smiles with total charm, her amber eyes sparkling with absolute mischief as she leans in incredibly close to ask, "I know what you are thinking. Did the hug work?" Taking a step back, she confidently starts pitching again. "So, does that mean you accept my invite? The Supreme Guild is fully funded by the Academy, meaning we get all the absolute best resources. We have so many ways to run Academy dungeons after school to help you level up way faster. We share the same goal of getting stronger, so maybe we could even fight side by side." Facing this super tempting offer and the stunning beauty of the guild leader, Bai Yi opens his mouth slightly, his face remaining strangely calm. He coldly raises his hand, firmly dropping a brutal rejection. "I will not join the Supreme Guild, and I will not be staying around here for long. Joining a school club holds absolutely zero meaning to me." Right as he finishes speaking, Bai Yi's hovering hand suddenly clenches into a fist packed with pure determination. Reaching out, he tightly grabs Hiyu's hand, his eyes shining intensely. "But very soon I am going to establish my very own guild from scratch." The corners of his mouth curl into an arrogant, wildly confident smile as he looks straight into her eyes. "When that time comes, we will get the chance to fight side by side." Before she can even react to this insanely arrogant claim, a green-haired guy runs up out of nowhere. His face is totally pale, panting heavily. "Hiyue, why did you run off to this place?" The guy urgently rushes her. "Captain Hong returned to the academy, and the principal wants our entire guild to go greet him." Hearing this, Hiyu turns around, getting ready to leave. She flashes a radiant smile, waving goodbye to the cold teenager. "We will definitely meet again at the upcoming training expedition." After walking just a few steps, she suddenly turns her head back. With eyes full of hidden meaning, she drops one last tease. "We can have a proper talk when that time comes." Bai Yi just stands there frozen, while her clear voice continues to echo back from a distance. "By the way, why did you say long time no see earlier?" He-US figure slowly vanishes at the end of the corridor, leaving Bai Yi standing in deep thought as his clothes flutter slightly. The surrounding air suddenly becomes terrifyingly quiet. Those punks from earlier drop their jaws, staring wide-eyed at each other, completely speechless at what just happened. The brown-haired guy grabs his cheeks, sweating profusely as he screams in total panic. He completely rejected a personal invite from the Supreme Guild leader, and then actually invited her to join his own guild instead. What the hell is this guy talking about? Creating his very own guild? How is that even possible? The upperclassmen start arguing loudly. Some wave their hands in absolute disgust, while others are just completely bewildered. He is not even of legal age yet. Plus, starting a guild costs an insane amount of money. Bragging needs to have a limit. But honestly, I heard he scored the highest points in history during the middle school exams. But what is even more exaggerated is that he literally just hugged the captain. Watching He-Yue disappear, the guys can only swallow their bitter jealousy. The captain did not even push him away. Ignoring all the noisy gossip around him, Bai Yi's gaze drops down full of gentleness. He thinks to himself that running into He-Yue so suddenly like this is something he honestly never expected. Images of his past life comrades, all wearing heavy cloaks that completely covered their faces, suddenly flash right through his mind. The information of every single person in the Guild of Gods was kept strictly confidential. We never ever asked about each other's past. He slowly looks up toward the bright sky. Smiling in relief, he realizes he never once thought He-Wei would be attending the exact same high school as him, which almost caused him to miss this amazing encounter entirely. A deeply nostalgic and warm smile clearly appears on the teenager's sharp face. I guess I will just consider this an unexpected, happy little birthday surprise. The scene shifts, and the rhythm changes to a bustling evening. The system displays after school on June 6th at Old Wang's barbecue spot. Thick smoke rises heavily into the air amidst the incredibly lively atmosphere. So that is where we leave it for now. 4 friends gather around the table. The glasses guy chews on a meat skewer, complaining loudly. Is this the barbecue place you picked out, kid? All right, pull up a chair. You and I are dropping right into a casual hangout. The mushroom-haired kid gets totally defensive. He swears Bai Yi was the one craving barbecue, and he merely suggested this restaurant. Sizzling red meat pops and pops on the hot grill, looking absolutely mouth-watering. Then the guy with glasses speaks up, sounding completely serious. Bai Yi, were you actually serious about forming your own guild? The pink-haired girl freezes, chopstick still holding a piece of meat. Her eyes drop sadly as she asks, "But you said you wouldn't stay here much longer. Are you already preparing for high school?" Bai Yi calmly lifts his glass, taking a slow sip before dropping an absolute bombshell. "Yeah, after my cultivation trip, I am officially planning to stay in the Holy River Kingdom." Hearing that, all 3 friends flinch in pure shock, jaws hitting the floor. The guy in glasses stammers in total panic. You're not planning to drop out after high school to start a business, are you?" Bai Yi sets his glass down, his eyes locked straight ahead with absolute conviction. "No, I just want to go there to study." The pink-haired girl gulps, her voice shaking as she asks, "You mean you want to test into the Divine Weapon Academy of the Holy River Kingdom?" At that exact moment, darkness falls over the city, revealing a dangerous yet luxurious atmosphere. The scene cuts to the glowing signboard of the Kai Sin Hotel. A sleek white sports car slams on its brakes right in front of the brightly lit main lobby. Standing guard outside is a long line of intimidating bodyguards wearing dark sunglasses. They all bow deeply, welcoming a serious heavy hitter to the venue. Stepping out of the car, a man in a gray shirt rushes forward, cowering slightly as he gestures with open arms. "Captain Hong, please come inside." A hulking man draped in a white coat steps up. Chomping on a cigar with fierce eyes, he flashes a cold sneer and drops a single word. "Move." The system instantly identifies him. Hong Bing, captain of the God Guild. The banquet hall doors swing open, revealing an incredibly lavish space, but it's packed with shady-looking characters gathering around. A noisy wave of chaotic chatter echoes throughout the massive room. Seeing Hong Bing step inside, a bearded guy in a gray shirt furrows his brow, sweating bullets as he gasps in shock. Over in the corner, Bai Yi's scruffy father flashes a truly sinister, sleazy smirk. The nearby vice captain's mind immediately starts racing. Isn't Bai Lingsheng supposed to be locked up for 15 days? Now watch closely here. This is where the tension ramps up. He sneaks a peek at Hong Bing swaggering into the hall, and his mind races with suspicion. What is going on? Why was he released early? Suddenly, a red-haired guy strolls up. He rubs his fingers together in a classic gesture for money, flashing a totally triumphant smirk. Paid double the bail, and what's more, the captain already gave the green light. "Vice captain, just turn a blind eye to this." Faced with that pure disrespect, the bearded vice captain can only grind his teeth in frustration. His eyes flare with furious red veins, a single drop of resentful sweat rolling down his cheek. He is completely powerless against the absolute authority of money and his superiors. The vice captain points right at the face of the young guy in the gray shirt, cowering behind them, shouting furiously. Then why did you bring him to Captain Hong's party? The guy with the red ponytail quickly leans into the vice captain's ear, laughing off the tension. Oh, come on, you know how it is. He got kicked out of the guild over a tiny mistake. This is a rare chance, he just wants to make his move. The young guy cowers with a bright, flattering smile, offering up a box overflowing with magic crystals. These are magic-infused ores spawned in the demon abyss, holding massive market value. The red-haired guy chimes in. He brought his entire fortune just to rejoin the guild. Us doing him a little favor and pushing things along really isn't a big deal at all. But then, smash! The bowl of precious magic crystals is violently smacked away, shattering all over the floor. A piercing shout follows right after. Get out! Who let you in here? The young man panics completely, his legs shaking as he backs away from the overwhelming shadow of Captain Hong stepping forward. Captain, he stammers. Captain Hong chomps his cigar, his face darkening with pure killing intent as he growls. This place was completely booked by our god guild. If a stray dog runs in and leaks military secrets, then what? The moment those words drop, both the vice captain and the red-haired guy flinch, sweating profusely. Their faces go completely pale. The guy just called a stray dog drops to his knees. His trembling hands touch the shattered magic crystals as he begs pathetically. I am so sorry, Captain. Please, let me explain. His face is deathly pale, drenched in sweat, his eyes overflowing with total despair and humiliation. I just wanted. Before the words even leave his mouth, a massive hand violently grabs his collar and lifts him right off the floor. Captain Hong blows out cigar smoke, his bloodshot eyes staring straight at the absolute loser. He roars with pure contempt. What abilities or status do you have to buy a position from me? Looking at the glittering gems scattered across the floor, he coldly kicks him out. Grab this useless garbage of yours and get the hell out of my sight. Tossed onto the floor like trash in front of everyone. And you and I both know what comes next. The ultimate ban. From now on, nobody is allowed to let this stray dog into the guild. Pushing himself up from the floor, the young guy grits his teeth in utter humiliation. He clenches a sharp stone, veins popping on his face as he mutters curses. Damn it! His fury utterly explodes. Like a madman, he slams his fist straight into the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere from his hand. Damn it all! His face twists horribly, eyes bloodshot and unhinged. His sanity completely crumbles as he screams like a savage beast. I am going to kill you all for looking down on me like this. Triggered by his absolute extreme hatred, a blood-red, deadly aura begins billowing furiously all around his body. The sheer killing intent is off the charts. Aren't you just some totally worthless, pathetic captain anyway? He staggers away into the pitch-black night. His silhouette looks exactly like a vicious demon, just crawling out of hell, thirsty for bloody revenge. How dare they humiliate me like that? Lost in an absolute psychotic rage, his eyes bulge as he mutters the most toxic, vicious curses imaginable. Damn it, every single one of them. If I see anyone, I will kill them. At that exact same moment, in a peaceful apartment corridor, Bai Yi's mother steps out, carrying her fresh groceries. The psycho's vicious final words echo coldly through the night air. I will slaughter all of you. The madman, radiating a deadly blood-red aura, stands menacingly at the base of the apartment building. He looks up, acting as if he is just locked onto his brand-new target. The second she spots this stranger reeking of killing intent, Bai Yi's mother's pupils instantly shrink in fear. Absolute terror washes over her face. The man smirks, flashing a savage, wildly demonic smile, while his eyes gleam with pure, unadulterated evil in the shadows. He corners the weak woman, forcing her to back up until she completely drops her grocery bag on the ground. He mutters in psychotic glee. Talk about insanely good luck. Leaving that suffocating, deadly atmosphere behind, the scene sharply cuts back to the lively, peaceful vibe over at Old Wang's barbecue spot. A figure draped in a brown cloak glides past, sporting a glittering gold metal badge pinned right to their chest. An entire group of mysterious cloaked people, their faces totally cold and silent, walk right past Bai Yi's table. Sipping his water, Bai Yi calmly glances over. His sharp-eyed friend is already pointing in pure awe. Stick with me. You really aren't going to want to miss what happens next. Stick with me here. See those guys? They are from the God Guild. As they walk away, his glasses-wearing buddy pushes up his frames, hyping up his bro's epic future. Bai Yi, if you actually get into the Divine Miracle Academy, you are totally going to be working right alongside those legends. His mushroom-haired friend immediately chimes in, dreaming big. Scratch that, you might even be their boss. But then reality hits hard. Knowing they are about to part ways, the mushroom-haired kid droops down, letting out a massive, dramatic sigh. Who would have ever thought this dinner would turn into a farewell party? Hearing that, the pink-haired girl steps up. She clenches her fists, eyes burning with pure, unstoppable willpower. Who says it has to be goodbye? I am going to pass that exam too. Now pay close attention. Watching the guild members fade away, Bai Yi just gives a faint smile and turns around. Deep down, he cannot help but think today has been way too perfectly smooth. That heavy, sad vibe, the pink-haired girl instantly shatters it. She claps her hands together, totally hyped up, and reminds the whole crew. Hey, we can worry about all that academy stuff later. Today is Bai Yi's birthday. The mushroom-haired guy throws his hand up, totally agreeing. Exactly, it is a birthday, so we have to party until we drop. Holding his glass, Bai Yi just blinks in silence. You and I both know this piece is totally fake, right? For a veteran warrior like him, this calm just feels off. He cannot shake the creeping suspicion that something is wrong. Brushing it off. Stick with me, you're about to see how fast a perfect night can turn into an absolute nightmare. 4 glasses clink in the air as everyone shouts, "Happy birthday, Bai Yi!" Under the warm, cozy lights of the barbecue restaurant, the red jade pendant resting against Bai Yi's chest quietly reflects the soft, peaceful glow of the room. His hand unconsciously brushes against the familiar keepsake. He feels the comforting warmth radiating from it, truly cherishing this rare, peaceful moment with his friends. But in total contrast to this happy scene, back at his dark, dead silent apartment complex, Bai Yi's mother goes completely pale. Her pupils shrink in pure terror the second she hears a cold, venomous voice echoing through the room. "Ha, you worthless wretch!" A deranged man radiating a sickening blood-red aura slowly steps forward. He violently threatens the helpless woman as she suddenly collapses to the floor. He glares at her on the ground. "Hiding from me and living out the good life, huh? Did you completely forget where your real home is?" Scrambling backward across the floor in absolute panic, his mother is forced to swallow the villain's filthy, disgusting insults. Which pathetic dog of a man are you clinging to these days, huh? His bloodshot eyes, practically glowing with a deadly, murderous rage, lock firmly onto his prey. His killing intent explodes, impossible to hide. "Today, I'm going to give you exactly what you deserve." Cracking his knuckles, he smirks with pure savage cruelty. He winds up for a brutal punishment. Let's take a nice little trip down memory lane. But right at the peak of his bloodlust, he suddenly freezes. His fierce eyes dart down to his victim's wrist, and he blurts out in confusion, "Where did you get all this shiny trash?" Standing out clearly on the frail woman's thin wrist is a beautifully carved silver magic bracelet. Right now, it's pulsing wildly, blasting a blinding green energy to warn of the immediate deadly danger approaching. Catching that greedy, brutal look in his eyes, his mom instantly pulls her hand back, clutching the bracelet tight against her chest as a desperate sob escapes her trembling lips. Like a demon spotting a delicious meal, the man tilts his head back and erupts into a maniacal, unhinged laugh. The sharp, chilling sound literally tears through the quiet night. Bottomless greed flashes in his eyes. Smug and completely full of himself, he mocks her. What kind of sugar daddy is paying for a luxury apartment like this? Channeling a violently chaotic, blood-red energy, he winds up a massive fist and drives it straight down toward the completely defenseless woman, roaring out sickening insults. "Damn it! You still look as pretty as ever." Now pay attention here. That fiery fist crashes down like a ruthless meteor, carrying pure killing intent. Facing certain death, Bai Yi's mother slams her eyes shut, instinctively throwing her arms up. Instantly, the bracelet erupts. A blinding, brilliant green aura of wood element magic flares out to protect its master. The magical energy explodes, rapidly condensing into the shape of a massive wooden demon head. With glowing yellow eyes, the giant creature roars as it rips straight out of the floor. The villain's dark aura-covered wrist is violently blasted backward. The powerful magical shockwave instantly hits him as an incredibly authoritative voice booms from the summoned creature, completely deflecting his deadly killer strike. "Stop right there!" The man's bloodshot eyes widen in total shock. Furious and completely confused, he has zero clue what kind of insane power is protecting this woman. Stepping out of the light, 2 towering, majestic summoned beasts appear, forming an absolute shield around the mother. The system confirms D-rank plant summons. Leaf Nameless speaks up with a deep, rumbling voice. "Rest easy, master." Right beside him, the second D-rank plant beast, Thorn Nameless, fiercely makes its vow. "We will fight to the death. To protect you." Her racing heart slowly calms down as she looks up at this absolute fortress of a shield. Warmth floods away her fear. It's the exact bracelet little Yi gave her. She flashes back to that pouring rainy day. Her son, standing under an umbrella, handing over the bracelet. Mom, it's a Mother's Day gift. Bai Yi's handsome, cool face hid such deep, genuine care back then. He had warned her with absolute, deadly seriousness. When I'm not home, you have to keep this on no matter what. Back to the brutal present, the summoned beast charges straight at the villain. It launches a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing him to stumble backward just to block. While one relentlessly attacks, the other stands firmly by the mother's side as the ultimate shield. The beast's furious strikes slam heavily into the man's body, ending with a massive punch that sends him flying backward through the air. But even after taking that massive hit, the guy just flashes a sick, twisted smile. Fresh blood drips from his mouth down to his chin, exposing a level of pure madness that can't be cured. Vicious, blood-red, evil lightning suddenly explodes outward from his entire body. Getting into a fighting stance, he swings a razor-sharp knife. His eyes literally glow with savage fury as he roars. Perfect timing for me to vent some anger. His blood-red eyes flash with pure cruelty, and his twisted, sickening smile stretches even wider through the swirling, demonic black aura. Now let's pause for a second. In total contrast to that suffocating, bloody nightmare, Bai Yi's friend group is still happily gathered around their massive feast at the cozy barbecue joint. But right in the middle of the noise, Bai Yi looks down. He stares at the pink jade pendant in his hand, which is now glowing strangely. His brows furrow, instantly sensing something is terribly wrong. Hit with a sudden, dreadful premonition, he shoves his chair back and bolts upright. His deadly serious expression cuts right through the dinner party. Something came up, he says, leaving his mushroom-haired friend staring blankly with cheeks full of food. Without hesitation, Bai Yi quickly storms away from the table, throwing one last sentence over his shoulder. I'm stepping out, be right back. His glasses-wearing friend just stares blankly, shouting back the dumbest question possible. Huh? Does your food really digest that fast? Stepping out into a dark, empty alley, Bai Yi leans against the wall. His expression goes ice-cold as he presses the phone to his ear. Hong Qiang-sheng, what's the update on that background check? The guy on the other end quickly delivers the shocking truth. Bai Lin-sheng was actually released from prison early. Qiang-sheng frowns, scratching his head as he sarcastically explains the crazy situation. Plus, the crazy bastard even crashed my dad's massive banquet today before getting completely kicked out. The rapid-fire report slams heavily into Bai Yi's eardrums, making his blood run cold. But after he left the Kaizen Hotel, nobody knows where he went. Bai Yi's pupils violently shrink as a massive wave of extreme anxiety washes over him. At the exact same time, in a dead silent corner of the apartment, a phone on the table vibrates hopelessly over and over, with absolutely no one answering. Standing in the dark alley, Bai Yi's mind is racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Gritting his teeth, he anxiously mutters, her video calls just aren't connecting. Is her phone not with her? And that damn hotel, it's located right next to our apartment complex. Picturing the absolute worst-case scenario, Bai Yi's face goes completely pale. Drops of cold sweat break out across his forehead as he violently hangs up the phone. If that psycho runs into his mom right now, that life-or-death realization literally burns his chest like acid. Gripping his bike handlebars so incredibly hard that his veins pop, he tells himself, Mom is definitely in absolute danger. Not wasting a single second, he channels the explosive strength of a warrior. Bai Yi pedals like a madman, tearing through the night like an arrow. I have to get back immediately. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Racing through the dark, a stressed Bai Yi mutters, even though I left the nameless brothers to guard her. Let's dive in. His intuition is spot on as his inner voice echoes. But their level is way too low. They definitely won't last long here. On the scene, the guy stomps on the defeated beast's corpse. He smirks, mocking it for acting like it actually had some real power. Seeing this, the surviving Deep Vodon beast immediately spreads its arms to shield the woman. The loyal creature shouts, Master, stay right behind me. But that loyalty just earns a disgusted glare and a murderous, arrogant smirk from the villain. Suddenly, the beast launches a lightning-fast strike, grazing the man's cheek and drawing blood. Seizing the opening, it lunges forward and grabs his leg, fiercely roaring, Don't you dare step any closer. But the power gap is just way too massive. The knife-wielding psycho turns around, frowns and mutters, What an absolute pest. Without another word, his red lightning-coated hand crushes the beast's neck with terrifying, unstoppable force. What follows is pure, insane slaughter. He wildly swings his blade into the poor summoned creature over and over, screaming like an absolute maniac. Die, die, die! Watching this bloody massacre, Bai Yi's mother is completely paralyzed by terror. Her eyes go wide with pure shock, trembling hands covering her mouth as fresh blood splatters everywhere. With the obstacle finally cleared, the deranged man slowly turns around. Gripping his blood-soaked knife, he locks eyes with her and delivers a chilling threat. Your turn, you filthy tramp. A suffocating tension fills the air as he steps closer to his prey, completely engulfed in a terrifying red aura. In that moment of pure despair, the defeated creature's green eyes suddenly flash with one final spark. It is desperately burning through its very last drop of strength. With an unbelievable burst of effort, it springs up, launching all its vines at the enemy. In a choked, desperate voice, it screams, "Master, run!" It desperately pins the psycho down, burning its final life force to warn her not to look back. Tears stream down the terrified woman's face as she watches her savior sacrifice everything. Understanding its final wish, she immediately turns and sprints down the empty street, running for her absolute life. Right behind her, the loyal creature transforms into a massive cocoon of vines, trying to lock the villain down for as long as humanly possible. Now watch closely, because things get wild. No miracle happens here. With just one flex, the monster's red lightning shreds the defense, his massive hand snapping the binding vines instantly. Showing absolutely zero mercy, he brutally rips the poor beast right in half, completely crushing its final stand forever. Seconds later, before the mother can even get far, the glowing red shadow of death lands right behind her back, dropping a bone-chilling insult. Did you really think you could run? Panicking, she backs hard against the wall. The villain's glowing red lightning completely blocks her path, trapping his prey. The psycho stands victoriously right in front of her. With bloodshot, animal-like eyes, his chillingly cold voice echoes, "Where can you possibly escape to?" Her face shows absolutely soul-crushing despair as he pushes closer. "Tell me right now, where else can you run?" Suddenly, his hand whips out with terrifying speed, brutally ripping the pink pendant right off her neck. Crushing it in his fist, he spits out a bitterly jealous threat. "That dog of a man gave you this junk, didn't he?" Instantly, he crushes the necklace into 100 pieces, violently cursing her out in absolute rage. A sharp, jagged shard flies up and grazes her bleeding cheek. But that physical pain is absolutely nothing compared to her heartbreak. Tears stream down as her son's precious gift is destroyed. It is life or death now. He raises the knife, pours out all his hatred, and roars, "Die, you miserable wretch!" You and I both thought it was over. But seconds before the strike, Bai Yi's promise echoes in her mind. "Mom, whenever you are in danger, just crush this pendant. The exact second it shatters, I will instantly appear right beside you." Without hesitation, the broken pendant does its job just as that red lightning blade drops. He absolutely kept his word. Ultimate instant bodyguard service. Bai Yi teleports right in front of his mother, catching the villain's deadly knife arm barehanded, escaping death by a single millisecond. Her tear-filled eyes go incredibly wide. She is completely stunned, barely able to believe her savior is actually her own son. As for the villain, his twisted smile instantly freezes, replaced by pure rage at having his kill interrupted. Bai Yi's grip crushes his wrist like a steel vice, his dead-cold eyes radiating a terrifying, bone-chilling aura. "You have done enough." Right at this explosive clash, Bai Yi's mind is violently yanked back into a pitch-black memory from his previous life. A haunting past where a young Bai Yi was tied down, screaming through his tears, "Please stop!" His scumbag stepfather was savagely swinging a bat at his mother. "You worthless trash!" The maniac screamed out his rage. "I am out there working myself to death, and you do this." Forced to watch his mother get brutalized, the completely helpless boy could only scream out, "Please, do not hit her anymore." He desperately begged the monster, pleading, "Please, Dad." But no matter how hard his soul shattered, his weakness could not move this absolute devil. The horrible result? His mother collapsed motionless in a pool of blood. Bai Yi's bitter inner voice echoes out, "That was my first weekend of high school. Mom took me out all day, but forgot to say we would be late. And that exact same day, his big job interview had completely failed. When we got back, he dumped all his pathetic rage onto us. The villain's shadow loomed with that bloody bat, his inner devil fully unleashed. A heavy metal chain whipped through the air. My mother was beaten half to death right before my eyes. I witnessed every single second. That crushing, unbearable grief forced his dormant powers to awaken. Pushed past his absolute breaking point, he triggered a second evolution. Brilliant golden energy exploded around the boy, instantly upgrading his basic green class into a legendary platinum holy swordsman. This overflowing new power came with pure, maddening rage. Completely losing control, young Bai Yi charged forward, his golden-flamed hands violently grabbing that heavy chain. He used that chain to violently choke the beast. I killed him with my own hands. The scumbag's eyes rolled back as he choked, finally paying with his life for his unforgivable sins. So what do you and I take from this? Sadly, even the sweetest vengeance can never truly undo a broken reality. Stick with me here because this story starts deep in the pain. No matter what he did, his mother was gone forever. Young Bai Yi collapsed, clutching his weapon, screaming in pure, agonizing regret and total isolation. Snap back to reality. Bai Yi's eyes flare with a cold, piercing golden light. He grits his teeth, carrying the absolute toxic resentment from his past life. In this life, just one gentle squeeze, but with the crushing force of a hydraulic press, the steel blade of that absolute scumbag shatters into countless jagged pieces, flying everywhere. I will absolutely never be one step too late again. The air instantly goes dead silent. The man holds the snapped hilt, staring dumbfounded at the teenager shielding his mother, completely speechless with his invisible ellipsis over his head. He is probably cursing himself, thinking he bought some cheap garbage delivery online. The guy's bloodshot eyes violently twitch. Then he smirks, finally recognizing a very familiar face. I was wondering who had a massive death wish, so it is just you? After that, he wildly raises the totally ruined knife hilt, charging forward and roaring loudly just like a completely cornered wild beast. Perfect. I will wipe out both you and your mother together. Without another word, Bai Yi instantly draws a massive broadsword, radiating an insanely overpowered, glowing green aura. Instantly, the system pops up a block skill notification in front of him. The teenager just casually swings a very basic parry, effortlessly shutting down his brutal father's glowing red lightning-infused killer slash. The pure recoil force is so intense that it blows the massive guy away, sending him sliding far back across the hard ground. As a result, he violently coughs, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face shows pure shock mixed with deep humiliation. His eyes bulge out when he spots a very familiar weapon. That is my Kunwu sharp blade. He glares bitterly at the knife in the boy's hand, gritting his teeth as he curses. So you were the little brat who stole it! Completely ignoring the man's toxic rage, Bai Yi turns to check on his terrified mother. The system's recovered magical beasts have already stepped in to safely shield her from the chaos. Our main character calmly turns and commands his two summons. Nameless brothers, please take good care of my mother. Get her out of here and fall back to a safe spot. Seeing this, the stepdad strokes his chin with a mocking smirk, trying to look dangerous. Oh, how interesting. So these two flower-type magical beasts are actually your personal summons. Now pay close attention to this next part, because the tension is rising. He points right at Bai Yi, over-analyzing like a fake expert. In other words, you are a 1 in 1,000 dual element user. You are somehow a core warrior and a flower summoner. Thinking about this, the guy suddenly throws his head back. He laughs maniacally like he just hit the absolute jackpot. Good, very good. Ha ha! To awaken dual classes at such an incredibly young age, you are truly worthy of being my son. Faced with this wildly shameless attempt to steal the credit, Bai Yi simply replies with a dead, silent glare, entirely as cold as freezing solid ice. Ignoring his son's frosty attitude, the guy narcissistically steps forward to continue his lecture. But just inheriting my amazing natural talent is not nearly enough for you to survive. Moving out without saying a single word, he clenches his fists as blazing red lightning violently surges up again. He growls, screaming in total fury. You even dared to raid my personal safe, and you shoved your own father into a closet. Right after that, he aggressively lowers his head down, his bright red eyes glaring as he speaks with a deeply resentful tone. Every single thing you did is absolutely, completely unforgivable to me. That twisted smile returns as the arrogant man continues his rant. I get it now. I get it, grown. You think dual classes let you defy me? The second he finishes, he leaps, transforming into a brutal red lightning bolt that violently tears up the ground as he charges. Seeing the enemy rush in, Bai Yi's mother panics and screams out, "Little Yi, be careful!" The two magical beasts quickly reach out to block the hit, but why would our main character even sweat this? He casually raises a hand, generating a surging wave of blue magic. The awesome system panel flashes instantly, smoothly switching him right into the mage class. A close-up shows Bai Yi's completely overpowering gaze flashing sharply. Instantly, the surrounding temperature violently drops straight down to freezing sub-zero levels. Freeze. With a massive boom, a giant razor-sharp glacier erupts right out of the ground. It completely traps his deadbeat stepdad while he is suspended completely in midair. You and I definitely saw that coming, right? Trapped inside the solid ice, the guy's face freezes in total panic. He screams, "What the hell is this? Where did this ice block come from?" His brain is totally short-circuiting. Dual classes? That does not make sense. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is just casually standing there, fully admiring his new ice sculpture. The teenager steps back, shoving one hand in his pocket, calmly looking up at his struggling enemy. With an absolutely decisive tone, Bai Yi slaps reality into this delusional fool. How many classes I can actually awaken? has absolutely nothing to do with you at all. We get a close-up of the stepdad's furiously humiliated face. As for you right now, in my eyes, you are not even worth a single penny. Needless to say, this pushes the guy into a cursing frenzy inside the ice. Damn it, what the hell did you just say? Running on pure spite, he channels his inner energy, violently shattering the solid ice block into falling debris. He fires back with a bitter smirk. I gave you 2 tiny compliments and you already think you are invincible. He arrogantly shows off his totally expired bragging rights. You just barely awakened, boy. I am a hardcore veteran mercenary who has butchered countless enemies on the battlefield. Then he stretches his arms as the red lightning explodes more violently than ever. It completely blows away the remaining ice freezing his body. He roars loud. It seems you completely forgot who actually holds the ultimate power in this house. In total contrast to this guy's super flashy and noisy tantrum, Bai Yi simply narrows his cold eyes and smoothly raises his sword forward. Catching the absolute perfect opening, he swings with massive momentum, launching a brilliant destructive golden energy wave straight at the raging villain. Bai Yi's eyes flash brilliantly as he watches the brutal man take his stance, fully preparing to swing his blade. Instantly, he heavily thrusts his strike straight forward, completely clashing with the glaring red energy. The stepdad's eyes bulge out completely, sweating buckets in absolute, pure shock. This insane amount of raw damage is completely shattering my entire defense. This is just totally impossible. An insanely clean slash right across the chest sends blood spraying everywhere. He violently grimaces, clutching his deep wound as he staggers backward in absolute agony. Losing all his pride, the guy collapses hard to the ground, panting heavily, totally unable to accept this harsh reality. How is this even possible? Did you not just barely awaken your powers? An E-rank awakened could never ever have this kind of terrifying attack power. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Bai Yi steps forward like an absolute titan. His overwhelming aura radiates as he looks down from above at the broken man kneeling right at his feet. He declares one single ironclad sentence, officially severing all their bitter ties forever. Starting from this exact day, we are absolutely no longer father and son. My mother also has zero connection left with you anymore. His deeply cold, glowing golden eyes pierce right through the very soul of this total loser. From now on, Bai Lingsheng, in my eyes, you are absolute nothingness. Despite just taking a literal bone-deep slash, the terrible stepfather suddenly clutches his bleeding chest. He hunches over, coughing violently, but then unexpectedly bursts into the deranged laughter of a complete lunatic. He lowers his head, his totally insane laughter echoing loudly through the dark night, desperately trying to salvage whatever tiny shred of pathetic dignity he has left. That is where we leave it for now. After laughing like a maniac, he vents all his pathetic bitterness, screaming in frustration. Do you even know who busted his ass working outside to earn the money? Stick with me, you and I are about to watch some serious payback. Who do you think worked themselves to the bone to feed you to? His bloodshot eyes glare at the teenager, loudly lecturing about a father's rights. No matter what the hell you are, you will always be Bak Lin Sin's son, and that is a fact I can never change. Reaching peak delusion, the crazy man roars and lunges straight at Bai Yi with everything he has. He violently curses him out, screaming about what an ungrateful backstabbing wolf and a traitorous son he is. But with a single dodge as light as a feather, Bai Yi easily sidesteps the attack. Using that momentum, he spins and launches a lightning-fast counterattack that completely floors his vicious father. The crushing kick sends the man rolling across the shattered floor tiles. But Bai Yi is not letting him off the hook that easily. He charges forward, gearing up for another strike that leaves the man panicking. Furious at being looked down on, the abusive stepfather channels every last drop of his strength, launching a massive sneak attack aimed right at the boy's head. But before that giant fist can even land, the older man's face completely twists in absolute shock, muttering in pure helpless disbelief. Why was his cowardly sneak attack completely blocked by some kind of invisible defensive barrier? It stops him dead in his tracks, making him roar in absolute bitter frustration. Just why? Fast as lightning, Bai Yi spins around and casually gifts him a brutal uppercut straight to the gut. The impact violently launches the man's massive muscular body high up into the air. With his entire defense shattered, the stepfather hangs suspended in midair, coughing up a huge mouthful of fresh blood. Yet his mouth still tries to save his pathetic pride. But I am a red C tier. Before he can even hit the ground, Bai Yi reaches out and violently grabs a fistful of his messy hair, threateningly growling. Did you not hear what I just said? His eyes blaze with absolute fiery rage as he grits his teeth, completely trampling over the abuser's pathetic pride. You were never even close to being my match. Now watch closely, because you and I need to see this flashback. Memories rush back. This cruel man ruthlessly beating a helpless little boy, accompanied by Bai Yi's ironclad condemnation. For over 10 years, you used violence again and again. The man's face from the past flashes on screen, completely covered in bulging veins and looking absolutely terrifying. Bai Yi's voice echoes out, completely exposing his true nature, using that pathetic bit of violence just to prove your dominance and status inside this house. He stares with pure disgust, seeing right through the fake mask of this self-proclaimed family breadwinner. Because deep down, you never even had the guts to face anyone stronger than you out in the real world. Another incredibly dark memory suddenly surfaces, showing the heartless bastard violently forcing a tiny child's head right into the dirt. The teenager screams out, finally unleashing years of bottled-up frustration. "You are nothing but a useless, pathetic coward." Snapping back to reality, Bai Yi still has a tight grip on the abuser's hair, while blood drips down the man's miserable face. He delivers one final razor-sharp insult, a completely worthless piece of trash. His eyes glow ruby red with an overwhelming sky-high killing intent, his exploding fury reaching a truly terrifying level. "You do not even deserve to be called a man." And to prove those exact words, Bai Yi swings his arm and smashes his stepfather's head right into the shattered ground, completely knocking the guy out cold. Watching her son erupt with so much intense hatred, the mother stands safely behind two protective magic beasts, terrifiedly covering her mouth and whispering his name, Xiao Yi. Pinned tightly to the floor with a completely bloody face, the defeated stepfather frantically starts begging in the most pathetic way possible. "Hey, hold on, just wait a second!" Xiao Yi crouches down to look at the massive loser. The man quickly tries playing the morality card, hoping to desperately save his own skin. "After all, I am the one who raised and provided for you. You have to respect our blood ties, right?" Hearing those two words about blood ties, Bai Yi's pupils aggressively shrink and an icy wave of pure anger shoots straight down his spine. He instantly grabs the older man's collar, violently dragging him upward to glare right into his hypocritical face while screaming. "Blood ties?" Bai Yi's face twists up in a mix of agonizing pain and pure outrage. He violently questions the monster who ruined his childhood. "When you were beating my mother and me, did you ever once think about those damn blood ties?" The image of a huge, heartless hand fiercely twisting a sobbing child's ear flashes back with crystal clarity. Bai Yi bitterly brings up the dark past. "When I was 7 years old, you twisted my ear." He remembers the horrific sight of this violent man grabbing his hair and slamming him repeatedly against a wall, his voice now hardening with deep hatred. "Exactly like this, slamming me into the wall over and over again." The haunting flashback continues, showing tiny Xiao Yi screaming and sobbing his eyes out while getting his ear pulled. "Dad, I am so sorry, I know I was wrong." While the frantic mother waves her hands, desperately begging him to stop hitting her child. Back in the present, Bai Yi coldly narrates the man's sheer cruelty. "No matter how much I cried and begged for mercy, it was completely useless. I know what you are thinking, but let this sink in." This ruthless man gripped the kid's ear so hard he tore the flesh, making the boy scream in pure, absolute agony. Years of suppressed fury finally detonate. Bai Yi lists out the abuser's crimes with furiously red eyes. "Even after ripping my ear, you didn't stop. How many countless times have you brutally beaten my own mother? Since the day I was born, has there ever been a single month she didn't end up in the hospital? The food was bad? You hit us. Something wasn't to your liking? You hit us. You had a bad day outside? You came home and hit us anyway." Unable to hold back any longer, our main character swings his arm hard, violently shattering the ground to create a deep crater while roaring in sheer resentment. "As long as you were around, we never had a single day of peace." The teenager stands up straight, his eyes as cold as looking at a dead object, throwing back one razor-sharp, sarcastic line. "And now you suddenly want to talk to me about family love," ignoring the stepfather's massive muscular body crawling pathetically across the cracked rocks and rubble. Bai Yi completely mercilessly delivers the final humiliating blow. "Do you even deserve family?" Faced with such absolute dominance in both raw power and brutal truth, the pathetic man can only stay totally silent, his entire body shaking violently in pure fear. He desperately claws at the floor, heavy beads of sweat pouring down his face as his trembling mouth squeezes out a few weak words. "I am so sorry." Stripped of all the arrogant pride he used to flaunt, the stepfather literally crawls on his knees at Bai Yi's feet, repeatedly slamming his head on the ground while begging. "I know I was wrong. It will never happen again. I truly mean it." He lifts his terribly blood-soaked face, his eyes looking unbelievably pathetic right now, spitting out a deeply delayed apology. "I am sorry I was wrong." Watching this overly familiar, manipulative act, Bai Yi just slightly narrows his eyes in utter disgust, exposing the man's vile nature. Last time you acted exactly like this. The second you realized you could not beat me, you instantly started crying and begging for mercy. Memories from his previous life flood back in, showing the exact same scene of this man kneeling on glowing red-hot iron chains, faking his bitter remorse. Bai Yi mutters, "But right when I actually thought you were truly going to repent." Hearing this, the stepfather's distorted eyes in that dark memory suddenly flare up with insane, bloodshot madness and pure treachery. Without any warning, he flipped his attitude instantly, firmly gripping a deadly weapon and charging aggressively right at him. You grabbed a knife and rushed straight at me. Back in reality, the system instantly displays his adrenaline stats absolutely skyrocketing. Facing his sworn mortal enemy, Bai Yi tightly grips a brightly glowing short sword in his hand, reminding himself of one ultimate truth about anyone who picks up a butcher's blade. Our main character's eyes go totally pitch black. A heavy, suffocating, killing intent radiates from his body, proving he has lost every last drop of patience and will absolutely never back down on his own. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this finish. The camera zooms in tight on his demonic, bloodshot eyes as he blindly charges forward, desperately trying to survive this absolute death trap. The epic system panel completely transforms his skill, instantly evolving it from one direction Pure Land straight into the two-direction Judgment. Bai Yi raises his sword high, golden light blinding everything as he prepares a brutal execution. Watching from a distance, his mother panics, reaching out with terrified eyes, screaming out for her son. Let's dive right in. The blade of judgment swings down, painting a beautiful, deadly crescent moon. It carries his bloody resolve, making the sinner finally regret his actions. An earth-shattering slash crashes straight down, carrying enough raw power to rip through space itself. Bai Yi coldly delivers the sentence. He would rather make sure this guy never commits a crime ever again. The stepfather throws his head back, screaming in absolute agony as he takes that critical strike head-on. Slashed to pieces, he collapses to the dirt. His bloody arms hang limp as he panics and screeches. "Ah, the tendons in my hands!" Meanwhile, Bai Yi stands tall. Holding his blazing golden short sword, his overwhelming presence forces the man to crawl against the cold wall. This cruel man is now just a pathetic cripple. Blood streaming down his face, he cries and begs helplessly. "Calm down, just calm down! Please, do not kill me!" Trying to save his miserable life, he plays his most shameless card. We are father and son, but his only answer is Bai Yi's cold golden eye burning with absolute rage. Completely done listening to this garbage, our main character raises his hand. Ice magic instantly activates, radiating a freezing bright blue light. Instantly, a razor-sharp block of ice erupts right under the stepfather's neck. It perfectly seals his lying mouth, making his eyes roll back. His face twists in shock. Now watch closely. The blade aims right at his neck. Bai Yi looks like the Grim Reaper, coldly stating, "I killed you in my past life. Doing it again means nothing." Right as the blade is about to drop, his pupils shrink sharply, cold sweat breaking out. He freezes when a mysterious voice suddenly pierces his mind. "That is enough. Stop!" His murderous aura vanishes in an instant. He snaps his head around in total confusion, asking himself whose voice that was. A woman's voice. He suddenly realizes the source of this strange sound. It is Yi Wuming's ability. Is he transmitting my mother's voice right into my head? His gentle mother, glowing under the green light of the summon's protection, tears up as she tries to stop her son. "Please, do not become someone like him." Her words hit like freezing water, instantly putting out his flames of hatred. He looks right at her, and she softly continues. He has already lost absolutely everything he was ever proud of. She stares at the broken man flattened on the dirt, her voice completely firm. Every single day from now on, he will live in bitter regret. That is the greatest possible punishment for a man like him. Hearing his mother's heartfelt words, Bai Yi's eyes tremble. He hesitates like a kid caught misbehaving. "But Mom," her eyes hold deep sadness as she chokes out, "I do not want to see." A bloody image of him flashes, contrasting with his cold future self. His mother's voice echoes, filled with heartache. "You turning into a monster like that, I really do not want to see who you become." A haunting frame shows black shadows like prison bars across his blank face, a warning against living in darkness. A bleak vision appears of the boy huddled in a freezing prison cell, desperately looking up at the tiny sliver of light coming through the bars. His face is hidden in shadows, swallowed by a suffocating dead silence. But very quickly he snaps out of it, that absolute determination returning to his eyes. He softly replies, "I understand, Mom." Standing tall over his gasping enemy, he radiates a king's aura, declaring, "I will not kill him, but he will absolutely never get the chance to near us again." Let that sink in for a second. Twirling his glowing golden blade, he mentally states, "This is also one of my past life skills." Instantly, he swings his arm, firing a blinding cross-shaped slash. The system flags the broken skill, two-way judgment, which completely strips all magic power from any enemy at his level or lower. That incredibly destructive, brilliant cross of light reflects perfectly in his wide, glowing eyes. The energy crashes down, burning the man as he screams in pure agony. The system brutally confirms his awakening power is gone. Bai Yi grips his sword, looking completely epic. He stares straight at him, coldly dropping his final judgment. "Bai Ling-sin, I just crippled your awakening power. From now on, you are no longer a class holder." He turns his back, leaving the broken man sprawled on the floor, his voice turning absolute steel. "Tomorrow I am leaving this city, leaving my mother forever." An upward angle shows his absolute dominance. He stomps his heavy boot down and issues a threat. "I will have Yi Wuming memorize your scent. If you ever dare come within 3 kilometers of my mother." His razor-sharp eyes pierce right into the defeated loser's soul. "Even if I rot in an awakened prison forever, I will hunt you down and kill you with zero mercy." He lost absolutely everything. The stepfather lies crushed like mud, blood and drool dripping from his mouth, groaning soullessly. The camera pans up to the quiet night sky, echoing his pathetic surrender. I understand. Darkness swallows the empty apartment complex, marking the absolute end of this long-running family tragedy. Cut inside the house. Bai Yi carefully helps his mom sit on the couch, turning to instruct his two reliable helpers, Yi Wuming and Si Wuming. "Please heal my mother well." The flower-type magical beast blinks its bright eye, acting super confident. It firmly assures him, "Do not worry, he could not hurt her even a bit." Kneeling beside the sofa, he still looks a little guilty. "Thank God I got here in time, otherwise." Before he finishes, his gentle mother pets his head. "Didn't they just tell you?" Her face blooms into a warm, radiant smile, completely chasing away the gloomy mood. Mom is doing perfectly fine. Comforted by her, he awkwardly turns his head, muttering nervously, "Still not good enough. I need to figure out how to get a jade stone later." Mid-mumble, he suddenly flinches. His eyes go wide in total shock, like he discovered a new continent. Seeing his weird reaction, his mom blinks in confusion, asking, "What is it?" He leans right in, stuttering, refusing to believe his ears. "Huh? Just now? Did you just talk?" Making her ass back, completely stunned. "Did I really just talk?" "You and I are witnessing pure joy here." The biggest smile breaks across his face. He cheers wildly. Not telepathy this time. It is actual sound from her mouth. She covers her mouth, equally shocked, tearing up from pure happiness. "How am I able to speak out loud?" "Let's jump right in, guys." Right then, the beast gives a smug thumbs up and explains. Her broken speech? It's actually nerve damage from the beating. And get this, he can totally heal it. A few days later, text flashes over a gorgeous sunset. The summoned beast sounds absolutely heartbroken. It asks, "Master, can you really not stay here with us?" Bai Yi just sits there, chilling on a tree branch, watching the busy city below. The beast keeps begging, "Your mom and friends are all right here. If you just let this go." He looks at the beast, totally deep in thought. His plan is flawless. "I already paid the rent in advance," he says. "Once I save enough, I'm buying that house outright. Plus, I even got my mom a brand new jade pendant. If she's ever in danger, I'll teleport right back instantly." But for the rest of the time, Bai Yi flashes a bright smile at the two giant beasts. They are literally tearing up as he asks them to take good care of his mom. Down in the kitchen, his mom is happily cooking. Her helper? A grumpy beast wearing a pink apron. Bai Yi thinks to himself, "Mom knows about my training trip, but she doesn't know the truth." We see the boy's back as he watches this warm family moment. His mind is an absolute mess of emotions. "I'm already not the person she thinks I am anymore." A bloody frame suddenly cuts in. Bai Yi stands in a pile of corpses, his face completely cold and ruthless. The flashback ends with a brutal, chilling realization. "I'm carrying hatred that I absolutely have to face." Snapping back to reality, his face turns dead serious. Sitting right at the dining table, Bai Yi is plotting a massive, dangerous revenge plan. "Now I finally have the ticket to the Holy River Nation." That is exactly where he is hiding. "This is my absolute best chance to strike." Now pay close attention here, because the enemy finally appears in the shadows. A terrifying guy with a skull mask and dreadlocks, radiating a blood-red killer aura. Staring hard at the letter, our boy confidently states, "I can reach the Holy River Nation way faster than my past life." A close-up shows the envelope. It clearly reads, "Training Journey Invitation, Divine Guild Headquarters." The boy stands alone in the middle of a crowded night street. A heavy sense of danger hangs in the air. "I don't know if I'll succeed," he thinks. "Will I even survive this?" The quiet night sky and bright yellow moon seem to witness his ultimate revenge. This might just be a one-way ticket to hell. But no matter what, I absolutely have to board this train. The vibe is super heavy and dark. But then, total whiplash. His mom suddenly looks up, totally breaking the tension. She panics and shouts, "Ah, I almost completely lost track of time." Her son looks totally confused. Time for what? A digital display flashes June 25th, 2005. Her face totally lights up. She looks at him with the brightest smile ever. It's blessing time. Every June, the Grand Mage of the Flower God Temple visits our county. Seeing her this hyped, Bai Yi scratches his head, sweating bullets. He thinks to himself, "Oh crap, I completely forgot. Mom is a hardcore believer of the Flower God sect. Mom never bothered to ask, and I never actually told her. Tomorrow is the exact day I leave for good." He stuffs his hands in his pockets, silently watching her pray with that huge smile. His eyes instantly soften. This is probably for the best. I'll just slip away and leave quietly without making a single sound. From a bird's-eye view of the peaceful street, our main character admits his biggest weakness. After all, the one thing I absolutely suck at is saying goodbye face to face. Scene shifts straight to a hospital. A young guy with glasses is resting in bed. The doctor tells his family, the surgery went great. Just a minor procedure. He only needs a few days of rest. Good thing the kid actually noticed the problem early. The boy's mom is absolutely overjoyed and keeps thanking the doctor. "Thank you so much for saving my son, doctor." But a second later, she whips around, pointing a finger and scolding her boy. "You stay right there. Don't even think about moving an inch." Getting yelled at, the glasses guy just looks away, groaning and totally annoyed. He complains, "Didn't the doctor just say it was a minor surgery?" Instantly, his mom pinches his cheek and lays down the law. "Surgery is surgery, big or small. You aren't moving. You're staying flat in that bed, nowhere else." The guy grumbles, full of regret for missing out. Why did they force him into surgery today of all days? Tomorrow, Bai Yi's group leaves for the Holy River Nation. Now he can't even go see him off. Who knows if he'll ever get the chance to see his friend again. And just like that, time skips to the next day. The system panel pops up for day 2. Training journey departure time, 12:30 p.m. June 26th, 2005. Welcome to the Holy River Special Train Station. Down on the platform, voices echo. "Take good care of yourself over there, okay?" A teary family farewell fills the screen. A mom is crying her eyes out, desperately giving last-minute advice to her pink-haired daughter. "Remember to call me and tell your dad to stop staying up so late." She simply can't let go. The mom lunges forward, covering her daughter's cheeks in endless kisses. "Come here and let mom kiss her precious girl." The daughter's face turns beet red, awkwardly trying to push her away. "Okay, mom, that's enough." Seeing this cheesy drama drag on, a brown-haired boy steps up. Trying to act all mature, he nudges the family apart. All right, everyone go home. We're literally just taking a small tour. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Stop acting like it's a life or death goodbye." The station is packed with laughter and chatter. Almost every single kid here has a crowd of family and relatives circling them, seeing them off on this big journey. But let's pause for a second. In the corner of this huge station, one figure stands completely separated from the noise. We get a close-up of Bai Yi's lonely back. Wearing his backpack, he stands in dead silence, like he belongs to an entirely different world. A gorgeous teacher with a stunning figure, along with that pink-haired girl from earlier, walks right up to him. Looking completely surprised, she asks, "Why did you come all alone? Didn't your parents come to say goodbye?" Instead of facing the painful truth, Bai Yi just glances away. Cold and distant, he completely dodges her question. "The train is arriving soon, right?" The teacher stares at him wide-eyed, totally confused by his freezing attitude. "Huh? Are you always this used to being so independent?" The word independent hits a dark nerve deep inside Bai Yi's soul. His face darkens instantly. His eyes drop down, revealing a terrifying, heavy gloom. "Independent, huh?" Then he gently mutters a single phrase, quietly admitting a deeply bitter and painful reality. "Yeah, I am." A pure white bullet train violently roars into the station. Watching the massive train pull in, his back radiates a chilling, absolute loneliness. He tells himself, "I have already gotten completely used to being all alone." Close up on our main character's side profile. Hidden behind his hair, his eyes flash with a highly complex light, carrying both unspeakable loneliness and pure, burning hatred. Suddenly, the darkest, most traumatic memory from his past life stabs him like a brutal knife. We see a younger Bai Yi holding his mother's bloody corpse. They are in a pitch-black dungeon, surrounded by cruel iron chains. He is sobbing uncontrollably, drowning in absolute despair. "Mom, please wake up." The tragedy plays out. A voice echoes with awful news. "Have you heard? Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this brutal revenge unfolds next. Stick with me. You and I are about to witness true heartbreak." Lin Lu dies before surgery finishes. Bai Yi just stares, looking utterly soul-crushed. Then comes news from his friends, another massive, heavy blow striking his ears. They tell him to hurry back, saying Dongyang can never return. The young man's eyes widen in pure panic. That intense terror even reaches his master. Bai Yi remembers being wrapped up tight by countless tree roots. He screamed until his throat tore, trapped in totally helpless, absolute despair. And finally, his remaining teammates fall. Our main character drops his head, his eyes dark and full of bitter acceptance. He heavily mutters to himself, I am completely used to them leaving me, one after another. My entire life has been nothing but goodbyes. Standing right in front of a dark, bloody scene of fallen comrades, Bai Yi drops a really heartbreaking line. I got used to coldly accepting the loss of everything, but just as these tragic emotions peak, the whole vibe completely shatters. His hot teacher suddenly cuts right through the heavy mood. The train is at the station. Everyone get ready to board. That totally rips his thoughts right back to reality. Looking absolutely flawless from that side angle, Bai Yi glances down, his face still showing lingering sorrow. The young man steps right onto the train stairs, leaving the loud, bustling noise behind. He decisively faces his upcoming life or death journey. While he is deep in heavy silence, a loud, clear voice suddenly rings out. Hearing Bai Yi's name makes our main character jump, his eyes going wide with pure confusion. He snaps his head back, looking totally stunned. He thinks to himself, I am so used to losing, I am still not used to this. The feeling of getting a fresh start. Way down the platform, a really weird send-off squad shows up, yelling Bai Yi's name loud. Now pay close attention here. You and I cannot miss this. His best friend Lin Lu rolls up in a wheelchair next to the green shirt guy and his frantic mom. Running over, green shirt gasps and immediately snitches. You have no idea. Lin Lu's parents are insanely strict. If this brat did not basically force me, I would not have snuck him out. Our main character just stares, completely speechless, at his grinning friend in the wheelchair. I literally went to find you this morning. Seeing his friend out here right after surgery, Bai Yi gives a worried warning. Lin Lu, your body really needs to rest. How can you be out? Yet the glasses-wearing guy loudly thumps his chest. Relax, I am feeling super strong right now. Pushing up his glasses, his friend flashes a warm, mature smile and drops some advice. Actually, you are the one who needs to take good care of yourself over there. Suddenly, the guy pushing the wheelchair jumps in too, shoving a massive bag right into Bai Yi's hands. He says he could not buy a real gift, so he just grabbed some clothes and packed some food. Our main character shyly tries to refuse. No way, you guys literally just gave me a birthday present. Before he can decline again, his bossy pink-haired friend forces it on him. She smiles brightly and totally scolds him. Why are you talking so much? Just take it when we tell you to. After the noisy friend group settles down, Mom gently steps forward, lifting her son's hand to give him a beaded bracelet. I prayed for this bead bracelet just for you. The floral god temple bracelet is really effective. We get a close-up of Mom's rough, loving hands carefully placing the jade green beads right into the young man's palm. Glowing brightly under the sun, Mom reaches out to gently rub her little boy's head. Her gentle, warm smile holds so much heavy expectation. She really wants something out there to completely protect her son. Bai Yi tightly grips the beads, his intense eyes staring deeply right at the bracelet. He is shocked, realizing the truth. So Mom went to the temple just to pray for me. Did she somehow know I am going away for a really long time? The emotional goodbye gets completely cut off by the teacher rushing them. All students, board the train now. We are leaving immediately. The cultivation trip officially starts right now. Bai Yi grabs his backpack, looking back at his loved ones one last time. With determined eyes, he quietly promises, that is right, I will be back in exactly 1 month. Sitting quietly in his train seat with the gift bag, our main character watches the scenery blast by. He deeply realizes, I have changed so much. Everyone's advice still totally rings in his ears. Little Yi, remember to eat well out there. Send pictures to Mom when you arrive. Bai Yi smiles, remembering them. He Ming, Lin Lu, Mom. Bai Yi turns to look back, waving his hand in a final goodbye. Right now, his eyes flash with a super rare softness. He is no longer a lonely guy filled with bitter revenge. They are my absolute best friends and closest family. Their entire lives have already changed. Back in my hometown, people are actually waiting for me. He clenches his fist, the bracelet giving him major strength as his fierce determination burns. Once I handle everything, I will hurry right back. But you and I both know this is not a peaceful slice of life story. The scene quickly shifts to the opposite roof. A green-haired guy in a long coat stands with folded hands, staring coldly at the speeding train. Looking super mysterious, he reports the current status. He safely boarded the train, heading straight for the Holy River Nation soon. The item was successfully delivered right into his hands. An epic system screen pops up exposing this shady guy's real identity. Floral God Temple Leader Lu Zhongjiang, Tier 5 Synthesis Master. From the other end of the line, a voice asks, "Any other orders?" He coldly replies back, "No, nothing else." The final frame then cuts back to Bai Yi, seriously studying a map on the moving train. Meanwhile, the temple leader drops a totally hidden warning of incoming chaos. We can only rely completely on him now. Sitting on the train, the pink-haired girl excitedly updates Bai Yi. The Supreme School Group and the Captain's train are already exactly one trip ahead of us. They finished the ocean crossing procedures first. Soon we will reach the Tooth Nation border, and right across from that is the Holy River Nation. Right then, the hot teacher walks down the train aisle. She claps loudly to grab everyone's full attention and happily announces, "This epic cultivation trip officially starts right now." Pointing directly at the map, she breaks down the schedule for them. Entering the Holy River Nation will take exactly one full day. So following the rules, tonight we will stay right at the border for some field training first. The pink-haired girl looks a little bit nervous, turning to her cold friend beside her, Bai Yi. Meanwhile, in the back row, a guy with spiky hair is staring directly at our boy with fiercely challenging eyes. He smirks wickedly, silently plotting a totally dark, twisted scheme in his head. There is a really good show waiting for you at the border training tonight. The pure white bullet train zooms blazing fast down the tracks. The teacher's sweet voice keeps ringing out. "We are almost at the Holy River Nation." The teacher starts dropping basic lore like they are basically first graders. Everyone knows the gods created our entire world, and the gods constantly protect us. Hearing the phrase family of the gods, Bai Yi's face instantly goes totally dark. Meanwhile, the teacher just keeps rambling on. The god family holds absolute supreme power. So what do you and I take from this? 2 gods and their families live there. Alright, stick with me here. Once everyone crosses the border, they have to strictly follow the divine laws, no causing trouble. The teacher explains using a simple stick figure map. Going from Jiang Country to the Holy River Nation means passing 3 checkpoints. As the students step off the train, she points to the station. Point 1 is already cleared. Holding up her ticket, she emphasizes the absolute rule. To even step on this train, you need a highly exclusive Holy River invitation pass. Everyone lines up at a heavy security area. The teacher announces that the second checkpoint is right here at this exact border. The border station is packed with security personnel and high-tech scanners. Every single person has to register and go through a full-body check. While they shuffle through the security gates, the teacher lays out the plan. Background checks take a full day, meaning they can't officially enter the country until tomorrow. So this next 24 hours? That marks the very first phase of their training trip. The map zooms in on a deserted island right between the 2 nations, signaling a brutal trip ahead. The time reads the morning of June 27, 2005. Right at the coastal border's deserted zone, the entire class is gathered up, totally ready for their first real taste of combat training. A new chapter title drops, all professions awakened. Bai Yi just finishes changing into his fresh combat uniform, exhaling softly. He looks absolutely incredible right now. The pink-haired girl next to him gets literal stars in her eyes, praising how mature the new gear makes him look. Instantly, a squad of bossy girls crowds our main character. A blonde girl smirks, teasing him. "Isn't that the kid who rejected the Supreme Academy group?" Her friend chimes in, saying he looks like a total newbie. The blonde steps closer, acting all friendly. "You are Bai Yi, right? I heard your 9th grade combat test score was the highest in school history." The 2 senior girls flash their system panels, a C-rank lightning mage and a C-rank cloud shooter from the high school division. With sparkling eyes, they practically beg him, "Hey little bro, want to lead us around later?" Facing this massive wave of flirting, Bai Yi just waves his hand deadpan, silently swatting them away like flies. Seeing the cold, handsome guy completely ignore them, the senior girls aren't even mad, just giggling and hugging each other. Even his rejection is cute. Now watch closely. You and I know he doesn't care. He's busy realizing these wasteland monsters are way too low level to boost his stats. After hitting C rank, leveling up becomes a massive grind. Unless, right on cue, an arrogant school hotshot struts over with a giant sneer. "Haha, I was number 1 back then too." Beating some sealed magic beasts in a basic school test is honestly nothing special. Real-world beasts are entirely different. The guy slings his arm around a girl, looking incredibly condescending as his panel appears. Zhang Jun from the high school division, a C-rank star warrior, he proudly declares that only actual field combat proves your true skill. Those same girls who were just swarming Bai Yi instantly do a complete 180, clinging to Zhang Jun. "Handsome Jun, you have to lead us later." Another girl immediately agrees. Surrounded by beautiful girls, Zhang ego blasts right into the stratosphere. He loudly pats his chest, haha, just leave it all to me. Bai Yi simply gives the noisy crowd a side eye and turns away. Totally bored, the teacher starts her final briefing. Everyone on this trip is the absolute cream of the crop. She puts on a stern face. I said this on the train, but I must repeat it. Remember this during combat training. She holds up 4 fingers, loudly stating the rules. Rule 1, never wander past the designated zone. Rule 2, avoid acting completely alone, know your limits with the monsters. Rule 3, gather back at camp by 8 p.m. Rule 4, but before she can even finish, Zhang Jun leads his entire fan club charging right into the zone, yelling back. You've said it a million times, nothing bad will happen. We can't wait to start farming. That masked guy from the train quietly tails them, looking incredibly mysterious and suspicious. He turns his head, smirking maliciously. You and I both know he's setting up a nasty trap right here. Meanwhile, over at the Holy River border, a massive private jet touches down. Men in black suits bow respectfully. Welcome back, Captain. A tall, imposing man steps out with a totally overwhelming aura. His subordinate reports, the hunting festival is starting, the divine security captain is waiting. From another corner, 2 Supreme Academy members watch. The blue-haired guy mutters in jealousy. Now that is real privilege. The Supreme Academy group rode the exact same train as the captain, bypassing every single security checkpoint. The captain takes a drag of his cigar, ordering a cold-looking blonde kid. Head to the squad and wait for me. The blonde kid immediately scowls, looking grim. Yes. Back over in the deserted area, Zhang Jun is showing off by completely decapitating a lizard monster. He poses on its corpse like some superhero. The girls behind him go wild, cheering. As expected of a red C-rank professional, he is so incredibly handsome. The system panel confirms the E-rank giant lizard kill. In stark contrast to all that hype, Bai Yi just checks his system in the corner, thinking, just average. His system screen is absolutely flooded with text, backed by his total confidence. Currently, all 3 of my awakened professions have reached C rank. While Zhang Jun keeps hyping himself up in the background over a totally normal performance, Bai Yi quietly opens his personal stats while the crowd goes wild. A massive wall of stats pops up, proving his absolute god-tier power. Level 21 Cloud Mage, 22 Core Warrior, and 21 Flower Summoner. Even the Summoner class has this massively long description about forming contracts with magical beasts. But I've been stuck at this bottleneck for 10 days. He stares at his phantom battle shadows. He knows exactly what his problem is. To get any real experience, he has to defeat equal or higher level beasts. But in Zhong country, the absolute best he can find is D rank. He glances at the low-tier monsters. Trust me, you're going to want to see what he does next. Let's dive right in. Our MC quickly realizes a depressing truth. Hunting low-tier trash that the big guilds ignore is completely pointless. Killing weak beasts gives him absolutely 0 benefits. But then, boom, a massive 8-legged spider with freaky patterns bursts out of the bushes, ambushing one unlucky student. The system panel flashes. Level 11 D-rank wild magic beast, the 8-legged spider. The poor guy only has time to let out a terrified scream. Seeing their teammate get jumped, the 2 girls who were just bothering Bai Yi instantly go pale. The archer stutters, completely terrified by the vicious spider. The other girl screams in pure panic. There is no way we can fight a beast at this level. Meanwhile, the victim collapses, his arm already turning purple from venom. He looks back, begging for someone to cure his poison, but nobody moves. After all, this is a fully unsealed wild magic beast, a complete D-rank threat in the flesh. While the whole group panics like a kicked anthill, the giant spider completely ignores them. Instead, it suddenly locks onto our young boy, charging straight at where he's standing. The girls see him in the danger zone and scream out a warning. Watch out, the monster is heading right for you. But instead of panicking, Bai Yi just calmly raises his hand and swings his blade. Slash! In one clean hit, the D-rank beast is split right down the middle. The system pops up. 8-legged spider killed, plus 2 experience, received poison spider leg. The rest of the students just stand there, their jaws completely hitting the floor. Bai Yi just glances at the drop and tosses it aside, thinking to himself, these low-level drops just take up useless space in his bag. All the high-tier monsters are heavily controlled by the Divine Guild. No wonder people say the power gap between C and B rank is absolutely massive. With that thought, he casually kicks the spider leg away like literal trash. Seeing this massive flex, the silver-haired archer girl can't hide her absolute shock. Wait, you seriously don't want a D-rank poison spider leg? He doesn't even bother looking back. He just walks deeper into the forest alone. He has a plan. In his past life, this exact wasteland border area held some incredibly high-level mana crystals. If he heads deeper in, he might just score some serious upgrade materials. So he ditches the group and ventures into the forbidden zone, only to suddenly freeze in his tracks. Darkness quickly falls, the system clock hitting 1958. Standing deep inside the deserted woods, Bai Yi mutters to himself. Now watch closely, this is where things get weird. He actually found the purple mana crystals, but as he inspects one, these crystals should be packed with dense energy, usually spawning near demon caves. But his eyes narrow. The purple crystal in his hand, its light is completely fading away. The system alerts him. Withered mana crystal obtained. He quickly realizes the horrifying truth. The magic inside these stones is totally dead, like something just sucked them completely dry. Goosebumps erupt on his arms. He looks around, noticing the surrounding trees are completely withered too, and mutters in pure vigilance. Even these massive trees look like their life force was violently drained. Just what kind of insane beast can absorb all the surrounding energy this fast? Standing in this dead forest under the dim moonlight, he asks himself a chilling question. Could a D-rank monster actually possess this kind of terrifying power? Pushing forward, he hits a total dead end, a massive waterfall blocking his path. Bai Yi looks up, his sharp eyes scanning the terrifyingly silent area for any signs of movement. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something totally out of place on the dirt, the blurry remains of a completely shattered experiment vial. He steps closer, bending down to check it out. His pupils instantly shrink in pure shock at the label. This belongs to Death Room Industries. Let's pause for a second. It's 8 p.m. at the camp, and everyone is just happily grilling those massive spider legs around a cozy little fire. One guy is totally amazed, praising their teacher for soloing so many D-rank monsters. She just flashes a warm smile, telling them it's finally dinner time. The teacher flips a skewer, explaining the rules to a confused student. This combat training is basically a wilderness survival simulation, so hunting your own food is crucial. You all fought hard today but missed the survival aspect, right? Meanwhile, one guy holding the roasted spider leg just grimaces in total disgust. Is this thing really edible? The guy in the brown shirt crosses his arms, questioning the sketchy meat. Calling this a training trip without packing actual food is just ridiculously cheap. But the teacher and the pink-haired girl are happily eating, completely ignoring his complaints. Another student checks the camp. Bai Yi and the others still haven't returned. The teacher quickly reminds everyone to save some extra portions for them. The pink-haired girl happily munches away, complimenting her. She always thought Miss Hoang only taught boring theory, never realizing she was such an absolute beast in combat. The teacher just laughs it off, blowing on her hot food. She modestly admits that before teaching, her ultimate dream was to join the Divine Guild or become a cleric. She sighs softly, her distant eyes filled with regret. Sadly, her power wasn't enough to even qualify for the exam. Suddenly, she leans in close to the pink-haired girl, whispering with a totally mischievous smirk. Secretly, this is actually my very first time visiting the Holy River region. I really owe you kids a lot. Sitting by the fire, she smiles gently, continuing her story. Thanks to you and Bai Yi, I finally get to see this holy land. Hearing that, the girl looks up, the fire reflecting in her eyes. But teacher, what about you? But then, two glowing blood-red eyes instantly flash from the pitch-black darkness right behind her. The teacher instantly senses the heavy killing intent. Her pupils shrink, all color draining from her face as she screams a warning. A massive green blur explodes from the bushes like lightning. Without hesitating, she shoves her student out of the way, taking the devastating attack head-on as fresh blood violently splatters everywhere. A vicious green spike violently impales straight through the teacher's chest. Both of their eyes widen in absolute horror. Covered in her teacher's blood, the girl screams in pure trembling panic. Hearing the blood-curdling scream, the other students quickly whip around. Every single face turns deathly pale as they witness this absolute nightmare unfolding right in front of them. What is that? Meanwhile, miles away, Bai Yi senses the danger. Trust me, you and I can't miss what happens next. Stick with me here, because this is where things get wild. He immediately sprints toward the camp, knowing he has to warn everyone to evacuate. Remembering the broken test tube he just found, he realizes there's a monster here. Back at the campsite, the female teacher is dying. Using her last ounce of strength, she tightly grips the spike piercing her chest, weakly whispering a final warning to her students. There's one right here. It's incredibly dangerous, kids. Run away. Go find. Enduring immense pain, she struggles to finish her final sentence, begging them to find the nearest guild. Right behind her, the pink-haired girl is sweating bullets, frozen in absolute pure terror. Stepping out from the deep shadows is a massive mantis-like monster. Its glowing red eyes flash with pure evil, while eerie ghostly whispers echo through the tense air around them. Nutrients, my nutrients. Bai Yi finally reaches the area, but he's only in time to stand from a distance and scream in pure horror. This is a B-rank magical beast. Instantly, a detailed information panel about the monster pops up in our main character's mind. A B-rank corpse mantis lord. It actually possesses real intelligence, making its overall danger and threat level absolutely off the charts. Origin: the deadly industrial underground laboratory. And right below that text, there is a flashing blood-red warning line. If you encounter this monster, please flee immediately and contact the nearest divine guild. The scene then flashes back to a little earlier that exact same morning, deep in a completely different section of the dense forest. A guy is standing there muttering to himself, Bai Yi, ever since you showed up. He clenches his fists tightly, his entire face twisting in ugly, bitter jealousy. You totally stole all the attention. He aggressively pulls out a glass test tube. Trapped inside is a deadly B-rank monster, and the bold warning label on the outside clearly reads, extremely dangerous. B-rank corpse mantis lord. He smirks wickedly, acting so high and mighty all day. He violently smashes the tube on the ground, freeing the beast. The mini mantis quickly burrows straight down into the dirt. Then he issues a cold command. Absorb the nutrients here well. Maliciously, a totally crazy, unhinged light flashing in his crazed eyes. Wait until you beat them to a bloody, miserable pulp, making them suffer. Then it'll finally be my turn to step on stage, showing absolutely everyone who the real savior truly is. Now pay close attention here. Back in the present, the guy happily runs toward camp, imagining his epic hero moment. But what he actually sees, a completely ruined wasteland with absolutely nobody in sight. He panics. Why is it like this? His hands clench as he stares at the massive battle marks scattered across the ground, muttering in pure, absolute confusion. It hasn't even been a full day. He slowly looks up at a massive tree. Hanging right there is the fully evolved, terrifyingly huge corpse mantis lord. Shocked, he stammers, "This stupid thing grew up way too fast." The giant monster slowly turns its head, its glowing red eyes like burning coals, locked dead onto the very fool who set it free. The current state of the campsite is absolutely tragic. Every single student is badly injured, and the female teacher is clutching a fatal, life-threatening wound on her chest. Blood won't stop flowing. Bai Yi dashes toward the crowd like a bullet. His past life memories flash back. I fought an S-rank corpse mantis before. Even after I evolved back then, it still took an insane amount of effort just to finally defeat it. Staring at the monster, he quickly analyzes the grim situation. Perfect offense and defense, plus it's an absolute master at hiding. Its solo combat ability is practically flawless. The highest level among the teachers and students here is only C rank. Against this B rank beast, they have absolutely zero chance of winning. He grits his teeth. Visions of his past life with multiple different classes flash through his mind. If I don't go all out right now, I definitely won't be able to beat this thing. His face shows clear, heavy hesitation. But if I use my full power, it means I'll expose to everyone here that I possess more than one class. Doing something like that might just draw even more unwanted attention from the gods above. You know hesitation is deadly, right? While our main character is hesitating, the corpse mantis suddenly strikes. In just a split second, it ruthlessly injures the entire group of students. The teacher clutches her wound, fighting hard against the numbness spreading through her body. She realizes in horror that every single attack from this monster carries a nasty paralyzing effect. She stares down at her heavily blood-soaked hands, firmly resolving to protect her students until the bitter end. Hanging by a thread, the teacher can only watch helplessly as the giant monster prepares to swallow the students whole. Her mind screams out a single, desperately hopeless thought: what do I do now? The B-rank monster licks its lips. Its freakishly long tongue slithers out as it hungrily mutters, "Nutrients, so many nutrients, absolutely delicious." The poor pink-haired girl is completely trapped by the paralysis effect. Her whole body shivers violently as she can only stare blankly at the Grim Reaper slowly approaching her. It slowly raises its razor-sharp pincers, ready to make the girl its first appetizer. Just as the deadly scythe is about to drop, a brilliant silver light suddenly flashes. It flawlessly blocks the attack at the very last microsecond, creating an ear-piercing metallic crash. Despite being heavily wounded, the teacher desperately forces herself up. She grits her teeth, spitting out each word with furious rage. Do not touch my students." Having its sudden strike completely blocked, the monster slightly tilts its head, letting out a highly confused, questioning grunt. It shifts its deadly focus to the dying woman below. "Then I'll just start with you." Instantly, its freakishly long tongue transforms into a razor-sharp drill, launching straight toward the desperate teacher at lightning speed. But once again, its cruel scheme is shattered. A dark shadow violently dashes in, using his own body as a shield right in front of the teacher. Clang. The deadly scythe is blasted back by an overwhelmingly massive force, instantly shattering into tiny pieces. Looking up with blood-lost, blurred eyes, the teacher only sees a very familiar back standing tall and fiercely protecting her. That back is as sturdy as a giant mountain, radiating an insanely oppressive aura that absolutely refuses to let anyone trespass. The god-tier side profile of our main character, Bai Yi, looks flawlessly cold and determined. He fires a blasting wave of blue aura straight at the monster. The system rings out, confirming a perfect parry. The overwhelming blast of aura completely shatters the beast's scythe into countless microscopic fragments. The corpse mantis lord aggressively bulges its glowing red eyes. For the very first time in its hunting life, someone actually completely blocked its full power strike. Right now, Bai Yi is radiating a fierce blue aura, standing tall to shield the injured teacher while glaring heavily at the towering monster. He mentally calculates the grim odds. A C-rank warrior's attack power is still a bit too weak for this. Instantly, his system panel clicks and totally shifts. Class change, Cloud Mage. His sharp eyes flash with pure intense determination. I just have to heavily lock it down first. Bai Yi leaps high into the air, channeling magic through the glowing staff in his hand. A freezing, bone-chilling wave of cold blasts out, striking directly into the terrifying monster below. The skill panel pops up, Freezing Blizzard. Using the Cloud Mage's ultimate crowd control skill, he aggressively condenses the moisture in the air, creating a massive wave of ice that completely freezes absolutely everything in sight. A colossal block of solid ice crashes down from the sky, completely freezing the stunned monster in its tracks. The surviving students are left totally mind-blown, their jaws hitting the literal floor. Every single one of them is staring in absolute disbelief. Even Zhang Jun and those arrogant girls from earlier are completely speechless. And honestly, trust me, you're going to want to see what our overpowered hero does next. Let's dive right into the madness. The sniper girl stares at Bai Yi and screams, "Aren't you a nuclear-type warrior?" The girl next to her is just as shocked, gasping, "He actually just froze a Class B monster." Truong Tuan chimes in, absolute terror in his voice. He points a shaking finger right at our main character. "Could you actually be a dual-class awakener?" Facing everyone's suspicion, Bai Yi just grits his teeth. He thinks to himself, even if my secret is out, I have no choice. I can't just stand here and watch them all die. Teacher Hong calls out weakly, struggling to push herself up from the ground. "Bai Yi, are you okay?" But suddenly, a loud crack. The ice block begins to shatter and the monster's voice echoes from inside, dripping with pure hatred. "You just wait, this is far from over." The block of ice explodes into 100 pieces, revealing what's hidden inside. Nothing but empty space. The monster has vanished without a single trace, throwing the entire group into absolute panic once again. A boy stammers out, "It disappeared." The girl beside him is just as stunned, whispering, "Is it actually dead?" Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately replies with a dead serious tone, "This is not over yet. I just wounded it, so it retreated for now. There is a high chance it will come back." He looks at the people around him and makes a firm decision. "My current strength simply is not enough to kill it. We need to take this chance and retreat right now." Hearing that, Teacher Hoang is helped up by a student. She firmly shakes her head. "You all go first. I have to stay here." The pink-haired girl frowns and asks, "Why?" Bai Yi glances toward the pitch-black forest, suddenly realizing that Tu Lang has not returned yet. The teacher clutches her bleeding wound, her eyes filled with an unshakable resolve. She quickly explains her reasoning. "However many students I brought out, I must bring that same exact number back." She stares at the dying campfire, her heart heavy with anxiety. "We agreed to meet here at 8 o'clock. If he comes back and sees nobody..." But before the teacher can even finish her sentence, Bai Yi coldly cuts her off. He holds up a shard of a broken test tube, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting right to the cruel truth. This monster was released by him. Suddenly, memories from his past life come rushing back. A man wearing a skull mask carries 2 bowls of food, flashing a bright and cheerful smile. "Today's breakfast is spicy wonton soup." Back then, the naive Bai Yi of the past throws his hands up, cheering with the captain. "Ah, that is my favorite dish. Did you add enough chili?" His stunning female teammate scoops some extra broth for him. Bai Yi happily says, "I want another bowl." The girl smiles, her eyes crinkling as she praises, "Captain Ma, you are really fast." Instantly, the skull-masked guy turns around to tease him. "Captain, you better control your eating. If you get fat, Hiwe will not even look at you." Hit right in the heart, Hiwe blushes deeply and puffs her cheeks, denying it entirely. This makes Bai Yi incredibly shy, while their teammate just bursts out laughing with pure amusement. Next, we see a wide shot of Bai Yi, completely paralyzed. Now pay close attention, this is where everything went wrong. Blue lightning sparks wildly. He grits his teeth in utter despair, unable to move a muscle. Watching the masked traitor cruelly walk away into the deep forest, the brutal truth is revealed. Their breakfast for the past month was laced with paralyzing mushroom powder. A close-up reveals the devilish, twisted smile hiding right beneath the traitor's mask. He mutters with dark intent, "I have to kill all you top-tier fighters, so how could I not prepare perfectly?" The scene shifts back. Bai Yi finally snaps out of that dark memory from his past life. Grounded back in the present, his hand tightly grips the glass shard. His eyes gleam with bone-chilling coldness. He raises the piece and firmly concludes his deduction. This monster was released by none other than him. A close-up of the warning label on the shattered glass clearly displays the fateful words. Zifeng Industry, extremely dangerous, Class B. The very moment she hears that all too familiar name, the pink-haired girl, Qi Yan, widens her eyes and frantically starts to explain. Zifeng Industry is the property of Principal Tu Tanvan's family, currently managed by Tu Long's father. Bai Yi holds the vial toward Teacher Hong, who is still clutching her heavily bleeding wound, and steps up to confirm the facts. Their lab specializes in researching magic beasts. That is exactly why they use this special type of container to store a large number of shrunken subjects. Deep in the forest, you discovered the broken fragments of this very shrinking vial. Piecing all the clues together, Bai Yi thoughtfully analyzes the situation, exposing the absolute truth. Other than someone from the Zifeng Industry family, no one else would ever have the chance to touch this thing. Rewinding time just a bit to the main culprit, he is stomping through the deep forest under a starry sky, his back radiating pure frustration. He wildly swings his fist, smashing it so hard into a nearby tree that it echoes loudly. Furious that his master plan is about to be exposed, he thinks to himself, "I should have just thrown that stupid vial right into the river." His fists clench so tightly they bleed. His face twists into an ugly mask of jealousy as he roars the name of his mortal enemy. "Bai Yi, it is you again. It is always you. It is all your fault." His eyes are bloodshot with absolute madness. Envy completely clouds his reasoning. "It is always you." Back at the campsite, one of the boys can no longer hide his rage. He loudly questions, why the hell would he do something like this? Did he want to get us all killed? Another student's eyes burn with pure outrage, grinding out every word to demand justice. He should be thrown straight into prison, yet someone stubbornly keeps arguing back. What if it was not actually him? That excuse gets slapped down instantly. Then why does he not dare to show his face right now? We both know peace never lasts here. Amidst the heavy tension, an invisible evil energy suddenly locks right onto them, violently ripping through the air. Ignoring the arguing students, Teacher Hong tightly clutches her blood-soaked shirt, desperately giving out orders. No matter what is said, you all need to leave immediately. Then she tells them to take this wireless distress beacon to an area with a signal. The pink-haired girl, tears welling up. Her hands tremble as she grabs the radio. Looking at her teacher, she chokes back a sob. "Teacher Hong!" But suddenly, a blinding flash of light grazes past at godlike speed. It completely knocks the radio right out of Chi Yan's hand, making her scream in pure terror. What happened? Our main character Bai Yi flinches, his pupils shrinking down. His sharp eyes immediately catch the lethal danger lurking just deep within the shadows. Chi Yan clutches her battered hand, her face completely pale from absolute fear. Her friends frantically swarm her with questions. "Chi Yan, are you all right? Who the hell shot that?" The single life-saving radio has now been impaled by a pitch-black object. It lies totally shattered on the ground, smoking heavily. A close-up shows Chi Yan's small hand completely covered in fresh blood, trembling uncontrollably. This single strike completely severs the group's last hope for backup. Witnessing this relentless cruelty raining down on the people around him, Bai Yi simply cannot hold back anymore. His face is entirely swallowed by the shadows, only his eyes fiercely burn with sky-high murderous intent. Just as the tension hits its absolute peak, a strange cylindrical object is suddenly tossed out from the bushes. It trails a toxic green smoke, spraying right into the middle of the crowd. A Zifeng Industry smoke grenade violently unleashes a blinding fog, making all the students cough uncontrollably. That is where we leave it. Trust me, it gets bloody from here. Someone grabs their chest, yelling, "What the hell is this?" Cough! The whole group frantically covers their faces. A student pinches his nose, disgusted by the foul stench in the air. That thick fog is definitely packing some heavy anesthetic powder. "Stick with me here, you guys are about to see this go down." A tall figure steps through the toxic haze like the Grim Reaper coming to collect. Everyone panics. Who is that? Standing still among his classmates, Bai Yi coughs. His eyes darken behind his bangs as pure killing intent starts to gather. The real villain finally shows his face wearing a tightly sealed gas mask. The guy stammers, totally trapped in a pathetic mix of pure panic and bitter hatred. No way, this is all Bai Yi's fault. Behind that mask, you can see the bloodshot, crazy eyes of that rich brat, Tu Lang. He screams, blaming everything else just to cover up his own cowardice. You ruined it. Now everyone knows it was me. Because of you, none of us can leave. Bai Yi glares right at him. A fierce golden aura erupts from his body as he calls out the traitor's name. Tu Lang. Tu Lang stands in the toxic fog, gripping his weapon tight, but Bai Yi's cold, commanding voice slices right through the heavy silence of the room. Get ready. Our main character's eyes blaze with lethal intent, his golden magic power exploding in all directions. He growls, judging the absolute maniac standing in front of him. You really dragging everyone down to die? The only answer he gets is that green anesthetic smoke spreading like crazy. The weakened classmates cough violently under the extreme poison's heavy effect. One student stumbles around, his legs turning to absolute jelly, and collapses hard onto the cold floor. In total despair, he mutters, "What even is this terrifying fog? My body feels so incredibly heavy right now, I think I am about to." But before he can finish, his eyes flutter shut. He passes out cold on the spot. A cylindrical object rolls across the ground, quickly identified as the anesthetic powder. It is clearly a B-rank item meant for fighting magic beasts. A brave hand picks up the empty canister. The Tu Fong industrial label is printed right there on the side, hitting the traitor in the face with absolute undeniable proof. Faced with this rock-solid evidence, someone angrily calls out the coward hiding safely behind that heavy gas mask. Why would you use this on us? Do you not care if your classmates live or die? Tu Lang's eyes go wide behind his goggles as he crazily confesses his crime. Yeah, I did it. He grips his energy arrow tight, screaming furiously about the fake hero scenario he cooked up in his own delusional head. This stuff was originally supposed to take down that bug monster. I was supposed to be the glorious hero who charged in and saved all of you. Now watch this carefully. Instead of panicking, Bai Yi just stands his ground, making the rich kid explode with even more rage. It is all your fault. Pulling his bowstring to the absolute limit, Tu Lang aims his murderous intent straight at Bai Yi. He grits his teeth and curses. You are always the one ruining everything. The air between these two bitter rivals practically freezes over. That glowing arrow is ready to rip right through the darkness. But in this life or death moment, their teacher risks her own safety and desperately tries to stop the madness. Tu Lang, it is not too late to stop this. Seeing the girl he secretly loves stepping up to protect his enemy, Tu Lang's bow hand actually starts to tremble. Teacher Hoang tries desperately to salvage whatever conscience he has left. Do not pile one mistake on top of another. Fighting through the agonizing pain in her chest, Teacher Hoang uses her most forgiving tone to coax her deeply misguided student back to his senses. You just accidentally let that monster out, right? You never actually meant to put everyone in this much danger, did you? Hit right in his weak spot, Tu Lang takes a step back. Cold sweat breaks out. He panics and denies absolutely everything, just to protect his fragile, pathetic ego. No, it is not true. It is already too late. Nothing can be fixed at this point. Do not try to trick me, teacher. Realizing this lunatic is completely beyond saving, Teacher Hong clutches her bleeding wound. She bitterly realizes her body has hit its limit. She cannot move an inch. Is a B-rank anesthetic powder seriously this incredibly powerful? If this keeps up, I will pass out too. But suddenly, a blinding golden light pierces right through the toxic fog, sending a spray of fresh blood splashing through the air. Teacher Hong widens her eyes in pure shock. Before she can even process what just happened, an icy voice cuts through the chaos. Teacher, she is actually not wrong. Stepping straight through the poisonous smoke, Bai Yi moves forward. His golden eyes are ice cold, like a judge deciding a sinner's fate. The things he has done, they passed the point of no return a very long time ago. Witnessing this overwhelming aura radiating from her usually quiet student, Teacher Hong can only stare in absolute awe and softly call his name. You and I both knew he was done holding back. Bai Yi unsheathes his glowing short sword, and the system instantly signals an adrenaline spike. Our main character roars out an unbelievably badass final line. I do not care how much grief you have suffered, and I do not care about your pathetic, ridiculous excuses. Completely ignoring the warning, the crazed Tu Lang grits his teeth and draws his magic bow. He decisively fires an energy arrow that rips through the green poison smoke, rocketing straight ahead. In this life or death split second, a very familiar image from his past life suddenly flashes through Bai Yi's mind. That skull-masked captain making a finger gun pose, flames burning wildly around his hand like the absolute ultimate mocking taunt. Remembering that old blood feud, Bai Yi's eyes go wide. His rage burns like wildfire, and the system keeps pumping his adrenaline off the charts. He swings his sword and roars in fury. How could you point your weapon at your own people? And he backs it up. Our main character slashes his fiery blade, dead stopping Tu Lang's energy arrow in an explosive fiery collision. Sparks fly everywhere, completely lighting up the entire area. Going totally beyond defense, Bai Yi uses overwhelming strength to literally split the arrow in half. Moving like a ghost, he tears through the toxic fog, charging straight at the gas-masked traitor. We get a close-up of those ruthless golden eyes. Bai Yi swings his arm, delivering a clean, devastating cross-slash that brings his full fury crashing down onto his enemy. That deadly strike knocks the weapon right out of Tu Lang's hand, sending it flying into the air. The blade grazes Tu Lang's body, making fresh blood spray absolutely everywhere. Stumbling backward, he takes the full brunt of the punishment. The rich brat clutches his blood-soaked wound, eyes bulging through his goggles as he screams out in pure, agonizing pain. The frame cuts to the cold half of Bai Yi's face, his killing intent maxed out. He mutters his final verdict. A traitor can absolutely never ever be forgiven. Following up with another decisive slash, he sends the enemy crashing hard into the dirt. Our MC coldly locks in the sentence. Absolutely unforgivable. Tu Lang lies flat, hugging his completely shredded arm. Tu Lang wails like a bullied little kid. "Ah, it hurts so much, you maniac!" Even looking this incredibly pathetic, he still refuses to wake up, crying and gritting his teeth while blindly blaming everyone else. "It is obviously all because of you. It is your fault." Ignoring the screaming coward at his feet, Bai Yi just stands tall. Fresh blood drips from his fiery short sword, splashing onto the freezing cold ground, one drop at a time. Our MC narrows his eyes, completely exposing the villain's pathetic true nature with a single razor-sharp question. "So you were hiding here this whole time?" Tu Lang flinches hard, sweating bullets as he gets fully exposed. And that is where we leave it today, guys. Bai Yi twisting the psychological knife, making him watch his own disaster unfold. Alright, stick with me here. Bai Yi's overwhelming aura forces Tu Lang to scramble backward in pure panic. Our MC tears into his absolute cowardice. This pathetic guy just stood by, watching the deadly disaster he created spiral completely out of control, step by step. The spoiled rich kid looks incredibly pathetic right now. Face totally pale, he can only stare as the guy he hates stands above him, like a judge. But right in the middle of this punishment, the shadow of death drops down once again. Without anyone noticing, a massive corpse wolf spider monster has silently crept up right behind the terrified group of students. Seeing this nightmare, Tu Lang's eyes roll back. His pupils shrink in pure, unfiltered horror. Finally, this arrogant jerk tastes what real fear feels like. Under the eerie light, the giant monster raises its glowing red scythe-like claws, aiming straight for the girl below. Tears mix with blood. Tu Lang shakes like a leaf, stuttering out apologies that are way too little, way too late. His absolute cowardice is fully exposed now. Crying out, he tries to excuse his selfish actions. "I was just scared. I knew I couldn't beat it. Listen to me," he begs. But Bai Yi isn't listening to this trash anymore. He turns his back, swings his blazing sword through the air, and walks away, ignoring the screams. Behind him, Tu Lang frantically grabs his own bleeding mouth, choking on his own regret. "My mouth," he groans out in pain. Our epic main character charges back into the battlefield like a golden torch, dropping one heavy lesson behind him. Once you make a choice, you have to accept the consequences. Left completely behind in the dirt, Tu Lang stubbornly clutches his bleeding face, helplessly watching Bai Yi walk away. "This lunatic," he mutters. Tears stream heavily down his twisted face as he finally admits absolute defeat. That guy is the real monster here. Pure panic fully takes over his mind as he grabs his face in despair. The realization hits him like a truck. That killing intent, he really was going to kill me. Now pay close attention here. The judgment isn't over yet. The camera cuts sharp, and Bai Yi raises his glowing sword high into the air. The system screen flashes, triggering the magic deprivation ultimate skill, two-way judgment. An insane wave of destructive power wraps entirely around our main character's body. Boom! A golden lightning bolt strikes Tu Lang dead on. He writhes in bone-crushing pain, screaming like an absolute maniac at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, our main character just watches him with ice-cold golden eyes, absolutely zero mercy for the punished. The system panel confirms it, crippled. His awakening powers are permanently destroyed. Tu Lang collapses face first into a pool of his own blood, faintly whispering for help. Eyes wide open in pure despair, tears mixing with fresh blood. He whimpers his final pathetic cry for someone to save him. Every single tie with this traitor is officially cut forever. Gripping his blazing sword, Bai Yi throws everything he has into rushing the main battlefield. He screams the name of his friend in danger, Qi Yan. But the second he gets there, a sound makes his pupils shrink in absolute shock. It's Teacher Hoang's voice. A completely horrifying sight hits him. The corpse wolf spider is bulging out, radiating a sickening, highly toxic green aura all over. And even worse, two legs wearing Teacher Hoang's familiar shoes are literally dangling right out of the giant monster's body. It swallowed her whole. Bai Yi grinds his teeth, glaring as cold sweat pours down his face. Voice tight with extreme tension, he growls, "This monster is making its move again." He quickly turns around, only to see the hideous creature standing proudly right over his injured friend. Bai Yi stumbles, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Thanks to that paralyzing powder, his movements are taking a massive hit. The harsh truth slams into his mind. Even if I go all out right now, I probably can't beat this thing. Even knowing his body is completely drained by the paralyzing poison, Bai Yi grits his teeth, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. He tells himself there's simply no other choice. Right now, I'm the only one left who has any chance of saving them. I know what you're thinking, game over, right? Think again. Just when pure darkness is about to swallow everyone whole, brilliant golden lightning suddenly rips through the silent space. The blinding flash totally startles Bai Yi, his eyes going wide at this completely unexpected twist. Strangely enough, those fierce golden lightning bolts gently wrap themselves around our main character's body. They powerfully cleanse him, completely peeling that sickening green paralyzing poison right off his skin. A sleek, athletic figure drops straight from the sky at absolute lightning speed. She unleashes a massive, electrified kick with sparks flying everywhere, blasting the mantis monster far away from the completely terrified student. The raw, explosive power of that golden lightning slashes right through the beast's deadly grip in an instant. The blinding electricity lands a critical blow, forcing the monster to back away in serious pain. And turns out this epic lifesaver, she's actually a familiar face. Teacher Hong breathes a huge sigh of relief, weakly calling out, "Hiyue, your timing is perfect." The golden assassin Hiyue turns around, her fierce figure crackling with wild electric energy. She looks at our MC and teases him. "Handling this monster all by yourself looks a little rough, huh?" We get a close-up of Hiyue's confident, arrogant smirk as she lifts her chin. "So, you still got some fight left in you?" Seeing his life-or-death comrade from his previous life at this exact critical moment, Bai Yi's eyes go wide in total shock. He's so stunned he can't even speak. Across from them, the giant monster roars in pure rage over losing its prey, setting up an absolutely breathless showdown between humans and beasts deep in the forest. Close up on the monster's hideous face, its glowing red eyes glare intensely at the two humans, daring to block its path, letting out a series of deep, threatening growls. But in just the blink of an eye, the beast's massive, terrifying figure suddenly starts to blur. It blends right into the air and vanishes, leaving literally zero trace. Seeing their enemy evaporate, Hiyue frowns on high alert. It disappeared? Bai Yi instantly warns her. "This thing has color-changing camouflage abilities. Earlier, after I slashed it, it turned invisible and hid exactly like this." But right as he says that, the heavy side effects of the battle finally hit him. Bai Yi is sweating bullets. His face shows pure exhaustion, his breathing gets super heavy, and the deep battle wound on his leg is still actively bleeding out. The flesh-tearing pain is a constant reminder that his body is hitting its absolute limit. Hiyue turns to see the MC's terrible condition, as Bai Yi grits his teeth to give a status update. That paralyzing powder is fully taking effect now. They're all going to be knocked out for a while, and he's right. Over on the ground, the students and Teacher Hoang are completely wiped out, passed out cold, and completely dead to the world. Seeing this stubborn high school kid somehow still standing, Hiyue swings her arm and tosses an item right to him. She can't help but be impressed. "You took a direct hit from that poison and lasted this long?" Catching the vial from her, his system screen pops up, "Purification water acquired." Hiyue kindly tells him, "I only brought one recovery potion with me, so you better drink it right now." Without a second thought, Bai Yi chugs the antidote. Meanwhile, the C-rank electric assassin complains about her slow guild backup, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what this duo does next. Alright, stick with me here. This is where things get wild. The purifying water hits his system, instantly wiping out that numbness. Bai Yi wipes his mouth, eyes snapping back to razor sharp. He spots the variable instantly. It's still prowling nearby. It's absorbing energy like absolute crazy, twisting the very air around them. Toxic green smoke aggressively rolls in, merging into this massive, ghostly tornado. But before he can even finish his thought, the demonic beast suddenly materializes right out of the mist. It swings those razor-sharp pincers, tearing through the wind to smash straight into our MC, howling for blood. Quick as lightning, the system triggers a blocking skill. Bai Yi swings his blade to parry the earth-shattering blow, sparking blinding white light from the raw impact. Even with a damage reduction skill active, the terrifying force of this B-rank monster violently shoves Bai Yi backward. But in that exact split second, Yue transforms into a literal flash of golden lightning, rushing the front line to take his place. Moving at breakneck speed, the assassin girl swings her sharp daggers wrapped in golden thunder, fearlessly slashing a direct line right into the giant monster's face. The giant mantis flinches in pure panic, its glowing red eyes widening in shock. It clearly didn't expect its tiny prey to have such terrifying reaction speed. That lightning-infused slash packs absolute maximum power, creating a massive shockwave that violently launches the huge beast flying backward, tearing up the earth and sending heavy rocks blasting everywhere in its path. Standing firmly next to Bai Yi, who is absolutely burning with fighting spirit, Yue speaks up with total arrogance. Didn't expect it to recover so fast. Hey, you still haven't answered me. What do you say? Want to fight a real battle with me? Flashing a highly confident smirk, Bai Yi doesn't hesitate for a single second to answer his old comrade. Of course, let's make this a true team-up and crush it together. Now watch closely, because this tag team is epic. Instantly, jade green and golden auras explode outward. The two fighters stand shoulder to shoulder, proudly facing down the roaring, towering beast. Dropping into a combat stance, Bai Yi glances at Yue and throws her a compliment, but make sure to remind her that while her attack reaction is totally amazing, she's technically still just a student. So remember, safety always comes first. Yue just silently mocks him in her head, thinking, oh, act as if you aren't a student yourself right now. Cutting their little comedy routine completely short, the giant mantis monster suddenly lets out a massive ear-piercing roar, radiating absolute killing intent all over the place. Damn it, just die. Its bloodshot eyes angrily glare at the two humans, daring to block its path, drooling as eerie, ghostly whispers echo out. We cannot let it keep showing off like this. Gripping his flaming sword super tight, Bai Yi fiercely dashes straight forward, loudly shouting to charge in together. Maximum God-tier speed activated. The two fast figures turn into streaks of light tearing right through space, flawlessly coordinating to attack the beast's flanks with razor-sharp strikes. But in the very next second, Bai Yi's pupils completely shrink in sheer sudden horror. He lets out a gasp of pure shock when his slash does absolutely zero damage. A harsh, deafening metallic clang rings out. Our main character's blade strikes its shell, only to violently bounce right back as if he just hacked into ultra-hard solid steel. The massive recoil, combined with the monster's brutal counterswing, sends Bai Yi violently tumbling backward through the air. Seeing her teammate lose ground, Yue immediately turns into a blinding flash of golden lightning, screaming, "I've got this!" The assassin unleashes a relentless flurry of lightning-coated dagger strikes right into the mantis's face, creating a gorgeous but completely hopeless shower of electrical sparks. Yue's eyes widen in absolute stun, cold sweat pouring down as she realizes the terrifying truth. This monster's armor is seemingly indestructible. She grits her teeth and leaps back, helplessly crying out that her attacks can't pierce it at all. Catching this fatal opening, the demonic beast swings its gigantic pincer to counterattack. Down below, Bai Yi frantically screams her name. A sickening tear of flesh sounds out as the giant scythe slashes right across the assassin's chest, violently knocking her to the dirt. Yue slides heavily across the rough ground, clutching her heavily bleeding chest while her face contorts in pure agonizing pain. Instantly, the system flashes a bright red poison warning as a highly toxic green mist starts spreading rapidly around her fresh wound. Gritting her teeth, she groans that things are bad. Its attack carries deadly poison. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is also struggling just to stay on the move. The system screen goes absolutely crazy with text, dodging, blocking, using weapons to absorb hits, neutralizing 50% of the damage just to survive this storm of attacks. Glancing at his fallen female teammate, our main character frowns, evaluating this insanely massive power gap. I know what you're thinking. How do they beat this? Its defense is already at peak B-rank warrior level. Even Yue's ultra-high burst attacks didn't leave a scratch. And worse, the tiny cuts on the beast are already starting to heal themselves. It lets out a savage, mocking laugh. You will all die here. Watching those jade-green energy streams continue flowing straight into its body, Bai Yi gets chills down his spine. This is bad. It's not just healing, it's constantly absorbing nutrients from the area, meaning its physical power and intelligence are literally evolving. His sharp eyes sweep over the students, and the teacher lying completely unconscious all across the ground. Time is running out. If this keeps up, we won't even survive until the guild team gets here. With the heavy burden on his shoulders, Bai Yi grits his teeth, analyzing their hopeless deadlock. Our current strength is only C rank, and Ye is already badly injured. Facing this completely unbreakable wall of defense, the main character's eyes flare with iron resolve. He absolutely has to use his maximum speed to shatter its armor, no matter what. In this absolute life-or-death moment, a specific combat tactics class from his past life suddenly flashes back. Playing the calm commander, past Bai Yi asks the class, when fighting an enemy of equal strength, or even a stronger one that forces you into a total stalemate, what should you do? Some white-haired guy just waves his hand and laughs, casually saying, just retreat, obviously. He instantly gets chewed out by a female teammate. Since when does the Divine Legion have a retreat option? Ignoring the lame comedy sketch, Bai Yi loudly presents his absolute masterclass strategy. This is the rat bait plan that I want to talk about today. First, I'll launch an all-out attack on the enemy, drawing every single ounce of their firepower straight onto me. Snapping back to brutal reality, the system triggers extreme acceleration mode. Bai Yi transforms into a jade-green streak of light, charging headfirst right into the giant beast's face as the rest of the tactic echoes in his mind. Once the enemy is successfully baited, they'll pour all their focus into the immediate battle right in front of them. Following through on this crazy bait plan, Bai Yi locks his razor-sharp gaze right onto the demonic beast, silently calculating his every single step and movement. Next, just patiently wait for the perfect opening. The teenager darts around as a blazing jade streak, throwing out relentless taunting strikes just to drag the giant mantis's attention his way, repeating the core tactic in his head. Once baited, they focus entirely on the fight in front of them. And trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out next. Alright, you and I are about to witness an absolute masterclass in boss baiting. Bai Yi locks his razor-sharp gaze onto the beast. He is calculating every single move in his head. Now he just needs to wait for the perfect opening. Seeing the MC rush forward alone like he is throwing his life away, the assassin Ye frantically gathers lightning to back him up. But sensing his entire plan is about to crumble, our boy whips around and screams at the top of his lungs. Stop. Hiyue, do not attack. Just stand exactly where you are and charge up your power for me. Shocked by his sudden outburst, she completely freezes up and stops her attack. Lightning aura sparking wildly around her, she glares at him in absolute disbelief and yells back, "Are you seriously planning to take that massive thing on all by yourself?" Staring at his thin back as he draws all the enemy fire alone, Hiyue nervously bites her lip. She desperately tries to talk him out of it. No way. It does not matter how incredibly skilled you are still just a green-tier warrior. At the end of the day, you are literally just a student. The Golden Assassin's fierce pride takes a major hit. She clenches her fists tightly, muttering in pure frustration and self-blame. I am clearly the one with the high-level gold class here, so why is this happening right now? Hiyue keeps her eyes glued to Bai Yi's fearless figure. She honestly feels like he is the one who truly belongs in charge. Next, we see him standing tall, fiercely blocking the path of a B-rank monster. A strange sense of deep admiration swells in her heart. He is a true leader, never giving his teammates a single second to second-guess themselves. On the front lines, Bai Yi swings his sword in a relentless combo. The blade smashes into the beast's steel-like armor, bouncing off and sparking a brilliant shower of sparks. Standing behind him, Hiyue can only hold her breath, watching his every unpredictable move. The corpse wolf spider unleashes a brutal counterattack. Its massive pincer stabs directly into our MC's chest, making the girl scream out in absolute panic. Taking the earth-shattering blow head-on, Bai Yi stumbles backward. A mouthful of dark crimson blood spills from his lips, and his breathing instantly becomes incredibly heavy. Even heavily wounded, Bai Yi keeps completely cool. He casually reaches his hand behind his back and waves a signal. Stop. Seeing this, Hiyue's eyes go wide with shock, her brain working on overdrive. He told me not to make a move. What on earth does he actually mean? Seeing its prey looking incredibly weak, the giant mantis charges forward with smug confidence to crush him. Its hideous mouth actually spits out savage, mocking words. So this is all humanity amounts to. In the very end, you will all just become mere nutrients for my body. Watch closely. This is where it gets wild. A deadly shadow falls over the student. The monster opens its massive, venomous jaws. But standing right in the face of death, Bai Yi just flashes a dark, scheming smirk. The timing is finally perfect. The exact moment the beast opens its mouth wide to swallow its prey whole, Bai Yi uses every ounce of his strength to scream the attack signal. Hiyue, just waiting for that cue, the Golden Assassin snaps back with absolute intensity. Understood. The system instantly activates Flash God. Explosive electricity surges through her entire body, multiplying her speed by 10 in a flash. She transforms into a literal lightning bolt tearing through space. Meanwhile, our boy finishes his absolute masterclass in tactical thinking. The few times it took damage before were always when it opened its mouth to swallow someone whole. So, the moment it tries to bite down, its defense definitely drops to the absolute lowest point. The key to the baiting strategy is creating that one split second where the enemy lowers their guard and exposes a fatal weakness. And the rat walked right into the trap. Yue swings her lightning-charged dagger, and the system reports the lightning blade's skill striking the target directly, triggering a massive area of effect paralysis. God-tier speed combined with explosive power. With razor-sharp eyes, Hiei feels a surge of confidence. She promises herself she will defeat this monster in the blink of an eye. Ambushed right at its weak point inside its mouth, the giant mantis widens its eyes in pure shock. A bright red system notification delivers the good news. The heart is paralyzed. Defense is completely broken. The golden opportunity has finally arrived. Bai Yi, his face tight with pain, looks up at the monster as magical energy starts violently swirling all around his body. Now it is time to execute the final step. The monster collapses, its entire body convulsing from the lethal electricity, a paralyzed status hovering above it. Stepping back, Hiyue pants heavily and warns her teammate. My crowd control skill only lasts for a few seconds. If it manages to activate its stealth camouflage again, using his greatsword to stand up, Bai Yi simply wipes the blood from his face. Looking incredibly imposing, he loudly declares, "That much time is more than enough. This time, I absolutely will not let it turn invisible and slip away." He stands completely straight, gripping his sword tightly, glaring at the monster with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. Suddenly, a badass system panel flashes and switches him to the Cloud Mage class. Freezing blue light erupts from Bai Yi's hands. His ice transformation skill instantly completely seals the monster's body, turning it into a giant frozen statue. I know what you are thinking, right? Our boy is completely overpowered. Seeing this superhero-like class change, Hiyue's jaw drops. Eyes wide with absolute shock, she screams, "You actually possess dual classes?" Not even bothering to answer just to keep his mysterious edge, the MC's system shifts once again, instantly changing to the core warrior class. A blinding, radiant turquoise aura erupts around him. He mutters about reaping the rewards of his beating. The raw power gathered from his deep injuries and sheer exhaustion is now more than enough for a brutal finishing blow. Bai Yi raises his glowing greatsword high into the air. Pouring every last drop of his strength, he unleashes his ultimate technique, Pure Land, slashing straight down onto the ice statue. Boom! A massive explosion of emerald green light completely fills the sky. The system chimes relentlessly, announcing a massive victory. Corpse Wolf Spider successfully eliminated. Gained 10,100 experience points. Gained 300 flower element points. A shower of epic rewards keeps raining down. A notification pops up showing his Cloud Mage class leveled up to 22. Plus, he scores some incredibly valuable loot, the Spider Leg item. A solid B-rank armor material. That was a super messy cross-level monster farm, but insanely profitable. Standing tall amidst the fading light of battle, Bai Yi enjoys the soothing recovery magic flowing through his entire body. He realizes the eternal truth of this world. You really do have to risk your life killing high-level monsters if you want to farm a massive amount of experience points. The system's status panels for deep injury recovery and stamina restoration keep glowing brightly around him. It truly marks the absolute perfect ending to this god-tier, high-stakes hunting session. Hiyue looks up at Bai Yi with eyes of utter astonishment, her voice full of absolute awe. In this entire world, there are extremely few geniuses who can actually possess multiple elements. But someone like you, awakening dual classes at such a young age? That is truly unheard of. Completely ignoring her flattering praise, Bai Yi just quietly raises his hand into the air. The system panel undergoes yet another breathtaking transformation. He is now switching to his next class, the Flower Summoner. A brilliant emerald magic aura erupts, violently swirling around his hand. The young man casually wipes the remaining blood from his lip. His eyes shine with the hardcore, calculated look of an absolute pro gamer. The summoner class levels up to C rank. He can now form contracts with up to 6 magic beasts, and right now he still has 4 open slots. So what do you and I make of this? Never underestimate a gamer. An epic skill panel pops up. Defeating a flower element beast lets him contract its soul. He is currently at 2 out of 6 contracts complete. Alright, let's jump straight into this wild manhwa. Bai Yi points his glowing hand at the giant mantis corpse, coldly ordering, "Come here." Intense green light immediately envelops the monster's remains, absorbing its essence. The system rings out an epic success notification. Contract complete, acquired plant-type warrior, E-rank corpse mantis. He just bagged a powerful minion, but Bai Yi actually frowns in pure disgust. Corpse mantis? He thinks the name is way too hard to remember. Staring at the magical beast that has now obediently shrunk down, he gives it an incredibly tacky nickname. From now on, you're just Strong Boy. You'd expect this deadly monster to be furious at such a cheap name. Instead, it obediently blinks its round eyes, happily rubbing its fangs together. Strong Boy is instantly thrilled. The newly named pet gets right to work fulfilling its duties. It charges ahead, swinging those razor-sharp pincers to slice through the thick vines. It fiercely clears a path for its master and the female assassin, who just witnessed this peak taming scene. Yu clutches her chest. Her eyes are wide open as she stares at Bai Yi's back, stammering in absolute shock. You just switched to another class? You have 3 classes? She sighs helplessly. This guy just never stops throwing out massive surprises. Hearing this, Bai Yi stops dead in his tracks and slightly turns his head. Hidden in shadow, his golden eye flashes. His tone drops, heavily asking, "Can you keep today a secret?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Yue smiles. It's the understanding smile of someone who gets it. You have so many classes, but hid them during the graduation test. You just don't want people to know, right? The golden assassin puts a hand over her heart, promising him with complete loyalty. Don't worry, I am extremely good at keeping secrets. Just as they reach this silent agreement, chaos hits. 2 cloaked figures rush out from the deep forest like a tornado, their loud voices breaking the silence. Division 26 has arrived. 3 men in sharp uniforms appear, their faces totally serious and tense. We finally caught up. Are you guys all right? The system panel leisurely updates. It's the painfully slow rescue team from the Holy River Nation. Eastern Border Division 26 of the Gods Guild. Flashback to Bai Yi hurriedly biking through the night. He worried about leaving his nameless brothers behind, but still smirked. Back to reality, Ye touches her chest wound, assuring her mysterious teammate again. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. But before she even finishes, cloaked figures burst out from the pitch-black forest, totally shattering the calm vibe. Division 26 is officially on the scene. 3 young men with a seriously majestic presence step up. The silver-haired one sighs in relief. Finally, the blue-haired leader strokes his hair. He quickly checks on them. Are you unhurt? We are the Holy River Nation, God's Guild, Eastern Border Division 26. Watch closely here. This is pure gold. The words barely leave his mouth before he spots the giant mantis. The system flashes red. B-rank corpse. His eyes practically bulge out. Wait, you already took care of the monster? The stunned guild members instantly scatter to start first aid. One uses green healing magic on a student, hastily reporting that the fainted kids are waking up. The captain nods firmly. Quickly count the survivors. Over on the side, a pink-haired girl is desperately hugging her teacher. She's crying her eyes out, still completely terrified. Teacher, was I really about to be eaten? The gentle teacher hugs her tight. Don't be scared anymore, the nightmare is over. Back to the ruins. The blue-haired captain crosses his arms, totally blown away by the 2 teens. A B-rank monster? Even a veteran C-rank team would struggle against that. Yet these 2 high schoolers totally crushed it, truly worthy of being Jiang Nation's elite geniuses. Despite the massive praise, Bai Yi keeps his flawless, ice-cold expression. He just stands shoulder to shoulder with Yue, who beams with pride. The 2 of them radiate a true veteran warrior aura, completely overshadowing the adults. Suddenly, a neat male student approaches, followed by 2 starstruck girls. He says with tears in his eyes, "Because of you, we actually survived today." Exactly. If classmate Bai Yi wasn't so brave, we'd be meeting our ancestors right now. The guy solemnly offers his hand, overflowing with genuine gratitude. Thank you for saving us all. Our male lead stays quiet as always, just silently reaching out for a handshake. In another corner, a soothing light from Yue's hand wraps around a blonde guy's wounds. He frowns and complains, but you can hear the worry. Captain, are you seriously all right? Why did you rush back here all by yourself? Hiei just calmly keeps her healing magic flowing. The guy keeps grumbling. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? She softly replies, relax. Isn't it all handled now? The blonde guy crosses his arms, bragging to the pink-haired girl next to him. Never underestimate our captain. She holds a super rare gold-tier profession. A genius like her only shows up once in a blue moon. Obviously, she could handle a monster like that. I know what you're thinking. She takes the credit? Not quite. Hearing those crazy praises, Yue just turns away with a helpless smile, muttering internally. No way. Today, I met the real genius. Her eyes secretly dart over to Bai Yi, shaking hands with his classmate. She silently marvels at the teammate, who literally hard-carried everyone tonight. Bai Yi, you really are a total mystery. The camera pans to his god-tier side profile. The night wind blows his platinum hair, golden eyes dead calm. This insane level of beauty is definitely a system perk. Back in the clearing, a guild member sternly reports. Roll call finished. One student is missing. The captain immediately snaps an order. Get everyone else onto the specialized train now. The guild will track down the missing kid. The mood instantly drops. The system panel pops up as we cut deep into the wild forest. A shattered metal container sits in the dirt. Its warning label reads, Industrial Purple Wind, Extreme Hazard, and toxic green liquid is spilling out everywhere. A student is running for his life, sweating bullets, screaming in absolute terror, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're not ready for what's next. Stick with me here because we are diving straight into chaos. No, stay back. I freed you, not to be your dinner. Suddenly, a massive black shadow blocks his escape, its sharp blue eyes glowing with terrifying hunger. The student crashes to the ground. Desperate, he screams at the very predator he just unleashed. You stupid beast. You are supposed to eat them, not me. But the monster obviously does not take orders from its food. Baring its disgusting fang-filled jaws, it lunges straight down to tear its prey completely apart. And just like that, the backstabbing student is officially kicked out of the survival game in the most bitter way possible. Then, the scene smoothly transitions to a much safer vibe. A notification pops up. Aboard the exclusive Divine Guild train, Bai Yi sits back, totally relaxed. He swipes through his skill board, showing 3 out of 6 contracts already completed. He flashes a calculating smile. The growth potential of the corpse mantis is incredibly high. If he raises it right, this thing could become one seriously overpowered weapon in his arsenal. His premium status board appears. He mentally checks his progress. Today, after defeating the corpse mantis, his mage class leveled up once. But honestly, the gap to reach B rank still feels impossibly huge right now. His flashy stats prove his insane grinding speed. Cloud Mage class at level 22, scaling at 400%. And it is not just the cloud element, his other classes are flying up too. Core Warrior at level 22, 300% scaling. Flower Summoner at level 21, 350%. The skill board carefully notes that leveling up lets him contract way higher tier monsters. Farming like this, he will be an endgame boss in no time. In the opposite seat, Hiyue rests her eyes quietly. The team leader hurriedly radios in, reporting a completely successful regroup with the academy students currently riding the exclusive train. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's genius brain is secretly analyzing the entire grand layout of the situation. Monsters from C rank and up are basically totally controlled by the Divine Clan and the major guilds. Bai Yi's cold golden eyes narrow with pure, unfiltered ambition. With his reputation as a crazy level grinder, he absolutely refuses to rest. He has to find a way to score even more leveling opportunities, no matter what. Outside, the high-speed train tears through the wind, shooting under a crystal-clear blue sky as it hugs the gorgeous coastline. The notice board shows that after passing this coastal route, the train suddenly roars into a pitch-black tunnel. Light flashes wildly across the windows, creating this intense, rushing feeling of crossing into a totally different world. In a flash, brilliant light floods in. A bustling, ultra-modern megacity appears, packed with towering skyscrapers and gorgeous parks overflowing with blooming peach blossoms. The narration kicks in with pure hype. This is the long-awaited Holy River Nation. Standing before the train window, Bai Yi tilts his chin up slightly. His glowing eyes radiate the absolute arrogant aura of a true powerhouse. Now watch closely. This is where the tension spikes. He is ready to conquer this new map, whispering, "Everyone, I am finally back." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a gloomy, dark tone, signaling an unavoidable clash. The reflection on the glass reveals a man with messy dreadlocks and a totally wicked smile. Right below him is another figure wearing a skull mask, his glowing red eyes practically dripping with murderous intent. A seriously dangerous enemy faction is clearly waiting in the shadows. The scene then cuts back to a much brighter reality. A system prompt pops up, Holy River Nation, Eastern Border. Along with a specific timestamp, June 28th, 8 a.m., the loud, clear sound of a station broadcast immediately echoes through the air. The train has arrived at the Divine Weapon Academy's Eastern Station. Instantly, the country kids visiting the big city drop their jaws, totally mesmerized by the sheer scale of everything. Holy River Nation truly lives up to its name. Even just the station is dozens of times bigger than theirs. Amidst the chaotic, noisy crowd, our main character keeps his icy cool demeanor, striding forward like a boss. Behind him, the excited gossip from his classmates just will not stop. This is the wealthiest country in the entire world, so of course it is on another level. Suddenly, an incredibly elegant, sharp-looking man in a sleek suit appears on the scene, raising his hand to greet everyone. His title card immediately pops up, Director of the Divine Weapon Academy, Eastern Division. He flashes a friendly smile and says, "Welcome to the Holy River Nation, students. Next, I will personally take you on a tour of the highest sanctuary in the awakened world." The man announces this loudly, his voice packed with absolute pride as he points toward the massive, awe-inspiring architecture right in front of the Divine Weapon Academy. But while everyone else is practically buzzing with excitement, completely different thoughts are racing through Bai Yi's mind. He narrows his eyes, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Divine Weapon Academy is exactly where that bastard graduated. In his mind, the image of that masked guy with the weird red dreadlocks flashes back, along with his calculating, sinister muttering. You and I both know that look, right? Pure revenge. Based on the timeline, that guy is studying right here, right now. Back in reality, Bai Yi's golden eyes burn intensely. Chris, it is finally time for us to meet. Right after that, the teacher leads the entire group in front of a giant, majestic warrior statue proudly raising a huge sword. With absolute reverence, he introduces the monument. This figure is none other than one of our 5 great creation gods, the legendary Kemu the Best. The camera pans up for a close-up of the statue's imposing face. It radiates the true aura of a god, making everyone stare up in sheer awe and gasp out loud. The whole group of students instantly turns into massive fanboys. One girl happily holds up an idol the best sign, screaming that she finally gets to see her hero in person. Another guy starts daydreaming out loud. The best family is the absolute most powerful clan right now. It would be such an amazing honor to just meet them. But another girl quickly shuts him down. Keep dreaming, they are literal gods. But a guy nearby immediately fires back. Wait, did you not hear the rumors? The Divine Clan might actually grant us an audience this time. I am so hyped. The director smiles gently at the excited students and kicks off his epic, glorious history lecture. Years ago, when the demonic dragon appeared, slaughtering humanity and swallowing the land, the great Camus stood up. He slayed the giant dragon to ensure mankind's survival. After that, to unite humanity's ultimate strength into one force, he personally founded the Divine Guild and the Divine Weapon Academy. He continues dropping this world-building knowledge, his tone sounding as incredibly proud as humanly possible. Divine Weapon Academy is the absolute top awakened institution in the world. It is number 1, completely unrivaled with zero competition. Every single year, the school only accepts 100 students between the ages of 12 and 18 globally. He constantly emphasizes that you have to reach B rank level and survive a brutally harsh entrance exam just to get your foot in the door. A massive, glowing red letter B stamps over the images of elite students, proving their overwhelming superiority. Hearing this, the entire group of students feels like a bucket of ice water just hit them. One guy groans. B rank? The dude next to him looks over and sighs. Man, I gave it my absolute all through middle and high school just to barely pass D rank and scrape the bottom of C rank. Nearby, He Yue stands with her arms crossed next to a blue-haired guy, completely agreeing with them. So what do you and I make of this? A B rank awakened is insanely rare in any country, and hitting that before 18? Getting into this academy is literally harder than reaching the heavens. Let's jump right in. Memories suddenly flood Bai Yi's mind as his old captain's voice echoes in his head. That's right. Even under those insanely brutal conditions, he managed to graduate from Shenbing Academy. The memory flashes back to his old captain introducing a brand new recruit. It was that terrifying skull-masked guy named Chris. Listen up. Here is your new team member, Chris, he announced. The captain leaned in close and whispered directly to Bai Yi. Oh, by the way, even though you guys aren't allowed to ask about each other's pasts, I will let you in on a little secret. He is the absolute top graduate from Shenbing Academy. He is insanely strong. Back in the present, Bai Yi grits his teeth, determination boiling over. Based on the timeline, that guy must be at Shenbing Academy right now. His hands clench into tight fists, veins popping from the sheer tension. I have to hit rank B as fast as possible. I absolutely must get stronger than him, and getting into Shenbing Academy is non-negotiable. Meanwhile, in a completely different spot, Bai Yi's 2 best girlfriends are stressing over him. The pink-haired girl watches him, lost in thought. Bai Yi said he wants to stay at this school. He definitely has his own plan. Right at that exact moment, wild chaos suddenly shatters the quiet atmosphere. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit comes sprinting over in an absolute panic, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Little princess!" The pink-haired girl jumps, the color draining from her face. He keeps scolding her. How could you come to the Saint River Nation without visiting your father first? The pink-haired girl turns around completely flustered, a forced smile awkwardly painted on her face. Meanwhile, all her classmates stand there totally stunned, having no clue what is happening. Seeing this man, the academy director immediately rushes over and bows down with deep, deep respect. "Greetings to you, Secretary General Tran." The suited man politely replies right back, "Greetings to you, Director." The secretary instantly turns back to the pink-haired girl, his voice full of urgent panic. "Your father worked himself to the bone and fell sick. He has been bedridden for days, and he forbade me from telling you." Completely stunned, the girl screams out, "What?" Without wasting a single second of hesitation, the pink-haired princess sprints like a shot arrow straight toward a luxury car parked nearby. She completely leaves behind a crowd of classmates whose jaws are basically dropping as they start loudly gossiping. Just what kind of crazy identity does this little girl have? Even the director has to show that much respect to her family's secretary. Another guy just shakes his head. "Beats me, I have absolutely no idea." The luxury car engine roars sharply. Tires screech against the pavement, leaving a long, dark skid mark before zooming away. All the stunned students are just left staring blankly into the trailing cloud of dust. It is like giant question marks are floating right over everyone's heads. One student, jaw still dropped in pure shock, stares at where the car vanished and stammers, "Wait, what just happened?" The guy next to him isn't doing any better. Eyes wide open, he mutters, "Are all the cars in the St. River Nation this insanely luxurious?" Now pay close attention, the drama is just getting started. Another massively long, slick black limousine rolls up, and a sharp guy in a white suit steps out to open the door. The camera pans in for a close-up on a pair of ultra-expensive designer sneakers stepping out of the limo, signaling an entrance that is anything but ordinary. Right after that, a group of incredibly stylish guys and girls step out, radiating absolute pure confidence. Their attitude? Completely arrogant, acting like they are the literal center of the universe. The academy director hurries over, but this time, his tone sounds a little bit scolding. "Students, you are all arriving very late." Hearing this, the orange-haired guy with trendy headphones draped around his neck speaks up, his tone dripping with obvious mockery. "Oh, come on, you know how it is. Us students from the Eastern Capital Supreme Private Academy, we have to go into the demon dens to train every single night." He steps closer, waving his hand as he casually adds, "We fought a massive battle yesterday and got completely exhausted, so we slept in a bit. Have some sympathy, all right?" The poor director is totally helpless against them. He sighs and turns to introduce the crowd of students from the Jiang Nation. "Let me introduce everyone. This special cultivation journey includes 2 different schools from 2 separate nations. And these right here are the local students from the St. River Nation. They hail from the prestigious Eastern Capital Supreme Private Academy." The students from the Jiang Nation immediately start whispering and buzzing with chatter. "Wow, so they are the St. River Nation locals? They look so ridiculously fashionable." The director politely gestures toward Bai Yi's group, planning to introduce them. "And these students are..." But before he can even finish his sentence, the orange-haired guy rudely cuts him off. All right, skip the introductions. We already know exactly who they are." He lets out a cold smirk, acting like everyone else is pure trash. "Coming from a dependent country, I bet you are all just a bunch of commoners, huh?" Hearing that incredibly insulting comment, all the Jiang Nation students, including Bai Yi, freeze up. Shock and total irritation flash across their faces. Then, a purple-haired girl from the rich squad scans Bai Yi's group with judgmental eyes, asking in the most sarcastic tone ever, "Wait, there are only 5 of you? Don't tell me." The whole squad of rich kids instantly bursts out into obnoxious laughter. "You and I both know a beatdown is coming, but watch this arrogance." The orange-haired guy points at Bai Yi's group like they are a joke. "I told you, they are country bumpkins. It is completely normal they haven't heard of our private academy." To make himself look even bigger, he puffs out his chest, throws his hands wide, and arrogantly declares, "We belong to the elite noble families of the St. River Nation." Then he steps right up close, gesturing toward the Jiang Nation students. "Because of that, the educational resources we get to enjoy are obviously leagues above yours." He proudly holds up 5 fingers, speaking like he is granting them some sort of divine blessing. "It is not that only 5 of us came here. It is that our entire school only has 5 students total. The school's entire vault of resources exists solely for us." That insane statement leaves the crowd of students completely pale and speechless. But it doesn't stop there. Another guy in his group drops an even more insulting line. "Of course, how could a bunch of public school country hicks like you ever possibly understand that?" Unable to take it anymore, the Jiang Nation class president turns completely red with anger. "You are looking down on us way too much. Why are you calling us country hicks?" The orange-haired kid steps right into his face, sneering, "Looking down on you? In the future, we are all guaranteed to enter the elite Shenbing Academy. I am only in 11th grade right now, but my level is already at 30, rank C10. I am literally one rank away from hitting rank B. He points a finger right at the class president, mocking him. We are just here to check out the school early. What about you? The class president chokes on his words, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stammers. But then, he points straight at his own team and fiercely declares, "Our school elite team is definitely going to compete with you and see who is better." Hearing that, the orange-haired guy gestures back at his own squad. He lets out a massive sneer and says mockingly, "You are overestimating yourselves way too much. The 5 of us have already reached the absolute perfect level of teamwork. Just yesterday, we completely flawlessly cleared a rank D dungeon. Let me remind you, that is a literal record-breaking achievement for high schoolers." The platinum blonde girl covers her mouth, giggling as she turns to her friends. "Hey, why are you even wasting so many words on them? They probably haven't even seen what a rank D demon den looks like. How could commoners from the working class slums possibly understand our noble lifestyle? And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to love the payback." While the class rep and the others turn purple with rage, they can't say a single word. The orange-haired kid drops an incredibly arrogant line. "Our goal is to become God's blessed. Those guys are stuck living a pathetic country life forever. But stick with me here. Keep your eyes on Bai Yi, who's been quietly watching from the back." Amidst the noisy crowd, only Bai Yi stays dead silent, but his mind is an absolute raging storm. He mutters to himself, "God's blessed is the absolute highest social status a normal person without a divine bloodline can ever achieve. It is the ultimate goal everyone chases. And ironically, it is also the absolute highest rank he managed to reach in his previous life." Tragic memories flood back. We see him in shattered armor, body bound in heavy chains, kneeling completely helpless. He laughs bitterly. Ha! Fighting his whole life just to end up as a dog for the gods. A pathetic life like that? He is absolutely never repeating it a second time. Just as the tension hits its absolute peak, a massive engine suddenly roars from above. A wildly futuristic and incredibly luxurious aircraft dives straight down. The entire student body, including those arrogant rich kids, stare up at the sky in total shock. One guy stutters out, "What in the world is that?" Someone else in the crowd screams in absolute terror. "That is an exclusive aircraft belonging to the God Clan. Why on earth is it here?" The massive ship touches down, blasting a huge shockwave of wind and dirt everywhere, swallowing the entire area in thick white smoke. As the dust clears, a tall, imposing figure emerges. A calm, heavy voice echoes out, saying it looks like all the students are already here. The rich kids freeze, turning their heads in unison toward the sound. The smoke fully clears. A man in a sharp black suit and glasses stands there, radiating an absolutely unreal dominating aura. The crowd shouts in perfect unison. It is Lam Fong, the gods blessed of the ZB's clan, but Lam Fong doesn't even spare a single glance at those privileged kids. He quietly scans the massive crowd, thinking to himself, then student Bai Yi must definitely be here too. The rich students are sweating bullets, standing there completely bewildered. The orange-haired guy finally speaks up in pure panic. "Wait, who? Who the hell is Bai Yi?" His buddy is just as utterly confused. Why is a big shot like Lam Fong looking for him? Amidst everyone's absolute shock, Bai Yi calmly steps right out of the crowd, walking straight toward the terrifying God's blessed. His eyes don't flinch for a single second, fearlessly facing this incredibly powerful man, head-on without hesitation. Lam Fong pushes up his glasses, a knowing smile forming on his lips. "Now pay attention here. You are the one who perfectly cleared a D-rank demon lair in the mock exam, entirely solo." A brutal post-battle wasteland flashes on screen, monster corpses piled everywhere on the ground. Lam Fong's voice continues, "The God Clan of the Z family is highly interested in your spectacular performance." A gorgeous side profile of Bai Yi is shown, his eyes still as calm as a quiet lake. The official invitation is finally dropped. "Our clan is hosting a major hunting festival soon, so we are specially inviting you to join." Hearing this, those previously arrogant rich kids drop their jaws to the floor, their faces draining of all color. They stutter in absolute horror. By himself, a perfect clear, a D-rank demon lair, and a direct invitation from the God Clan? Lam Fong smiles elegantly, gesturing toward the hovering, insanely luxurious aircraft. He motions an invitation, saying, "Please come take a trip with me." Bai Yi doesn't say a single word. He just quietly stares at the man in front of him, his firm eyes completely unwavering, clearly weighing something incredibly deep. Right in that moment, a heavy flood of the world's actual history rushes straight back into his mind. 100 years ago, the world plunged into pure chaos. Countless monsters with terrifying magic descended, and humanity back then simply didn't have the power to fight back. Then, 5 supreme gods descended from the heavens. They stepped up to protect humanity, completely wiping out the strongest monsters. An epic visual appears, a god in shining silver armor standing victorious on a massive dragon corpse. The human world was completely saved, all thanks to the protection of the gods. Ever since then, all of humanity bowed down together in the shadows of the gods, absolutely overflowing with total worship and endless reverence. To protect mankind, the supreme gods remained on Earth from that time onward. They generously gifted humanity incredible knowledge and overwhelming power, helping them build truly mighty armies while establishing entirely new rules to govern the world. They even united with normal humans, giving birth to powerful descendants carrying sacred, divine blood within them. These direct descendants, with their backs radiating a blindingly brilliant aura, became officially known as the Almighty God Clan. Snapping back to reality, Bai Yi's eyes turn ice cold. That is the history we were all taught. Every single person in this world lives directly under the absolute domination of the gods. You and I both know someone is going to ruin the moment. Hearing this golden invitation, the orange-haired kid's eyes light up. He rushes over, frantically asking, "Can we come along too?" The hunting festival is held in the God Clan's territory. Normal citizens couldn't step foot there in their entire lives, let alone see it with their own eyes. Lam Fong just smiles calmly, politely explaining, "The special training trip is originally hosted by the ZB's clan, so naturally, all you students are formally invited. There is still plenty of time before we tour the Divine Guild, so absolutely any interested students are more than welcome to tag along." The entire group of students, even the class rep, stand totally frozen, completely unable to believe their own ears. We actually get a chance to set foot in the God Clan territory? The blue-haired guy crosses his arms and speaks up. That is a place only true nobles can reach. Beside him, he Yu smirks with a very loaded, knowing smile. Everyone's luck is seriously amazing today. Lam Fong nods, officially extending the invitation to the whole group. Well then, I invite all of you to come. The scene cuts to an unbelievable sight, a colossal city floating right in the middle of pure white clouds. The notification panel pops up. The ZB's clan territory, Sky City. A sweeping shot reveals a city so grand and magnificent, it is literally breathtaking. Futuristic architecture blends with lush greenery, while massive silver-white dragons casually weave between the towering skyscrapers. A narrator's voice kicks in. It explains the background. The families of the 5 gods are scattered everywhere, but the Holy River Nation is primarily the main residence for the legendary ZB's clan. They are all direct descendants of the ZB's bloodline, currently commanding the world's absolute strongest military, the Divine Guild. At the same time, they completely control the Divine Weapon Academy. Because of that, military recruitment and management fall entirely under the Z family's iron grip. Every single Awakener Academy across all nations is also directly managed by them. Bai Yi thinks to himself, "They are only interested this time because of my insane performance in the graduation exam." He narrows his eyes, a sharp question forming in his mind. But why specifically choose to meet at the hunting festival? The view shifts to an impossibly grand and magnificent hall, literally as dazzling as a royal palace. The high ceiling is fully decked out with absolutely gorgeous, stunning murals and massive glowing crystal chandeliers. The whole group of country bumpkin students tilt their heads back, jaws on the floor in pure awe. Wow, is this really where the God Clan lives? It is so high up. Right in the center of the hall, a majestic Manhwa painting is formally displayed. Black-suited security guards stand on strict watch all around it. The intro panel pops up, the ZB's clan security team. But the second Bai Yi steps into that grand hall, his eyes darken with a deadly flash. Trust me, you are going to want to see what he does next. Let's dive in. You and I are about to witness an epic clash. Our main character thinks the God Clan we finally meet again. By a famous painting, a guard bows deeply to a young man standing with his back turned. They have arrived. The guy with light brownish blonde hair casually admires the artwork. Then he drops a line dripping with pure arrogant noble energy. My grandfather once told me that art is the only proof humanity ever existed in this world. He turns gracefully, revealing sharp features and his insane status on the system board. Tan's best, the #1 heir to the almighty Zeb God Clan. He adds coldly, but my father called it trash. Tan narrows his eyes, dropping a chilling textbook villain line. Honestly, I think the act of creating this absolute trash is art itself. Hearing this insanely heavy destruction is art kind of theory? The country students behind him are totally mind-blown. Everyone is standing there, completely clueless and confused. Seeing the peasants looking clueless, the orange-haired young master bows 90 degrees, wildly yelling at them. Did you forget your manners? Bow and show respect. How dare you country bumpkins stare directly into the eyes of the God Clan? In total contrast to the panic and groveling around him, Bai Yi stays completely ice cold, mentally identifying his enemy right in front of him. Tanza Best, eldest son of the god ruling the Holy River Nation, the absolute peak of power. To break this incredibly suffocating and tense atmosphere, the host Lin Feng claps a few times, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Lin Feng flashes a friendly business smile, gesturing for everyone to move deeper inside. Please follow me. Now pay attention, this is where the scale gets insane. Past the Grand Hall, they enter an unimaginably massive area. A giant honeycomb energy barrier covers a primeval forest. The signboard reads, Sky City Central Hunting Ground. Looking down from the high observation deck above, a student gasps. This hunting ground is incredibly huge. Inside the protective energy shield, two massive monsters with razor-sharp fangs are roaring. The terrified students shrink back, wide-eyed, pointing at the terrifying beasts. Suddenly, floating chairs appear in the busy sky above, carrying elite guests as they smoothly glide right over the massive crowd. Sitting arrogantly with their legs crossed, looking completely bored, are the twins Arthur and Eris. Arthur curiously asks about the participants. How many this time? Eris guesses, no idea, probably announcing it soon. On another elite chair, a chubby young master named Jock snaps his fingers, ordering his butler with insane precision. Iced coffee, 3.2 parts sugar. Next to him, the beautiful Lady Alice Gold gently waves away a drink. I pass. The butler bows down respectfully, replying yes. The view switches to a close-up of Bai Yi. He silently observes all these heavy hitters who just arrived. The A-clan descendants, plus the Gold clan's grandson and granddaughter are here. Bai Yi's golden eyes narrow with high alert, running into 3 God clan families at once today. In front of the security glass, Zebes stands majestically, watching the monster horde. While the students wait obediently for instructions, Lin Feng turns his head, stepping up as the main host. The hunting tournament is about to officially begin. Let me explain the rules and categories so everyone can follow along. Instantly, a detailed 3-dimensional map of the hunting area pops up on screen. Lin Feng explains that the entire tournament takes place in this massive arena. The core game, Awakeners versus Monsters inside the hunting ground. The screen zooms in on a terrifying steel-scaled dragon monster roaring in absolute fury. He continues, these C-rank monsters were captured worldwide and raised by the God Guild. The Awakeners are all volunteers who signed up from every corner of the world. A clear scoring board appears on the screen, adding a real layer of challenge to this hunt. I know what you're thinking. Sounds completely unfair, right? Well, participants cannot be B rank or higher. They team up, score 10 points per C rank kill, and get ranked by total score. Hearing these brutal death game rules, the class rep and his friends start sweating bullets. C-rank demons. But participants are below B rank? Their strength is basically the same as ours. Two guys glance at each other nervously, completely dripping with cold sweat. The brown-haired guy mentions the insane power gap. Fighting monsters of the same level usually requires a whole squad. These volunteers are just way too brave. Unlike the panicking boys, the girl Hiyu just calmly crosses her arms. Her eyes are focused, watching everything without making a single sound. Back at the center stage, Lin Feng looks at a mechanical pedestal rising from the ground. His voice hypes up, getting seriously excited. This year's tournament falls exactly on the anniversary. The pedestal opens, revealing a high-tech chest shooting out a blinding golden light that almost fries their eyes. Lin Feng loudly announces, therefore the Zeb clan prepared a ridiculously generous reward for the final winner. After finishing, he throws his arm toward the giant tunnel doors, yelling out the opening words. Next up, please welcome this year's participants to the stage. The main console flashes, instantly generating a massive 3-dimensional terrain map of the hunting ground, detailed down to every single corner. From the tunnel, a group radiating cold killer intent steps out, heavily armed to the teeth. The loudspeakers start blasting their announcements. This year features 12 participants, coming from the Holy Scripture Nation. The view shifts to a girl's back, staring up at the giant roster screen. The speakers keep reading names. Hailing from Nye Nation's Lin City, looking at these bloodthirsty warriors below, a student up top starts sweating heavily. He mutters, these participants must be insanely experienced, right? His friend frowns, analyzing the logic. Facing monsters at the same tier, soloing just one is already the absolute limit. This ground has hundreds of thousands of beasts, but only 12 people. The boys gulp nervously. So dangerous. One mentions the massive reward to stay positive. That's where we leave it. You and I know this is a total suicide mission. Stick with me, we're diving into a wild one. Rumor has it there's S-rank gear up for grabs. Plus, impress the gods and you get their reward. The guy next to him just shakes his head. Yeah right, I'll just keep my worthless life. While the crowd panics, Bai Yi just stands there, eyes dead calm. He's thinking, a monster like that right in front of me? Please, it'd be the one wetting its pants. Suddenly, this ridiculously arrogant guy steps right up to his face and calls him out. He turns to him with a mocking smirk. His eyes are sharp as daggers, dripping with pure provocation as he locks onto our MC. So you must be Bai Yi, right? Facing this heavily explosive call-out, Bai Yi's bright golden eyes narrow just a fraction. The arrogant guy keeps throwing out his wild challenges. Back in high school, you single-handedly cleared out a D-rank demon lair. But that wasn't even close to your true limit, was it? The instigator's face suddenly darkens completely, radiating a totally crazed and genuinely terrifying vibe. He growls, now standing arrogantly in front of the screen showing a massive steel-scaled dragon roaring behind an energy barrier. He drops a ridiculous demand. Kill a C-rank magical beast. Show me what you've got. Hearing this insanely arrogant challenge, the orange-haired rich kid and the noble girl next to him are absolutely floored. Their jaws practically hit the floor. She tightly grips her friend's sleeve and totally loses it. What? Forcing a student to solo a C-rank magical beast? How is that even possible? But wait, this is actually a direct demand from the gods. Standing right beside Bai Yi, Hiyue crosses her arms. Her face is totally calm, but her eyes flash with sharp realization. She silently calculates, no wonder they specially invited Bai Yi here. Honestly, this kind of request really isn't difficult for Bai Yi at all. He already teamed up with me to wipe out a B-rank demon before. His strength to solo a C-rank is definitely. Suddenly realizing something crazy, Hiyue's pupils shrink down. She completely freezes, locking onto one single terrifying thought in her mind. Now watch closely, this is where he flips the script. The camera zooms in on his feet as he takes a decisive step forward, leaving safety behind. A totally badass thought crosses his mind, how is just one beast enough? Bai Yi's lips curl up into a flawlessly confident smirk. He looks straight at the god proxy Lin Feng and makes a bold declaration. Since I'm already here, just let me join the hunting festival too. Facing this absolutely insane request from a high schooler, Lin Feng keeps his calm composure, but behind his glasses his eyes flash with real amusement as he silently sizes him up. The nobles, on the other hand, look like they just got struck by lightning. The noble girl and the orange-haired rich kid widen their eyes, screaming in pure horror. What did he just say? Did I hear that right? Up in the floating VIP seats, the twins clutch their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably with absolute disgust. He wants to join too? What kind of sick joke is this? The chubby rich kid half closes his eyes, tilts his nose up to the sky, and lets out a bored, sarcastic sigh. But he completely ignores their mockery. Right now, Bai Yi only has one leveling up strategy playing in his head, making his smile look even more wicked. Nowadays, C-rank magical beasts are basically impossible to find anywhere in the real world. Looking from Bai Yi's incredibly determined back, the system panel flashes his ultimate goal. Upgrade straight to B-rank. He secretly tightens his resolve. This right here is his only and absolute fastest chance to level up. Bai Yi's bright golden eyes suddenly sharpen. He casually glances up at the powerful VIP seats floating high above the arena. Plus, all three god clans are actually present here today. Suddenly, a massive blinding aura explosively erupts, completely wrapping around Bai Yi's body. He tilts his head up, eyes blazing. You and I both know he's completely insane for doing this. He flashes an arrogant smile at those so-called gods. Let me give you the most thrilling performance of your entire lives. Just as Bai Yi prepares for his solo show, a slender hand suddenly shoots up, and a firm voice completely cuts him off. Hold on, I'm signing up too. His blue-haired buddy casually steps forward too, raising his hand with a massive, refreshing smile. Count me in as well. Watching this fearless trio of students volunteer to fight, the fake noble duo completely turns to stone. Their faces go totally pale, completely speechless. The entire observation deck explodes into pure chaos. The students in the back are freaking out, whispering frantically. What the hell are these guys saying? The god proxy just skims the info on the electronic board and calmly confirms it. The entry requirement is C rank. They do indeed meet the criteria. The god proxy's lips curl up just a bit. His eyes are clearly showing a mix of genuine admiration and deep curiosity. Tesk, how interesting. This really is the first time students have ever joined the hunting festival. He smiles. I approve your request. Seeing these commoners actually get favored by the god proxy, the red-shirted rich kid grinds his teeth in pure anger. He turns to his crew. These country bumpkins just want to show off in front of the gods. Hearing that, the orange-haired kid's face breaks into a total sweat as he replies. There actually was an incredibly shocking precedent for this before. Someone performed so insanely well they were directly chosen by the gods to become a proxy, but these guys are rushing it, unwilling to be outshined. He sweats absolute bullets. Trying desperately to look cool, he gives a thumbs up and screams out, "I'm joining too." Lin Feng sharply glances at the impulsive student, coldly reminding everyone of the totally brutal rules. You all heard the rules clearly, didn't you? The hunting festival has absolutely zero teleportation devices. If you're in danger, basically no one is coming to save you. The orange-haired kid sweats profusely, forcing a terribly awkward smile. Oh, of course! Just to save face, he glares over at Bai Yi's group and speaks with this super arrogant tone. It's just a C-rank magical beast, right? What's so special about that anyway? Then he totally glares at Bai Yi, completely provoking him. Are we seriously supposed to be worse than this bunch from a subordinate country? Bai Yi just replies with dead, disgusted silence. The camera gives us an epic top-down view of the castle. Then the announcer's booming voice echoes out. The number of participants has suddenly increased by 8. All 8 of them, the orange-haired rich kids group and Bai Yi's squad, stand deeply divided into 2 clear factions, completely ready for war. Up in the floating VIP seats, the twins excitedly prop their chins up to comment. A 5-man team from the Holy River Private Academy and a 3-man team from the Jiang Kingdom. Now, this is getting really interesting. The chubby rich kid smirks wickedly, turning to invite the other nobles to start an on-the-spot gambling ring. So, who are you guys betting on? The twins don't even need a second to think. They just laugh and play along, obviously betting 1 million on the Holy River Private Academy students. Yeah, I'll definitely drop 1 million too. They've received an elite noble education that's basically second only to ours. How could they ever compare to those filthy bugs crawling out from absolutely nowhere? Starting with one step, firmly stepping right forward. The camera slowly zooms in closely on the shiny black leather shoes of a completely mysterious man. His voice rings out, carrying absolute maximum amusement. How very interesting. Instantly, all attention snaps straight toward the floating VIP seats. The brown-haired guy speaks up, making a decision that goes totally against the crowd. Then I'll place my bet on Bai Yi. That single sentence makes the 2 people sitting below widen their eyes, completely startled. Hearing that, the twin next to him erupts into insane laughter, throwing his head back to spit out toxic insults. Trust me, you and I know who's getting the last laugh here. Let's jump right into the arrogance, shall we? Bai Shi, you mean that country bumpkin with the white hair? The dark blue-haired guy smirks over his shoulder. A cocky half smile spreads across his face as he coldly adds, "Then, get ready to just throw your money away." Meanwhile, the chubby young master, Rock Gold, is lounging like a king on the plush sofa, a glass of red wine right by his side. He just squints silently down at the arena, not bothering to say a single word. Propping his chin on his hand, he lets out a heavy, annoyed sigh, muttering quietly to himself, "With all this going on, who exactly should I place my bets on?" Now watch closely as we cut back to the hunting grounds. Lin Feng stands up straight, suddenly remembering something important. He speaks up, casually pushing up the frame of his glasses. A dangerous glint flashes right through those thin lenses as he slowly issues a warning. I forgot to remind you all, absolutely do not go near the dark forest area in the center. The view pans across a pitch-black, terrifyingly gloomy forest. A ruined stone gate slowly fades into view, completely shrouded in heavy, thick fog. Lin Feng's voice echoes steadily, though I doubt anyone would actually wander in there, right? Wasting no time, the students step directly into the dense woods. Bai Shi walks on, and trust me, you and I know this won't end well. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. You and his blue-haired buddy are strolling through this deadly zone like it's a walk in the park. Meanwhile, the rich kids from Tulap Academy, totally different vibe. They're armed to the teeth, sweating bullets and nervously scanning the gloomy woods while the organizers' drones record their every move. The platinum blonde girl is clutching her magic scepter for dear life. She's pale, trembling, and practically dripping with cold sweat. We've never fought a C-rank monster before. Seeing his squad losing their nerve, the orange-haired young master barks out orders to hold the line. He's sweating just as much, but he plays it tough. What are you afraid of? We've taken down D-rank bosses before. He tries to sound confident, desperately analyzing the situation to kill the panic. A C-rank monster is basically just a D-rank boss. We just need to stick to our usual formation and we'll be completely fine. His eyes sharpen with pure, arrogant competitiveness. He grits his teeth, ready to show those country bumpkins what real academy elites look like in action. Cutting back to Bai Yi's crew, they've moved way deeper into the forest. No panic here. The 3 of them stand shoulder to shoulder, completely unfazed and ready for whatever's coming. Suddenly, Bai Yi's golden eyes snap wide open. His pupils shrink to pinpricks as an overwhelmingly terrifying killing intent washes right over them. He gasps, grabbing his chest as his heart starts hammering wildly against his ribs. The sudden pressure leaves him completely stunned. A faint light pulses from his body. Bai Yi frowns, completely confused. What the hell was that? Why did his heart just go crazy? Catching that weird reaction, He-wei immediately turns, eyes full of concern. Hey, you okay? Bai Yi quickly drops his hand, instantly throwing back on his cold poker face. I'm fine. Right at that moment, their blue-haired companion spins around, softly calling out to both of them. Flashing a super friendly smile, he drops a highly tempting offer. Hey, since we're already walking together, why don't we just team up for this whole exam? Then his smile turns a little sly, shifting into total teasing mode as he looks at them. Ever since you rejected our leader, the Supreme Commander has barely slept. But honestly, he points at himself and winks. I'm way more excited to team up with you guys anyway. Bai Yi just scratches his head, completely lost by the sweet talk, while He-wei turns bright red, totally flustered and snapping back. What are you even saying? The blue-haired guy just laughs off the scolding. Well, just think about it. But before they can even officially form the squad, don't blink, because this is where the nightmare starts. A terrifying screech echoes from the dark bushes as a crazed green reptile pokes its head out. Its massive tongue drools for fresh prey. Then, the camera violently cuts back to the ambushed noble squad. The orange-haired kid, Cavan, screams in terror, hastily throwing up a green energy shield to block a fatal swipe. The monster's giant size completely dwarfs their entire group. Cavan violently curses out loud. The sheer force knocks the rest of his team back, nearly planting them in the dirt, completely paralyzed by fear. In this life-or-death moment, Cavan's combat panel flashed. To name Cavan, Class Nucleus Mage, Level 30, Rank C. Sweating like crazy, he grits its teeth and screams at the top of his lungs to his team. Can you guys keep up with my movements? The giant magic beast couldn't care less about his yelling. It readies its brutal, razor-sharp claws, instantly lunging forward for the kill. Back at the noble battle, a massive level 25 ice tyrant dragon, covered entirely in blue scales, lets out a deafening roar and dives at the students. Crushed by the beast's terrifying pressure, the swordsman turns deathly pale, screaming his lungs out. Just as things look doomed, the black-haired guy grits his teeth and charges in. He swings his heavy sword, unleashing a glowing green aura straight into the dragon's stomach, roaring back at it. I'm risking it all right here! Toxic Abyss Slash activated. The blade tears through monster flesh, sending blood flying. Struck in a critical spot, the ice dragon shrieks in agony as red blood stains its blue scales in a brutal scene. Seizing this absolute golden opportunity, the platinum blonde girl quickly jumps back into position. Throwing her hands up, she gathers her magic as massive snowflakes materialize in midair. A freezing blast of raw energy rockets straight toward the wounded dragon. Skill Frostbone Realm activates. The freezing air immediately engulfs the magic beast, and a thick layer of ice rapidly encases the monster's entire lower half. I know what you're thinking, but she actually pulls it off, yelling, I've locked it down. Right on cue, the black-haired girl up high draws her bow, aiming a bright green energy arrow at the dragon's skull. Great job, she smiles, unleashing strong poison hand and weapon aura blade together. The poisoned arrow tears through the wind, slamming right into the beast's head, while the blue-haired guy dashes in to land another heavy sword strike. Their coordination is actually flawless. Cavan stomps hard on the ice platform his teammate just made, using the insane momentum to launch himself straight into the night sky. Suspended in midair, Cavan raises a massive, blindingly bright fireball above his head. A cruel smile creeps onto his face as he smirks. Let me finish this. Veins bulging on his face, he pours absolutely every drop of his magic into this final decisive strike, roaring like a madman to fuel his aura. Die, he screams, hurling the devastating, forest-lighting fireball straight down at the monster with world-ending power. Staring down the incoming blazing inferno, the ice dragon can only widen its golden eyes in sheer terror, completely helpless and frozen stiff. Blazing Burst Missile activates. A gigantic pillar of fire erupts all the way to the heavens, vaporizing everything in its path and completely swallowing the unlucky beast. The extreme temperature shift combined with the explosive shockwave shatters the ice instantly, ripping the ice tyrant dragon's massive body into bloody pieces that scatter everywhere. Cavan hits the ground, drenched in sweat and panting hard, but his face is lit up with pure hype. We did it! The system chimes. Loot drops. Ice Dragon Bone ×2. He turns around, punching the sky with the most arrogant, triumphant smirk imaginable. A system prompt floats above his head. Cavan points +10. See? I told you we're the elite of the elite. And honestly, what do you and I make of this? Even the VIP young master is floating in his chair, clapping and laughing at the show. Stick with me here. Haha, Cavan is so badass, he just scored 10 points. They actually killed a Class C wild monster. Kevin gets totally cocky. He tilts his chin up, pointing at the dark forest where he thinks those Jiangguo Academy students are hiding. We killed one for you. We will leave the rest of the monsters for you guys. The platinum blonde girl just stares back, looking completely confused. But nobody answers. Then the blonde girl happens to glance up at the floating electronic leaderboard. Her entire face freezes instantly. Guys, look at that, she whispers, voice shaking. The rankings are clear as day. First place, Hiyue, 150 points. Second, 130. Third, 120. She stutters wordlessly. That brutal leaderboard just slapped those arrogant nobles right in the face. Someone trembles. Those three, they have already slaughtered more than 10 monsters each. Meanwhile, up on the observation deck, Envoy Lin Feng stands with his hands behind his back. He suddenly frowns, eyes snapping wide open as he gasps in pure shock. He pushes up his glasses, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He secretly panics. He completely forgot to warn them. They must absolutely never enter that dark forest area. The screen shows an ancient stone gate wrapped in creepy fog. Lin Feng clicks his tongue, reassuring himself. They could not possibly be unlucky enough to wander in there, right? But down below, silence. Getting no response, the blonde girl accidentally looks up at the massive electronic leaderboard floating high in the sky. Now pay close attention, pure shock. Guys, look. First place, Hiyue, 150. 130. Third, Bai Yi, 120. She stammers, completely speechless. That scoreboard is a brutal reality check, slapping those arrogant nobles right in the face. Someone else shakes and screams. They have killed over 10 monsters each. Her eyes twitch wildly. She literally cannot process this harsh reality. How the hell is this possible? Kevin stands there, totally speechless, sweating like crazy, his face completely twisted in absolute shock. Meanwhile, up in the VIP box, the chubby rich kid Rock drops his glass. It shatters instantly on the floor. Red wine splashes everywhere. Seeing those commoners score so high absolutely triggers him. He grinds his teeth and angrily spits out a really nasty curse word. Damn it! The slicked-back blue-haired guy on the sofa ducks away and yells in frustration. He looks completely disgusted. What kind of elite education is this garbage? They are a bunch of worthless trash. Seeing his huge 1 million coin bet on Kevin about to vanish into thin air, he frowns, sweating bullets. He grits his teeth. We are going to lose money again. His twin brother Roy glances over and scoffs. It took them that much effort just to kill a lower-level monster? He immediately glares at his brother. Seeing that death stare, the other twin just lets out a cold snort. Whatever, that guy just got way too lucky. The massive hologram displays the leaderboard clearly. Right below Bai Yi, that student named Lin Qing is sitting pretty in 4th place, completely kicking Kevin all the way down to 5th. The blue-haired twin stares at the scoreboard, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I did not expect the random bug you picked to climb to 3rd place. The god envoy just smirks, replying with deep philosophy. Never underestimate the power of bugs. My father taught me that since I was a kid. Right beside them, the chubby rich kid Rock rubs his chin, flashing a wicked smile. Hey, he swirls his wine glass, declaring arrogantly, I haven't even placed my bet yet. This hunting game is way too simple. He stares down at the painfully peaceful hunting grounds and sighs. Playing like this is just boring me to death. Seeing the fat guy wanting to cause trouble, the envoy turns back, eyes full of suspicion. What bad idea do you have now? Watch closely now. Rock slowly sits up on his floating chair, grinning wickedly. Me? His face darkens as he confidently announces a totally unhinged plan. I want to sign up too. I am betting entirely on myself. Without another word, Rock reaches out his massive hand, violently grabbing his butler by the ear and yanking him down. The poor butler breaks into a cold sweat, terrified to resist. Rock stares right into his servant's eyes and brutally issues the most blatant rule-breaking order ever. I will let my dog take my place instead. Hearing this insanely arrogant arrangement, the twin brothers are absolutely stunned. They sweat nervously and immediately spin around to stop this madness. He is an envoy. The absolute rule is only Class C Awakeners can join. Ignoring their frantic protests, Rock just lets out a ruthless smirk. His eyes turn deadly sharp. The God Clan makes the rules. Rock turns and gives his terrified, bowing butler a twisted smile. Oh, and while you are at it, release that trapped high-level magic beast too. His words are pure ice. He grinds out every syllable, ruthlessly signing away his own servant's life without blinking. If he does not get 1st place, let him die. The butler violently trembles. The second that insane order is given, the entire situation in the hunting grounds changes instantly. A massive level 29 Class C star system mammoth beast suddenly spawns out of nowhere. It violently crushes the ground, making a terrified student trip and fall, crying his absolute eyes out. The mammoth lets out an earth-shattering roar, raising its colossal leg to stomp the ground. A student frantically screams his teammate's name, but gets absolutely nothing back, just dead silence. Seeing the whole situation completely spiraling out of control, the orange-haired rich kid Kevin and his crew start sweating bullets. Why? Why are there suddenly so many high-level monsters appearing? A totally unlucky kid named LY is pinned under the beast's giant claws. His face is scratched and drenched in tears, reaching out in pure despair. Please, help me! Realizing no one can save him, LY lets out an agonizing scream. His entire will to fight completely shatters. I quit. I forfeit. Let me go. The second those desperate words leave his mouth, a giant glowing red cross slashes right across the digital system. A cold system voice rings out. LY is eliminated. Watching this nightmare from afar, Kevin points at the massive leaderboard. Glowing red elimination crosses are rapidly popping up everywhere. Guys, look at that. Another Awakener just got eliminated. They literally had to forfeit the entire competition. This is getting absolutely brutal. Those arrogant, noble girls, their faces are utterly drained of color. They stand there shaking, staring at each other in a dead, terrified silence. One girl frantically looks around, total panic setting in as everything goes completely insane. Her eyes accidentally drift up to the giant screen broadcasting the VIP box high above. A wave of bitter anger hits her. It is the exact opposite of the bloodbath below. That rich kid Rock is grinning widely like he is watching a blockbuster movie. And those twin brothers, they look incredibly hyped. Makes you sick, doesn't it? The girl mutters bitterly. They are actually enjoying this slaughter. The twins even pump their fists, laughing like complete maniacs. Let's dive right back into the madness. Now this is getting fun. One of the guys turns to the brown-haired man called the Best. Come on, do you have any other hidden monsters up your sleeve? Release them all. But the heir to the Zez family just stays perfectly calm. He looks down at the arena, his eyes completely deadpan, completely ignoring the absolute frenzy of the people going crazy around him. Up on the central monitor, an endless swarm of terrifying monsters is unleashed. It throws all the panicked students into a desperate, chaotic run for their lives. The screen flashes straight over to Haknyak's team. A level 28C rank stone ape, a massive beast literally made of solid boulders, is baring its fangs and swinging its claws, lunging right at her neck. The giant stone hand of the monstrous ape slams violently into the ground. The impact sends dirt and heavy rocks exploding everywhere. Caught in the massive shockwave, the rich kid Kevin and his crew get blasted away, tumbling backwards. They scramble away, screaming in pure terror. It already broke a leg. How is it still this incredibly fast? Over on her side, Haknyak freezes and stares up in total shock. Her eyes widen as a brilliant green aura, shaped exactly like a glowing leaf, suddenly materializes right behind her head. Before she can even process it, an earth-shattering kick drops from the sky. Wrapped in that intense green magic, it smashes directly into the face of the giant stone ape. The force of the strike is so absolutely insane, it sends the building-sized beast flying backwards. It completely levels a chunk of the forest in a blinding flash of crushed stone. As the dust clears, Baek D sticks a flawless, incredibly epic superhero landing. Standing right beside him, Hak Nyok and the blue-haired guy instantly drop into combat stances. Searing killing intent radiates from them as they surround the fallen monster. This overpowered trio is officially in the game. Recovering from the brutal kick, the stone ape glares up with glowing red eyes, baring its jagged fangs and panting in pure absolute rage. But watch closely, because things are about to shift. A massive wave of dark purple aura suddenly strikes. The crushing weight slams down on the beast, freezing its massive body in place. The system announces a heavy speed debuff, and the ape just roars in total, helpless frustration. Turns out this is the signature move of the blue-haired mage, Duan Chi Hong. Clenching his fist with absolute confidence, he declares that the target is fully under control. The system immediately displays Duan Chi Hong as a C-rank star mage, using a heavy pressure skill designed to perfectly lock down enemies. With the target completely pinned, Baek D safely touches down, bending his knees to absorb the impact with serious style. He swings his blazing heavy sword, his hawk-like eyes completely locked onto his prey. He is totally primed and ready to deliver the absolute finishing blow. In a flash, a fiery/packing terrifying power crashes straight down. It completely executes the level 28 stone ape, leaving his teammates staring in absolute awe. As the system grants 4 meteorites and 10 points to Baek D, Haknyak watches his back from a distance, softly whispering his name in pure disbelief. Her mind is racing. This is already the 3rd time he has stepped in to save her. They called it teamwork, but honestly, he has completely carried the entire match from the very start. She just can't wrap her head around it. And the craziest part? He has only been using the warrior class this whole time. Meanwhile, Baek D stares down at his own palm, lost in deep thought. And the truth is wild. The system flashes a reward of 1,700 experience points. Baek D thinks to himself, just as he suspected, his warrior class just jumped up 2 entire levels in no time at all. He stares at the beast's corpse, his inner thoughts racing like a guy juggling multiple secret identities. Every single class I use in combat gains its own experience. Glancing around the dense, quiet forest, he stays incredibly cautious. I definitely can't afford to expose my other classes so easily right now. His expression suddenly hardens. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as the extreme danger of this whole situation really sinks in. After a tense silence, he turns and walks away. A plan is already forming in his head. He desperately needs to find an isolated space, fast. His gaze shifts far into the distance, toward a foggy, pitch-black woods. It looks like it's practically daring reckless fools to enter the dark central forest and test their luck. Meanwhile, in another area entirely, Duan Chi-hong crosses his arms, looking completely full of himself as he starts gloating. Oh man, he smirks at the squad, then glances up at the live leaderboard. He tilts his head back, bragging, "Our team combo isn't too shabby, right?" Keeping up his arrogant act, he excitedly declares that first place is definitely going to one of the 3 of them. Then he turns to mock Haknyak with an absolutely insufferable smug grin. "Looks like 4th place is eating our dust, huh?" All she can do is quietly glare daggers at him. His whole arrogant attitude clearly pisses Haknyak off, and she just scowls with a heavy sigh. I know you guys feel that tension building. Suddenly, the leaderboard chimes. Haknyak points at the screen and screams in panic. Look at that. Someone is climbing the ranks at insane speed. Baek D looks up, completely stunned. The name wildly jumping up the ranks makes him gasp out loud. Gannicus. He narrows his eyes, his face showing pure disbelief and some heavy, serious calculations. Why on earth is he participating in this match? Cutting to another battlefield, a colossal mammoth roars one last time before crashing dead into a massive pool of blood. The system chimes loud and clear. Level 29 mammoth successfully eliminated. 10 points awarded. Through the thick freezing mist, a figure emerges wearing gleaming ice armor, radiating an absolutely terrifying, overwhelming aura. The system formally introduces the Blessed One, Gannicus, a fierce B-rank cloud warrior. His stone-cold face shows absolutely zero emotion whatsoever. Gripping his sword tight, he brings a terrifying silence to the area. He stands right in the middle of a frozen wasteland he created himself. The giant frozen corpse of the beast lies at his feet, pure proof of his absolute untouchable power. The live leaderboard violently shakes up once again. The name Gannicus shoots straight into 3rd place, kicking Baek D down to 4th and leaving everyone completely stunned. Back in the VIP room, the heavyset guy bursts out laughing, shaking with pure arrogant delight. He points at the monitor, obnoxiously bragging to the best, who stands as still as a statue. See that? My rank just totally blew past yours, the best. The heavy-set guy sneers in total triumph, narrowing his eyes with massive disrespect at the best. Your chosen fighter is pretty basic, honestly. I'll just go ahead and claim 1st place right now. Meanwhile, the younger twin clicks his tongue. Resting his chin on his hand, he side-eyes the best and sarcastically mutters, "Sending a Blessed One to compete in your place? That is seriously playing dirty." He turns completely to face the best, who is still just silently smiling with this cryptic look. By the way, the best, isn't it true you've literally never lost a single bet before? Under the eager gaze of the twins, the best keeps his totally unbothered poker face. He just silently listens as the older twin excitedly adds, "We are finally going to see what you look like when you lose." But surprisingly, the best just gives a tiny sharp smirk and finally speaks up. "Gentlemen." He casually glances at the crowd of eavesdroppers, dropping an incredibly provocative offer. "Want to raise the stakes? You guys can freely change who you're betting on right now." With a piercing, ice-cold glare, he drops an absolute bombshell. "I am placing another 100 million on Baek D. Who dares to match me?" The twins just stand there, jaws completely dropped, utterly speechless. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this absolute madness. A guy panics. "Are you insane? He just threw in 100 million. That's a whole week's tribute." Provoked, the fat guy, Rock, just sneers. He is completely confident in his fighter. "Gannicus is my most loyal hunting dog. If you really want to throw your money out the window, be my guest." Jeb just smiles softly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He stands up, turning his back to the leaderboard, his voice echoing through the VIP room. Time to give these players a little extra motivation to grab that 1st place. Without missing a beat, he signals his assistant to spice things up a bit. The assistant immediately bows his head and gets straight to work. Yes, sir. Right on cue, an absolute godlike voice booms from the sky, echoing across the entire hunting ground. Attention finalists, the official hunting tournament begins now. The voice then drops a massive bomb with brand new rules, leaving every single contestant, including Cavan's group, staring up at the sky in pure, utter shock. Way stronger, deadlier monsters are being released. Everyone has the choice to stay and fight or quit right now. Hearing this, a frail noble girl turns completely pale with terror, quickly stammering out, I want to withdraw. But the most important detail hasn't even been revealed yet. Furthermore, the Jeb family has specially added a brand new reward to the treasure chest. The ultimate first place winner will receive an exclusive item. A gold ring with a mystical purple gem materializes in mid-air. The solemn voice announces it as the Holy Edict. Seeing this, Bai Yi frowns hard, sweating as his eyes flash with deep, intense realization. The system starts breaking down this priceless artifact. The Holy Edict is a legendary ring that a member of the divine race can only ever gift one single time in their entire lifetime. An illustration pops up showing a mortal raising the ring in a blazing golden aura. Any mortal who receives this edict basically gets an absolute get-out-of-jail-free card for death. In other words, even if someone commits a literal capital offense, the edict pardons them completely for one time. Memories suddenly flood back in a rush. Bai Yi remembers his past life. His master used this exact same ring to save him from the ultimate awakened prison. Now watch closely. He stares at Jeb on screen, eyes sharpening as pure shockwaves through him. He honestly never expected the Jeb family to play this massive of a hand. With burning intense determination in his chest, he realizes that from here on out, the competition is about to get insanely cutthroat. I'm running out of time to level up. Just then, Doan Chi Han speaks up from behind, completely shattering his thoughts. Spreading his hands, the guy makes a very calculated suggestion to the two of them. Teamwork is fine, but hoarding points is way too slow. The monsters on the outer edge are thinning out anyway. How about we split up and handle things on our own? Doan Chi Han points a finger straight at the leaderboard, his voice dripping with pure provocation. That newcomer is about to leave us completely in the dust. Instantly, they all look up at the glowing rankings hovering above. After a brief heavy silence, Bai Yi turns to his two teammates. He looks at them dead in the eye and asks seriously, "Can you guys protect yourselves out there?" Hearing that genuine concern in his voice, Wei just smiles softly, thinking to herself. He actually only agreed to travel in a group because he was genuinely worried about their safety. Flashing a super confident thumbs up, her fighting spirit completely explodes. Hey, don't underestimate the ultimate cult. Let's make this a real race to see who grabs first place. Meanwhile, over with the rich kids, the black-haired fighter launches himself into the air, his entire body radiating a fierce green aura. He preps a devastating lightning strike aimed right at a massive, terrifying giant beetle. Watching his hunting dog go absolutely berserk in battle, the fat guy, Rock, screams in his head with a twisted, manic look. That's it. Tear those pathetic monsters to shreds for me. His master's unhinged orders keep ringing in his ears, pushing Gandicus to dive headfirst into the sea of beasts, slaughtering them without a single pause. If you can't hold on to first place, you might as well die in there. Back in the VIP room, the fat guy bursts into obnoxious laughter, pointing at the massive screen to brag right in Jeb's face. Ha ha ha, see that? I raise real hunting dogs. He turns back to Jeb, who is keeping a completely stone-cold expression and just keeps throwing out insults. Jeb, you've already lost. Just look at that Bai Yi kid you picked. The monitor showing Bai Yi suddenly glitches out, flickering wildly like it's dying. Rock laughs even harder, totally loving this. Even his own teammates ditched him. What an absolute loser. Ha ha ha. But you and I both know better than to count the MC out, right? The static interference gets violently heavier. The screen flashes a blinding white light and then, boom, it cuts to pitch black. Everyone in the room is completely stunned. Jeb just narrows his eyes, clearly sensing that something is definitely off, and lets out a quiet hum. This sudden blackout throws the entire VIP room into chaos. One of the rich snobs quickly jumps to his feet, yelling, "Huh? Why did his livestream just cut out? What the hell is going on?" Jeb is the only one who stays perfectly calm. Staring right at the pitch-black void, he thinks to himself, "Are you finally going to show your true power now?" And he's absolutely right. Deep in the center of the forest, Bai Yi literally smashed his own tracking drone. The system coldly announces his Livestream Pro has been destroyed. He intentionally marched straight into the central zone, a terrifying place where most players wouldn't even dare to set foot. Standing right in the middle of the field, a brilliant blue magic aura wraps around his body. He activates a brand new class, Cloud Mage Mode. Staring straight at the massive ice block, he feels completely confident. After all, his master taught him exactly where forest monsters love to hide the most. Instantly, a massive flock of juicy targets appears right in front of him. Level 29 Thunderbirds. He smirks. Finding these walking EXP bags was way too easy. The blue magic aura violently erupts around him. Bai Yi grips his staff tightly, his eyes blazing with pure, undeniable fighting spirit. Let's give my classes a proper level up. At that exact same moment, back in the spectator stands, the massive crowd is totally freaking out over Bai Yi's black screen. A gray-haired girl panics, clutching her cheeks in absolute worry. That guy's screen just completely died out of nowhere. Do you think he's in some kind of horrible danger? The purple-haired girl next to her can't hide her anxiety either. Clasping her hands tightly together, she mutters, "Bai Yi, what in the world actually happened to you out there?" Suddenly, another viewer screams, pointing frantically at the massive leaderboard. "Hey, look at Bai Yi's score!" The whole crowd freezes in absolute shock. How did his points just spike by 30 in the blink of an eye, rocketing him straight to second place? Before they can even process that, his score jumps again, sending everyone into a total frenzy. Another 20 points! He's literally about to catch up to first place! Up in the control ship, a tech guy actually yells out in pure disbelief. Is our system completely bugged out right now? The fat guy, Rock, drops his jaw staring at the leaderboard, then screams in absolute rage. How the hell are that brat's points skyrocketing right after his live stream got cut? Jeb's loyal assistant steps up from behind, calmly shutting him down. Our entire point system is completely flawless. We implanted microchips into every single monster out there. Points are only ever awarded to a participant when a beast is officially confirmed dead. But this raging fat guy is way too triggered to listen. He furiously hurls his coffee right into the assistant's face. "Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next." He points right at the best, roaring like an absolute wild beast. "Do I need you to explain? You think I don't know?" Then Rock turns toward Thebes, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Stick with me here." He screams, "Do you fake gods ignore the rules? Since when do you interrupt when the divine race speaks?" Z-Best just slowly turns around, flashing a highly provocative smirk. Are you really that scared of losing? This makes the fat guy standing behind him boil with absolute rage, yelling, "You bastard!" Z-Best turns his back, looking up at the leaderboard where the name Bai Yi sits comfortably right at the #1 spot. He mutters, "Bai Yi, you are way more interesting than I thought." Down on the battlefield, He West stands next to the fresh corpse of a magic beast staring up at the rankings. She absolutely cannot believe her eyes. I knew he would catch up fighting solo, but I never expected him to be this insanely fast. She looks at Bai Yi's ridiculously high score, calculating in her head. If he keeps up this insane momentum, he is definitely going to take first place without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Yin Jahong is panting heavily. He looks up at the leaderboard, completely losing his mind as he blurts out in pure shock, "How is this even possible? Is this really something a human can actually pull off?" He stares blankly at Bai Yi's score. That 750 points hits his massive ego like a bucket of freezing ice water. Was Bai Yi hiding his true strength this whole time when we were in a group? Instantly, his fighting spirit erupts. This is a super rare chance to show off his real power in front of the divine race. The central zone might be dangerous, but there are definitely way more monsters packed in there. He turns around, his eyes locking firmly onto the pitch-black forest with absolute determination. I have to push into the central zone too. I absolutely cannot let myself get left this far behind. He sprints forward while trying to calm his nerves, convincing himself that as long as he avoids the dark forest, there will not be any real danger. But little does he know, the exact deadly zone he is desperately avoiding is the very place Bai Yi chose as his main farming spot. Now watch closely. Bai Yi stands right in the middle of these twisted monsters, muttering, "The darkness is finally here." He faces an entire swarm of absolute freaks. From giant bugs to one-eyed octopuses, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant golden light as he calmly thinks to himself after walking one full lap. Pretty much every single magic beast in the inner circle has been completely wiped out by me. 3 glowing virtual status boards pop up right in front of him. They display the totally boosted stats of a level 25 Cloud Mage, Tier 2, 400% power, speed 24, endurance 39 times 4, plus huge multipliers for elemental strength at 62 plus 158, and mental power at 40 plus 88, 300% strength at 57, plus 128, speed at 41 plus a massive 1000 multiplier, and crazy solar elemental power at 141 times 3, mental power 11 times 3. Then the summoner. Lotus Summoner at level 24, 350% boost, endurance, speed, rest power, and elemental strength, all multiplied by 3.5, pushing his spirit stat totally off the charts. He looks very closely at his achievement board with deep satisfaction. These classes have absolutely leveled up a ton. Maybe today he can push his warrior class straight up to rank B. Bai Yi glances at the newly updated system board, feeling highly satisfied. He mutters to himself with a smirk, I just successfully signed contracts with 2 more powerful summoned beasts. He gently pats the shoulder of Shaolin, the blue falcon, then completely shifts his gaze to the spiked ape, calculating his battle strategy. Shaolin will be in charge of helping me track down enemies and completely scout out the surrounding environment. Kong will fight right alongside me. With the battle plan perfectly set, he looks up and orders the falcon to soar high into the sky. Shaolin, help me scan the area to see where the magic beasts are. But before he can even finish the sentence, Bai Yi's pupils suddenly shrink. He violently flinches, letting out a sharp gasp of pure shock. You and I both know something is very wrong here. A brutal, mind-shattering pain instantly hits him. He drops to one knee on the freezing ground in pure agony, clutching his wildly beating heart like it is about to explode. Sweat completely drenches his twisted, pained face. He grinds his teeth together hard, his eyes flaring with absolute sheer panic. It really is this exact same feeling again. Forcing his head up, his razor-sharp eyes fiercely scan the endless darkness of the forest. He grits out every single word. You are hiding right in here, aren't you? Instantly, an insanely creepy, dark voice echoes out from the dead silence all around him, calling his name directly. Are you the one desperately summoning me? Belphegor, an intensely evil black shadow, slowly materializes. His glowing eyes and a wildly twisted smile stretching ear to ear look absolutely demonic. He whispers in a deeply sinister tone, just let me give you a helping hand. The demon's pale white hand reaches out, offering a totally bizarre, ghostly heart completely wrapped in chaotic, multicolored energy. That wicked smile never fades for a single second. Just consider this a nice little greeting gift from me to you. Even while accepting that massive power, Bai Yi keeps his guard completely up. His eyes, sharp as daggers, probe the demon. So then why do you actually want to make a deal with me? What is the real price? The demon dodges the question. With half his face hidden in the shadows, he just smirks, letting out a highly mysterious chuckle. Heh! His pale lips curl up as he drops a totally spine-chilling line. Just wait until you eventually return to the past. Hearing this, Bai Yi's face completely hardens. His narrowed eyes are filled with incredibly deep, complex calculations, yet he refuses to say a single word back. The demon's mouth stretches even wider. It is a wildly satisfied smile, looking exactly like a predator, watching its prey casually walk right into the perfect trap. In the blink of an eye, the demonic illusion completely vanishes. Bai Yi snaps back to reality, his forehead totally drenched in cold sweat, his face still holding a trace of absolute shock. He takes a massive deep breath, slowly standing up straight in the middle of the dead silent forest. He mutters to himself. It seems his eyes suddenly flash with cold, absolute determination. It is finally time to fulfill my promise to you. Right at that exact moment, back in the monitoring zone, a spectator stares blankly at the leaderboard, looking at Bai Yi's totally overwhelming score of 750. They gasp in pure shock. I never expected the hunting tournament to suddenly turn out like this. The purple-haired teacher holds her face, smiling brightly, unable to hide her insanely proud tone. Out of the entire top 4, 3 of them are actually students from our Zhong country. A group of boys cross their arms, whispering. One clicks his tongue, totally impressed but incredibly confused. Bai Yi is an absolute beast, but there hasn't been a single live stream of him this whole time. Nobody even knows how he managed to grind points that insanely fast. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl from the Ultimate Order immediately speaks up to explain. He has probably already made it all the way into the Central Zone. Before coming on this training trip, our Ultimate Order did a ton of extra studying on all the rules for the hunting tournament. She recalls the battle footage while carefully breaking it down for them. Actually, the entire hunting ground is incredibly massive. Since we cannot see the whole map at once, we have to rely entirely on the pro livestream drones flying close by to watch the action. A virtual screen projects a map with 3 concentric circles. She points at it very clearly. The whole hunting area is basically split right into 3 different zones. The basic hunting zone on the far outside, the high difficulty zone right in the middle, and the inner core is the brutal bone forest. Pointing at the screen showing totally safe grass fields, she continues. So what do you and I make of this? The area we are looking at is just the basic zone. The magic beasts spawning here are pretty low level, and their numbers are relatively small. Alright, stick with me because things are about to get intense. The trainees march into a much darker zone. That smart girl breaks it down. The deeper they go, the stronger the monsters get. Plus, their numbers are going to multiply fast. The fanboy next to her finally gets it, nodding along in total agreement. So that is how Bai Yi racked up so many points so fast. He must have pushed way deeper into the inner zone. It all makes perfect sense now. But suddenly, the pink-haired girl's face drops. Her voice turns dead serious. She warns them that the core area, the Black Bone Forest, is an absolute no-go zone. Rumor has it, the entire place is cursed. Once you walk in there, you never make it out alive. The guy instantly breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in pure panic. Then why on earth would the vice captain rush straight into that nightmare zone? While his friends are freaking out, Doan Chi-han is wandering around with his hands in his pockets. He shivers in this pitch-black forest, looking completely bored and annoyed. He originally wanted to hunt more beasts in the inner ring to farm some points, but he walked totally blind and somehow got himself lost in the Blackbone Forest. Now, the lost Doan Chi-han is hiding out right inside the bushes. Cold sweat drips down his temples as his eyes dart around, already plotting his next move. But as he peeks out from the heavy shadows, his eyes go completely wide. He stares at Bai Yi walking confidently inside, muttering in pure shock. Bai Yi is here too? Is he seriously trying to go inside? Does he not know how insanely dangerous the Blackbone Forest is? Acting on impulse, Doan Chi-han reaches out to yell for him, but he instantly freezes. His half-raised hand slowly drops back down, completely killing the urge to stop him. His gaze shifts to the virtual leaderboard, showing Bai Yi sitting comfortably at the #1 spot with 750 points. He pulls his hand back entirely, his lips twitching as he mutters to himself, "Actually, this works out perfectly." A dark, incredibly twisted smile slowly spreads across Doan Chi-han's face. A wicked glint flashes in his eyes. If Bai Yi just magically disappears, the eyes of the gods will have a much easier time noticing him instead. With that thought, he shoves his hands in his pockets. He stands casually at the gloomy forest entrance, staring coldly as Bai Yi gets swallowed by the darkness. He has zero intention of stopping him now. Now pay attention, this is where things get incredibly eerie. Inside the Blackbone Forest, everything is drowned in a deadly dark purple. Bai Yi's small, lonely figure walks down that deep, twisting dirt path. But suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He touches a dried-up tree trunk, his eyes filled with suspicion. He is back here again. After carving that mark, he had been walking straight forward the whole time. Bai Yi rubs his finger over the circle with a slash through it, the exact mark he carved earlier. His voice carries real frustration. He never took a single turn, yet somehow he ended up in the exact same spot. He takes a step back, scanning the insanely gloomy forest. Massive hollow skulls are just lying scattered all over the dirty ground. He clicks his tongue. Is this some kind of ghost wall illusion? Under the faint moonlight piercing the dark canopy, Bai Yi stands tall among the white bones. He analyzes the situation. Clearly, tons of hunters have been permanently lost in this exact place. Did some unknown person cast an incredibly powerful type of illusion magic around here? His back stands tall and imposing amidst the dry bones, radiating an absolutely crushing aura. He looks up at the pitch-black night, questioning himself. Why on earth would magic like this exist in a place like this? What kind of secret is this Blackbone Forest hiding? Back on the outside, the leaderboard suddenly shuffles. The name Gickus has just claimed the top spot with 830 points, knocking Bai Yi down to second place. The crowd immediately starts buzzing. What is going on? Why did Bai Yi's points completely stop moving at 750? Over in another hunting zone, Hiyu is standing there looking absolutely badass, with her hands on her hips next to a giant monster corpse. Suddenly, Doan Chi-han runs over, waving his arms and yelling for her. Captain Hiyue turns her head, her ponytail swaying in the wind. Her sharp eyes lock onto him as she asks, "Have you seen Bai Yi?" His score has not changed for a really long time. Doan Chi-han plays the innocent fool perfectly. He raises a finger and answers without skipping a beat. "Yeah, I actually saw him hanging around the high difficulty hunting zone. It looked like he was heading straight toward the central area." Hearing that, Hiyue's expression instantly drops. Her eyes go wide with absolute panic as she blurts out, "Don't tell me he wandered into the Blackbone Forest? You and I both know this is terrible news." Right at that moment, Bai Yi's personal monitor starts glitching out like crazy. Red and blue static lines scramble violently across the screen, completely blocking his face. The monitor glitches and goes completely black. Then a glowing red border pops up with a massive cross and a totally chilling message, "Connection lost." Even his name on the main leaderboard starts flickering and glitching. It slowly fades out into nothing, right in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Inside the monitoring room, the fanboy's eyes practically bulge out of his head in panic. He stammers, staring at the screen. Bai Yi's score just completely vanished. Does this mean he is already dead? The purple-haired teacher is so terrified she covers her mouth with both hands. Sweat pours down her face as her teary eyes pray in total desperation. No, you have to be safe and sound. But while the entire outside world is losing their minds, Bai Yi is standing still like a stone statue. He is totally unfazed in the dead silence of the Blackbone Forest. Calming his mind, intense waves of purple and blue magic start exploding powerfully all around his body. Bai Yi furrows his brow, completely locked in. He reminds himself to close his eyes and absolutely never trust what he sees. He places a hand on his chest, squeezing his eyes shut. He relaxes his entire body, letting the massive magical energy swirl wildly around him. Only trust your own instincts. Suddenly, a massive heartbeat monitor flashes like wild lightning, totally tearing through the empty space inside his mind. Bai Yi follows that invisible guiding sound, moving perfectly to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Thunder roars around him, and raw magic screams through the air, but his face remains completely, absolutely calm. Keeping his eyes tightly shut and his hand on his chest, he mutters that it is getting closer. Boom! A massive, blinding wave of energy erupts, blowing away all the dark fog instantly. Bai Yi snaps his eyes open. Looking like an absolute boss, he declares that this is the exact spot. His pupils flash with a razor-sharp light, piercing straight through every single layer of the forest's dark illusion. The entire scenery changes instantly. What stands right in front of him now is no longer that hazy ghost wall illusion. Instead, it is a towering pitch-black cliff that reaches all the way to the blue sky. It radiates a suffocating pressure, just waiting for a challenger to step right in. Bai Yi stands totally stunned at the edge of the abyss. His eyes widen as he gasps in shock. He never expected a giant chasm like this in the middle of the hunting grounds. Even in his past life, he never saw this in any records. He looks down into the pitch-black crack. It looks exactly like the mouth of a massive monster. He mutters in deep thought, "This Sky City is definitely hiding a massive secret." Instantly, a virtual control panel pops up showing his switch to the Floral Summoner class. Bai Yi waves his hand, summoning a brightly colored bird and gives a totally calm order. "Xiao Lam, let's go take a look." Without hesitating, he dives straight into the abyss like an absolute god, his cloak snapping wildly in the wind. So what do you and I think is hiding down there? We are about to find out. Stick with me, we are about to dive into absolute chaos. In a flash, Bai Yi flawlessly lands inside a rocky abyss, his loyal demon bird fluttering right beside him. He strolls through the massive, shattered stone pillars. Glancing around the dark, ruined wasteland, he mutters to himself in total confusion. What in the world is this place? Suddenly, his eyes narrow. The sharp instincts of a veteran hunter scream at him. Did a massive war just happen right here? Out of nowhere, from the eerie purple smoke behind him, a massive shadow emerges. Holding a terrifying weapon, a deep, booming voice echoes from the underworld. "Who goes there?" Bai Yi flinches. A single drop of cold sweat rolls down his forehead. He glances back, raising his guard against this sudden, crushing pressure. Looking around, he realizes he is completely surrounded by phantom knights in full armor. They radiate a deadly purple fire, their glowing stats floating clearly above them. Level 28 Pillar Spirit, Level 29 Hidden Spirit, Level 27 Emperor Spirit, all incredibly tough C-tier monsters. The leader, a red alert system warning pops up. It is a Level 36 B-tier Star-Lord Warrior. The Death Soul Warrior glares at the intruder, roaring, "Who dares enter the Forbidden Grounds?" The Lord's face is just a cold blue glowing slit behind iron armor. It screams kill. The sky shakes as warning panels flash. High intellect, unknown abilities, extreme danger, mysterious origin. Meanwhile, across the hunting zone, Hyo crouches down. She examines a massive beast corpse, tracing the bizarre wounds with her hand to make a deduction. Frost magic froze the cuts, yet they also carry heavy burn marks. Without a doubt, Bai Yi killed this thing. Now pay attention. Here is where it gets crazy. She stares down the gloomy forest trail, calmly speaking to the guy behind her. We check the whole perimeter. Bai Yi's trail only leads down this one path. Resting a hand on her thigh, she confidently analyzes her friend's situation. The beasts here are not strong enough to threaten him. He definitely went deeper inside. Doan Chi-han turns pale, sweating bullets as he tries stopping her. We should just hurry and farm monsters, assuming he is even alive. But before he finishes, Hiyue sharply turns her back and says no. Her ponytail flutters. With a fiercely determined look, Hiyue stares directly into the woods and steps forward. "I am going in to find him." Chi-han stares in shock. What? She marches straight into the pitch-black shadows. Heavy guilt eats at her. She regrets not warning him about the deadly black-bone forest. Seeing his prey walk right into a trap, Chi-Han reaches out, faking extreme worry. Captain, that is the black-bone forest. You cannot just go in there. Once Hiyue is completely out of sight, he drops his hand. A wicked, sinister grin spreads across his face. Well, that is one less competitor, right? The monitor glitches heavily before showing Hiyue rushing deep into the woods. The fake guy's psychotic, arrogant laughter echoes through the air. Inside the VIP room, the fat guy points straight at the dead screen, mocking her. Is she stupid? Why run into the black-bone forest? The guy in the suit leans back in his luxury chair, waving his hand and laughing smugly. Oh man, what a shame! I actually thought this competition would be worth watching. He smirks, proudly declaring, at this point, if first place does not go to my hounds, who else gets it? At the exact same time, two VIPs sit sipping wine. One guy rests his chin asking, Tan, what exactly is that black forest? Why does nobody ever make it out alive? The other guy shrugs it off. Ah, forget it. The final act is starting anyway. The main screen constantly flips between different contestants. An excited voice shatters the silence. Just a few minutes left until 12 o'clock. The camera zooms in. It shows the cold face of a calm student, silently waiting for the deciding moment. A system notification suddenly pops up in the dark. Let us pause for a second. June 29th, 2005, 11:58. The feed shows desperate contestants hiding inside a miserable, ruined cave. Under dim light, a girl grits her teeth while a guy bandages her heavily bleeding leg. Ah, it hurts! The guy tries comforting her. Babe, just hold on a little longer. Sweating buckets, he holds her shoulders. At 12 o'clock, this test is over. Tears fall as she replies, but it seriously hurts. In another corner, a guy punches the wall, screaming furiously. Damn it! We cannot even retreat? They gave us absolutely zero escape routes. The orange-haired guy with headphones wipes his sweaty forehead, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God we found this low monster area to hide. He glares, gritting his teeth in cowardly frustration. Who cares about points anymore? Holding up two fingers, he strictly motivates his shivering crew. We just need to survive until 12. His lackey rapidly nods. Yeah. The orange-haired guy's face screams pure disgust as he looks back at the other two. Our lives are not cheap like those peasants. We absolutely have to make it out alive. Suddenly, the notification board lights up. Time is up. Attention hunters. The standard competition phase has officially ended. Suddenly, the system bells ring frantically. The orange-haired guy jumps in pure shock, his eyes wide open. Wait, time is already up? His crew is insanely happy, grabbing their chests and sighing. It is finally over, but before they can even smile, another message drops like a hammer. Now entering the final Easter eggs round. The whole group stares blankly outside the dark cave. A terrifying killer intent rolls in, flashing a deadly warning. Boss battle. The survivors' faces instantly lose all color. Cold sweat pours down their cheeks. Their pupils shrink in absolute fear as they stutter. What? The ground cracks open and massive boulders violently crash down the cliff. The system drops a freezing, ruthless message. The final boss is descending into the hunting grounds. This is your absolute last chance to turn the tables, hunters. The earth shakes violently. The blue-haired guy turns pale, his eyes bulging as he screams in panic. Is this an earthquake? A female contestant stands behind them, looking completely shattered. Through her tears, she mutters, "Why is it not over yet?" A cruel notification suddenly pops up. Defeating the boss grants 1,000 points. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. The orange guy just points into the abyss, screaming furiously. Let's dive right into this absolute nightmare. Is this some kind of sick joke? What boss fight? Let me out of here. Didn't they say the hunting tournament would end at 12 o'clock? The guy stares wildly into an invisible wall, screaming his lungs out in total panic. Let us go right now. I don't even care about that final prize anymore. Trying to gather any remaining courage, the young man desperately brings up his background to threaten them. Do you know who I am? I belong to that noble family. But before he can even finish his sentence, his pupils shrink to pinpricks. Absolute paralyzing terror freezes his face. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp blade glows brightly in the pitch-black darkness. Without a single sound, it violently slices right through the cowardly noble. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body completely shrivels up like an empty husk. His eyes bulge out, jaw dropped wide open in pure unbearable agony, right before a fatal strike pierces his heart. His dried-up corpse collapses flat onto the cold ground, and right behind him, a massive monster with freakishly long claws slowly materializes, radiating an absolutely suffocating aura of pure death. Witnessing this absolute bloodbath, his surviving companions are instantly frozen in their tracks. The blue-haired guy grits his teeth, screaming out in absolute panic. Calivan is dead! The white-haired girl bursts into heavy tears, shaking wildly as she covers her face. But why? Standing directly in front of the traumatized survivors is a towering, completely grotesque monster. Its glowing system panel flashes clearly for everyone to see. A level 36 B-rank plant-type mage lord. The corpse soul harvester, one of them stammers out, violently shaking. This is a B-rank boss. The black-haired guy's face contorts with pure despair as he frantically analyzes their grim situation. Even if it's not just us, even if every single Awakener in this entire tournament teamed up right now, we still wouldn't stand a chance. The C-rank Awakeners behind them realize it too. The B-rank boss glares intensely with bright eyes piercing the darkness. Its overwhelmingly crushing aura serves as a brutal, ironclad statement. They absolutely cannot defeat a B-rank boss. Meanwhile, far away on the terrifyingly silent second floor of the Abyss, now pay close attention, because here is where it gets crazy. In that dead silence, Bai Yi stands totally alone, facing off against a massive final boss in this floating abyss city. Bai Yi's golden eyes lock onto his target as a fierce green aura violently erupts around him. Staring straight at the towering beast, he coldly declares, "You're the only one left." Bai Yi quietly grips his blade tighter while that explosive green energy wildly surges all around his entire body. He mentally calculates his odds. During this insane hunting tournament, every single one of his class levels has seen a massive upgrade. Right now, both of his combat classes are dangerously close to hitting the absolute peak of C rank. 3 highly detailed stat panels pop up, displaying his terrifying power. Level 29 Core Warrior, Level 27 Cloud Mage, and Level 26 Plant Summoner. Bai Yi stands perfectly grounded inside his swirling green aura, his massive blade flashing with a brilliant golden light. A bright system prompt appears. The Flower Spirit Contract skill. After defeating a plant-type monster, he can bind its soul to serve him. Progress is already at 5 out of 6. He carefully processes this crucial information in his mind. But with just the raw stats of a single class, he narrows his razor-sharp eyes at the final boss radiating a sky-high purple aura. Even with all this, it's still not enough to directly fight a B-rank freak like you. With that said, Bai Yi swings his blade and violently charges forward, pure killing intent flashing in his eyes. But my real advantage is having multiple classes. Hearing this, the Death Soul Lord lets out a deafening roar. It swings its massive greatsword, unleashing a terrifying technique packed with absolute soul-crushing power, the raw might of the dead. Instantly, Bai Yi switches his class in the blink of an eye. His movements become incredibly light and graceful. He smoothly dodges the enemy's hurricane-like assault, effortlessly shifting into his Cloud Mage class. Now draped in mage robes, he levitates into the air, rapidly forming hand seals to blast out a devastating ice-type magic attack. Absolute Zero Freeze. But his magic barely even scratches this absolute beast. The ice completely shatters into tiny pieces the second it touches the boss's overwhelming dark energy. A cold system alert pops up, freeze failed. Moving at lightning speed, Bai Yi executes a flawless mid-air flip, perfectly dodging the enemy's massive counterattack with pure style. Instantly, his entire body is engulfed in a blinding red energy. The Death Soul Lord's devastating strike misses him by mere inches. Bai Yi instantly triggers another class swap, gearing up for a brutal head-on collision. He locks into the Core Warrior class. Without missing a beat, he swings his blazing weapon, delivering a heavy strike to completely block the enemy's earth-shattering blow. A glowing notification pops up. Attack parried! Bai Yi's face is locked in pure determination, his sharp eyes burning with unyielding focus. He heavily growls out, "The timing is everything." In that exact split second, Bai Yi unleashes an insanely powerful strike, packed with destructive core energy, stabbing a critical hit straight into the boss's chest. You and I both know an MC never fights alone, right? A brilliant system panel flashes. Unranked Summon Beast Kong Kong.
He confidently mutters to himself.
This mighty summoned beast has also experienced some insanely explosive growth over this short time. Its raw combat strength easily rivals any solid C-rank Awakener. Caught totally off guard by the vicious slash, the paralyzed giant monster forcefully lets out an absolutely deafening, earth-shaking roar. Under that jaw-dropping force, the boss's insanely durable dark armor completely cracks open, exposing a massive, fatal weak point. Grabbing this golden opportunity, Bai Yi wildly dashes forward like a total phantom. He aims his deadly blade straight into that exact shattered gap. He heavily grits his teeth and declares, "This right here is enough to close the power gap between us." He forcefully rips his sword out as a massive bloody explosion erupts. The boss's gigantic body wildly staggers before crashing down entirely. A super satisfying system prompt proudly flashes on screen. Successfully eliminated the B-rank boss, Death Soul Warrior. Bai Yi finally lowers his weapon, letting out a deep exhale. Instantly, 3 glorious level-up notifications practically dance right across his vision. Core Warrior hits level 30. Cloud Mage reaches level 28. Plant Summoner jumps to level 27. He completely wipes the sweat off his cheek. His eyes look totally exhausted, but incredibly satisfied as he softly mutters, "Finally took this absolute monster down." Fighting enemies way above your pay grade is seriously no joke. Barely resting for a few seconds, Bai Yi heavily grabs his blade and walks straight toward a massive iron-chained door hidden in the pitch-black darkness. He mentally preps himself to finally rip this gate wide open, but suddenly his footsteps completely freeze. His eyes shoot wide open in absolute, genuine shock. Huh? A crazy system prompt starts violently flashing a bright golden light over and over. In an instant, Bai Yi's body is literally lifted up, floating weightlessly mid-air while entirely surrounded by a breathtaking, glowing galaxy. The system blasts a massive notification. Star-type element accumulation is completely full. He slowly looks down at his own hands, now fiercely glowing with pure, radiant light. Disbelief is heavily written all over his face. He stammers out, "The star element is already maxed out?" At that exact second, a blindingly bright notification about a newly awakening class massively overwrites everything. It violently crashes right over the dead Plant Mage Lord's old data panel. Possesses intelligence, unknown abilities, extreme threat level, unknown origin. Trust me, you're going to want to stick around for what happens next. His current class status boards suddenly light up brightly, showing a massive jump in his raw power. First up, a level 30 C-rank Core Warrior, followed by a level 28 C-rank Cloud Mage. Right after that, a third status board pops up. A level 27 C-rank Flower Summoner, coming with the Spirit Harmony Contract skill. Basically, after defeating a flower monster, he can bind its soul to serve him. Right now, he has 5 out of 6 contract slots completely filled up. Let us take a quick detour together. While our boy is busy awakening, the scene jumps to this massive, futuristic city floating right above the clouds, and a loud voice echoes out. Ever heard the dark mystery of the Sky City? The screen shows the God Guild's 6th Division, 8th Squad. A blue-haired guard leans in and whispers, "I heard there is a hidden, sealed space inside this very tower, keeping tons of ridiculously strong monsters locked up." The brown-haired guy next to him just waves it off. How is that possible? This is God Clan territory. The blue-haired guy crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and mocks his partner. "You have been listening to way too many garbage urban legends, man." The brown-haired guard points right back at him, pouting as he snaps back, "Whatever. Do not believe me then. You speak like you have actually been inside there yourself." Before he can finish, a massive roar makes them both jump. System tag pops up, 8th Squad Captain. This older captain glares at them, his face completely red with absolute fury as he screams, "Who gave you permission to chat on duty?" The 2 guards turn pale, sweating bullets. They instantly stand at strict attention, throw up a salute, and start stuttering in pure panic. Sorry, Captain." The captain keeps a stern face, warning them, "Our mission is to protect the absolute security of the God Clan territory Eastern Sector. Today is the hunting festival, so there is absolutely no room for even the tiniest mistake." He keeps pointing forward while his 2 subordinates stare at the ground in shame. He yells, "You 2 have been here for 3 years, but you have less sense than a brand new recruit." After that, the captain looks over at a young guy with braided hair standing guard. His tone shifts to total satisfaction. "Look at Chris over there and learn how to do your jobs." Little does he know, the perfect soldier Chris is actually staring dead at the tower. He smiles with a hidden agenda, thinking to himself, "A hidden space inside the Sky City, huh?" Back down in the deep abyss, bright red stars sparkle all around our main character. The system board flashes non-stop. A brand new class is awakening. Success! He is now a Star Mage. He stares blankly at the level 1 E-rank Star Mage notification. His eyes fill with intense curiosity as he mutters out loud, "A red-colored Star Mage?" Instantly, his mind flashes to that guy in the sharp suit using magic to summon 7 wolves. He quietly realizes, "Oh, so I have the exact same class as Doan Chi Tin now." He stands tall right in the middle of the ruins. The glowing new class title hovers right in front of him, even though the text is glitching out and completely upside down. Now pay close attention because things go sideways fast. His pupils shrink violently as weird rainbow lights flash rapidly in his eyes, and his breathing suddenly turns incredibly heavy and ragged. His whole body starts shaking violently. He firmly grips his left chest in absolute crushing agony, while his vision heavily blurs with violent glitchy static colors, looking exactly like his entire nervous system is totally short-circuiting. Gripping his shirt tight, cold sweat completely soaks his forehead, but his eyes shine with stubborn willpower, fighting the insane pain as he practically growls through his heavily gritted teeth. This feeling is getting way more intense. Once the pain finally fades a bit, he shoots a cold glare at the giant stone gate tightly sealed with massive iron chains. He mutters with absolute certainty, whatever it is definitely behind this door. He tightly grips his sword handle, channeling heavy force. A bright green system board pops up with a sharp, decisive shout to switch classes. Instantly, an explosive, fiery green energy completely wraps around his body, sending his platinum hair blowing wildly in the fierce wind as his familiar warrior stats clearly appear. As a core warrior now, he does not hesitate. He violently swings his glowing blade. He unleashes an earth-shattering slash. The blade aura carries pure destructive power, smashing straight into the giant gate and completely slicing through those massive chains like absolute butter. Following that insane impact, the huge chain links shatter, sending metal pieces flying everywhere. The giant stone walls crack wide open and come crashing down, kicking up a massive, blinding cloud of thick dust. Emerging from the smoke, his hand, covered in a bright green aura, calmly presses against the edge of the ruined wall. He shoves the heavy broken door aside and steps right in. The giant gate swings wide open, and a horribly gloomy, freezing cold gust of wind violently blasts out from the dark inside like a literal storm. Sword tightly gripped in one hand, he stands fearlessly right at the entrance, completely ready to face whatever dark mystery comes next. Stepping inside, he is instantly greeted by a massive, deep cylindrical room with gigantic black chains crisscrossing all over the empty air. Down below on the stone floor, ancient magical circles are deeply carved into the ground. You and I are about to see something wild. While looking around, he suddenly freezes. His pupils widen, and pure shock takes over his face as he gasps. His eyes lock onto those chains, which are tightly binding something. A cold analysis board pops up, level 5 purgatory chains, and right behind those chains sits another massive locking mechanism, a highly complex magic circle firmly attached to the wall. The system flashes another notification. Level 5-star soul lock. Turns out whatever is in there is trapped under extremely strict, heavy layers of high-level sealing magic. It is a dangerously skinny figure. Both hands are shackled, leaving him dangling high up in the air. His battered body just sways in the freezing tower. Meanwhile, our hero stands quietly way down below, just staring up at him. The prisoner shifts slightly and lifts his head. His long, messy, unkempt hair completely hides half of his face. Only showing one single eye, it flashes with cold-blooded killing intent and pure disgust. He speaks with a raspy, resentful voice. Sent someone to humiliate me again? But completely ignoring that hostility, he just keeps an incredibly calm expression. He looks straight up at the guy hanging there and confidently speaks up to confirm, "You are Samael, aren't you?" Hearing that specific name, the prisoner violently twitches. His body twists around, making the iron chains loudly clank together. His visible eye widens in absolute shock as he screams out, "How the hell do you know that name?" Standing firmly right on the ancient magic circle, he calmly sheathes his sword. His confident and completely relaxed aura echoes loudly throughout the massive empty room. "I am here to save you." In total contrast to that exciting statement, Samael just drops his head. His messy hair hides his eyes again, plunging the entire room back into a heavy, dead silence. The atmosphere suddenly becomes incredibly creepy and quiet. The only sound is cold liquid slowly dripping down from the heavy chains hanging on the gigantic tower pillars. Suddenly, his survivor instincts scream at him. He quickly whips his head around, his razor-sharp eyes scanning right behind him. Dark debris starts falling from the high ceiling, instantly signaling that something incredibly dangerous is about to strike. Right in front of him, a massive wave of dark demonic aura billows up like toxic smoke straight from the deep cracks in the ground. A heavily armored ghost engulfed in purple flames suddenly rises up. The system announces a brutal B-rank level 36-star warrior lord. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss how this fight goes down. Stick with me here. Things are about to get wild. Our MC is sweating bullets in pure shock. Wait, didn't he just kill this thing? No time to think. The monster charges, slashing its claws fast enough to tear space itself, and it gets worse. All around him, eerie pillars of light explode from the ground one after another, summoning an endless horde of undead warriors to the battlefield. Facing this absolute nightmare of an ambush, he is completely stunned. How could there possibly be this many of them? Even around the massive stone altar holding Sam, the ground violently cracks open as vicious monsters pour out, completely swarming the entire pillar. In just a flash, our guy is completely swallowed up by a black armored army blazing with purple flames and pure killer intent. Suddenly, from the center of their ranks, a giant boss steps forward. It radiates suffocating pressure. A star attribute level 40 B rank lord, the Death Soul General. Its deep, echoing voice drops like a final death sentence. Enter the forbidden grounds, and you will only find death. He readies his sword, gritting his teeth as he sizes up this insanely tense situation. This is going to be incredibly tough. Watching our main character get completely surrounded by these nightmare monsters, Sam, chained high up in the background, suddenly throws his head back and laughs wildly. Haha, he looks down with a deeply mocking smile, absolutely gloating at the kid's misery. You really just walked right into your own grave and lured them all out. Totally ignoring the grumpy old man's trash talk, he points his sword, gets into stance, and snaps right back at him. Cut the crap. How exactly do I get you out of here? Sam just smirks with pure arrogance, replying with the most condescending attitude imaginable. You can't even find the key, yet you still talk about saving me? Now pay attention to this part. Hearing Sam's hint, he pieces the puzzle together. Muttering about the key, his eyes lock onto the massive sword in the general's hand. A light bulb goes off in his head. The massive size of that weapon is the exact perfect match. Analyzing the massive energy flowing from the undead general, he spots the critical clue. Plus, that overwhelming power from earlier was completely made of pure star attribute energy. Realization hits him like a truck. Sweating with pure gamer excitement, he blurts out the absolute truth. That giant sword is the key. Hearing that, Sam smiles slightly, his eyes showing a rare flash of real approval, fast reflexes. But then he instantly dumps a bucket of brutal, cold reality right on the kid's head. But you should know just how crazy arrogant it is to think you can save me. Everything clicks. With a razor-sharp, cold glare, our guy exposes the hidden rules of this game. No wonder the God Clan blocked anyone above C rank from joining this hunting tournament. Standing tall while surrounded by literal death, he calls out their entire dark plot, because they want to completely hide everything that exists down here. They know perfectly well that even if a B rank awakened found this place, they would absolutely die a graveless death. Hearing that sharp logic, Sam glares down and delivers a chilling verdict. Seems you already know your own ending. But staring death right in the face, the kid's eyes burn with the insane wild confidence of a guy holding a massive trump card. Not me, old man. The badass system panel spins brilliantly once again, switching him over to the core attribute fighter. An explosive aura of pure power erupts around him, followed by his ice-cold death sentence for the monsters. Just die obediently. Wrapped in the blazing flames of his brand new class, he grits his teeth. His face is intense, his voice dripping with confidence as he drops an offer Sam cannot refuse. Wanna bet? If I actually save you, dwarfed inside a massive ring of purple fire and bony grunts, he keeps a totally straight face, casually looking up at the chained guy. Well, how about it? What do you think of my deal? Right at that exact second, the system finally finishes its analysis, flashing a blindingly bright nameplate that would make anyone pass out. Demon King rank, Sam. Turns out our boy has been casually trash-talking a real, genuine Demon King this entire time. Hanging high up in the air, Sam lowers his head, messy hair completely hiding his eyes. Deep down, he is genuinely stunned by the kid's sheer arrogance. He doesn't have a single ounce of fear. Suddenly, his lips curl up into an incredibly excited, wicked smirk. Interesting. Bring it on! His eyes suddenly glow bright in the pitch-black darkness. Roaring with dark laughter, he lays out a massive, insanely tempting contract. I know what you're thinking. Totally insane gamble, right? The Demon King promises any wish if freed, but the second the deal is struck, the system heavily flashes a brutal red warning about this boss. Lord Boss, the Death Soul General. Star attribute, possessing high-level intellect. Enemy skill set and true danger level currently unknown. Cannot be scanned. Yeah, this boss is absolutely no joke at all. Giving them zero time to negotiate their terms, the level 40 general raises its giant sword high, gathering a terrifyingly harsh purple energy for a heavy punishment strike. It viciously swings the heavy weapon straight down at him, moving with a crazy speed that literally tears the surrounding air apart. A massive magical explosion violently erupts, completely shredding the solid ground into tiny pieces. Luckily, our guy is fast enough to backflip away just in time to dodge this huge area of effect damage. He frowns hard, gripping his sword tightly in a defensive stance while sweating bullets. He quickly calculates the enemy's insane tankiness. That attack power is way too high. The black-armored general gives him literally 0 seconds to breathe. A massive wave of demonic aura rolls off its body, creating endless blurry afterimages as it charges up for the next brutal attack. With absolutely no way to retreat, his eyes flash with stubborn resolve. His pupils shrink, focusing intensely just to track the target's terrifying movement speed. Using offense as his best defense, he aggressively leaps high into the air. He swings back, unleashing a brilliant streak of light that violently smashes the flying debris away. The boss instantly launches its massive body upward, literally blocking out the light. It swings that giant greatsword with suffocating pressure, crushing straight down toward his exact position. The blade of death smashes fiercely into the spot he just left, shattering the solid rock beneath it with heavy, terrifying force. In that split second, their weapons violently clash, sending sparks flying everywhere. The system suddenly flashes, and a massive muscular gorilla is summoned to intervene. His beast steps right up, directly helping its master block the insane, crushing pressure from the boss. The gorilla attacks from above, smashing down to create just enough space. This lets him roll backward, dodging the enemy's crazy, relentless slash. Meanwhile, Sam is still hanging on his cross, just casually enjoying the show. Slightly surprised, the Demon King quietly mutters to himself, "A summoner? Wait, a human who actually possesses two different classes?" The Demon King narrows his eyes, secretly nodding as he finally acknowledges the kid risking his life as a mercenary for him. His actual strength really isn't bad at all, but that smile fades fast as he glances at the massive, endless swarm below, dropping a totally cold, hard reminder. Trust me, his real problem is that entire undead legion. Back in the fight, he starts panting heavily, his face dripping with tense sweat. He fully admits this crazy bet is not going to be easy. The massive general charges up once again. Purple demonic energy violently explodes like a storm around its greatsword as it slowly advances like an unstoppable tank of pure destruction. He quickly raises his sword across his vision, pooling every single drop of his strength to face the demon's insanely powerful overhead strike head-on. Alright, stick with me. We're dropping into a boss fight that absolutely breaks the scale. The parry skill flashes on the system screen, weapons violently clash, and the crushing force makes the air violently shake. Even with his defense skill fully activated, the insane recoil is just way too much. He's blasted flying backward through the air. His blade slips out of its trajectory as he hits the ruined ground. Bai has to brutally stab his sword deep into the bedrock, tearing up the earth just to break his insane momentum. The status window flashes a bloody red warning. Coughing up blood, his eyes lock onto the enemy in pure shock and frustration. How does a monster know how to use high-tier parry skills? Before he can even wipe his face, the massive boss swings its greatsword in a wide arc. Bai is forced completely on the defensive, desperately blocking those frantic, heavy strikes. Gritting his teeth, he pushes all his mana outward. He grips the hilt for dear life, his hands physically shaking under the sheer crushing weight of the enemy's power. Even with his class unlocked, human limits are real. Bai clutches his chest, violently coughing, his face totally pale from internal damage. This is bad, even though he's already reached the absolute peak of his current tier. He steps back, gasping for air. Glancing at the giant boss and the horde of B-rank monsters ready to slice him up, he sighs helplessly. The tragic life of an F-rank grinder. Facing down a whole entire swarm of B-rank monsters like this? Yeah, it's honestly just way too much to handle. Boom! The giant boss's shockwave blasts everything away. A vicious slash carrying blazing purple flames rips right through the air, forcing Bai into an absolute dead end. The terrifying pressure sends the kid spinning violently through the air like a literal rag doll, painting a tragic arc across the sky. But quick as lightning, Bai flips, lands hard, and slams his blade into the floor. He carves a massive trench into the ground just to stop that wild momentum. Now pay attention here, because this general won't let him breathe. Its colossal shadow completely swallows him up once again. It smashes its weapon straight into the stone altar with earth-shattering destructive force. As the thick dust finally clears, Bai struggles to look up. Fresh blood drips from his mouth, but his eyes are burning with pure frustration and absolute defiance. Across the battlefield, the black-armored grunts are joining in to gang up on him. Their weapons slice right into his monkey summon, treating its body like a meat shield and sending blood flying. Seeing his pet getting absolutely shredded, Bai screams out in pure agony. "Kong, no!" He frantically reaches his hand forward, yelling desperately like a parent calling their kid out of danger. "Get back here now!" Instantly, the summoning light flashes brightly. The pet recall skill activates exactly in the nick of time, snatching his muscular monkey away from the general's brutal finishing blow. Retreating safely, Bai hunches over and pants heavily. Clutching his bleeding wounds, he mutters out a truly harsh reality. Every single one of these monsters is a whole tier higher than him. The painful memories come flooding right back. He remembers the brutal grinding from earlier. Just killing one single undead warrior completely drained every drop of energy from both him and Kong. Gritting his teeth, he evaluates the enemy lineup in front of him with absolute, undeniable despair. And now, staring him down are 10 black-armored warriors, plus an elite commander-general with completely overwhelming power. Right in the heat of this life-or-death moment, that suspended demon lord uncle starts running his mouth. He pours sarcastic, mocking insults directly into Bai's ears about facing absolute power. Sam looks down at him with one eye, half pity, half pure disgust. Then he drops a cold, hard line. The weak will never have even a single spark of hope. But the comeback King Bai isn't bowing out that easily. He snaps his head up, eyes blazing with an unyielding fighting spirit. He firmly shoots back that they don't understand the real nature of this battle. Looking down from above, you see Bai standing tall right in the middle of a massive monster horde closing in. You and I both know he's outmatched, right? But locking his eyes onto that towering purple-flamed general, his voice turns dead steady. This was absolutely never a fight to the death. Suddenly, Bai throws his gaze to the empty sky and screams an order. Little Lin ambushed them from behind. Answering his desperate call, a blinding wave of magical energy violently explodes. His avian summon, Little Lin, spreads its brilliantly glowing wings, instantly raining a brutal preemptive strike right down on the monsters. A storm of light feathers, sharp as razors, rips through the air. They pin down the entire squad of black-armored undead warriors, caught totally off guard by this aerial ambush. Deafening crashes echo out. The grunts wildly break formation, the purple flames around them flickering madly from the dizzying stun attack. Seizing that absolute golden window of opportunity, Bai's pupils sharply contract. He roars in pure hype. Now's the time. The system window flashes a blinding red. Activating his flash skill at godlike speed, Bai's figure turns into a literal lightning bolt tearing through the chaotic space. With completely unreal agility, he weaves and slides right past dozens of giant descending sword blades. Smooth as an eel dodging a pack of crocodiles. The second he slips behind the boss, the system goes crazy. His signature dirty place style kicks in as he switches to the Ice Mage class. Bai's hands instantly glow with a freezing blue light. A surging ice magic skill blasts straight into the massive greatsword clutched in the boss's hand. A massive block of thick ice rapidly spreads, completely sealing the general's blade. He reads his enemy perfectly, grinning as he catches that one split-second moment of absolute hesitation. The boss suddenly freezes up, stunned by its iced-over weapon. Knowing he's got this, Bai calculates the next move. Right now, every ounce of the monster's attention is focused on breaking that damn ice. Not wasting this once-in-a-lifetime opening, he spins around, raising his mana-blazing sword high. Throwing his entire soul into it, he screams, "Then just stand there and take my absolute full-powered strike." A brilliantly blinding flash splits the dark night in two. Packing total destructive power, Bai's glowing blade chops straight into the side of the undead general. But instead of slicing the boss in half, a deafening screech of colliding metal rings out. The general's armor is just way too tough, violently bouncing Bai right back. It blocked the hit, sure, but the monster's blood-red eyes suddenly flash with total confusion. It's like it finally realizes something is very, very wrong here. The key. Proving the boss's sudden panic right, Bai bounces back from the impact and proudly finishes his dramatically interrupted monologue. "I told you from the start. The true nature of this battle." He flips and lands perfectly. Pointing his sword straight at the purple-flamed boss's face, he smirks. Was absolutely never about killing each other. He drags out the drama saying, "It was about," when suddenly, right above them in the sky, Kong's summoning circle ominously appears once again. The whole point of this show wasn't a death match. It was a pure distraction. Bai tilts his head back, laughing out loud. It's a battle for the objective. So what do you and I learn from this? The guy who steals the objective wins the game. Our boy just exposed the ultimate gamer truth. Kong's massive furry hand reaches out right from behind the boss. The monkey tightly grabs the hilt of that glowing pink-purple greatsword, the exact item revealed to be the actual key. Let's dive right in. The Death Soul General reaches for his sword, ready to strike the gorilla and snatch the key. But before he can even blink, the ape is one step ahead, grabbing the key while the general stands there looking completely clueless. Seeing that massive beast secure the key, the smirk on Bai Yi's face instantly freezes. His eyes practically bug out of his head. His face contorts in absolute horror, like he just witnessed a plot twist he completely didn't see coming. Suddenly, a blinding purple magic slash violently rips right through the air. It brutally executes the rugged gorilla monster, leaving the beast frozen in absolute shock. A cold, blood-red system window pops up on the screen. Summoned Beast Zero has died, signaling the tragic and sudden death of the giant creature. Stepping out from the eerie mist, the swordsman reveals himself, a pitch-black armored knight, his purple cape violently flapping in the wind, with creepy chains swinging from his armor. Glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness of his helmet, along with a spine-chilling warning echoing from the abyss below. Absolute crushing despair finally crashes down on them. The Dark Warrior stands there majestically, coldly swinging his weapon as he watches the beast's corpse shatter into tiny glowing fragments beneath his feet. Bai Yi stares in wide-eyed disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, unable to hold back a sharp gasp of shock. No. No. A chilling voice echoes through the air. You have completely underestimated their true strength. At that exact moment, the system identifies the enemy. Star Attribute Warrior, Level 40 Supreme Boss, B Rank, Death Soul General. Up above them, the chained man finally speaks slowly, his gaze heavy and incredibly serious. These death spirits are on a whole different level compared to the magic beasts you have fought before. Looking down from above, Hiwei looks incredibly tiny, completely surrounded by 6 massive towering Death Soul generals. And then the chained guy drops another massive bombshell on him. These monsters actually used to be his own subordinates. Under that suffocating pressure, Hiwei breaks into a cold sweat. Gripping his weapon tight, he braces himself to block the incoming strike from the giant demon general towering right over him. He grits his teeth, his eyes turning razor sharp. He stays completely silent, but his entire body shifts into a stance ready to explode. Now pay attention. This is where the fight gets crazy. Giving him zero time to breathe, the demon general heavily swings his massive blade down, forcing Hiwei to leap into the air. A green teleportation skill window flashes, and he vanishes like a gust of wind. Suddenly, another monster leaps down from above, swinging its massive sword straight toward his head. Even with death missing him by just an inch, Hiyu stares directly at the monster. His sharp face maintains a completely terrifying level of absolute calmness. His eyes dart around quickly, calculating an escape route. With unbelievable flexibility, he backflips through the air, perfectly twisting his body to dodge the massive magic blast like an absolute pro. Landing just outside their encirclement, Hiyu lowers his center of gravity, completely crushing the rocks beneath his feet to stop his momentum. Without wasting a second, he twists and swings his greatsword, unleashing a blazing golden crescent slash that violently clashes with the Dark Knight. But reality is brutal. Before he can even recover his stance, 2 more demon generals lunge out of the shadows, slamming their weapons down at him from both sides. In a split second of weakness from the heavy recoil, Hiyue's grip completely slips. His giant sword slides forward, almost flying right out of his hands. Thinking incredibly fast, he heavily leans his body to the side. He stretches his arm and tightly snatches the hilt back mid-air before it can fly away. Reclaiming his weapon, Hiyue smoothly spins around. He perfectly executes a flawless sword dance, creating a solid shield of light that easily blocks the enemy's crushing follow-up attack. Watching this peak survival swordplay, the chained man floating high above nods his head in genuine approval. Truly impressive physical skills. A block skill window brightly flashes on screen as Hiyue aggressively deflects the giant weapon away. The chained guy just keeps talking like a professional esports commentator. His class progression really has already reached the absolute maximum limit. His eyes narrow, his tone filled with undeniable praise. For a fragile human, he is truly an outstanding genius. But the second the compliment ends, harsh reality smacks our boy right in the face. I know what you're thinking. He's totally screwed here. The man states the obvious, but you are all alone. Down below, 6 deadly weapons point directly at Bai Yi, perfectly proving that these monsters are a unified team. The curse of getting ganged up on strikes instantly. A demon general brings down a heaven-shattering blow. The heavy impact forces Bai Yi to hold his sword horizontally, blocking the strike as electric sparks fly everywhere. The raw force of the slash sends Bai Yi aggressively sliding backward. Both of his hands deeply claw into the stone floor to break, while a cruel, mocking voice echoes from above. No matter how you look at it, you have zero chance of winning. He drops to one knee, heavily panting. Sweat drips down his face, but his eyes stare upward, burning with a wild, absolute refusal to surrender. Hearing the word team, Bai Yi's pupils suddenly shrink. A glorious golden memory violently flashes through his mind, making him mutter under his breath. A team? I used to have a team too. The memory pulls Bai Yi deep into the past. Standing before the magnificent headquarters of the Divine Guild, his younger self coldly declares, I don't need a team. I'm completely fine on my own. The scene shifts into a luxurious high-end room. Bai Yi sits with his legs lazily crossed on a plush sofa, complaining to the middle-aged man totally relaxing across from him. I am just not used to coordinating my attacks with other people. The scruffy man casually holds a cigarette, blowing out a faint cloud of smoke. He lazily calls out his bluff. I know you think you are the absolute best, and you just hate others getting in your way. Hit right where it hurts, Bai Yi physically jumps in his seat. Sweating bullets, he desperately waves his hands to clear his name. Hey, I totally didn't mean it like that. The kid gets super awkward, awkwardly looking down to avoid eye contact. He mutters quietly, I am just really bad at socializing with people. The man firmly crushes his cigarette right into the ashtray. His powerful, commanding voice cuts straight through the kid's terrible excuse. Nonsense. The scarred man then smiles warmly like a father, looking fondly at his incredibly stubborn young student. Haven't the two of us been getting along just fine? Remembering that specific moment, the past Bai Yi could only hesitate and think to himself, that is purely because you are my master. Meanwhile, his master stands proudly in front of the guild gates, lifting his chin to give an order. Stop talking nonsense, just go and give it a try. They are all incredibly capable warriors that I personally handpicked myself, along with a piece of highly genuine advice. You really need to make some friends, kid. The image of his three new teammates, fully glowing with confidence and bright smiles, appears right in front of Bai Yi. This single moment opens a brand new, unforgettable chapter in his life. Bai Yi's inner voice softens, completely filled with nostalgia as the silhouettes of the four of them walking side by side appear in his mind. I thought with our different personalities and backgrounds, it would be awkward. But before I knew it, we spent all those years together. Snapping out of his memories, the brutal reality viciously drags He-Wei back to the present. His face is completely covered in dirt and scratches, but his eyes are more unyielding than ever. I have never fought alone. His eyes sharpen, burning with an absolute raging fire of willpower as he mutters with pure determination. Trust me, you'll want to see this. Since returning, I've never been alone. Bai Yi's body violently erupts in brilliant purple magic as the system instantly announces his massive transformation. Stick with me here. We are jumping right into an epic showdown. As a star mage, he roars with absolute fury. I carry their grudge. Without hesitation, he punches the sky, triggering his ultimate skill. The system glows neon red. Earth Star Surge. The ground shakes violently. Countless razor-sharp stone pillars erupt straight from the earth, completely splitting the enemy formation in half. A system screen pops up with the details. The Star Mage class can instantly warp the surrounding terrain. With their battle formation completely broken, a black-armored demon general loses his balance, stepping heavily onto the peak of a massive newly formed boulder. Catching the exact right moment, Bai Yi grits his teeth. Pure purple magic wraps around his hand as he clenches it into a ruthless fist. Matching the tight grip of his hand, the gigantic stone pillars violently slam together. They instantly swallow the demon generals, crushing them inside a massive, indestructible rock trap. Standing right in front of the towering stone block, He-Wei keeps up his chanting stance. He uses his raw magic power to mercilessly crush every single enemy trapped inside. Witnessing this absolute game-changing moment, the man chained up in the air stays completely calm, quietly judging the fight from above. I am already familiar with all the different classes, he mutters. But before anyone can even celebrate, a gigantic greatsword blazing with red and black fire suddenly crashes down onto the cliff. The massive impact forces Bai Yi to burst away at absolute maximum speed just to dodge it. Stepping out from the blinding light, the Death Soul Lord finally reveals his massive, terrifying body. He raises his colossal heavy sword high, unleashing a suffocating, bloodthirsty aura. Facing deadly danger, Bai Yi pushes forward. He grips his razor-sharp dagger tightly, eyes burning wild with absolute killing intent. He is ready to risk it all. Suddenly, bright red blood splatters high into the empty air, painting this brutal, no-rules deathmatch in true terror. Sadly, the power gap is just way too massive. The demon general's giant dark sword completely impales Bai Yi's body, violently pinning him high up in mid-air. Bai Yi's head drops as he violently coughs up a huge mouthful of fresh blood. He smirks, whispering bitterly. A single strike from a B-rank lord is seriously brutal. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. Right at death's door, his bleeding hand suddenly grips the hilt of the enemy's massive sword. Absolute confusion and pure shock becomes super clear on the demon general's black-armored face. Meanwhile, the chained older guy floating above calmly drops some serious combat theory. You can only split through layers of ice by relying entirely on your giant weapon. A freezing wave of pure ice explodes from Bai Yi's hand, rapidly freezing its way up the enemy's entire arm. The system flashes, confirming a class switch to Cloud Mage. He looks up, throwing a cocky taunt. But right now, you cannot slice anything. Bai Yi roars, unleashing every drop of his passive power. The space transforms into a blinding white, ultra-freezing zone. He unleashes the elemental ultimate, Icebone World. The system instantly confirms the lethal strike. Icebone World, a C-rank Cloud Mage skill. It uses raw elemental force to completely freeze the single target standing right in front of him, massively boosting the success rate. The violently freezing ice rapidly coats his massive body, throwing the black-armored demon general into absolute panic. He lets out a completely furious roar. Up above, the chained man watches this entire tide turn, his eyes totally wide with pure shock and disbelief. This crazy kid, his incredibly sharp mind rapidly breaks down the boy's absolutely insane battle strategy. First, he smartly used the Star Mage skills to separate the small fry, successfully setting up a perfect one-on-one scenario. The guy continues in pure awe. Then he used his own body as bait. He purposely let the enemy's weapon stab a non-fatal spot, taking advantage of the exact split second the monster could not pull the blade out. He instantly swapped out of the mage class just to freeze his target. Bai Yi dashes forward, raising his blade high to deliver a fatal strike right down onto the spiked frozen arm. Even though he is fighting completely alone, the floating chained man mutters. Right at that exact second, the system flashes another massive class change. Core Warrior. And exactly as the skill window brightly flashes with three-way severance, Bai Yi's heavy blade viciously slashes straight down into the monster's heavily frozen arm. You saw that too, right? The chained guy is right. He is just one guy, but fights like a whole army. The system helpfully explains just how overpowered this ultimate is. Three-way severance. It charges absolutely all his strength for one single strike, completely bypassing all enemy defense to cleanly sever the target. But right after using it, he will fall into a major exhaustion state. This core Holy Warrior skill evolved right from the Purifier class. Taking the bone-shattering hit straight on, the Death Soul Lord only has time for one bitter curse. Damn you. His massive body violently explodes. It shatters into thousands of icy pieces, mixing perfectly with a dark red rain of blood splashing wildly into the air. Crashing back down to the ground, Bai Yi stumbles, barely able to stand. He is battered and soaked in blood, but still breathes out a cocky joke. Kept you waiting. He jerks his head up. His sharp face is covered in fresh wounds, but his eyes shine with absolute arrogant brilliance. He yells, "Here is the key," not missing a beat. Using every last ounce of strength, Bai Yi aggressively hurls the magic-infused red greatsword high up. The colossal blade tears through the wind. It leaves a blinding streak of pure light, aiming straight for the gigantic lockup on the cliff wall. Out of the rubble, the remaining demon generals try to smash through their ice seals and rush out to stop him. But they are way too late. The shattered lord's core suddenly glows, echoing a forbidden growl from the dead. "Do not you dare!" But the sword stabs violently into the center of the magic lock, triggering a massive shockwave that shakes the entire room. The lock starts shifting to open. The insane pressure actually causes the surrounding stone walls to violently crack and splinter apart. Losing their anchor point, the heavy, rough chains that imprisoned the man for so long all snap at once, crashing loudly down to the floor. Finally completely free from his long-time chains, the floating man smirks, dropping some very genuine praise from the bottom of his heart. "Ha! You actually pulled it off." Down below, Bai Yi collapses to his knees, his broken body finally hitting the absolute red alert limit. Struggling to breathe, he reminds him of their deal. "Earlier, you said any condition." He glares up with razor-sharp eyes at the newly freed guy, roaring, "You would meet my demands!" Before he can even finish, a wave of pure killing intent hits. Bai Yi grits his teeth, swinging his dagger to fight back, but his stamina is completely gone. The dark shadow of the Death Soul Lord looms right behind him, violently lifting his small body completely off the ground. At the exact same time, the surviving demon generals completely smashed through their giant stone cages. Giant rocks explode, sending debris flying everywhere. With zero energy left to dodge, Bai Yi takes the full aftershock. He spits up blood, frowning and screaming in pure agony. Pinned to the ground, he tilts his head back. A totally satisfied smile crosses his face as he demands payback. "Now it is your turn to keep that promise." The long-haired man stretches out his shoulders, floating high up in the air. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's clear order echoes loudly, "Wipe them out right now!" "So what do you and I make of this?" The guy smirks and accepts the massive job. His body seals completely shatter apart, revealing swirling black tattoos dripping with absolutely insane magic power. "All right, you and I are about to watch absolute carnage," he smirks arrogantly. "I do not need your permission to act." Energy surges on his forehead as a wicked, twisted demon horn slowly erupts, tearing right through space itself. The tyrant's full aura awakens, triggering massive thunderclaps that completely shake the heavens. His cold, piercing eyes lock onto them as he delivers the sentence, "I will never forgive any traitor." Looking down from above, he looks exactly like a god of destruction. His deadly focus is entirely locked onto the ungrateful demon generals cowering below him. Deadly lightning flashes in his sharp eyes, and an overwhelming killer intent erupts, completely crushing all their resistance. With just a single thought, a massive pillar of thunder rips through the ceiling, striking straight down from the empty void. The lightning bolt hits its target with absolute destructive force, mercilessly swallowing a black armored lord into a terrifying sea of pure electrical energy. A deafening explosion echoes out as lightning violently rips apart the ground. In a single blink, the enemy is completely burned away into scattered ash. As the thick dust clears, the horned tyrant slowly descends. His dark robes flutter wildly, carrying an oppressive aura that forces everyone into absolute silence. They can only stare at the monster tightly gripping Bai Yi by the neck. Suddenly, he activates a technique and completely vanishes right in front of everyone. A split second later, he appears directly before the monster. His demonic glare leaves the beast so utterly paralyzed with shock that it cannot speak a single word. A sharp, dry crack echoes out. He casually reaches out with his bare hand and effortlessly catches the blade of a giant, terrifying sword. He instantly crushes every last shred of the enemy's fragile hope. The long-haired demon tyrant unleashes an earth-shattering spinning kick, launching the black-armored general headfirst into the dirt with absolutely terrifying speed. The brutal impact creates a shockwave that violently shakes the entire space. Debris explodes everywhere, blinding the area just like a massive bomb going off. Over in a safe corner, Bai Yi collapses to his knees. Gripping the bleeding wound on his chest, he breathes heavily while keeping his eyes wide open to admire this incredibly satisfying cleanup operation. The demon tyrant steps menacingly out of the smoke. His entire body radiates blinding streaks of golden lightning, unleashing an oppressive aura that is utterly suffocating. Now watch closely. Here is where it gets crazy. Glaring at the surviving Death Soul Lords frozen in the sky, he coldly mocks them for being clueless. Ignoring the deadly risk, one general actually dives down, swinging a brutal axe straight at the tyrant. He does not even bother dodging. In a flash, he catches the razor-sharp axe with his bare hand as lightning fiercely crackles around his fingers. The tyrant easily swats the demon general high into the air, summoning a colossal pillar of lightning straight down to punish the fool. Afterward, he tightly crushes the traitor's lingering soul remnant right in his fist. The raging power of the fierce lightning shatters the dark mask, violently crumbling it into useless pieces. He roars out loud, finally finishing his interrupted sentence. "You will learn just how fatally wrong you were." Standing surrounded by his former subordinates, furious purple lightning dances wildly around the tyrant, screaming out in anger on behalf of its master. His eyes glow blood red, spitting out every word with pure hatred for these biting the hand that fed them. Lightning strikes endlessly, dropping cruel punishments that send the demon generals flying away like a bunch of broken, worthless toys. Without a single drop of mercy, he grabs one by the head and slams his body into the stone floor with absolute crushing force. The entire room is drowning in a sea of destructive lightning. His voice echoes straight into their souls. "This place was clearly our true home." While the old man is busy cleaning house, a little wood element spirit bird pops up, casting a gentle green healing light right onto Bai Yi's chest. The system window perfectly times its report of his recovery. Emotions exploding, the tyrant screams until his veins pop, exposing his enemy's crimes. "Those fakes calling themselves the God Clan are the ones who stole our lands." He fires off a blinding lightning strike that blasts an enemy away. Venting his burning rage onto the next target, he yells, "But you did not even think about fighting back." A massive lightning blade crashes into the earth, ripping space itself and slicing every obstacle clean in half. "Instead, you chose to betray me." This terrifying declaration forces the final demon general to crawl on his knees before his former king. And then he looks down at the monster, throwing out a painfully toxic mockery. "You decided to act as their little guard dog. I know exactly what you are thinking right now. Let that sink in for a second." His glowing eyes drill into the traitor's soul. "Is being their dog more fun than serving me?" The traitor drops, begging for any shred of pity. "My lord, everything we did was just for survival. We had no other choice." Hearing that pathetic, cowardly excuse, his face slightly drops, bitterly repeating the words, "just for survival." But totally ignoring the monster's desperate begging, the tyrant stays ice cold and swings his blade directly at him without any hesitation. Lightning explodes. With insane reflexes, the tyrant punches a fatal blow straight through the enemy's chest, ruthlessly exposing the painful truth. So does that make it not a betrayal? Taking the full heart-piercing strike, the demon general rests his head on his old master's shoulder, whispering his final surrender. Please, just kill me. Asking for such an easy death only fuels the fire of rage. Veins violently bulge on the tyrant's forehead. You betrayed me, yet you expect to die so easily? The tyrant reaches his hand straight to the sky, summoning 1,000 years of hateful lightning into one single terrifying point. The demon general's body is instantly incinerated from the inside out by the blinding electrical light. His agonizing screams violently tear through the dark night. Standing in the horrifying flashes of lightning, half his face sinks into dark shadows. His eyes glow exactly like a real demon, grinding out words laced with a bloody curse. I am done playing nice. The demon tyrant swings his arm, creating razor-sharp blades of pure electricity. He roars ruthlessly, I will slice your body into endless tiny pieces. The unlucky demon general takes the full blast of fury, getting shocked until his outer armor literally explodes. His screams mix perfectly with the old king's curses, until your blood runs completely dry. Enduring a terrifying torture way beyond his limits, the previously arrogant lord is now just a broken mess, weakly begging for the end. I beg you, please just kill me. But right as the finishing lightning bolt is about to strike, a totally unexpected freak twist happens. A fierce sword aura wildly slices through the wind, dropping a massive, shocking question mark on everyone currently watching the scene. Slipping right through the boundary of life and death at light speed, Bai Yi swoops in like the absolute god of kill-stealing. He swings his sword in a beautifully clean strike, snatching the lord's life right under the tyrant's nose. A perfectly executed steal. The absolute madman smoothly retracts his sword stance and glides away looking incredibly cool, leaving the demon general's completely shattered energy body behind. The system instantly explodes with congratulatory chimes for this shameless, perfectly timed strike. Successively eliminated the Death Soul General. This comes with a massive reward, gaining 100,000 experience points and obtaining an S-class item, the Soul of the Communicator. It is not unlocked yet, but getting rich is clearly too easy. However, the tyrant above is absolutely not happy. He floats there with a blazing aura of lightning, glaring fiercely down at the brave kid who dared to snatch his prey. You dare interrupt my execution. His demonic eyes flash with ultimate threatening lightning as he furiously roars, who do you think you are? And that is where we leave it. Facing an aura that would crush normal people, Bai Yi calmly looks up, cold face, sweating cheek, but his eyes unshaken. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, we're diving straight into a flashback. The image of his sharp-dressed master in a suit flashed in his mind with a cryptic warning. Once you return to the past, I need you to find the 6 others, and then release every single one of them. Floating in his subconscious, Bai Yi stared at his master, his face completely confused as he asked, 6 others? But the older man gently stroked his chin, looking totally mysterious. Right, how should I put this? Suddenly, a wicked smile spread across his face as he pointed straight ahead. Right behind him, the massive black shadows of 6 terrifying entities appeared, radiating insane pressure. These were the 6 other great demon kings. Bai Yi completely froze for 5 seconds, totally speechless. Why would anyone force a good kid to release actual demon kings? But his master just pointed calmly at Bai Yi's beating heart. When the time comes, the heart I gave you will naturally sense them, he explained. The 2 of them stood face to face in the dark while the old master kept talking, slowly planting some serious rebellious ideas in his head. They absolutely hate those arrogant gods just as much as you do, so your ultimate goals are completely aligned. The frame suddenly split in half, perfectly showing Bai Yi's intensely determined face, right next to the old man's absolutely crazy smile. Once you finally break their seals and release them, let those demons become your ultimate god-slaying backup. A wild fantasy image flashed on screen, a hero riding a dragon fighting side by side with a dark demon lord. The master's voice rang out with pure excitement. Just thinking about it gets you hyped, right? A hero and a demon king actually teaming up. Haha, he clenched his fists tight, his eyes suddenly flashing with razor-sharp hatred. But those stupid ugly gods brought this entirely on themselves. Let's overthrow every single one of them together. Snapping back to the present, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly burn with fiery determination. He quietly finishes his master's thought. Under the rule of those gods, this world is completely filthy. Let's end the God Clan's rule. Thanks to that massive chunk of experience points he just absorbed, the system starts popping off with bright, flashy level-up fireworks. His main warrior core upgrades straight to B rank, his cloud magic hits B rank, and his star magic reaches C rank. Talk about a seriously insane return on his extremely risky investment. Breathing heavy, his chest heaves from total exhaustion. But Bai Yi still manages to glance up at a blindingly bright golden notification panel that just popped onto the screen. Now watch this closely. The hero's key conditions are finally met, unlocking the hero's tower. But as the adrenaline fades, his physical limits crash down hard. Bai Yi drops to his knees, slamming one hand onto the stone as the golden lightning around him completely fades away. His energy levels are completely zeroed out, but of course, his trash-talking mouth refuses to quit. He looks right up at the tyrant, laying out the facts. My condition was for you to instantly wipe them out. You failed. The tyrant, Sam Ani, squints down at the incredibly bold, loud-mouthed kid. Bai Yi drops a totally shameless line to justify stealing his kills. So, I just did it myself. Instantly provoked, the giant roars in anger. Lightning violently explodes all around his massive body as a deadly threat. Do you really think unsealing me gives you the right to make demands? He booms. But without a single ounce of fear, Bai Yi painfully pushes off his knees and stands right back up. Radiating pure defiance, he stares down the Demon King. You and I both know the truth. On your own, you are never getting out of here. He looks around the massive, terrifying space of this giant prison, calmly spitting out the bitter truth. This entire tower exists for one single reason: to completely suppress your power. If you want to rot in here forever, then go ahead and kill me right now. What an absolute madman gamble. That psychological hit is so brutal, it literally leaves the tyrant Samani completely speechless. He glares intensely at Bai Yi, staying completely silent as he weighs his options. Knowing he's won, Bai Yi drops the final bomb, casually throwing out a name powerful enough to shake the entire demon world. Do you still remember Bai Yi Takach? The giant tyrant freezes instantly. His expression wildly flips from pure burning rage to absolute jaw-dropping shock. I know what you're thinking, plot twist, right? Ignoring the giant's shock, Bai Yi looks up and says, "Finding you and freeing you completely. That was the exact deal I made with him." Floating massive in the air, he glares down at Bai Yi, absolutely burning with questions. A pathetic, completely normal human like you, how the hell could you possibly know Bai Yi? Bai Yi's blood-stained hand tightly grips his own chest, right over his wildly beating heart. Breathing heavily, he fiercely crushes the fabric of his shirt. This beating heart, this entire life. He looks straight up, his voice rock solid. They were all given to me by him. Bai Yi's eyes turn razor-sharp as he boldly declares, "Because of that, I absolutely refuse to die owing him a favor. Unsealing you right now is just step one." Hearing that insanely arrogant tone, the massive tyrant slowly crosses his arms, suddenly amused. "So, what exactly are you planning to do next?" A confident smirk creeps onto Bai Yi's face. With fire practically shooting from his eyes, he boldly declares, "I am going to completely smash this place to the ground and start a riot." Faint light beams down from the very top of the tower, perfectly highlighting the broken, heavy chains swinging in the air. It looks exactly like the ruins of a collapsed super prison. The scene instantly shifts to a massive, desolate wasteland. The glowing system interface pops up with a new location warning: the second floor of the abyss, straight into the ruined sector. The giant tyrant locks his hands behind his back, staring bitterly at the destruction. This place used to be our city. His massive bare feet slowly step down onto the freezing, shattered stone ruins. His voice drops into a heavy, thoughtful tone. "I can't even remember how many centuries ago it was, but I used to lead the entire demon clan." Distant memories suddenly flooded his mind, showing vivid flashes of a completely glorious past. They had suffered endlessly just to find this impossibly rich land, bursting with magic crystals and raw power to safely build their home. But that beautiful peace didn't last long at all. The entire sky literally ripped open, and a giant, terrifying hand violently crashed down from above. His deep voice trembled with pure, burning rage. A group calling themselves the gods marched an absolute massive army right into our home and blatantly invaded our territory. The Demon King's eyes burned with tragic fury. They cowardly ambushed us right when we were busy building our new home. And the absolute nightmare that followed. A brutal image flashed, miserable demons with heavy chains around their necks, breaking their backs, swinging pickaxes in the crystal mines. Their land was violently stolen, and their entire race was dragged down into brutal slavery. A towering skyscraper stretching straight from the abyss into the sky appeared on screen. The gods transformed this place into the Sky City, completely dividing it into two totally separate levels, the top and the bottom. The absolutely sickening luxury of the gods was on full display, partying and dancing while exposing the darkest irony of this world. That top tier up in the clouds, it's an insanely luxurious paradise built purely to serve the sick, extreme hedonistic pleasures of the so-called gods. But down here, it's a completely opposite nightmare. A pitch-black prison constantly echoing with the horrific groans and clanking of heavy iron chains. This miserable bottom floor is a cage for any human who dared to fight back alongside all of my former loyal soldiers. Above them, a massive, glowing pink pentagram barrier tightly sealed off every single possible exit. Those gods built an unbreakable barrier, permanently locking us in this hell. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll definitely want to see the insane payback coming next. The Demon King stared bitterly at the starving, skeletal slaves as they tossed magic crystals into a roaring furnace. These enslaved people were literally being worked to the bone, forced to repeat this horrific, back-breaking labor day in and day out. But the most terrifying part? Seeing those starved bodies suspended on chains, having their actual life force sucked dry. Some were drained so completely that their bodies literally crystallized into stone, endlessly used as batteries for the gods. Let's jump into this wild story. That floating city high up in the clouds? Pure cruelty. It hovers there, sucking endless energy just so the rich elites can live in luxury. Senya lowers his eyes, absolutely bitter. These people did nothing wrong, yet they suffer this horrible humiliation. Some are so broken they even forgot their own names. He turns his back, looking completely isolated and powerless. If those useless gods could actually kill me instead of just chaining me up, I probably would have shared the exact same tragic fate as the rest of them. Looking at the demon race sweating and suffering, Bai Yi speaks up. Sky City, huh? It is the most brutally honest picture of how our messed up world works. Bai Yi glares sharply into the void. The absolute top elites sit on their comfortable thrones, looking down just to crush the lives of the lower class beneath their boots. He grinds his teeth. Since when has this rotten world ever known the word fairness? Putting philosophy aside, Bai Yi faces reality, eyeing that massive energy machine and locks in a plan. If Sky City gets all its power from this one reactor, this just got way easier. Deep in his depression, the tyrant uncle hears this kid acting completely unbothered. He whips his head around, looking super confused. Hands in his pockets, Bai Yi drops orders like a total boss. You break the chains and free everyone on this floor, then smash that energy reactor. Meanwhile, I will go upstairs and shred the barrier trapping you all. The tyrant sneers, totally doubting Bai Yi and his skinny frame. You are going to shatter the barrier? Relying on your solo strength just is not going to cut it. Those gods are not dumb enough to build a trap that easily breaks from the inside. Bai Yi smirks slyly, raises an eyebrow, and fires back. Who told you I was doing this alone? His eyes flash with pure calculation. Before stepping into this hunting ground, I already set up my backup plan. Everything is ready. His tone hardens, eyes blazing with a promise. I will break you out of this hellhole and send you back where you belong. Staring up at the towering structure, Bai Yi drops an absolutely epic line. I will level this entire god tower to the ground. Now pay attention here. While our guy drops heat in the dungeon, the scene shifts directly upstairs. Other candidates are literally screaming at a massive vine monster. The system flashes red. Level 36B rank Woodlord boss, Ni Lingthi. Desperate shouts echo everywhere. Even if we combine our strength, no, even if every single candidate attacked at once, we still have zero chance of winning. A dude in a purple suit, pale as a ghost and dripping with sweat, backs away. We are only C-rank awakeners. Below him, plants are already munching on an unlucky candidate. He sobs, completely losing all hope. There is absolutely no way to beat a B-rank boss. Right at their lowest moment, a determined guy glares hard, trying to hype up the squad. No, everyone stop panicking right now. He desperately tries to rally them. We can fight together. If we combine our forces, we might actually take this thing down. But Purple Suit Guy is practically paralyzed with fear. He curses the brave dude. You think we are cheap commoner trash like you? Crying his eyes out, he starts loudly regretting his entire life choice. We are elite nobles from the private academy. If I knew it was this dangerous, I would have rather died than step foot in here. Ignoring their argument, the giant Woodlord boss made entirely of roots is just chillin', enjoying its absolute nightmare of a meal. The system coldly displays a devouring warning, followed by brutal crunching noises. Purple Suit points at the beast, screaming in pure panic. Does that thing look like a normal monster to you? Trembling, he keeps backing up, his voice dripping with absolute disgust for the lower class. Who joins this ridiculous tournament just for some petty cash? That direct insult hits deep. The spear guy freezes, radiating pure, overwhelming grief and rage. For money, he whips around, a vein popping on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he yells right at the fake noble. Stop living in your own delusions. Gripping his spear, hands shaking, he roars, "We never volunteered for this." Then a painful memory hits him. Let that sink in for a second as we see his flashback. In a super rundown slum, two creepy guys in black cloaks smile wickedly at a woman. "Congratulations to you. You have been selected to join this upcoming hunting tournament." The husband, our spear guy, rushes out to shield his wife and newborn baby, begging frantically, "No, she just gave birth. Can I please go in her place instead?" Answering a desperate father is just the cold, overwhelming shadow of absolute power. Are you saying you want to disobey a direct order from the gods? Back in brutal reality, the poor warrior spits his rage through gritted teeth. This hunting tournament is literally just a slaughterhouse made to entertain those sick gods. Hiding behind a rock nearby, his exhausted wife holds her head in despair. Accepting her cruel fate, she chokes back tears. "Hubby, we are all just playthings for the gods." And honestly, she is not wrong. Right now, at the luxurious top floor of Sky City, the gods are kicking back, watching the massacre on a giant screen. Ha ha ha, look at them, they look terrified to death. Two arrogant nobles raise their wine glasses, enjoying this twisted show. "Ha ha ha! Hurry up, boss monster, wipe them out!" Right in the middle of the viewing deck, a top-tier guy with ruthless eyes drops the ultimate command. "I want a spectacular hunt." Back on the bloody battlefield, a blue-haired dude stammers in absolute horror. It just completely swallowed him whole. The hideous monster tilts its sharp head. Jagged teeth dripping drool, it locks onto fresh prey. Someone warns them, "It is looking right at us!" A glowing red aura of death builds up inside the monster's mouth. An absolutely devastating attack is about to drop. The plant lord's blood-red eyes glow, its raspy voice sounding straight from hell. It smells fresh blood. Feeling the killing intent, the terrified wife curls into a ball, shaking. The monster lunges at lightning speed. Sharp tentacles stab toward her. "Wife, you and I just witnessed a crazy cliffhanger right there. Watch closely. This is where it gets brutal." The husband screams his lungs out, diving right into danger to shield his wife from a massive green energy scythe. Blood sprays out in wild arcs. Using his own body as a meat shield, he takes the razor-sharp root straight through his chest, right in front of his absolutely stunned wife. The impact is just too heavy. He is launched into the air, his bloody body dropping like a broken doll. A heart-shattering scream rips from the wife. Seeing the man she loves most fall for her, she freezes completely, clutching her chest, eyes turning totally empty as she stumbles backward. Meanwhile, that cowardly guy in the purple suit just cowers by the cliff, bawling his eyes out like a pathetic piece of trash. Absolute nightmare. The giant shadow of the woodlord monster crashes down, swallowing the last bit of light. The husband's bloody hand falls completely limp. The horror unfolding right in front of Tui is unreal. The monster's giant slime-dripping jaws rip wide open, ready to swallow her whole. Bleeding out on the ground, the husband uses his very last breath to weakly reach out. But suddenly, a razor-sharp ice block tears through the air. It smashes right into the monster's face, making it roar in pain as a freezing figure appears midair. The system instantly announces a fatal skill, Cloud System Warrior, Ice Blade. This savior dives down like blue lightning, tearing the night apart with absolutely overwhelming frost power. He touches down looking legendary. Using a massive burst of energy to crush the charging root, he steps right in front of the terrified wife. Our savior lands smoothly, completely shattering the enemy's attack. Now pay attention, here is our heavy hitter. Black hair, flawless cold face. The system IDs him, Kamnikok-2, God's blessed of the Kim family. Hiding by the rock, the purple suit guy is practically choking on his own gasp. The #1 ranked player. The cowardly candidates hide behind him, crying happy tears. They think they are saved. But ignoring the cheers, Kamnikok-2 doesn't even look back, speaking pure ice. "Since you stepped onto this battlefield, your fate was sealed." He stares straight ahead, completely deadpan. No one ever escapes this sick game of the gods. Suddenly, an insanely arrogant and furious voice blasts right through his earpiece. "Hey, who the hell gave you permission to act? You are ruining our show, you idiot." The purple suit guy hears the echo, sweating bullets as he asks, "What do you mean?" Flash up to the VIP viewing room. The gods are completely ticked off that their fun got ruined by this guy. One noble just flashes a super twisted, creepy smile. What is the rush? I have another game." This fat god jiggles with sick excitement, screaming, "I want to see way more action in this hunting festival." Down below, the cruel order beams straight to Kamnikok-2. "Ignore that monster right now and turn around." He freezes in place, eyes hidden in pitch-black shadow, as the voice commands, "Kill the woman in front of everyone." The camera pans straight to the poor wife's absolute terror. The sickest, most twisted death sentence just dropped. Meanwhile, we snap back to the pitch-black dungeon. Bai Yi stands there, hands chilling in his pockets, locking in his insane plan. Unlock everyone down here, then smash the energy core. The tyrant Samani looks highly skeptical. Break the barrier? Your solo strength is nowhere near enough. The gods wouldn't design a barrier. You could just snap from the inside like that. I know what you are thinking, but watch this. Bai Yi smirks confidently. Who said I am alone? I left a backup before entering. Everything is ready. He stares the Demon King dead in the eyes, swearing a heavy oath. I will get you all out of here. Bai Yi's eyes practically burn with raw determination, dropping his ultimate arrogant goal. I will shatter this god tower. Taking in those insanely heavy, crazy words, the tyrant Samani stays quiet for a second. Then a genuinely impressed smile creeps onto the demon's face. The guy Boy need to Koch picked is actually interesting. Floating in midair, he looks back at Bai Yi, his massive voice echoing through the dungeon. I promised you one condition earlier. Time to pay up. Golden lightning suddenly detonates around the tyrant. He roars, unleashing his hidden legendary level power. Glowing in pure electric gold, the demon lord loudly announces to the gutsy kid, allow me to hand over a little gift of my own as an early thank you. Bam! A massive wave of lightning blasts right from his hand into Bai Yi. Boy Ni Takachi's heart handles any element. I am giving you my entire life's power. Bai Yi stands completely engulfed in the electric storm, eyes squeezed shut as raw power floods his veins. Sparks fry through his nerves. A blinding golden system frame pops up, elemental power maxed. Then a huge ping confirms his divine upgrade, lightning mage class unlocked. Bai Yi snaps his eyes open, pupils absolutely blazing with yellow lightning. Completely shocked, he blurts out, instant max lightning element? I actually got it. He stares wide-eyed at the system's screen flashing that glorious golden class tier. And the old tyrant is not even done. He tosses over an insanely detailed ring, telling him, take this one too. Bai Yi catches it while the uncle explains the heavy specs. That is my magic ring. Usually it is just infinite storage space, but it also transmits your voice straight to me. Call into it, and I will track your exact location. Those creepy demon eyes suddenly look wildly reliable. I, Liu Van, swear this right now. The lightning tyrant places a hand on his chest. Ends of the earth, I will come. Hearing that totally random name, Bai Yi looks super confused. Liu Van, aren't you Sama Ni? He smiles sadly. That was my original name. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive right back in. After everything that happened, the name Liu Van suits me way better. Only the few people I actually trust know it. Feeling the heavy trust and absolute respect from a demon king, Baik D closes his eyes with a relieved smile. Got it, Leo Vun. No more delays. He immediately pulls up the system, switching his class to Floral Summoner. Instantly, a glowing magic summoning circle lights up right under his feet. Baik D turns around, quickly giving his partner some final instructions. Time is running out. I need to get up there now. Once the barrier is destroyed, you have to lead everyone out of here immediately. A gorgeous jade-green illusion bird flaps its wings, flying out of the circle, obediently waiting for its summoner's command. Watching the back of this kid who's about to cause absolute chaos, Leo Vun lets out a massive booming laugh. Next time we meet, we are definitely drinking until we drop. Bakdane leaps onto the illusion bird's back and shoots straight into the sky, leaving behind that solid promise. It's a deal. Finally feeling true freedom again, Leo Vun looks up at the fading bird. His lips curl into the wild, arrogant smirk of a true demon king. Let's take this twisted little playground the gods built. Sitting on the flying beast's back, Baik D's voice rings out with pure, undeniable hype, and turn it, completely upside down. Boom! The scene cuts straight to the upper floor, right back to the bloodthirsty hunting ground. That giant root monster is still standing there, menacing as ever, tentacles thrashing through the air. A terrified wife backs up against the hard rock cliff. Completely helpless, she stares at the back of the black-haired guy standing defensively right in front of her. A voice crackles harshly from the communication device locked around his neck. Turn around. That incredibly cruel command stabs right through his basic humanity, playing out right in front of everyone. Kill that woman. The order leaves her absolutely petrified. Hearing this, the desperate husband immediately speaks up to stop him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Kamni Koktu tilts his head slightly, eyes going completely dark as he glances at the people collapsed on the ground. The voice urges him on. Hurry up. Kill his wife right in front of him. Do it. Now pay close attention here. The sick laughter of those twisted gods echoes through the device. Haha, Lopcock, you are so awful. But man, this makes things fun. Standing right on the edge of total corruption, Kamni Koktu's ice-armored hand trembles slightly. Then, he clenches his fist hard, crushing the freezing ice crystals into powder, finally making the ultimate choice to disobey. Kamni Koktu suddenly whips around, glaring intensely at the weak survivors. He lowers his voice and orders them away. All of you, get out of here right now. Even if you have to literally crawl, leave fast. Meanwhile, far away from that chaos, up in the luxurious VIP room, the gods drinking fine wine and enjoying the cruel show suddenly freeze in place. Giant question marks and absolute shock are written clearly all over their smug faces. Through their fancy surveillance screens, they watch Cam Ni Koktu's cold back turn away, completely ignoring their direct command. One guy mutters, "What? What is the meaning of this?" A bald, fat god jumps to his feet, his face turning bright red as he violently screams, "You little animal!" The two pointy-mouthed gods sitting next to him are sweating bullets, entirely unable to believe their own eyes. How could this fake god ever dare to pull a stunt like this? The fat guy curses like a maniac, his stomach fat literally jiggling in rage. He dared to blow up my earpiece. Just wait till he gets out. I'll skin him alive. Right in the middle of his screaming fit, another god panics and points at the floating virtual screen. Hey, 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 all of you, look at that. On the glowing electronic interface, the hunting tournament leaderboard suddenly shifts wildly. Right beneath Kamni Koktu in first place with 950 points, Baik D's name just proudly claimed the number 2 spot with 750 points. The gods scream out like they just saw a ghost. That leaderboard Baik D's score is showing up again. How is he not dead? The scene cuts once more, diving deep down into a gloomy, freezing mountain region, the dreaded dark mist forest. The lonely figure of Baik D steps right into the devil's lair. He looks up, walking straight through the thick, heavy canopy, silently carving the filthy truth of this twisted world into his very soul. From start to finish, this entire hunting tournament is nothing but a sick game for the gods. Suddenly, a massive, roaring beast bursts from the shadows, drooling from a jaw full of razor-sharp fangs. But Baik D's eyes? Completely deadpan, not a single ripple of fear. He coldly draws his weapon and mutters, "A demon is fine too." Flashes of awakened players helping each other run for their lives rush through Baik D's mind. He thinks to himself, even the awakened ones joining this match. He stands tall, electric lightning aura exploding all around him, eyes sharp as a deadly knife. Or absolutely anyone who has stepped foot inside this brutal arena. You and I both saw this coming, right? They're all just puppets pulled by strings in a game made by you gods. Baik D tilts his head up at the fake sky, golden lightning cracking around him with absolute majesty. But this game is still missing its most important player. And right now, the scene cuts straight back to the VIP room, where those gods are sitting proudly on their armchairs, arrogantly watching everything unfold. It is finally time for you gods to step into this game yourselves. Back in reality, Baik D stands tiny amidst the gloomy space. He quietly evaluates how this world is exactly like a massive dark mist forest. Freakish tree trunks stretch out everywhere, completely blocking the line of sight. Once you step into their zone of control, you will never find the right direction again. He squeezes his eyes shut, recalling his incredibly bitter and painful past. In my past life, I spent my entire existence living inside the dirty lies spun by the gods. Then his eyes snap completely open, his pupils glowing bright with sharp golden lightning. Looking back on it now, it's so undeniably obvious. They have way too many weak spots and flaws, exactly like this massive dark mist forest. Right in front of him, the source of all the illusions reveals its true form, a giant monster tree. The system panel flashes its stats. Floral Mage, level 39 Lord, rank B, Illusion Great Demon. Its main ability? Creating brutal illusions. Close up you can see countless metal pipes jammed directly into the tree's trunk, leaking a ridiculously bright green liquid that pumps power into it. Baik D looks up at that grotesque tree trunk and casually delivers a cold, hard fact. "So you're the true source of all this black mist, huh?" He shoves his hands into his pockets, dropping a sarcastic line full of pity. "Looks like you're just another pathetic victim, locked up here by the gods to be used as a simple tool." Suddenly, a dark, heavy illusion from the past floods his mind. It's an image of a panicked young boy shaking his little sister on a large bed. "Tionyak, wake up! Tionyak, you have to wake up!" The little girl groggily opens her eyes, rubbing them sleepily as she asks her brother, "Huh? Brother, what's wrong?" The boy's face is pure, absolute panic. He tightly grabs her hand and urges her, "Hurry up! Follow me." He drags her out, sprinting like his life depends on it, far away from their familiar room. The two siblings hold their breath, hiding in the corner of a dark closet. The moment the door shuts, she whispers, shaking, "Brother." He instantly slaps a hand over her mouth, glaring with a face full of sheer terror as he signals her, "Don't make a single sound." Before he even finishes, a blood-curdling demon voice echoes right outside. "Let's see, where are you hiding?" And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me. We are starting in pure nightmare territory. In the cramped darkness, tears stream down a terrified little girl's cheeks. A massive, towering demon oozing black aura suddenly appears, gripping an axe and threatening her. "Where are you hiding?" he growls. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as she peeks through the crack, silently screaming for her dad. A bloody scene unfolds. Her father lies collapsed in a massive pool of blood right on the luxurious floor. Tears of utter despair spill out as she sobs, totally shattered. Mom, the mother's lifeless body, eyes still wide with sheer panic, suffers the exact same tragic fate. She slumps over with a fatal wound right through her chest. A cold, sharp blade swings down ruthlessly, bringing a completely heart-wrenching scream. "No, stop! Wake up! You need to wake up!" An urgent voice from reality pulls Hiyu back. She snaps awake from that deeply traumatic nightmare, mouth still screaming in terror. "No, please!" The scene flashes back to the hunting ground, where Hiyue lies gasping for air, safely wrapped in Bai Yi's arms. He gently reassures her that she just fell into the black fog's illusion, but everything is fine now. Still totally dazed and staring blankly, she weakly calls out his name, Bai Yi. Heavy beads of sweat cover her shocked face. Before she can even process the situation, Bai Yi supports her weight and flashes a soft, reassuring smile. His eyes stare straight ahead with unbreakable resolve. His voice is deep and calm, but dripping with absolute killer intent. It is over. Everything in this place ends right now. Up on the hovering electronic leaderboard, Hiyue's score displays a very humble 250 points. Instantly, the entire premium room erupts into chaotic, mocking cheers. A god sitting comfortably in an armchair claps his hands in glee. "Look at that! Her score is finally up! This game is getting fun. The betting crowd is definitely losing everything this time around." He turns to his buddy with a massive grin. "This is way too much fun. Everything is playing out exactly like your script." The guy beside him quickly adds fuel to the fire. "Even your own sacrifice refuses to listen to you now. Do you really still have the nerve to smile?" Standing nearby, the fat god falls completely silent, his face turning incredibly dark from the harsh mockery. Now pay attention closely. This fat guy is about to snap. Rage boils over as he clenches his fists and roars. "Enough, I order you to activate the demon enhancement serum immediately." Another god frowns, speaking up with clear hesitation. "Enhancement? That stuff is way too dangerous. If we push a B-tier lord to that extreme level, the consequences could be terrible." But the fat god just waves him off, his eyes totally bloodshot and violently furious. "I do not care about winning or losing anymore. I just want to watch them die inside. Let us vote. There are exactly 5 gods here today, and I want to see how they survive this." He snarls, glaring at the screen with absolute bloodlust. "You guys want to see a much more brutal performance too, right?" The 2 gods from earlier keep smirking, shrugging with total indifference. "If there is a good show to watch, of course we are going to tune in. Do you not feel bad for your chosen champion at all?" The fat god brutally ignores the question, issuing his order with cold detachment. "Perfect. That makes 3 votes already." Instantly, the pedestal beneath the 3 gods splits open, sending a terrifying surge of energy straight down into the hunting ground. The fat guy waves his hand in absolute thrill. "Release it. Let me witness them getting crushed with my own eyes." The remaining god stays quiet, replying with a freezing stare. "Understood." The fat guy crosses his arms, throwing his weight around in the room. "That leaderboard is annoying me. Turn it off. I do not want absolutely anything blocking my view right now." On the screen, a furious monster screams violently. I want a crystal clear look at the exact moment they die. Massive metal pillars suddenly erupt from deep underground, completely shattering the earth and sending sharp debris flying wildly in every single direction. A glowing red mist, reeking of fresh blood, starts spreading out, plunging the entire forest into a horrific nightmare. Camney Cock stands right in the middle of a blue electrical current, looking around in pure shock. The black-haired guy behind him yells out, "What the hell is going on? What even is that thing?" From the thick red mist, a gruesome entity with razor-sharp teeth and blazing eyes slowly takes form, roaring in absolute maddening fury. Its massive wings stretch wide open, radiating such an overwhelming killer intent that the surrounding air literally feels frozen solid. It spins around, obliterating massive boulders with one single terrifying strike. The sound of the wind tearing apart gives everyone instant goosebumps. You and I both know what those red stats mean. Total disaster. The system board flashes. Mage class level 36. B-tier lord. Corpse absorber in berserk state. A razor-sharp earth spike shoots up from beneath its feet, piercing the ground with unbelievable raw power. The beast lets out a deafening roar as massive creepy tentacles stretch out from its body, like the literal arms of the Grim Reaper. Its aura explodes. Streams of green energy rush directly into its body, instantly maxing out its attack power, stamina, and elemental stats to the absolute peak level. The surrounding trees immediately wither away, drying up in a literal flash as it heavily drains all their life force. Even the monster packs nearby go completely insane, violently attacking each other just to survive the pure chaotic nightmare this boss is creating. Kamnikok braces himself hard, his entire body coated in crackling blue lightning, his eyes filled with intense stress. These monsters, they have already been enhanced. He frowns deeply, his breathing turning heavy and fast. He quickly realizes this situation has just spiraled way out of their control. Then, he stares straight at the energy barrier where this hulking beast is slowly approaching. It is getting ready to completely wipe out every single person standing inside this shield. Back in the premium room, the fat god's extreme overconfidence suddenly takes a massive hit. He screams at the top of his lungs in pure rage. Exactly. That is the price for defying me. You damn lowly trash. He grinds his teeth, glaring down at the hunting ground with heavy disgust. Did you pathetic ants really think you could escape my total control? In this life, you are only fit to be sewer rats hiding in the dark. His eyes bulge, flashing with blood-red streaks as he just keeps screaming his lungs out. Do not ever dream of fighting back against a true god like me. He roars, releasing a killer aura that makes the whole space violently shake. But suddenly, the control panel blasts an ear-piercing warning alarm, and the blue screens glitch out like crazy. System power failure alert. The entire premium room violently shakes, sending the gods into a massive panic as the protective energy barrier starts cracking, showing glitchy colors like a broken television. The entire room instantly plunges into pure absolute chaos. The other gods start heavily panicking. The security system is completely offline. Right then, one of the absolutely terrified gods yells out, "Hey, was this thing not built to specifically keep us completely safe from those monsters? What the hell is happening? Why is the barrier glitching out?" In total contrast to that guy, another god with a completely cold face stares into the empty space. He bluntly asks, "Did someone just break in and destroy the entire Sky City?" Down at the hunting ground, the corpse absorber monster still stands tall like a nightmare in front of the fat guy's projection, but its attention suddenly shifts, distracted by a strange, massive energy wave rolling in. It slowly turns its head, glowing red eyes glaring far into the distance, almost like it can physically feel something incredibly important completely collapsing. "Trust me, you and I need to see what is next." The fat god stammers in panic, "Kamnikok, save me." Let's dive right into this crazy setup. Deep in a secret location, the blueprints for a massive floating city are revealed, packed with complex energy grids. It shows a massive furnace system on the second floor, where slaves and mana crystals are constantly drained to power the elite upper levels. There is also a second system, an emergency backup reserve powerful enough to keep the entire city running for a whole month if the main grid ever fails. Standing in the shadows, a mysterious guy casually holding a weapon speaks to the person in front of him. He explains that if the main system ever goes down, the backup power will instantly kick in. Because of this failsafe, the floating city is supposed to stay up in the sky forever, never crashing down. Even if some suicidal intruder manages to break in, these two systems are enough to keep all the so-called gods perfectly safe. Hearing this, the bearded guy in glasses smirks, his face dripping with pure, arrogant confidence. He laughs, mocking the very idea. Who would actually have the guts to invade the territory of the divine race? The floating city hovers proudly in the endless blue sky, completely isolated from the miserable world down below. Suddenly, a fat noble screams in pure rage, his face flushing bright red. What the hell is going on with this barrier? The guy beside him stays strangely calm, secretly realizing that if the barrier is failing, someone must have destroyed the energy furnace. The scene immediately shifts down to the ruined wastelands of the second layer, where rusted chains lie scattered across the freezing, desolate ground. Boom! A terrifying explosion rips through the air as golden energy erupts, completely obliterating the main control center. Thick smoke fills the air. Bai Yi and his crew stand there watching the shattered furnace. The main energy source is officially trashed. Sen-Er turns to his teammate, flashing a wickedly dark smile as he speaks up. "Now it is your turn." Instantly, the backup system flares to life and the frantic sound of mechanical alarms echoes wildly through the air. Now watch this closely. This is where the chaos starts. The elite VIP room shakes violently. A system alert pops up confirming the backup is active, but the massive tremors send the arrogant gods tumbling right out of their luxury chairs. The entire arena, from the divine viewing boxes all the way down to the hunting grounds, quakes violently from the power shift. Two of the so-called gods cower on the floor, faces pale, absolutely terrified for their lives. I cannot believe you actually prepared a backup plan. Then, boom, another massive explosion rocks the floating structure, throwing everyone off balance again as a flood of red error messages spams the control screens. The backup power has been compromised, the reserve grid is failing, and the protective barrier is now completely useless. Look, the viewing platform is collapsing. The panicked screams of the minions echo out as the entire luxurious grandstand breaks off, free-falling straight toward the unforgiving ground below. Luxury chairs tumble through the air in total chaos. The fat noble scrambles on all fours, screaming like a maniac. What is happening? Where is that garbage backup power of yours? His partner has completely lost his cool too, face twisted in pure, absolute horror. This is no accident. Someone intentionally sabotaged the entire energy grid of the floating city. The realization finally hits them like a truck. Down in the backup core, things are just as bad. The reserve center is blazing with fire and crumbling apart. The divine guards are scattered everywhere, completely wiped out by the brutal surprise attack. A bizarre mantis-like monster is actively draining the glowing golden energy straight out of the shattered control boards. The creature hisses in absolute delight. The energy here is just absolutely delicious. The system panel flashes, confirming the energy drain. The beast turns toward the shadows and bows its head in deep respect. Master, the mission you gave me has been perfectly completed. Xiangzi has successfully leveled up to the next tier, so you really need to give me a massive reward for this. The creature's annoying voice echoes around the room, leaving Bai Yi completely speechless. His face darkens as he walks forward, but then he stops, glancing back at the newly upgraded mantis monster Xiangzi, and flashes a highly suspicious, knowing smile. You did a great job. When the time comes, make sure you ask me for that proper reward. He throws a cold, indifferent glare at the defeated monsters around them. But do not get cocky just yet. Our most important mission is still waiting for us right ahead. Xiangzi respectfully replies, "Understood perfectly, my master." Standing nearby, Hiyo looks around in total confusion as the surrounding forest violently shakes. He cries out in sheer panic, "What the hell is actually happening out here?" Everything is completely spiraling out of control. The sky above literally starts to crack open, and swarms of strange creatures and lesser monsters go absolutely berserk, shrieking wildly into the air. You and I both know what happens when the cage breaks. Suddenly, the massive energy barrier trapping the hunting ground vanishes completely. The surviving prey inside cannot hide their joy. The shield is down. Hurry, we can finally escape. Without wasting a single second, they desperately sprint away from the danger zone, cheering at the top of their lungs. We did it. We are actually going to live. But on the other side, a massive energy-draining corpse monster suddenly rises up. Its heavily muscled body looms right in front of the divine nobles who just crashed to the ground. The fat noble turns deathly pale, trembling as he screams, "Hurry up and call the nearest guild for backup right now." The giant monster roars, locking its glowing red eyes straight onto the fat guy, terrifying him so badly he just turns and runs, squealing like a pig. Why? Why is that thing just staring right at me? The fat noble frantically waves his arms, shouting desperate orders at his shivering bodyguards standing right next to him. "You useless trash, hurry up and kill it right now." Two of his terrified minions are just as panicked, hiding behind a broken chair while shouting back. We absolutely cannot let it get anywhere near him. If he gets a single scratch, we are all dead. But the monster is not waiting around. It whips out its razor-sharp iron chains, launching a brutal attack straight into the chaotic group of gods. One of the guards desperately tries to keep his cool, blocking his master and shouting out loud. Even if these monsters are low level, you still need to be extremely careful. Hearing this, the guy in the back calls out in confusion. The guard in black just turns back to look, his face completely bewildered. Seeing this, the guy continues, "Just look at this mess. No matter how you slice it, there is only one logical explanation here." He takes a deep breath, his eyes narrowing in serious thought. Exactly how long has it been since someone actually dared to stand up and rebel against the divine race? Back on the battlefield, the energy-draining corpse monster gets tightly bound by glowing magic chains. Its breathing grows incredibly weak after taking that massive attack. The fat guy spots his opening and immediately points a finger at the sky, his voice dripping with pure venom. "Do not let it die easily. This worthless piece of garbage almost killed me just now." He roars with vicious cruelty. "I want to see this thing completely tortured. Make it suffer every single second until it dies. Shock it with lightning right now." At that exact moment, Bai Yi appears right behind the fat noble, staring quietly at the struggling monster as electricity surges violently through its body. So what do you and I make of this? Karma always catches up. A system panel flashes before Bai Yi, shifting him into his warrior core state. He grips his sword tightly, looking at the fat guy with pure mockery. Go ahead, keep enjoying this total loss of control. Wild golden lightning strikes the monster head-on, making it shriek in absolute agonizing pain. Bai Yi just stands there, judging the whole scene with cold eyes, knowing that even a powerful beast has its limits. A quick flashback hits, showing innocent people with heavy collars around their necks, wrists violently bound, faces twisted in pain, all while these arrogant nobles watched. In the hands of this trash, those people were nothing but tortured toys for his sick games. But now, in the present, the fat noble shrinks back, screaming in sheer desperation. That is right. Just keep shocking it hard. All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate payback. Bai Yi doesn't even flinch, his eyes glowing a deadly green. He's the perfect proof of the God Clan's cruel stupidity. Boom! A massive beam of light erupts, blasting right through the monster. With one clean swing of his sword, Bai Yi slices the beast completely in half, speaking with absolute certainty. Alright, this is the end. A glowing system alert suddenly scrolls across the screen, successfully defeated the soul-absorbing corpse. Gained 88,000 experience. Received the flower heavenly bone, plus 1,000 boss kill points. Bai Yi immediately turns, locking eyes with the absolutely terrified fat guy. Time to see who actually wins this little hunting game. The fat man stutters, his face completely pale as he points a shaking finger. Who gave you permission to attack? Crash! A massive explosion echoes out, and the ground beneath them completely caves in. The entire Sky City shakes violently, its structure failing as it starts free-falling into the abyss. The God Clan members in the VIP room freeze, their eyes wide with pure disbelief. The blue-haired guy stammers, "What is going on?" Their leader watches the chaos, his face turning pale as cold sweat drips down his cheeks. No, this definitely isn't just some simple rebellion. The whole Sky City zone violently shakes, sending jagged debris from the watchtower, scattering right through the thick clouds. Bai Yi stands tall and proud, his pet mantis Kwang Tu looking incredibly smug. "See that, master? I told you this tower's structure was weaker than a dry twig." Kwang Tu flaps his wings, laughing like a maniac. "How could they ever guess we'd smash the support pillars right from the inside? I pulled off your mission, absolutely perfectly." An earth-shattering roar erupts as the giant tower tilts, screeching with the sound of tearing metal. The crowd below stares up in absolute screaming panic. The area basically caves in, thick dust completely blinding everyone as the entire main tower officially collapses. It shatters the final energy shield, triggering a massive shockwave that wipes out everything. High above, the God Clan noble stares at the ruins, mumbling about those reckless rebels. Now pay attention, because what comes out of this smoke is insane. A suffocating dark aura surges upward, revealing a giant shadow with torn wings. Glossy black scales appear. The level 55 Demon King, Lu Wanlong, in its true form. Bai Yi stands right next to the giant dragon, eyes flashing with lightning. This isn't just some rebellion. He flashes an arrogant smirk. This is an official declaration of war against the God Clan's rule. The great dragon flaps its wings, sweeping away every obstacle with pure force. The once proud sky tower is now just twisted scrap metal, falling into the endless void. Up above, the God Clan watches in absolute horror. What in the world? A desperate voice suddenly screams over the radio. "Squad 8, secure the backup power. Find out what's happening right now." Aoi, the elite squad captain, quickly confirms the order. Turning back to his specialized team, he shouts out a command. "All forces ready. Move out with me." The elite troops take the order, instantly forming up to dive straight into the chaotic whirlpool. Through the blinding smoke, a shadow dashes by like lightning. The God Clan's guards only catch a dark blur before total fear hits them. What was that? The Luwan long form glares down at them with icy eyes. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of golden lightning strikes from above, tearing the air apart. It blasts right into the battlefield. The fat guy points forward, shaking uncontrollably. "Dbc, didn't you say the strongest monster here was only B rank?" The other guy just stands there completely frozen, staring at the massive beast dominating the sky. What the hell is that giant dragon? You and I know exactly what this is. It's the dragon their ancestors couldn't kill, even at full power. His eyes fill with panic, finally realizing it's actually returned. Boom! A golden lightning bolt strikes their sacred monument. The great statue of Lord Kadermos, their ultimate pride, gets completely blown to dust right in front of everyone. The wreckage comes crashing down, sending everyone nearby screaming and running for their lives. Impossible! Onlookers watch in pure shock, jaws hitting the floor. The brown-haired guy speaks up first. "The statue of Lord Kadermos. The silver-haired guy finishes the thought, destroyed by a dragon with just one bolt of lightning. The beast hisses, tiny arcs of electricity dancing across its majestic body. I've been trapped beneath you for way too many years. The dragon takes flight, wrapping itself in wild electricity as rocks fly everywhere, creating a scene of absolute chaos. It roars loudly. Time to settle every single debt right here, right now. Boom. A massive explosion swallows the area. The bodyguard throws his hands up to shield his master. But wearing glasses, he frantically drags Debussy back, dodging endless lightning strikes while screaming, "Run!" The bodyguard's face is extremely tense, sweat pouring down as his brain works in overdrive, desperately trying to find an escape route. This dragon's pressure is way too strong, easily S rank or higher. He has to keep Debussy safe, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Debussy has completely lost his usual arrogant vibe. He looks blank, eyes wide and soulless, like he's lost his mind facing this brutal reality. In a flash, the dragon's giant shadow blocks out the entire sky. Everyone below realizes with pure dread that the proud God Clan's territory is taking a massive fatal hit. The dragon arches its neck, gathering power, and fires a blazing energy beam straight at the sky shield. It's like it wants to tear down the entire Sky City's pride. The Grand Tower completely collapses, its solid structures smashed into pieces and pierced by blinding lightning bolts. The glory of the gods, now just giant ruins crashing into the earth. The thick dust clouds signal one very bitter truth for them. It's totally crushed. Amidst the rubble, a guy with messy blue hair is so scared he bursts into tears, crying out loud in pure panic. Wah! He completely loses it, grabbing his head in terror. He quickly dives behind a coworker to hide, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Ah, let me hide here." Tears streaming down, the guy stammers in total despair, ready to throw away all his money just to survive. Damn it, can anyone go kill that dragon? I'll pay 100 million right now. Hearing this ridiculous offer, his co-worker frowns and yells back, "Are you completely insane? How could we ever beat that monster?" They stare at the dragon's overwhelming shadow. Unless the god's own army shows up, stick around. You won't want to miss this. Stick with me here. In response to their trembling, the giant dragon opens its fiery jaws wide. It unleashes a deafening, majestic roar that literally shakes the entire space. But wait, things are about to get so much worse. The massive seal completely shatters, and all those giant monsters trapped inside, they come flooding out at once like a violently broken dam. The guards frantically swing their weapons to fight back. They scream out, "The hunting ground monsters have all escaped. Protect the divine clan immediately." Now watch this closely. Amidst this absolute chaos, the captain swings his sword forward, veins popping on his forehead. He screams for the guard squad to hold their battle formation. On the other side, a purple-haired woman stumbles right out of a jammed door through the blinding dust. She grabs the wall, coughing violently, and scans the completely terrified, fleeing crowd. Dirt covers her face, but she stays completely calm. You and I have to respect her just asking, "Was anyone hit by the rubble?"